Lombardo better still, suggests sexuality by making your letters shorter, more frequent, and even more disordered than before. There is nothing more erotic than the short abrupt note. Your thoughts are unfinished, they can only become Antony, friends, pleaded by the other person. Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears, I come to Sganarelle to Don Juan, well, what I have to say is. I bury Caesar, not to praise don't know what to say, for you turn things in such a hymn. The evil that men do lives after them, the manner with your words, that it seems that you are right. Good is oft interred with and yet, the truth of it is, you are not. I had the finest their bones. So let it be thoughts in the world, and your words have totally scram with Caesar. I speak bled them up. Not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I, Moliere am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause keys to seduction withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men we rarely think before we talk. It is human nature to say the first thing that comes into our head, and usually what comes first is some have lost their reason. Bare thing about ourselves. We primarily use words to express our own feelings, with me. My heart is in ideas and opinions. Also to complain and to argue. This is because we are the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it generally self-absorbed. The person who interests us most is our own self. Come back to me. To a certain extent this is inevitable, and through much of our lives there is plebeian, poor soul. Here's nothing much wrong with it, we can function quite well this way. Inser eyes are red as fire with weeping. Plebeian, duction, however, it limits our potential. There's not a nobler man you cannot seduce without an ability to get outside your own skin and in Rome than Antony. Inside another person's, piercing their psychology. The key to seductive plebeian, now mark him. He begins again to language is not the words you utter, or your seductive tone of voice, it is a speak. Antony, but radical shift in perspective and habit. You have to stop saying the first thing yesterday, the word of that comes to your mind. You have to control the urge to prattle and vent. Caesar might have stood your opinions. The key is to see words as a tool not for communicating against the world. Now lies he there, and none so true thoughts and feelings, but for confusing, delighting, and intoxicating. Poor to do him reverence. The difference between normal language and seductive language is like, O masters. If I were the difference between noise and music. Noise is a constant in modern life, disposed to stir your hearts and minds to something irritating we tune out if we can. Our normal language is like mutiny and rage, I should noise, people may half listen to us as we go on about ourselves, but just as do Brutus wrong, and often their thoughts are a million miles away. Every now and then there is Cassius wrong, who, you all know, are prick up when something we say touches on them, but this lasts only until use the demonic power of words to sow confusion. 259 We return to yet another story about ourselves. As early as childhood we honorable men. I will not learn to tune out this kind of noise, particularly when it comes from our do them wrong. But here's a parchment with the parents' seal of Caesar. I found it music, on the other hand, is seductive, and gets under our skin. It is in his closet, 'tis his will. Tended for pleasure. A melody or rhythm stays in our blood for days after we let, but the commons here have heard it, altering our moods and emotions, relaxing or exciting us. To this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean make music instead of noise, you must say things that please, things that read to read, and they would relate to people's lives, that touch their vanity. If they have many problems, Go and kiss dead Caesars. You can produce the same effect by distracting them, focusing their attention wounds / and dip their napkins in his sacred away from themselves by saying things that are witty and entertaining, or blood / plebeian, that make the future seem bright and hopeful. Promises and flattery are moo. We'll hear the will. Read sick to anyone's ears. This is language designed to move people and lower it. Mark Antony. / all, the will. We will their resistance. It is language designed for them, not directed at them. Hear Caesar's will. / the Italian writer Gabriele D'Annunzio was physically unattractive, yet Antony, have patience, women could not resist him. Even those who knew of his Don Juan Repu gentle friends. I must not read it. / it is not meet you Tation, and disliked him for it. The actress Eleonora Duse and the dancer know how Caesar loved Isadora Duncan, for instance, fell under his spell. The secret was the flow of you. / you are not wood, words in which he enveloped a woman. His voice was musical, his language you are not stones, but poetic, and most devastating of all, he knew how to flatter. His flattery was men, / and being men, hearing the will of Caesar, aimed precisely at a woman's weaknesses, the areas where she needed Vali / it will inflame you, it that ion. A woman was beautiful, yet lacked confidence in her own wit and will make you mad. / tis intelligence. He made sure to say that he was bewitched not by her beauty. Good you know not that you are his heirs, / for if, but by her mind. He might compare her to a heroine of literature, or to a Euclid. Oh, what carefully chosen mythological figure. Talking to him, her ego would come of it. / if bull in size. You have tears, prepare to shed them now. / you all flattery, is seductive language in its purest form. Its purpose is not to do know this mantle. I express a truth or a real feeling, but only to create an effect on the recipient. Remember / the first time, like D'Annunzio, learn to aim your flattery directly at a person's insecure eye, ever Caesar put it on. / look, in this place ran ties. For instance, if a man is a fine actor, and feels confident about his pro-Cassius dagger through / professional skills, to flatter him about his acting will have little effect, and may see what a rent the even accomplish the opposite. He could feel that he is above the need to envious cascamaid. / have his ego stroked, and your flattery will seem to say otherwise. But let us through this the well-beloved Brutus stabbed, / say that this actor is an amateur musician or painter. He does this work on and as he plucked is his own, without professional support or publicity, and he is well aware that cursed steal away, / mark others make their living at it. Flattery of his artistic pretensions will go how the blood of Caesar followed it. / for straight to his head, and earn you double points. Learn to sniff out the parts Brutus, as you know, was of a person's ego that need validation. Make it a surprise, something no one Caesar's angel. / judge, or else has thought to flatter before, something you can describe as a talent, or you gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. / this positive quality that others have not noticed. Speak with a little tremor, as if was the most unkindest cut your target's charms had overwhelmed you and made you emotional. Of all, / for when the noble flattery can be a kind of verbal foreplay. Aphrodite's powers of seduct Caesar saw him stab, / ingratitude, more strong Tyon, which were said to come from the magnificent girdle she wore, in than traitor's arms, / quite volved a sweetness of language, a skill with the soft, flattering words that vanquished him. / oh, prepare the way for erotic thoughts. Insecurities and nagging self-doubts now you weep, and I have a dampening effect on the libido. Make your targets feel secure, and I'll perceive you feel / the dint of pity. These are gracious luring through your flattering words and their resistance will melt away. 260 The Art of Seduction drops. / kind souls, what sometimes the most pleasant thing to hear is the promise of something weep you when you but wonderful, a vague but rosy future that is just around the corner. President behold our Caesar's Franklin Delano Roosevelt, in his public speeches, talked little about vesture wounded. Look you here. Here is himself, civic programs for dealing with the depression. Instead he used rousing mud as you see until rhetoric to paint a picture of America's glorious future. In the various leg traitors. Ends of Don Juan, the great seducer would immediately focus women's at William Shakespeare, Tention on the future, a fantastic world to which he promised to whisk Juliuscaesar them off. Tailor your sweet words to your target's particular problems and fantasies. Promise something realizable, something possible, but do not make it too specific. You are inviting them to dream. If they are mired in dull routine, talk of adventure, preferably with you. Do not discuss how it will be accomplished. Speak as if it magically already existed, somewhere in the future. Lift people's thoughts into the clouds and they will relax. Their defenses will come down, and it will be that much easier to maneuver and lead them astray. Your words become a kind of elevating drug. The most anti-seductive form of language is argument. How many silent enemies do we create by arguing? There is a superior way to get people to listen and be persuaded: humor and a light touch. The 19th century English politician Benjamin Disraeli was a master at this game. In Parliament, to fail to reply to an accusation or slanderous comment was a deadly mistake. Silence meant the accuser was right. Yet to respond angrily, to get into an argument, was to look ugly and defensive. Disraeli used a different tactic. He stayed calm. When the time came to reply to an attack, he would slowly make his way to the speaker's table, pause, then utter a humorous or sarcastic retort. Everyone would laugh. Now that he had warmed people up, he would proceed to refute his enemy, still mixing in amusing comments. Or perhaps he would simply move on to another subject, as if he were above it all. His humor took out the sting of any attack on him. Laughter and applause have a domino effect. Once your listeners have laughed, they are more likely to laugh again. In this light-hearted mood they are also more apt to listen. A subtle touch and a bit of irony give you room to persuade them, move them to your side, mock your enemies. That is the seductive form of argument. Shortly after the murder of Julius Caesar, the head of the band of conspirators who had killed him, Brutus, addressed an angry mob. He tried to reason with the crowd, explaining that he had wanted to save the Roman Republic from dictatorship. The people were momentarily convinced. Yes, Brutus seemed a decent man. Then Mark Antony took the stage, and he in turn delivered a eulogy for Caesar. He seemed overwhelmed with emotion. He talked of his love for Caesar, and of Caesar's love for the Roman people. He mentioned Caesar's will. The crowd clamored to hear it, but Antony said no, for if he read it they would know how deeply Caesar had loved them, and how dastardly this murder was. The crowd again insisted he read the will. Instead he held up Caesar's blood-stained cloak, noting its rents and tears. This was where Brutus had stabbed the great general, he said. Cassius had stabbed him here. Then finally he read the will, which used the demonic power of words to sow confusion. 261, told how much wealth Caesar had left to the Roman people. This was the coup de grace. The crowd turned against the conspirators and went off to lynch them. Antony was a clever man, who knew how to stir a crowd. According to the Greek historian Plutarch, when he saw that his oratory had cast a spell over the people, and that they were deeply stirred by his words, he began to introduce into his praises of Caesar the note of pity and of indignation at Caesar's fate. Seductive language aims at people's emotions, for emotional people are easier to deceive. Antony used various devices to stir the crowd: a tremor in his voice, a distraught and then an angry tone. An emotional voice has an immediate, contagious effect on the listener. Antony also teased the crowd with the will, holding off the reading of it to the end, knowing it would push people over the edge. Holding up the cloak, he made his imagery visceral. Perhaps you are not trying to whip a crowd into a frenzy, you just want to bring people over to your side. Choose your strategy and words carefully. You might think it is better to reason with people, explain your ideas. But it is hard for an audience to decide whether an argument is reasonable as they listen to you talk. They have to concentrate and listen closely, which requires great effort. People are easily distracted by other stimuli, and if they miss a part of your argument, they will feel confused, intellectually inferior, and vaguely insecure. It is more persuasive to appeal to people's hearts than their heads. Everyone shares emotions, and no one feels inferior to a speaker who stirs up their feelings. The crowd bonds together, everyone contagiously experiencing the same emotions. Antony talked of Caesar, as if he and the listeners were experiencing the murder from Caesar's point of view. What could be more provocative? Use such changes of perspective to make your listeners feel what you are saying. Orchestrate your effects. It is more effective to move from one emotion to another than to just hit one note. The contrast between Antony's affection for Caesar and his indignation at the murderers was much more powerful than if he had stayed with one feeling or the other. The emotions you are trying to arouse should be strong ones. Do not speak of friendship and disagreement, speak of love and hate. And it is crucial to try to feel something of the emotions you are trying to elicit. You will be more believable that way. This should not be difficult. Imagine the reasons for loving or hating before you speak. If necessary, think of something from your past that fills you with rage. Emotions are contagious. It is easier to make someone cry if you are crying yourself. Make your voice an instrument, and train it to communicate emotion. Learn to seem sincere. Napoleon studied the greatest actors of his time, and when he was alone he would practice putting emotion into his voice. The goal of seductive speech is often to create a kind of hypnosis. You are distracting people, lowering their defenses, making them more vulnerable to suggestion. Learn the hypnotist's lessons of repetition and affirmation, key elements in putting a subject to sleep. Repetition involves using 262, the art of seduction, the same words over and over, preferably a word with emotional content, taxes, liberals, bigots. The effect is mesmerizing. Ideas can be permanently implanted in people's unconscious simply by being repeated often enough. Affirmation is simply the making of strong positive statements, like the hypnotist's commands. Seductive language should have a kind of boldness, which will cover up a multitude of sins. Your audience will be so caught up in your bold language that they won't have time to reflect on whether or not it is true. Never say, "I don't think the other side made a wise decision." Say, "We deserve better," or "They have made a mess of things." Affirmative language is active language, full of verbs, imperatives, and short sentences. Cut out "I believe," "perhaps," "in my opinion." Head straight for the heart. You are learning to speak a different kind of language. Most people employ symbolic language. Their words stand for something real, the feelings, ideas, and beliefs they really have. Or they stand for concrete things in the real world. The origin of the word, symbolic, lies in a Greek word meaning, to bring things together, in this case, a word and something real. As a seducer you are using the opposite, diabolic language. Your words do not stand for anything real. Their sound, and the feelings they evoke, are more important than what they are supposed to stand for. The word diabolic ultimately means to separate, to throw things apart, here, words and reality. The more you make people focus on your sweet-sounding language, and on the illusions and fantasies it conjures, the more you diminish their contact with reality. You lead them into the clouds, where it is hard to distinguish truth from untruth, real from unreal. Keep your words vague and ambiguous, so people are never quite sure what you mean. Envelop them in demonic, diabolical language, and they will not be able to focus on your maneuvers, on the possible consequences of your seduction. And the more they lose themselves in illusion, the easier it will be to lead them astray and seduce them. Symbol: the clouds. In the clouds it is hard to see the exact forms of things. Everything seems vague, the imagination runs wild, seeing things that are not there. Your words must lift people into the clouds, where it is easy for them to lose their way. Use the demonic power of words to sow confusion. 263 Reversal: do not confuse flowery language with seduction. In using flowery language you run the risk of wearing on people's nerves, of seeming pretentious. Excess verbiage is a sign of selfishness, of your inability to rein in your natural tendencies. Often with language, less is more. The elusive, vague, ambiguous phrase leaves the listener more room for imagination than does a sentence full of bombast and self-indulgence. You must always think first of your targets, and of what will be pleasant to their ears. There will be many times when silence is best. What you do not say can be suggestive and eloquent, making you seem mysterious. In the 11th century Japanese court diary The Pillow Book of Asai Shonagon, the counselor Yoshichika is intrigued by a lady he sees in a carriage, silent and beautiful. He sends her a note, and she sends one back. He is the only one to read it, but by his reaction everyone can tell it is in bad taste, or badly written. It spoils the effect of her beauty. Shonagon writes, "I have heard people suggest that no reply at all is better than a bad one. If you are not eloquent, if you cannot master seductive language, at least learn to curb your tongue, use silence to cultivate an enigmatic presence." Finally, seduction has a pace and rhythm. In phase 1, you are cautious and indirect. It is often best to disguise your intentions, to put your target at ease with deliberately neutral words. Your conversation should be harmless, even a bit bland. In this second phase, you turn more to the attack. This is the time for seductive language. Now when you envelop them in your seductive words and letters, it comes as a pleasant surprise. It gives them the immensely pleasing feeling that they are the ones to suddenly inspire you with such poetry and intoxicating words. Pay attention to detail. Lofty words and grand gestures can be suspicious. Why are you trying so hard to please? The details of a seduction, the subtle gestures, the offhand things you do, are often more charming and revealing. You must learn to distract your victims with a myriad of pleasant little rituals, thoughtful gifts tailored just for them, clothes and adornments designed to please them, gestures that show the time and attention you are paying them. All of their senses are engaged in the details you orchestrate. Create spectacles to dazzle their eyes. Mesmerized by what they see, they will not notice what you are really up to. Learn to suggest the proper feelings and moods through details. The mesmerizing effect. In December 1898, the wives of the 7 major Western ambassadors to China received a strange invitation. The 63-year-old Empress Dowager Su He was hosting a banquet in their honor in the Forbidden City in Beijing. The ambassadors themselves had been quite displeased with the Empress Dowager, for several reasons. She was a Manchu, a race of northerners who had conquered China in the early 17th century. The barge she sat in, like her establishing the Qing dynasty and ruling the country for nearly 3 burnished throne, burned 100 years. By the 1890s, the Western powers had begun to carve up on the water. The poop was beaten gold, purple the parts of China, a country they considered backward. They wanted China sails, and so perfumed that to modernize, but the Manchus were conservative and resisted all reform. The winds were lovesick. Earlier in 1898, the Chinese Emperor Quang Hsu, the Empress Dowagers with them, the oars were silver, which to the tune 27-year-old nephew, had actually begun a series of reforms, of flutes kept stroke, and with the blessings of the West. Then, 100 days into this period of made the water which reform, word reached the Western diplomats from the Forbidden City that they beat to follow faster, as amorous of the emperor was quite ill, and that the Empress Dowager had taken power. Strokes. For her own they suspected foul play. The Empress had probably acted to stop the person, it beggared all forms. The emperor was being mistreated, probably poisoned. Description: she did lie in perhaps he was already dead. When the 7 ambassadors' wives were her pavilion, cloth of gold of tissue, or picturing preparing for their unusual visit, their husbands warned them, do not trust that Venus where we see the Empress Dowager. A wily woman with a cruel streak, she had risen from the fancy outwork nature, obscurity, to become the concubine of a previous emperor, and had man on each side her stood pretty dimpled boys, like aged over the years to accumulate great power. Far more than the emperor, smiling cupids, with she was the most feared person in China. Divers colored fans, whose on the appointed day, the women were born into the forbidden city wind did seem to glow the delicate cheeks, which in a procession of sedan chairs carried by court eunuchs, in dazzling they did cool, and forms. The women themselves, not to be outdone, wore the latest western what they did. Fashions, tight corsets, long velvet dresses with leg of mutton sleeves, her gentlewomen, like the Nereids, so many lowing petticoats, tall plumed hats. The residents of the Forbidden City mermaids, tended her eye that looked at their clothes in amazement, and particularly at the way their eyes, and made their dresses displayed their prominent bosoms. The wives felt sure they had Ben's adornings, at the pressed their hosts. At the audience hall they were greeted by princes and helm a seeming mermaid steers, the silken tackle princesses, as well as lower royalty. The Chinese women were wearing swell with the touches of magnificent Manchu costumes, with the traditional high, jewel-encrusted those flower-soft hands black headdresses. They were arranged in a hierarchical order reflected in that yearly frame the office. From the barge the color of their dresses, an astounding rainbow of color. Strange invisible perfume. The wives were served tea in the most delicate porcelain cups. Then hits the sense of the 268, the Art of Seduction adjacent wharfs. The city were escorted into the presence of the Empress Dowager. The sight took cast her people out upon their breath away. The Empress was seated on the dragon throne, which her, and Antony, was studded with jewels. She wore heavily brocaded robes, a magnificent enthroned the market-place, did sit alone, headdress bearing diamonds, pearls, and jade, and an enormous necklace of whistling to the air, perfectly matched pearls. She was a tiny woman, but on the throne, in that which, but for vacancy, dress, she seemed a giant. She smiled at the ladies with much warmth, and had gone to gaze on Cleopatra, too, and made sincerity. To their relief, seated below her on a smaller throne was her a gap in nature. Nephew the Emperor. He looked pale, but he greeted them enthusiastically, William Shakespeare, and seemed in good spirits. Maybe he was indeed simply ill. Antony and Cleopatra. The Empress shook the hand of each of the women. As she did so, an attendant eunuch handed her a large gold ring set with a large pearl, which she slipped onto each woman's hand. After this introduction, the wives in the palmy days of the were escorted into another room, where they again took tea, and then were gay quarters at Edo. They led into a banqueting hall, where the Empress now sat on a chair of yellow. Was a connoisseur of fashion named Sakakura satin, yellow being the imperial color. She spoke to them for a while. She who grew intimate with the had a beautiful voice. It was said that her voice could literally charm birds. Great courtesan Chitos. Out of trees. At the end of the conversation, she took the hand of each. This woman was much given to drinking sake, as woman again, and with much emotion, told them, one family, all one aside dish. She relished the family. The women then saw a performance in the Imperial Theatre. Fee so-called flower crabs, to be nowly the Empress received them one last time. She apologized for the profound in the Mogami River in the east, and formance they had just seen, which was certainly inferior to what these she had pickled in were used to in the west. There was one more round of tea, and this time, salt for her enjoyment. As the wife of the American ambassador reported it, the empress stepped knowing this, Sakakura forward and tipped each cup of tea to her own lips and took a sip, then commissioned a painter of the Kano school to execute lifted the cup on the other side, to our lips, and said again, one family. All her bamboo crest in one family. The women were given more gifts, then were escorted back powdered gold on the tiny to their sedan chairs, and borne out of the forbidden city. Shells of these crabs. He fixed the price of each. The women relayed to their husbands their earnest belief that they had painted shell at one all been wrong about the empress. The American ambassador's wife rectangular piece of gold, ported. She was bright and happy and her face glowed with goodwill. And presented them to Chaitos throughout that there was no trace of cruelty to be seen. Her actions were full of free year, so that she never dom and warmth. We left full of admiration for Her Majesty and lacked for them hopes for China. The husbands reported back to their governments, the Ihara Saikaku, the life of emperor was fine, and the empress could be trusted. An amorous woman, and other writings, translated. By Ivan Morris interpretation. The foreign contingent in China had no idea what was really happening in the Forbidden City. In truth, the emperor had conned for such men as have spied to arrest and possibly murder his aunt. Discovering the plot, a Terry practiced love, however crime in Confucian terms, she forced him to sign his own abdication, held this a sound maxim, had him confined, and told the outside world that he was ill. As part of his that there is naught to be punishment, he was to appear at state functions and act as if nothing had compared with a woman in her clothes. Again when happened. You reflect how a man doth the Empress Dowager loathed Westerners, whom she considered bar-brave, rumple, squeeze and barians. She disliked the ambassadors' wives, with their ugly fashions and make light of his lady's finery, and how he doth simpering ways. The banquet was a show, a seduction, to appease the West. Pay attention to detail. 269 earn powers, which had been threatening invasion if the emperor had been work ruin and lost to the killed. The goal of the seduction was simple: dazzle the wives with color, grand cloth of gold and web of silver, to tinsel spectacle, theater. The empress applied all her expertise to the task, and she in silken stuffs, pearls and was a genius for detail. She had designed the spectacles in a rising order, precious stones, 'tis plain the uniformed eunuchs first, then the Manchu ladies in their headdresses, how his ardor and finally the empress herself. It was pure theater, and it was overwhelmed satisfaction be increased manifold, far more than ing. Then the empress brought the spectacle down a notch, humanizing it with some simple with gifts, warm greetings, the reassuring presence of the emperor, teas, shepherdess or other woman and entertainments, which were in no way inferior to anything in the West. Of like quality, be she as fair as she may. And why she ended the banquet on another high note. The little drama with the Avior was Venus found so sharing of the teacups, followed by even more magnificent gifts. The fair and so desirable, if not women's heads were spinning when they left. In truth they had never seen that with all her beauty she was always gracefully such exotic splendor, and they never understood how carefully its details attired likewise, and had been orchestrated by the empress. Charmed by the spectacle, they generally scented, that she forayed their happy feelings to the empress and gave her their approval, all did ever smell sweet 100 paces away. For it that she required hath ever been held of all the key to distracting people. Seduction is distraction, is to fill their how that perfumes be your eyes and ears with details, little rituals, colorful objects. Detail is what great incitement to love. Makes things seem real and substantial. A thoughtful gift won't seem to this is the reason why the empresses and great dames have an ulterior motive. A ritual full of charming little actions, is so in joy of Rome did make much able to watch. Jewelry, handsome furnishings, touches of color in clothing, usage of these perfumes, as dazzle the eye. It is a childish weakness of ours. We prefer to focus on the do likewise our great ladies of France, and above all pleasant little details rather than on the larger picture. The more senses you those of Spain and Italy appeal to, the more mesmerizing the effect. The objects you use in your which from the oldest times seduction, gifts, clothes, etc., speak their own language, and it is a powerful have been more curious, and more exquisite in luxury one. Never ignore a detail, or leave one to chance. Orchestrate them into a than friend women, as well spectacle, and no one will notice how manipulative you are being. In perfumes as in costumes and magnificent attire, whereof the fair ones of France have since borrowed the sensuous effect the patterns, and copied the dainty workmanship. Moreover the others, Italian one day a messenger told Prince Genji, the aging but still consume and Spanish, had learned mate seducer in the Heian court of late 10th century Japan, that the same from old models one of his youthful conquests had suddenly died, leaving behind an awe and ancient statues of Fan, a young woman named Tamakazura. Genji was not Tamakazura sfa Roman ladies, the which are to be seen among the but he decided to bring her to court and be her protector anyway. Sundry other antiquities yet soon after her arrival, men of the highest rank began to woo her. Genji extant in Spain and Italy, had told everyone she was a lost daughter of his. As a result, they assumed the which, if any man will regard them carefully, will that she was beautiful, for Genji was the handsomest man in the court. At be found very perfect in the time, men rarely saw a young girl's face before marriage. In theory, they mode of hairdressing and were allowed to talk to her only if she was on the other side of a screen, fashion of robes, and very meet to incite love. Genji showered her with attention, helping her sort through all the love letters she was receiving and advising her on the right match. Seigneur de Brantôme, lives of fair and gallant as Tamakazura's protector, Genji was able to see her face, and she was ladies, translated by indeed beautiful. He fell in love with her. What a shame, he thought, to Alanson give this lovely creature away to another man. One night, overwhelmed by 270 the art of seduction for years after her entry her charms, he held her hand and told her how much she resembled her into the palace, a large mother, whom he once had loved. She trembled, not with excitement, number of court maidens however, but with fear, for although he was not her father, he was supposed were especially set aside for preparing Kueifes to be her protector, not a suitor. Her attendants were away and it was a dresses, which were chosen beautiful night. Genji silently threw off his perfumed robe, and pulled her and fashioned according to down beside him. She began to cry, and to resist. Always a gentleman, the flowers of the season. For instance, for New Year Genji told her that he would respect her wishes, he would always care for spring, she had blossoms her, and she had nothing to fear. He then politely excused himself. Of apricot, plum and several days later Genji was helping Tamakazura with her correspond Narcissus, for summer, she danced when he read a love letter from his younger brother, Prince Hotaru, adopted the lotus, for autumn, she patterned who numbered among her suitors. In the letter, Hotaru berated Tomotham after the peony, for Kazura for not letting him get physically close enough to talk to her and tell Winter, she employed her his feelings. Tamakazura had not replied, unused to the manners of the chrysanthemum. Of jewelry she was fondest of court, she had felt shy and intimidated. As if to help her, Genji got one of pearls, and the finest his servants to write to Hotaru in her name. The letter, written on beauty products of the world found full perfumed paper, warmly invited the prince to visit her. Their way into her boudoir, and were frequently Hotaru appeared at the appointed hour. He smelled a beguiling and embroidered on her scents, mysterious and seductive. Mixed into this scent was Genji's own numerous dresses. Kuei perfume. The prince felt a wave of excitement. Approaching the screen Faye was the embodiment of behind which Tamakazura sat, he confessed his love for her. Without Mac all that was lovely and extravagant. No wondering a sound, she retreated to another screen, farther away. Suddenly there that no king, prince, was a flash of light, as if a torch had flared up, and Hotaru saw her profile courtier, or humble behind the screen, she was more beautiful than he had imagined. To attendant, whoever met her could resist the allurement things delighted the prince, the sudden, mysterious flash of light, and the of her charms. Besides, she brief glimpse of his beloved. Now he was truly in love. Was the most artful of Hotaru, began to court her assiduously. Meanwhile, feeling reassured that women, and knew how to use her natural gifts, to the Genji was no longer chasing her, Tamakazura saw her protector more often. Best purpose. And now she could not help noticing little details. Genji's robes seemed to Emperor Ming Huang glow, in pleasing and vibrant colors, as if dyed by unworldly hands. Hotaru's supreme in the land and robes seemed drab by comparison. And the perfumes burned into Genji's with thousands of the most handsome maidens to garments, how intoxicating they were. No one else bore such a scent. Ho choose from, became a Teru's letters were polite and well written, but the letters Genji sent her were complete slave to her on magnificent paper, perfumed and dyed, and they quoted lines of poetry, magnetic powers. Spending day and night in always surprising yet always appropriate for the occasion. Genji also grew her company and giving up and gathered flowers, wild carnations, for instance, that he gave as gifts his whole kingdom, and that seemed to symbolize his unique charm. For her sake. One evening Genji proposed to teach Tamakazura how to play the Shuchiung, Yang Kuei, the most famous koto. She was delighted. She loved to read romance novels, and whenever Beauty of China Genji played the koto, she felt as if she were transported into one of her books. No one played the instrument better than Genji. She would be honored to learn from him. Now he saw her often, and the method of his lessons was simple. She would choose a song for him to play, and then Pao Yu called bright design to him and would try to imitate him. After they played, they would lie down side by side to her, go and seaside, their heads resting on the koto, staring up at the moon. Genji would what in Black Jade is doing. Have torches set up in the garden, giving the view the softest glow. If she asks about me, just say that I am quite all the more Tamakazura saw of the court, of Prince Hotaru, the other pay attention to detail, 271 suitors, the emperor himself, the more she realized that none could come right now. You'll have pair to Genji. He was supposed to be her protector, yes, that was still true, to think of a better excuse than that, bright design, but was it such a sin to fall in love with him? Confused, she found herself said. Isn't there anything giving in to the caresses and kisses that he began to surprise her with, now that you can send or want that she was too weak to resist? To borrow. I don't want to go there and feel like a fool without anything to say. Pao Yu thought for interpretation. Genji is the protagonist in the 11th century novel The Moment, and then took Two Tale of Genji, written by Murasaki Shikibu, a woman of the Heian court. Handkerchiefs from under his pillow and gave them the character, was most likely inspired by the real-life seducer Fujiwara no to the maid, saying, well Korechika. Then, tell her that I sent in his seduction of Tamakazura. Genji's strategy was simple. He would do with these, what a strange present to send, make her realize indirectly how charming and irresistible he was by so the maid smiled. What rounding her with unspoken details. He also brought her in contact with does she want to old his brother. Comparison with this drab, stiff figure would make Genji's sue handkerchiefs for. She will priority clear. The night Hotaru first visited her, Genji set everything up, be angry again, and say that you are trying to make as if to support Hotaru's seducing, the mysterious scent, then the flash of fun of her. Don't light by the screen. The light came from a novel effect. Earlier in the eve worry Pao Yu assured her. Ning, Genji had collected hundreds of fireflies in a cloth bag. At the proper, she will understand. Black Jade had already moment, he let them all go at once. But when Tamakazura saw Genji retired, when bright design encouraging Hotaru's pursuit of her, her defenses against her protector re-arrived at the bamboo laxed, allowing her senses to be filled by this master of seductive effects. Retreat. What brought you at this hour? Black Genji orchestrated every possible detail, the scented paper, the colored jade asked. Pao Yu robes, the lights in the garden, the wild carnations, the apt poetry. The Koto asked me to bring these lessons, which induced an irresistible feeling of harmony. Tamakazura found handkerchiefs for Black Jade. For a moment herself dragged into a sensual whirlpool. Bypassing the shyness and mistrust, Black Jade was at a loss to that words or actions would only have worsened. Genji surrounded his CY Pao Yu should ward with objects, sights, sounds, and scents that symbolized the pleasure of send her such a present at his company far more than his actual physical presence would have, in fact that particular moment. She said, I suppose his presence could only have been threatening. He knew that a young girl's must be something unusual senses are her most vulnerable point. That somebody gave him. The key to Genji's masterful orchestration of detail was his attention, to tell him to keep them himself, or give them to the target of his seduction. Like Genji, you must attune your own senses to someone who will your targets, watching them carefully, adapting to their moods. You sense appreciate them. I have know when they are defensive and retreat. You also sense when they are giving in, need of them. They are nothing unusual, and move forward. In between, the details you set up, gifts, entertain bright design said. Justments, the clothes you wear, the flowers you choose, are aimed precisely to ordinary handkerchiefs at their tastes and predilections. Genji knew he was dealing with a young that he happened to have around. Black Jade was girl who loved romantic novels, his wild flowers, koto playing, and poetry even more puzzled, and brought their world to life for her. Attend to your target's every move and then it suddenly dawned desire, and reveal your attentiveness in the details and objects you surround upon her. How you knew them with, filling their senses with the mood you need to inspire. They can that she would weep for him and so sent to argue with your words, but not with the effect you have on their senses. Handkerchiefs of his own. You can leave them, then, she said to Bright Design, who in turn was 272, the Art of Seduction, surprised that Black Jade therefore in my view when the courtier wishes to declare did not take offense at his love he should do so by his actions rather than by what seemed to her crude speech, for a man's feelings are sometimes more clearly read joke. As Black Jade veiled by a gesture of respect, or a certain shyness than thought over the sign-if icons of the handkerchiefs by volumes of words. She was happy and sad by Baldassare Castiglione turns. Happy because Pao Yu read her innermost thoughts and sad, because she wondered if what was keys to seduction uppermost in her thoughts would ever be fulfilled. Thinking thus to herself of the future and of the past, when we were children, our senses were much more active. The colors of a new toy, or a spectacle such as a circus, held us in thrall, as she could not fall asleep. Smell or a sound could fascinate us. In the games we created, many of them despite Purple Cuckoo's remonstrances, she had her reproducing something in the adult world on a smaller scale, what pleasure lamp relit, and began to we took in orchestrating every detail. We noticed everything. Compose a series of as we grow older our senses get dulled. We no longer notice as much, quatrains, writing them for we are constantly hurrying to get things done, to move on to the next directly on the handkerchiefs which task. In seduction, you are always trying to bring the target back to the Pao you had sent. Golden moments of childhood. A child is less rational, more easily deceived. A child is also more attuned to the pleasures of the senses. So when dream of the red chamber, your targets are with you, you must never give them the feeling they NOTIANSLATED and Wang Mali get in the real world, where we are all rushed, ruthless, out for ourselves. You need to deliberately slow things down, and return them to the simpler times of their youth. The details that you orchestrate, colors, gifts, little ceremonies, are aimed at their senses, at the childish delight we take in the immediate charms of the natural world. Their senses filled with delightful things, they grow less capable of reason and rationality. Pay attention to detail and you will find yourself assuming a slower pace. Your targets will not focus on what you might be after, sexual favors, power, etc. Because you seem so considerate, so attentive. In the childish realm of the senses in which you envelop them, they get a clear sense that you are involving them in something distinct from the real world, an essential ingredient of seduction. Remember, the more you get people to focus on the little things, the less they will notice your larger direction. The seduction will assume the slow, hypnotic pace of a ritual, in which the details have a heightened importance and the moments are full of ceremony. In 8th century China, Emperor Ming Huang caught a glimpse of a beautiful young woman, combing her hair beside an imperial pool. Her name was Yang Kuei-fei, and even though she was the concubine of the emperor's son, he had to have her for himself. Since he was emperor, nobody could stop him. The emperor was a practical man, he had many concubines, and they all had their charms, but he had never lost his head over a woman. Yang Kuei-fei, though, was different. Her body exuded the most wonderful fragrance. She wore gowns made of the sheerest silk gauze, each embroidered with different flowers, depending on the season. In walking she seemed to float, her tiny steps invisible beneath her gown. She paid attention to detail, 273 danced to perfection, wrote songs in his honor that she sang magnificently, had a way of looking at him that made his blood boil with desire. She quickly became his favorite. Yang Kuei-fei drove the emperor to distraction. He built palaces for her, spent all his time with her, satisfied her every whim. Before long his kingdom was bankrupt and ruined. Yang Kuei-fei was an artful seductress, who had a devastating effect on all of the men who crossed her path. There were so many ways her presence charmed, the sense, the voice, the movements, the witty conversation, the artful glances, the embroidered gowns. These pleasurable details turned a mighty king into a distracted baby. Since time immemorial, women have known that within the most apparently self-possessed man is an animal whom they can lead by filling his senses with the proper physical lures. The key is to attack on as many fronts as possible. Do not ignore your voice, your gestures, your walk, your clothes, your glances. Some of the most alluring women in history have so distracted their victims with sensual detail that the men fail to notice it is all an illusion. From the 1940s on into the early 1960s, Pamela Churchill Harriman had a series of affairs with some of the most prominent and wealthy men in the world. Avril Harriman, whom years later she married, Gianni Agnelli, heir to the Fiat fortune, Baron Elie de Rothschild. What attracted these men, and kept them in thrall, was not her beauty or her lineage or her vivacious personality, but her extraordinary attention to detail. It began with her attentive look, as she listened to your every word, soaking up your tastes. Once she found her way into your home, she would fill it with your favorite flowers, get your chef to cook that dish you had tasted only in the finest restaurants. You mentioned an artist you liked. A few days later, that artist would be attending one of your parties. She found the perfect antiques for you, dressed in the way that most pleased or excited you, and she did this without your saying a word. She spied, gathered information from third parties, overheard you talking to someone else. Harriman's attention to detail had an intoxicating effect on all the men in her life. It had something in common with the pampering of a mother, there to bring order and comfort into their lives, attending to their needs. Life is harsh and competitive. Attending to detail in a way that is soothing to the other person makes them dependent upon you. The key is probing their needs in a way that is not too obvious, so that when you make precisely the right gesture, it seems uncanny, as if you had read their mind. This is another way of returning your targets to childhood, when all of their needs were met. In the eyes of women all over the world, Rudolph Valentino reigned as the great lover through much of the 1920s. The qualities behind his appeal certainly included his handsome, almost pretty face, his dancing skills, the strangely exciting streak of cruelty in his manner. But his perhaps most endearing trait was his time-consuming approach to courtship. His films would show him seducing a woman slowly, with careful details, sending her flowers, choosing the variety to match the mood he wanted to 274, The Art of Seduction induce, taking her hand, lighting her cigarette, escorting her to romantic places, leading her on the dance floor. These were silent movies, and his audiences never got to hear him speak. It was all in his gestures. Men came to hate him, for their wives and girlfriends now expected the slow, careful Valentino treatment. Valentino had a feminine streak. It was said that he wooed a woman the way another woman would. But femininity need not figure in this approach to seduction. In the early 1770s, Prince Gregory Potemkin began an affair with Empress Catherine the Great of Russia that was to last many years. Potemkin was a manly man, and not at all handsome. But he managed to win the Empress's heart by the many little things he did, and continued to do long after the affair had begun. He spoiled her with wonderful gifts, never tired of writing her long letters, arranged for all kinds of entertainments for her, composed songs to her beauty. Yet he would appear before her barefoot, hair uncombed, clothes wrinkled. There was no kind of fussiness in his attention, which, however, did make it clear he would go to the ends of the earth for her. A woman's senses are more refined than a man's. To a woman, Yang Kuei-fei's overt sensual appeal would seem too hurried and direct. What that means, though, is that all the man really has to do is take it slowly, making seduction a ritual full of all kinds of little things he has to do for his target. If he takes his time, he will have her eating out of his hand. Everything in seduction is a sign, and nothing more so than clothes. It is not that you have to dress interestingly, elegantly, or provocatively, but that you have to dress for your target, have to appeal to your target's tastes. When Cleopatra was seducing Mark Antony, her dress was not brazenly sexual. She dressed as a Greek goddess, knowing his weakness for such fantasy figures. Madame de Pompadour, the mistress of King Louis XV, knew the king's weakness, his chronic boredom. She constantly wore different clothes, changing not only their color, but their style, supplying the king with a constant feast for his eyes. Pamela Harriman was subdued in the fashions she wore, befitting her role as a high society geisha, and reflecting the sober tastes of the men she seduced. Contrast works well here. At work or at home, you might dress nonchalantly. Marilyn Monroe, for example, wore jeans and a t-shirt at home, but when you are with the target you wear something elaborate, as if you were putting on a costume. Your Cinderella transformation will stir excitement, and the feeling that you have done something just for the person you are with. Whenever your attention is individualized, you would not dress like that for anyone else. It is infinitely more seductive. In the 1870s, Queen Victoria found herself wooed by Benjamin Disraeli, her own prime minister. Disraeli's words were flattering and his manner insinuating. He also sent her flowers, valentines, gifts, but not just any flowers or gifts, the kind that most men would send. The flowers were primroses, symbols of their simple yet beautiful friendship. From then on, whenever Victoria saw a primrose, she thought of Disraeli. Or he would pay attention to detail. 275 Write on a valentine that he, no longer in the sunset, but the twilight of his existence, must encounter a life of anxiety and toil, but this, too, has its romance, when he remembers that he labors for the most gracious of beings. Or he might send her a little box, with no inscription, but with a heart transfixed by an arrow on one side and the word Fidelita, or faithfully, on the other. Victoria fell in love with Disraeli. A gift has immense seductive power, but the object itself is less important than the gesture, and the subtle thought, or emotion that it communicates. Perhaps the choice relates to something from the target's past, or symbolizes something between you, or merely represents the lengths you will go to please. It was not the money Disraeli spent that impressed Victoria, but the time he took to find the appropriate thing or make the appropriate gesture. Expensive gifts have no sentiment attached. They may temporarily excite their recipient, but they are quickly forgotten, as a child forgets a new toy. The object that reflects its giver's attentiveness has a lingering sentimental power, which resurfaces every time its owner sees it. In 1919, the Italian writer and war hero Gabriele D'Annunzio managed to put together a band of followers and take over the town of Fiume, on the Adriatic coast, now part of Slovenia. They established their own government there, which lasted for over a year. D'Annunzio initiated a series of public spectacles that were to be immensely influential on politicians elsewhere. He would address the public from a balcony overlooking the town's main square, which would be full of colorful banners, flags, pagan religious symbols, and at night, torches. The speeches would be followed by processions. Although D'Annunzio was not at all a fascist, what he did in Fiume crucially affected Benito Mussolini, who borrowed his Roman salutes, his use of symbols, his mode of public address. Spectacles like these have been used since then by governments everywhere, even democratic ones. Their overall impression may be grand, but it is the orchestrated details that make them work, the number of senses they appeal to, the variety of emotions they stir. You are aiming to distract people, and nothing is more distracting than a wealth of detail: fireworks, flags, music, uniforms, marching soldiers, the feel of the crowd packed together. It becomes difficult to think straight, particularly if the symbols and details stir up patriotic emotions. Finally, words are important in seduction, and have a great deal of power to confuse, distract, and boost the vanity of the target. But what is most seductive in the long run is what you do not say, what you communicate indirectly. Words come easily, and people distrust them. Anyone can say the right words, and once they are said, nothing is binding, and they may even be forgotten altogether. The gesture, the thoughtful gift, the little details seem much more real and substantial. They are also much more charming than lofty words about love, precisely because they speak for themselves and let the seduced read into them more than is there. Never tell someone what you are feeling, let them guess it in your looks and gestures. That is the more convincing language. 276. The Art of Seduction symbol, the banquet. A feast has been prepared in your honor. Everything has been elaborately coordinated: the flowers, the decorations, the select-ion of guests, the dancers, the music, the 5-course meal, the endlessly flowing wine. The banquet loosens your tongue, and also your inhibitions. Reversal: there is no reversal. Details are essential to any successful seduction, and cannot be ignored. Poeticize your presence. Important things happen when your targets are alone, the slightest feeling of relief that you are not there, and it is all over. Familiarity and overexposure will cause this reaction. Remain elusive, then, so that when you are away, they will yearn to see you again, and will associate you only with pleasant thoughts. Occupy their minds by alternating an exciting presence with a cool distance, exuberant moments followed by calculated absences. Associate yourself with poetic images and objects, so that when they think of you, they begin to see you through an idealized halo. The more you figure in their minds, the more they will envelop you in seductive fantasies. Feed these fantasies by subtle inconsistencies and changes in your behavior. Poetic presence or absence. In 1943, the Argentine military overthrew the government. A popular 48-year-old colonel, Juan Perón, was named Secretary of Labor and Social Affairs. Perón was a widow who had a fondness for young girls. At the time of his appointment, he was involved with a teenager, whom he introduced to one and all as his daughter. One evening in January of 1944, Perón was seated among the other military leaders in a Buenos Aires stadium, attending an artists' festival. It he who does not know how to encircle a girl, so was late and there were some empty seats around him. Out of nowhere too that she loses sight of beautiful young actresses, asked his permission to sit down. Were they jock, everything he does noting? He would be delighted. He recognized one of the actresses. It was want her to see, he who Eva Duarte, a star of radio soap operas whose photograph was often on the does not know how to poetize himself into a girl covers of the tabloids. The other actress was younger and prettier, but so that it is from her that Perron could not take his eyes off Eva, who was talking to another colonel. Everything proceeds, as she was really not his type at all. She was 24, far too old for his wants it, he is and remains a bungler. Taste, she was dressed rather garishly, and there was something a little icy in to poetize oneself into her manner. But she looked at him occasionally, and her glance excited girl is an art. Him. He looked away for a moment, and the next thing he knew she had, Soren Kierkegaard, changed seats and was sitting next to him. They started to talk. She hung The Seducer's Diary, translated by Howard V., on his every word. Yes, everything he said was precisely how she felt, the Hong, and Edna H. Hong, poor, the workers, they were the future of Argentina. She had known poverty herself. There were almost tears in her eyes when she said, at the end of the conversation, "Thank you for existing." What else? If she's out, in the next few days, Eva managed to get rid of Perron's daughter, and reclining in her litter, establish herself in his apartment. Everywhere he turned, there she was, make your approach discreet, and, just to Fox fixing him meals, caring for him when he was ill, advising him on politics. The sharp ears of those why did he let her stay? Usually he would have a fling with a superficial around you, cleverly young girl, then get rid of her when she seemed to be sticking around, to riddle each phrase with much. But there was nothing superficial about Eva. As time went by he ambiguous subtleties. If she's taking a leisurely found himself, getting addicted to the feeling she gave him. She was in stroll down the colonnade, tensely loyal, mirroring his every idea, puffing him up endlessly. He felt then you stroll there too, more masculine in her presence, that was it, and more powerful, she be vary your pace to hers, march ahead, drop behind Lieft he would make the country's ideal leader, and her belief affected her, dawdling and brisk him. She was like the women in the tango ballads he loved so much, the by turns. Be bold, dodge suffering women of the streets, who became saintly mother figures, and in round the columns between you, brush your looked after their men. Perron saw her every day, but he never felt he fully person lingeringly past knew her. One day her comments were a little obscene, the next she was hers. You must never fail 279-280 The Art of Seduction, to attend the theatre when the perfect lady. He had one worry, she was angling to get married, and she does, gaze at her could never marry her, she was an actress with a dubious past. The other beauty, from the colonels were already scandalized by his involvement with her. Never the shoulders up she's time most delectably spent, alas, the affair went on. Feast for adoring glances, in 1945, Perron was dismissed from his post and jailed. The colonels for the eloquence of feared his growing popularity, and distrusted the power of his mistress, who eyebrows, the speaking sign. Applaud when some seemed to have total influence over him. It was the first time in almost 2 male dancer struts on as years that he was truly alone, and truly separated from Eva. Suddenly he felt the heroine, cheer for new emotions sweeping over him. He pinned her photographs, all over the each lover's roll. When war. Outside, massive strikes were being organized to protest his imprisoned she leave too, sit there as long as she meant, but all he could think about was Eva. She was a saint, a woman of does waste time at your destiny, a heroine. He wrote to her, it is only being apart from loved one's mistress's whim. Get that we can measure our affection. From the day I left you. I have not her accustomed to you, habits the key, spare no been able to calm my sad heart. My immense solitude is full of your pains till that's achieved. Memory. Now he promised to marry her. Let her always see you. The strikes grew in intensity. After 8 days, Perron was released from around, always hear you talking, / show her your prison. He promptly married Eva. A few months later, he was elected Prezi Face night and day. / when Dent. As First Lady, Eva attended state functions in her somewhat gaudy or confident you'll be dresses and jewelry. She was seen as a former actress with a large wardrobe. Missed, when your absence / seems sure to cause her then, in 1947, she left for a tour of Europe, and Argentines followed her regret, / then give her every move, the ecstatic crowds that greeted her in Spain, her audience some respite. A field with the Pope, and in her absence their opinion of her changed. How improves when fallow, / well she represented the Argentine spirit, its noble simplicity, its flair for parched soil soaks up the rain. / Demophoon's drama. When she returned a few weeks later, they overwhelmed her with presents gave Phyllis no attention. More than mild excitement, Eva too had changed during her trip to Europe, now her dyed blonde / it was his sailing caused arson in her heart. / hair was pulled into a severe chignon, and she wore tailored suits. It was a Penelope was racked by serious look, befitting a woman who was to become the savior of the poor. Crafty Ulysses's absence, / soon her image could be seen everywhere, her initials on the walls, the protesilos, abroad, made Laomea burn. / short sheets, the towels of the hospitals for the poor, her profile on the jerseys of Partings Do Best, though, a soccer team from the poorest part of Argentina, whose club she spent time wears out affections, / sword, her giant smiling face covering the sides of buildings. Since finding the absent love fades, or out anything personal about her had become impossible, all kinds of elabo new one takes its place. / with Menelaus away, rate fantasies began to spring up about her. And when cancer cut her life Helen's disinclination for short, in 1952, at the age of 33, the age of Christ when he died, sleeping / alone led her the country went into mourning. Millions filed past her embalmed body. Into her guests' / warm bed at night. Were you crazy? She was no longer a radio actress, a wife, a first lady, but Evita, a saint. Menelaus. Ovid, Theartoflove. Translated by Peter Greene. Interpretation. Eva Duarte was an illegitimate child who had grown up in poverty, escaped to Buenos Aires to become an actress, and been forced to do many tawdry things to survive and get ahead in the theater world. Her concerning the birth of dream was to escape all of the constraints on her future, for she was in love. Here is what tensely ambitious. Perron was the perfect victim. He imagined himself a happens in the soul, great leader, but the reality was that he was fast becoming a lecherous old one. Admiration. 2. You think, mo delightful it man, who was too weak to raise himself up. Eva injected poetry into his poeticize your presence, 281 live. Her language was florid and theatrical. She surrounded him with Aten, would be to kiss her, to tie on, indeed to the point of suffocation, but a woman's dutiful service to be kissed by her, and so on. 3. Hope. You great man was a classic image, and was celebrated in innumerable tango bal. Observe her perfections, and lads. Yet she managed to remain elusive, mysterious, like a movie star. You it is at this moment that I see all the time on the screen, but never really know. And when Perron was woman really ought to surrender, for the utmost finally alone, in prison, these poetic images and associations burst forth in physical pleasure. Even his mind. He idealized her madly, as far as he was concerned. She was no most reserved women blush longer an actress with a tawdry past. She seduced an entire nation the same to the whites of their eyes way. The secret was her dramatic poetic presence, combined with a touch at this moment of hope. The passion is so strong, of elusive distance, over time, you would see whatever you wanted to in and the pleasure so sharp, To this day people fantasize about what Eva was really like. That they betray themselves. Familiarity destroys seduction. This rarely happens early on, there is so unmistakably. 4. Love is born. To love is to enjoy much, to learn about a new person. But a midpoint may arrive when the seeing, touching, and target has begun to idealize and fantasize about you, only to discover that sensing with all the senses, you are not what he or she thought. It is not a question of being seen to as closely as possible, a lovable object which loves often, of being too available, as some imagine. In fact, if your targets see in return. 5. The first you too rarely, you give them nothing to feed on, and their attention may crystallization begins. If be caught by someone else, you have to occupy their mind. It is more you are sure that a woman loves you, it is a pleasure matter of being too consistent, too obvious, too human and real. Your task to endow her with a gets cannot idealize you if they know too much about you, if they start to thousand perfections, and to see you as all too human. Not only must you maintain a degree of distance, count your blessings with, but there must be something fantastical and bewitching about you, sparking infinite satisfaction. In the end you overrate wildly all kinds of delightful possibilities in their mind. The possibility Eva held and regard her as out was the possibility that she was what in Argentine culture was considered something fallen from air, the ideal woman, devoted, motherly, saintly, but there are any numb heaven, unknown as yet, but certain to be yours. Burr of poetic ideals you can try to embody. Chivalry, adventure, romance, leave a lover with his and so on, are just as potent, and if you have a whiff of them about you, thoughts for 24 you can breathe enough poetry into the air to fill people's minds with fan hours, and this is what will happen, at the salt tastes and dreams. At all costs, you must embody something, even if it is minds of Salzburg, they roguery and evil. Anything to avoid the taint of familiarity and commonness. Throw a leafless wintry bough into one of the what I need is a woman who is something, anything, ei abandoned workings. 2 or 3 months later they either very beautiful, or very kind, or in the last resort very haul it out covered with a wicked, very witty or very stupid, but something. Shining deposit of crystals. The smallest twig, no, Alfred de Musset bigger than a tauntit's claw, is studded with a galaxy of scintillating diamonds. The keys to seduction original branch is no longer recognizable. What I have called crystallization, we all have a self-image that is more flattering than the truth, we is a mental process, which think of ourselves as more generous, selfless, honest, kindly, until he draws from everything that happens new proofs of the gent, or good-looking than in fact we are. It is extremely difficult for us to perfection of the love to be honest with ourselves about our own limitations, we have a desperate one. A man in love need to idealize ourselves. As the writer Angela Carter remarks, we would seize every perfection in the rather align ourselves with angels than with the higher primates from object of his love, but his attention is liable to which we are actually descended. 282. The art of seduction wander after a time, because this need to idealize extends to our romantic entanglements, because one gets tired of anything when we fall in love, or under the spell of another person, we see a reflect uniform, even perfect tie-on of ourselves. The choice we make in deciding to become involved happiness. This is what happens next to fix the with another person reveals something important and intimate about us, we attention. 6. Doubt resists seeing ourselves as having fallen for someone who is cheap or tacky or creeps in. He is met tasteless, because it reflects badly on who we are. Furthermore, we are often with indifference, coldness, likely to fall for someone who resembles us in some way. Should that purr or even anger if he appears too confident. The sun be deficient, or worst of all ordinary, then there is something deficient lover begins to be less sure and ordinary about us. No, at all costs the loved one must be overvalued of the good fortune he was and idealized, at least for the sake of our own self-esteem. Besides, in her anticipating and subjects his grounds for hope to a world that is harsh and full of disappointment, it is a great pleasure to be critical examination. He able to fantasize about a person you are involved with. Tries to recoup by indulging this makes the seducer's task easy. People are dying to be given the in other pleasures, but finds them inane. He is seized chance to fantasize about you. Do not spoil this golden opportunity by the dread of a frightful overexposing yourself, or becoming so familiar and banal that the target calamity, and now sees you exactly as you are. You do not have to be an angel, or a paragon of concentrates fully. Thus virtue, that would be quite boring. You can be dangerous, naughty, even begins. 7. The second crystallization, which somewhat vulgar, depending on the tastes of your victim. But never be or deposits diamond layers of deny or limited. In poetry, as opposed to reality, anything is possible. Proof that she loves me. Soon after we fall under a person's spell, we form an image in our every few minutes throughout the night, which minds of who they are and what pleasures they might offer. Thinking of follows the birth of doubt. Then when we are alone, we tend to make this image more and more eyed. The lover has a moment of alizade. The novelist Stendhal, in his book on love, calls this phenomenon dreadful misgiving, and then reassures himself, she crystallization, telling the story of how, in Salzburg, Austria, they used to loves me, and throw a leafless branch into the abandoned depths of a salt mine. In the crystallization begins to middle of winter. When the branch was pulled out months later, it would reveal new charms. Then once again the haggard eye be covered with spectacular crystals. That is what happens to a loved one, and of doubt pierces him, and he our minds. Stops transfixed. He forgets. According to Stendhal, though, there are two crystallizations. The first, to draw breath and mutters, happens when we first meet the person. The second and more important, but does she love me? Torn between doubt and one, happens later, when a bit of doubt creeps in. You desire the other for delight, the poor lover son, but they elude you, you are not sure they are yours. This bit of doubt convinces himself that she is critical. It makes your imagination work double, deepens the poeticizing, could give him such pleasure as he could find process. In the 17th century, the great rake the Duc de Lawson, nowhere else on earth, pulled off one of the most spectacular seductions in history, that of the Stendhal, Love, Grande Mademoiselle, the cousin of King Louis XIV, and the wealthiest. Translated by Gilbert, an most powerful woman in France. He tickled her imagination with a Suzanne Sale few brief encounters at the court, letting her catch glimpses of his wit, his audacity, his cool manner. She would begin to think of him when she was alone. Next she started to bump into him more often at court, and they would have little conversations or walks. When these meetings were over, falling in love, she would be left with a doubt. Is he or is he not interested in me? This automatically tends toward madness. Left to itself, it made her want to see him more, in order to allay her doubts. She began to go to utter extremes. This idealized him all out of proportion to the reality, for the Duke was an insa, is well known by the rigable scoundrel. Conquistadors of both sexes. Once a woman's remember, if you are easily had, you cannot be worth that much. It is poeticize your presence. 283 hard to wax poetic about a person who comes so cheaply. If, after the initial attention is fixed upon her interest, you make it clear that you cannot be taken for granted, if you stir a man, it is very easy for him to dominate her bit of doubt. The target will imagine there is something special, lofty, and thoughts completely unattainable about you. Your image will crystallize in the other person's simple game of blowing mind. Hot and Cold, of Cleopatra, knew that she was really no different from any other woman. Solicitousness and disdain, of presence and absence is, and in fact her face was not particularly beautiful. But she knew that men all that is required. They have a tendency to overvalue a woman. All that is required is to hint that rhythm of that technique there is something different about you, to make them associate you with acts upon a woman's attention like a pneumatic something grand or poetic. She made Caesar aware of her connection to machine and ends by the great kings and queens of Egypt's past. With Antony, she created the emptying her of all the rest fantasy, that she was descended from Aphrodite herself. These men were ca of the world. How well our people put it. To suck forting not just with a strong-willed woman, but a kind of goddess. Such one senses. In fact, one associations might be difficult to pull off today, but people still get deep as absorbed by pleasure from associating others with some kind of childhood fantasy fig and object. Most love affairs are reduced to this John F. Kennedy presented himself as a figure of chivalry, noble, mechanical play of the brave, charming. Pablo Picasso was not just a great painter with a thirst for beloved upon the lover's young girls, he was the Minotaur of Greek legend, or the devilish trickster attention. The only figure that is so seductive to women. These associations should not be made that can save a lover is a violent shock from the too early. They are only powerful once the target has begun to fall under outside, a treatment which your spell, and is vulnerable to suggestion. A man who had just met is forced upon him. Many Cleopatra would have found the Aphrodite association ludicrous. But to think that absence and long trips are a good cure for person who is falling in love will believe almost anything. The trick is to, as lovers, observe that these associate your image with something mythic, through the clothes you wear, are cures for one's the things you say, the places you go. Attention. Distance from the beloved starves our in Marcel Proust's novel Remembrance of Things Past, the character attention toward him, Swann finds himself gradually seduced by a woman who is not really his prevents anything further type. He is an aesthete, and loves the finer things in life. She is of a lower from rekindling the attention. Journeys, by class, less refined, even a little tasteless. What poeticizes her in his mind is a physically obliging us to series of exuberant moments they share together, moments that from then come out of ourselves and on he associates with her. One of these is a concert in a salon that they resolve hundreds of little tend, in which he is intoxicated by a little melody in a sonata. Whenever he problems, by uprooting us from our habitual setting thinks of her, he remembers this little phrase. Little gifts she has given him, and forcing hundreds of objects she has touched or handled, begin to assume a life of their own. Unexpected objects upon us, any kind of heightened experience, artistic or spiritual, lingers in the mind succeed in breaking down the maniac's haven and much longer than normal experience. You must find a way to share such opening channels in his moments with your targets, a concert, a play, a spiritual encounter, what sealed consciousness, ever it takes, so that they associate something elevated with you, shared through which fresh air and normal perspective enter. Moments of exuberance have immense seductive pull. Also, any kind of object can be imbued with poetic resonance and sentimental associations, as José Ortega y Gasset, on love, aspects of A discussed in the last chapter. The gifts you give and other objects can be single theme, translated by come imbued with your presence. If they are associated with pleasant Toby Talbot memories, the sight of them keeps you in mind and accelerates the poeticization process. Although it is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, an absence too early will prove deadly to the crystallization process. Like Eva 284, the art of seduction excessive familiarity can paron, you must surround your targets with focused attention, so that in destroy crystallization are those critical moments when they are alone, their mind is spinning with a charming girl of 16 kind of afterglow. Do everything you can to keep the target thinking about was becoming too fond of a handsome young man of you. Letters, mementos, gifts, unexpected meetings, all these give you in the same age, who used to omnipresence. Everything must remind them of you. Make a practice of passing finally, if your targets should see you as elevated and poetic, there is beneath her window every much to be gained by making them feel elevated and poeticized in their evening at nightfall. Her mother invited him to turn. The French writer Chateaubriand would make a woman feel like spend a week with them goddess. She had such a powerful effect on him. He would send her poems in the country. It was that she supposedly had inspired. To make Queen Victoria feel as if she bold remedy, I admit, but the girl were both a seductive woman and a great leader. Benjamin Disraeli would romantic disposition, and compare her to mythological figures and great predecessors, such as Queen the young man a trifle Elizabeth I. By idealizing your targets this way, you will make them idealize dull. Within 3 days she despised him. You in return, since you must be equally great to be able to appreciate and see all of their fine qualities. They will also grow addicted to the elevated, stendhal, love. Translated B.Y. Gilbert, and feeling you give them. Suzanne Sale symbol, the halo. Slowly, when the target is alone, he or she begins to imagine a kind of faint glow around your head, formed by all of the possible pleasures you might offer, the radiance of your charged presence, your noble qualities. The halo separates you from other people. Do not make it disappear by becoming familiar and ordinary. Reversal. It might seem that the reverse tactic would be to reveal everything about yourself, to be completely honest about your faults and virtues. This kind of sincerity was a quality Lord Byron had. He almost got a thrill out of disclosing all of his nasty, ugly qualities, even going so far, later on in his life, as to tell people about his incestuous involvements with his half-sister. This kind of dangerous intimacy can be immensely seductive. The target will poeticize your vices, and your honesty about them. They will start to see more than is there. In other words, the idealization process is unavoidable. The only thing that cannot be idealized is mediocrity, but there is nothing seductive about mediocrity. There is no possible way to seduce without creating some kind of fantasy and poeticization. Disarm through strategic weakness and vulnerability. Too much maneuvering on your part may raise suspicion. The best way to cover your tracks is to make the other person feel superior and stronger. If you seem to be weak, vulnerable, enthralled by the other person, and unable to control yourself, you will make your actions look more natural, less calculated. Physical weakness, tears, bashfulness, paleness, will help create the effect. To further win trust, exchange honesty for virtue, establish your sincerity by confessing some sin on your part. It doesn't have to be real. Sincerity is more important than goodness. Play the victim, then transform your target's sympathy into love. The victim strategy. That sweltering August in the 1770s, when the President de Tourvel was visiting the chateau of her old friend Madame de Rosemonde, leaving her husband at home, she was expecting to be enjoying the peace and quiet of country life more or less on her own. But she loved the simple pleasures, and soon her daily life at the chateau assumed a comfortable pattern: daily mass, walks in the country, charitable work in the the week ones do having villages, card games in the evening. When Madame de Rosemonde's power over us, the clear, forceful ones I can do nephew arrived for a visit, then, the President felt uncomfortable, but without. I am weak and also curious. Indecisive by nature myself, the nephew, the Vicomte de Valmorne, was the most notorious liber and a woman who is quiet and withdrawn and follows Tyne in Paris. He was certainly handsome, but he was not what she had the wishes of a man even pecked. He seemed sad, somewhat downtrodden, and strangest of all, he to the point of letting paid hardly any attention to her. The President was no coquette. She herself used has much the greater appeal. A man dressed simply, ignored fashions, and loved her husband. Still, she can shape and mold her as young and beautiful, and was used to fending off men's attentions. In the he wishes, and becomes back of her mind, she was slightly perturbed that he took so little notice of fonder of her all the while. Then, at Mass one day, she caught a glimpse of Valmorne apparently lost, Muraski Shikabu, in prayer. The idea dawned on her that he was in the midst of a period of the tale of Genji, translated by Edward G. Soul-searching. Seidensticker. As soon as word had leaked out that Valmorn was at the chateau, the president had received a letter from a friend warning her against this dangerous man. But she thought of herself as the last woman in the world to Hera, daughter of Cronus, be vulnerable to him. Besides, he seemed on the verge of repenting his evil and having been past. Perhaps she could help move him in that direction. What a wonderful born on the island of Samos, or, some say, at Victory, that would be for God. And so the president took note of Val Argos, was brought up in Morn's comings and goings, trying to understand what was happening in Arcadia by Temenus, Sue his head. It was strange, for instance, that he would often leave in the of Pelasgus. The seasons were her nurses. After morning to go hunting, yet would never return with any game. One day, banishing their father, she decided to have her servant do a little harmless spying, and she was Cronus, Hera's twin, amazed and delighted to learn that Valmorn had not gone hunting at all. He brothers who sought her had visited a local village, where he had doled out money to a poor family out at Knossos in Crete, or, some say, on Mount, about to be evicted from their home. Yes, she was right. His passionate soul, Thornax, now called, was moving from sensuality to virtue. How happy that made her feel. Cuckoo Mountain. In that evening, Valmorn and the president found themselves alone for Argolis, where he courted her, at first unsuccessfully. The first time, and Valmorn suddenly burst out with a startling confession. She took pity on him, only he was head over heels in love with the president, and with a love he had when he adopted the 288, The Art of Seduction, disguise of a bedraggled never experienced before. Her virtue, her goodness, her beauty, her kind cuckoo and tenderly ways had completely overwhelmed him. His generosity to the poor that warmed him in her bosom. Afternoon had been for her sake, perhaps inspired by her, perhaps some there he at once resumed his true shape and ravished thing more sinister. It had been to impress her. He would never have con her, so that she was fest to this, but finding himself alone with her, he could not control his shamed into marrying him. Emotions. Then he got down on his knees and begged for her to help him, Robert Graves, to guide him in his misery. The Greek myths. The president was caught off guard, and began to cry. Intensely embarrassed, she ran from the room, and for the next few days pretended to be ill. She did not know how to react to the letters Valmorn now began to in a strategy of send her, begging her to forgive him. He praised her beautiful face and her seduction, one draws the other into one's area of beautiful soul, and claimed she had made him rethink his whole life. These weakness, which is also his emotional letters, produced disturbing emotions, and Torval prided herself, or her area of weakness, on her calmness and prudence. She knew she should insist that he leave the calculated weakness, an incalculable weakness, one chateau, and wrote him to that effect. He reluctantly agreed, but on one challenges the other to be condition, that she allow him to write to her from Paris. She consented, as taken to seduce long as the letters were not offensive. When he told Madame de Rose is to appear weak. To seduce is to render weak. Mond that he was leaving, the president felt a pang of guilt. His host we seduce with our an aunt would miss him, and he looked so pale. He was obviously weakness, never with suffering. Strong signs or powers. In Seduction we enact this now. The letters from Valmorn began to arrive, and Torval soon weakness, and this is what gretted allowing him this liberty. She felt relief. Finally some peace and quiet. In order to promote a well-tempered psychic one evening, however, as she was seated at the dinner table, she said equilibrium. Seduction, by Denley heard Valmont's voice from behind her, addressing Madame de Rose. Contrast, plays trump Mond. On the spur of the moment, he said, he had decided to return for Auntie with weakness, making a game of it, with a short visit. She felt a shiver up and down her spine, her face flushed, he its own rules. approached and sat down beside her. He looked at her, she looked away, Jea en Baudrillard, and soon made an excuse to leave the table and go up to her room. But seduction, translated by, could not completely avoid him over the next few days, and she saw that he. Bryan Singer seemed paler than ever. He was polite, and a whole day might pass without her seeing him, but these brief absences had a paradoxical effect. Now Torval realized what had happened. She missed him, she wanted to see him. This paragon of virtue and goodness had somehow fallen in love with an incorrigible rake. Disgusted with herself, and what she had allowed to disarm through strategic weakness and vulnerability, 289 happen, she left the chateau in the middle of the night, without telling the old American proverb anyone, and headed for Paris, where she planned somehow to repent. This says, if you want to con someone, you must first get awful sin. Him to trust you, or at least feel superior to you. These two ideas are related, an interpretation. The character of Valmorne in Choderlos de Lacloses get him to let down his guard. The proverb epistolary novel Dangerous Liaisons is based on several of the great real life explains a great deal about libertines of 18th century France. Everything Valmorne does is calcu television commercials. If lated for effect, the ambiguous actions that make Torval curious about we assume that people are not stupid, they must react him, the act of charity in the village, he knows he is being followed, the TV commercials with a return visit to the chateau, the paleness of his face, he is having an affair feeling of superiority that with a girl at the chateau, and their all-night carousals give him a wasted permits them to believe they are in control. As long look. Most devastating of all is his positioning of himself as the weak one, as this illusion of volition the seduced, the victim. How can the president imagine he is manipulat, persists, they wooding her when everything suggests he is simply overwhelmed by her beauty, consciously have nothing to whether physical or spiritual. He cannot be a deceiver when he repeatedly fear from the commercials. People are prone to trust makes a point of confessing the truth about himself. He admits that his anything over which they charity was questionably motivated. He explains why he has gone astray. He believes they have lets her in on his emotions. All of this honesty, of course, is calculated control. TV commercials appear foolish. In essence he is like a woman, or at least like a woman of those times, clumsy and ineffectual on emotional, unable to control himself, moody, insecure. She is the one who purpose. They are made to is cold and cruel, like a man. In positioning himself as Torval's victim, Val appear this way at the conscious level in order to mourn, can not only disguise his manipulations, but elicit pity and concern. Be consciously ridiculed and playing the victim, he can stir up the tender emotions produced by a sick rejected most admin child, or a wounded animal. And these emotions are easily channeled into will confirm that over the love, as the president discovers to her dismay. Years the seemingly worst commercials have sold the seduction, is a game of reducing suspicion and resistance. The cleverest best. An effective TV way to do this is to make the other person feel stronger, more in control of commercial, is purposefully designed to insult the things. Suspicion usually comes out of insecurity. If your targets feel viewers conscious rear and secure in your presence, they are unlikely to doubt your motives. Intelligence, thereby you are too weak, too emotional, to be up to something. Take this game as penetrating his defenses. Far as it will go. Flaunt your emotions and how deeply they have affected, Wilson Bryan Key, you. Making people feel the power they have over you is immensely flatter, subliminal seductioning to them. Confess to something bad, or even to something bad that you did, or contemplated doing, to them. Honesty is more important than virtue, and one honest gesture will blind them to many deceitful acts. It takes great art to use an impression of weakness, physical, mental, emotional. Strength and bashfulness, but one does achieve a great deal with it. Confidence can be frightening. Make your weakness a comfort, and play how often I have used the victim, of their power over you, of circumstances, of life in general. Bashfulness to trick a little. This is the best way to cover your tracks. Miss. Ordinarily, young girls speak very harshly about bashful men, but you know, a man ain't worth a damn if he can't cry at the secretly they like them. A right time. Little bashfulness flatters a teenage girl's vanity, makes Lyndon Baines Johnson her feel superior. It is her 290th The Art of Seduction, earnest money. When they keys to seduction are lulled to sleep, then at the very time they believe you are about to perish from bashfulness, you show we all have weaknesses, vulnerabilities, frailnesses in our mental makeup. Perhaps we are shy or oversensitive, or need attention, them that you are so far. Whatever the weakness is, it is something we cannot control. We may try to from it that you are quite compensate for it, or to hide it, but this is often a mistake. People sense self-reliant. Bashfulness makes a man lose his something inauthentic, or unnatural. Remember, what is natural to your masculine significance and character is inherently seductive. A person's vulnerability, what they seem therefore it is a relatively to be unable to control, is often what is most seductive about them. People good means for who display no weaknesses, on the other hand, often elicit envy, fear, and neutralizing the sex relation. Anger, we want to sabotage them just to bring them down. Søren Kierkegaard, do not struggle against your vulnerabilities, or try to repress them, but The Seducer's Diary, put them into play. Learn to transform them into power. The game is subtranslatedby Howard V. Tull. If you wallow in your weakness, overplay your hand, you will be seen as Hong and Edna Hong angling for sympathy, or worse, as pathetic. No, what works best is to allow people an occasional glimpse into the soft, frail side of your character, and usually only after they have known you for a while. That glimpse will yet another form of manaize you, lowering their suspicions, and preparing the ground for a charity is there, which is deeper attachment. Normally strong and in control, at moments you let go, oft times practiced towards poor prisoners who are shut given to your weakness, let them see it. Up in dungeons and Robert Valmorn used his weakness this way. He had lost his innocence long of all enjoyments with a go, and yet, somewhere inside, he regretted it. He was vulnerable to women. On such do the gaolers' wives and women someone truly innocent. His seduction of the president was successful be that have charge over them, cause it was not totally an act. There was a genuine weakness on his part, or chatelaines, who have which even allowed him to cry at times. He let the president see this side prisoners of war in their castle, take pity, and give to him at key moments, in order to disarm her. Like Valmorn, you can be them share of their love out acting and sincere at the same time. Suppose you are genuinely shy, at of very charity and kind moments, give your shyness a little weight, lay it on a little thick. It mercifulness. Thus should be easy for you to embellish a quality you already have. Do these gaolers' wives, noble chatelaines, and after Lord Byron published his first major poem, in 1812, he became others, treat their prisoners, an instant celebrity. Beyond being a talented writer, he was so handsome, the witch, captive and even pretty, and he was as brooding and enigmatic as the characters he unhappy though they be, yet cease not for that to feel wrote about. Women went wild over Lord Byron. He had an infamous the prickings of the flesh, underlook, slightly lowering his head and glancing upward at a woman, as much as ever they did in making her tremble. But Byron had other qualities, when you first met their best days. To confirm what I say, I will him, you could not help noticing his fidgety movements, his ill-fitting instance a tale that clothes, his strange shyness, and his noticeable limp. This infamous man, Captain Beaulieu, who scorned all conventions and seemed so dangerous, was personally ins captain of the king's galleys, of whom I have cure and vulnerable. Before spoke once and in Byron's poem Don Juan, the hero is less a seducer of women than again, did tell me. He was man constantly pursued by them. The poem was autobiographical, women in the service of the late wanted to take care of this somewhat fragile man, who seemed to have lit Grand Prior of France, a member of the House of control over his emotions. More than a century later, John F. Kennedy, Lorraine, who was much as a boy, became obsessed with Byron, the man he most wanted to emulate. Attached to him, he even tried to borrow Byron's underlook. Kennedy himself was a frail one time to take his patron on board at Malta in a youth, with constant health problems. Male seducers long ago learned making moan, did one day ask leave of their father to become more feminine, to show their emotions, and to seem interested visit him, for the honor of in their targets' lives. The medieval troubadours were the first to master this the good God, and this his strategy. They wrote poetry in honor of women, emoted endlessly about did freely give them permission to do. And their feelings, and spent hours in their ladies' boudoirs, listening to the seeing the captain was of women's complaints, and soaking up their spirit. In return for their willing a shorty a right gallant nest to play weak, the troubadours earned the right to love. Gentlemen, and as ready-tongued as most, he was little has changed since then. Some of the greatest seducers in recent able so to win them over at history, Gabriel d'Annunzio, Duke Ellington, Errol Flynn, understood this, the very first visit, the value of acting slavishly to a woman, like a troubadour on bended knee. That they did gain there the key is to indulge your softer side, while still remaining as masculine, as fathers leave for him to quit his wretched dungeon possible. This may include an occasional show of bashfulness, which the and to be put in a seemly philosopher Soren Kierkegaard thought an extremely seductive tactic for enough chamber and man. It gives the woman a sense of comfort, and even of superiority. Receive better treatment. Nor was this all, for they member, though, to keep everything in moderation. A glimpse of shyness did crave and get is sufficient, too much of it and the target will despair, afraid that she will permission to come and see end up having to do all the work. Him freely every day and converse with him. And a man's fears and insecurities often concern his sense of masculinity. He this did fall out so well that usually will feel threatened by a woman who is too overtly manipulative, presently both the twain of who is too much in control. The greatest seductresses in history knew how them were in love with him, albeit he was not to cover up their manipulations, by playing the little girl in need of handsome to look upon, line protection. A famous courtesan of ancient China, Su Shou, used to and they very fair ladies make up her face to look particularly pale and weak. She would also walk and sew, without a thought in a way that made her seem frail. The great 19th century courtesan of the chance of more rigorous imprisonment, or Cora Pearl, would literally dress and act like a little girl. Marilyn Monroe even death, but rather knew how to give the impression that she depended on a man's strength to tempted by such survive. In all of these instances, the women were the ones in control of opportunities. He did set himself to the enjoyment of the dynamic, boosting a man's sense of masculinity in order to ultimately the two girls with goodwill enslave him. To make this most effective, a woman should seem both in an hearty appetite and need of protection and sexually excitable, giving the man his ultimate. These pleasures did continue without any scandal, for so fantasy. Fortunate was he in this the Empress Josephine, wife of Napoleon Bonaparte, won dominance conquest of his for the space over her husband early on through a calculated coquetry. Later on, though, of 8 whole months, that no scandal did ever hap, all she held on to that power through her constant, and not so innocent, use that time, and no ill of tears. Seeing someone cry usually has an immediate effect on our emo. 292, The Art of Seduction Inconvenience, nor any tie-ins, we cannot remain neutral. We feel sympathy, and most often will do surprise or discovery at all. Anything to stop the tears, including things that we normally would not, for indeed the two sisters do. Weeping is an incredibly potent tactic, but the weeper is not always had so good an understanding between them and innocent. There is usually something real behind the tears, but there may did so generously lend or also be an element of acting, of playing for effect. And if the target senses hand to each other, and so the tactic is doomed. Beyond the emotional impact of tears, there is obligingly play sentinel to one another, that no ill hap something seductive about sadness. We want to comfort the other person, did ever occur. And he and as Torval discovered, that desire quickly turns into love. Affecting sad swore to me, being my very ness, even crying sometimes, has great strategic value, even for a man. It is a intimate friend as he was, that never in his days of skill you can learn. The central character of the 18th century French greatest liberty, had he novel Marianne, by Marivaux, would think of something sad in her past to enjoy it so excellent make herself cry, or look sad in the present. Entertainment or felt keener use tears sparingly, and save them for the right moment. Perhaps this order or better appetite for it than in the said might be a time, when the target seems suspicious of your motives, or when prison, which truly was a you are worrying about having no effect on him or her. Tears are a sure right good prison for him, barometer of how deeply the other person is falling for you. If they seem albeit folk say no prison can be good. And this annoyed, or resist the bait, your case is probably hopeless. Happy time did continue for in social and political situations, seeming too ambitious, or too con the space of 8 months, trolled, will make people fear you. It is crucial to show your soft side. Till the truce was made betwixt the emperor, and display of a single weakness, will hide a multitude of manipulations. Emo Henri II. King of France, Tyon or even tears will work here too. Most seductive of all is playing the whereby all prisoners did victim. For his first speech in Parliament, Benjamin Disraeli prepared and leave their dungeons and were released. He sware elaborate oration, but when he delivered it the opposition yelled, and that never was he more laughed so loudly that hardly any of it could be heard. He plowed ahead grieved than at quitting and gave the whole speech, but by the time he sat down he felt he had this good prison of his, but failed miserably. Much to his amazement, his colleagues told him there was exceeding sorry to leave these fair maids, with speech was a marvelous success. It would have been a failure if he had come whom he was in such high planed or given up, but by going ahead as he did, he positioned himself as favor, and who did express the victim of a cruel and unreasonable faction. Almost everyone simper all possible regrets at his departing. There is with him now, which would serve him well in the future. Attacking your mean-spirited opponents can make you seem ugly as well, instead, Seigneurd Brantôme, lives of fair and gallant soak up their blows, and play the victim. The public will rally to your side, ladies, translated BYA, in an emotional response that will lay the groundwork for a grand political. So when you play the victim, do it subtly, without over-advertising it. The only weaknesses worth playing up are the ones that will make you seem lovable. All others should be repressed and eradicated at all costs. Confuse desire and reality, the perfect illusion to compensate for the difficulties in their lives. People spend a lot of their time daydreaming, imagining a future full of adventure, success and romance. If you can create the illusion that through they can live out their dreams, you will have them at your mercy. It is important to start slowly, gaining their trust, and gradually constructing the fantasy that matches their desires. Aim at secret wishes that have been thwarted or repressed, stirring up uncontrollable emotions, clouding their powers of reason. The perfect illusion is one that does not depart too much from reality, but has a touch of the unreal to it, like a waking dream. Head the seduced to a point of confusion, in which they can no longer tell the difference between illusion and reality. Fantasy in the Flesh. In 1964, a 20-year-old Frenchman named Bernard Bourascout arrived in Beijing, China, to work as an accountant in the French embassy. His first weeks there were not what he had expected. Bourascout had grown up in the French provinces, dreaming of travel and adventure. When he had been assigned to come to China, images of the Forbidden City, and of the gambling dens of Macau, had danced in his mind. But this lovers and madmen have was communist China, and contact between Westerners and Chinese was such seething brains, such almost impossible at the time. Boriscout had to socialize with the other shaping fantasies that Europeans stationed in the city, and what a boring and cliquish lot they apprehend more than cool reason ever comprehends. Were. He grew lonely, regretted taking the assignment, and began making plans to leave. William Shakespeare, A Midsummer Night's Then, at a Christmas party that year, Boriscout's eyes were drawn to a dream young Chinese man in a corner of the room. He had never seen anyone Chinese at any of these affairs. The man was intriguing, he was slender and short, a bit reserved, but he had an attractive presence. Boriscout went up, he was not a sex person, and introduced himself. The man, Pu, proved to be a writer of he was like somebody Chinese opera librettos, who also taught Chinese to members of the who had come down from the clouds. He was not French embassy. Aged 26, he spoke perfect French. Everything human. You could not say about him fascinated Boriscout. His voice was like music, soft and wise, he was a man friend or a pay, and he left you wanting to know more about him. Boriscout, woman friend, he was somebody different though usually shy, insisted on exchanging telephone numbers. Perhaps pay anyway. You feel Pu could be his Chinese tutor. Was only a friend, who was they met a few days later in a restaurant. Boriscout was the only coming from another planet, and so nice also, so westerner there, at last a taste of something real and exotic. Pu, it overwhelming and turned out, had been a well-known actor in Chinese operas and came from separated from the life of a family with connections to the former ruling dynasty. Now he wrote the ground operas about the workers, but he said this with a look of irony. They began, Bernard Boriscout, to meet regularly, Pu showing Boriscout the sights of Beijing. Bourie's Joyce Wadler, liaison Cout loved his stories, Pu talked slowly, and every historical detail seemed to come alive as he spoke, his hands moving to embellish his words. This, he might say, is where the last Ming emperor hung himself, pointing romance had again come her way personified by A to the spot and telling the story at the same time. Or, the cook in the handsome young German restaurant we just ate in once served in the palace of the last emperor, an officer, Lieutenant Conrad, then another magnificent tale would follow. Pu also talked of life in the Friedrich, who called upon her at Neuilly to ask her Beijing opera, where men often played women's parts, and sometimes be help. He wanted Pauline came famous for it. Bonaparte, to use her 291-298, the Art of Seduction influence with Napoleon in the two men became friends. Chinese contact with foreigners was reconnection with providing strict, but they managed to find ways to meet. One evening Boriscout, for the needs of the French, tagged along when Pu visited the home of a French official to tutor the troops in the Papal States. He made an instantaneous children. He listened as Pu told them the story of the butterfly, her impression on the princess, tale from the Chinese opera. A young girl yearns to attend an imperial who escorted him around school, but girls are not accepted there. She disguises herself as a boy, passes her garden until they arrived at the rockery. The exams, and enters the school. A fellow student falls in love with her, there she stopped and she is attracted to him, so she tells him that she is actually a girl. Like looking into the young most of these tales, the story ends tragically. Pu told it with unusual man's eyes mysteriously, emotion, in fact he had played the role of the girl in the opera. Commanded him to return to this same spot at the a few nights later, as they were walking before the gates of the forbid same hour next day when Den City, Pu returned to the story of the butterfly. Look at my she might have some good hands, he said, look at my face. That story of the butterfly, it is my story news for him. The young officer bowed and took his two. In his slow, dramatic delivery he explained that his mother's first two leave. In his memoirs children had been girls. Sons were far more important in China. If the third he revealed in detail what child was a girl, the father would have to take a second wife. The third child took place after the first meeting with Pauline, came, another girl. But the mother was too frightened to reveal the truth. At the hour agreed on, I and made an agreement with the midwife. They would say that the child again proceeded to Newley, was a boy, and it would be raised as such. This third child was Pei Pu. Made my way to the over the years, Pei Pu had had to go to extreme lengths to disguise her appointed spot in the garden, and stood waiting sex. She never used public bathrooms, plucked her hairline to look as if she at the rockery. I had not were balding, on and on. Boriscout was enthralled by the story, and also been there very long when relieved, for like the boy in the butterfly tale, deep down he felt attracted to a lady made her appearance, greeted me Pei Pu. Now everything made sense, the small hands, the high-pitched pleasantly and led me voice, the delicate neck. He had fallen in love with her, and it seemed, through a side door into the feelings were reciprocated. Interior of the rockery, where there were several Pei Pu started visiting Boriscout's apartment, and soon there were rooms and galleries, and in sleeping together. She continued to dress as a man, even in his apartment, one splendid salon, but women in China wore men's clothes anyway, and Pei Pu acted more luxurious-looking bath. Like a woman than any of the Chinese women he had seen. In bed, she had the adventure, was beginning to strike me as a shyness and a way of directing his hands that was both exciting and me very romantic, almost like 9. She made everything romantic and heightened. When he was away a fairy tale, and just as I from her every word and gesture resonated in his mind. What made was wondering what the outcome might be. A woman, the affair all the more exciting was the fact that they had to keep it secret. In a robe of the sheerest in December of 1965, Boriscout left Beijing and returned to Paris. He Cambridge entered by a side travelled, had other affairs, but his thoughts kept returning to Pei Pu. The door came up to me, and smilingly asked how I liked Cultural Revolution broke out in China, and he lost contact with her. Being there. I at once, for he had left, she had told him she was pregnant with their child. He had recognized Napoleon's no idea whether the baby had been born. His obsession with her grew too beautiful sister, who's strong, and in 1969 he finagled another government job in Beijing. Perfect figure was clearly outlined by every contact with foreigners, was now even more discouraged than on his movement of her robe. She first visit, but he managed to track Pei Pu down. She told him she had held out her hand for me to born a son, in 1966, but he had looked like Boriscout, and given the kiss and told me to sit down on the couch beside growing hatred of foreigners in China, and the need to keep the secret of her. On this occasion her sex, she had him sent him away to an isolated region near Russia. It certainly was not the so cold there, perhaps he was dead. She showed Boriscout photographs, confused desire and reality, the perfect illusion, 299 of the boy, and he did see some resemblance. Over the next few weeks they seduce her. After and managed to meet here and there, and then Boriscout had an idea. He interval Pauline pulled apathized with the Cultural Revolution, and he wanted to get around the hell rope, and ordered the woman who answered to prohibitions that were preventing him from seeing Pei Pu. So he offered to prepare her, which she do some spying. The offer was passed along to the right people, and soon asked me to share. Boriscout was stealing documents for the communists. The son, named wearing bath gowns of the finest linen, we remained Bertrand, was recalled to Beijing, and Boriscout finally met him. Now for nearly an hour in the threefold adventure filled Boriscout's life, the alluring Pei Pu, the thrill of crystal-clear bluish water. Being a spy, and the illicit child, whom he wanted to bring back to France. Then we had a grand dinner served in another in 1972, Boriscout left Beijing. Over the next few years he tried room and lingered on repeatedly to get Pei Pu and his son to France, and a decade later he fought together until dusk. When Nowley succeeded, The three became a family in 1983, though, the French I left I had to promise to return again soon, and authorities grew suspicious of this relationship between a Foreign Office spent many afternoons official and a Chinese man, and with a little investigating they uncovered with the princess in the Boer Scout spying. He was arrested, and soon made a startling confession, same way. The man he was living with was really a woman. Confused, the French or Harrison Brent dared an examination of Pu, as they had thought, he was very much a Pauline Bonaparte, a woman of affairs man. Boerscout went to prison. Even after Boerscout had heard his former lover's own confession, he was still convinced that Pu was a woman. Her soft body, their intimate relationship, how could he be wrong? Only when Pu, Empress the courtesan, is meant to be a half-defined, floating wand in the same jail, showed him the incontrovertible proof of his sex, did figure never fixing herself Boerscout finally accept it. Surely in the imagination. She is the memory of an experience, the point at which a dream is interpretation. The moment Pu met Boerscout, he realized he had transformed into reality, or found the perfect victim. Boerscout was lonely, bored, desperate. The way reality into a dream. He responded to Pu suggested that he was probably also homosexual, or bright colors fade, her name becomes a mere echo perhaps bisexual, at least confused. Boerscout in fact had homo of an echo, since she has sexual encounters as a boy, guilty about them, he had tried to repress this, probably adopted it from side of himself. Pu had played women's parts before, and was quite some ancient predecessor. The idea of the courtesan good at it, he was slight and effeminate, physically it was not a stretch. But is a garden of delights in who would believe such a story, or at least not be skeptical of it. Which the lover walks, the critical component of Pu's seduction, in which he brought the smelling first this flower and then that, but never Frenchman's fantasy of adventure to life, was to start slowly and set up an understanding whence idea in his victim's mind. In his perfect French, which, however, was full of comes the fragrance that interesting Chinese expressions, he got Boerscout used to hearing stories intoxicates him. Why tales, some true, some not, but all delivered in that dramatic yet believe, should the courtesan not elude analysis. She does able tone. Then he planted the idea of gender impersonation, with his not want to be recognized story of the butterfly. By the time he confessed the truth of his Gen for what she is, but rather Boerscout was already completely enchanted with him. To be allowed to be potent and effective. She offers the Boerscout warded off all suspicious thoughts, because he wanted to be truth of herself, rather, live Pu's story. From there it was easy Pu faked his periods. It didn't of the passions that become take much money to get hold of a child he could reasonably pass off as directed toward her. And what she gives back is one's their son. More important, he played the fantasy role to the hilt, remaining self and an hour of grace in elusive and mysterious, which was what a Westerner would expect from her presence. Love revives 300. The Art of Seduction, when you look at her, is Asian woman, while enveloping his past and indeed the whole experience that not enough. She is in titillating bits of history. As Boerscout later explained, Pu screwed the generative force of and me in the head. I was having relations and in my thoughts, my dreams, illusion, the birth point of desire, the threshold of I was light years away from what was true. Contemplation of bodily Boerscout thought he was having an exotic adventure, an enduring beauty. Fantasy of his. Less consciously, he had an outlet for his repressed homo, lyne lorna, lives of sexuality. Pu embodied his fantasy, giving it flesh, by working first on the courtesans, portraits of the Renaissance his mind. The mind has two currents. It wants to believe in things that are pleasant to believe in, yet it has a self-protective need to be suspicious of people. If you start off too theatrical, trying too hard to create a fantasy, you will feed that suspicious side of the mind, and once fed, the doubts will it was on March 16th, the not go away. Instead, you must start slowly, building trust, while perhaps same day the Duke of Gloucester wrote to Sir, letting people see a little touch of something strange or exciting about you, William, that Gertie, to tease their interest. Then you build up your story, like any piece of fic recorded the first known tie-on. You have established a foundation of trust. Now the fantasies and performance of what were destined to be called dreams you envelop them in are suddenly believable. Emma's attitudes. Just remember, people want to believe in the extraordinary. With a little what these were, we shall groundwork, a little mental foreplay, they will fall for your illusion. If any, learn shortly. First, it must be emphasized that the thing are on the side of reality. Use real props, like the child pu showed attitudes were a show burrascout, and add the fantastical touches in your words, or an occasional for favored eyes only gesture that gives you a slight unreality. Once you sense that they are Gertie, disciple of Hooked, you can deepen the spell, go further and further into the fantasy. Winkleman was at this date thrilled by the human. At that point they will have gone so far into their own minds that you will form, as a contemporary, no longer have to bother with verisimilitude. Writes, here was the ideal spectator for the classical drama Emma, and Sir William had wrought in wish fulfillment the long winter evenings. Let us take our seats beside Gertie and settle to watch the show as he describes in 1762. Catherine, wife of Tsar Peter III, staged a coup against her ineffectual husband and proclaimed herself Empress of Russia. Over the next Sit William few years Catherine ruled alone, but kept a series of lovers. The Russians Hamilton has now called these men the Vremyanchiki, the men of the moment, and in 1774, after many years of devotion to the arts and the man of the moment was Gregory Potemkin, a 35-year-old loose study of nature, found the tenant, 10 years younger than Catherine, and a most unlikely candidate for acme of these delights in the role. Potemkin was coarse and not at all handsome. He had lost an eye the person of an English girl of 20 with her in an accident. But he knew how to make Catherine laugh, and he were beautiful face and a perfect shaped her so intensely that she eventually succumbed. He quickly became figure. He has had the love of her life. Greek costume made for her which becomes her. Catherine promoted Potemkin higher and higher in the hierarchy, extremely dressed in this, eventually making him the governor of White Russia, a large southwestern. He lets down her hair, and area including the Ukraine. As governor, Potemkin had to leave St. Peter's with a few shawls, give Soberg and go to live in the south. He knew that Catherine could not do much variety to her poses, gestures, expressions, etc. without male companionship, so he took it upon himself to name Cather that the spectator can in subsequent Vremyanchiki. She not only approved of this arrangement, hardly believe his eyes. She made it clear that Potemkin would always remain her favorite. Sees what thousands of artists would have liked to. Catherine's dream was to start a war with Turkey, recapture Constan, confuse desire and reality, the perfect illusion, 301 Tinopole for the Orthodox Church, and drive the Turks out of Europe. She express realized before him offered to share this crusade with the young Habsburg Emperor, Joseph II, in movements and surprising transformations, but Joseph never quite brought himself to sign the treaty that would unite standing, kneeling, sitting, them in war. Growing impatient, in 1783 Catherine annexed the Crimea, a reclining, serious, sad, southern peninsula that was mostly populated by Muslim Tatars. She asked playful, ecstatic, contrite, Potemkin to do there what he had already managed to do in the Ukraine, alluring, threatening, anxious. One pose follows: rid the area of bandits, build roads, modernize the ports, bring prosperity. Another without a break to the poor. Once he had cleaned it up, the Crimea would make the purr. She knows how to arrange fecht launching post for the war against Turkey, the folds of her veil to match each mood, and as the Crimea was a backward wasteland, but Potemkin loved the child 100 ways of turning Lenge. Getting to work on 100 different projects, he grew intoxicated it into a headdress. The old with visions of the miracles he would perform there. He would establish a night idolizes her, and is quite enthusiastic about capital on the Dnieper River, Ekaterinoslav, to the glory of Catherine, everything she does in her that would rival St. Petersburg, and would house a university outshining. He has found all the anything in Europe. The countryside would hold endless fields of corn, or antiquities, all the profiles of Sicilian coins, even the chards with rare fruits from the Orient, silkworm farms, new towns with Apollo Belvedere. This bustling marketplaces. On a visit to the Empress in 1785, Potemkin talked much is certain, as of these things, as if they already existed. So vivid were his descriptions. The performance it's like Empress was delighted, but her ministers were skeptical. Potemkin loved nothing you ever saw before in your life. We have to talk. Ignoring their warnings, in 1787 Catherine arranged for a tour, already enjoyed it on two of the area. She asked Joseph too to join her, he would be so impressed evenings with the modernization of the Crimea that he would immediately sign on, Flora Fraser, for the war against Turkey. Potemkin, naturally, was to organize the whole EMMA, Lady Hamilton affair. And so, in May of that year, after the Dnieper had thawed, Catherine prepared for a journey from Kiev, in the Ukraine, to Sebastopol, for this uncanny is in Crimea. Potemkin arranged for 7 floating palaces, to carry Catherine, reality nothing new, and her retinue down the river. The journey began, and as Catherine, alien, but something which is familiar, and old Joseph, and the courtiers looked at the shores to either side, they saw tried established in the mind arches in front of clean-looking towns, their walls freshly painted, and which has become healthy-looking cattle grazing in the pastures, streams of marching troops alienated from it only through the process of on the roads, buildings going up everywhere. At dusk they were enter repression. This reference to tined by bright costumed peasants, and smiling girls with flowers in their the factor of repression hair, dancing on the shore. Catherine had traveled through this area many enables us, furthermore, to understand Schelling's years before, and the poverty of the peasantry there had saddened her. She definition of the uncanny had determined then that she would somehow change their lot. To see be as something which ought for her eyes the signs of such a transformation overwhelmed her, and she to have remained hidden berated Potemkin's critics. Look at what my favorite has accomplished, but has come to light. There is one more look at these miracles. Point of general application, they anchored at 3 towns along the way, staying in each place in a which I should like to add. Magnificent, newly built palace with artificial waterfalls in the English style. This is that an uncanny effect is often and gardens. On land they moved through villages with vibrant marketplaces, easily produced when the peasants were happily at work, building and repairing. Everywhere they distinction between spent the night, some spectacle filled their eyes, dances, parades, mytho-imagination, and reality is effaced, as when something logical tableaus l'avance, artificial volcanoes illuminating Moorish gardens. That we have hitherto finally, at the end of the trip, in the palace at Sebastopol, Catherine, and regarded as imaginary 302, the art of seduction appears before us in reality. Joseph discussed the war with Turkey. Joseph reiterated his concerns. Sidor when a symbol takes, Denley Potemkin interrupted. I have 100,000 troops waiting for me to say over the full functions of go. At that moment the windows of the palace were flung open, and to the thing it symbolizes, and so on. It is this factor, the sounds of booming cannons, they saw lines of troops as far as the eye which contributes not a could see, and a fleet of ships filling the harbor. Awed by the sight, images little to the uncanny effect of Eastern European cities retaken from the Turks dancing in his mind, attaching to magical practices. The infantile Joseph too finally signed the treaty. Catherine was ecstatic, and her love for element in this, which also Potemkin reached new heights. He had made her dreams come true. Dominates the minds of Catherine, never suspected that almost everything she had seen was pure neurotics, is the over-accentuation of fakery, perhaps the most elaborate illusion ever conjured up by one man. Psychical reality in comparison with material reality, a feature closely interpretation. In the 4 years that he had been governor of the Crimea, allied to the belief in the omnipotence of thoughts, Potemkin had accomplished little, for this backwater would take decades to, Sigmund Freud, improve. But in the few months before Catherine's visit he had done the Theuncanny following. Every building that faced the road or the shore was given a fresh psychological writings coat of paint. Artificial trees were set up to hide unseemly spots in the view, and letters' broken roofs were repaired with flimsy boards painted to look like tile. Everyone the party would see was instructed to wear their best clothes and look happy. Everyone old and infirm was to stay indoors. Floating in their palaces down the Dnieper, the imperial entourage saw brand new villages, but most of the buildings were only facades. The herds of cattle were shipped from great distances, and were moved at night to fresh fields along the route. The dancing peasants were trained for the entertainments. After each one they were loaded into carts and hurriedly transported to a new downriver location, as were the marching soldiers, who seemed to be everywhere. The gardens of the new palaces were filled with transplanted trees that died a few days later. The palaces themselves were quickly and badly built, but were so magnificently furnished that no one noticed. One fortress along the way had been built of sand, and was destroyed a little later by a thunderstorm. The cost of this vast illusion had been enormous, and the war with Turkey would fail, but Potemkin had accomplished his goal. To the observant, of course, there were signs along the way that all was not as it seemed, but when the Empress herself insisted that everything was real and glorious, the courtiers could only agree. This was the essence of the seduction. Catherine had wanted so desperately to be seen as a loving and progressive ruler, one who would defeat the Turks and liberate Europe, that when she saw signs of change in the Crimea, her mind filled in the picture. When our emotions are engaged, we often have trouble seeing things as they are. Feelings of love cloud our vision, making us color events to coincide with our desires. To make people believe in the illusions you create, you need to feed the emotions over which they have least control. Often the best way to do this is to ascertain their unsatisfied desires, their wishes crying out for fulfillment. Perhaps they want to see themselves as noble or romantic, but life has thwarted them. Perhaps they want an adventure. If confused desire and reality, the perfect illusion 303 something seems to validate this wish, they become emotional and irrational, almost to the point of hallucination. Remember to envelop them in your illusion slowly. Potemkin did not start with grand spectacles, but with simple sights along the way, such as grazing cattle. Then he brought them on land, heightening the drama, until the calculated climax, when the windows were flung open to reveal a mighty war machine, actually a few thousand men, and boats lined up in such a way as to suggest many more. Like Potemkin, involve the target in some kind of journey, physical or otherwise. The feeling of a shared adventure is rife with fantasy associations. Make people feel that they are getting to see and live out something that relates to their deepest yearnings, and they will see happy, prosperous villages, where there are only facades. Here the real journey through Potemkin's fairyland began. It was like a dream, the waking dream of some magician, who had discovered the secret of materializing his visions. Catherine and her companions had left the world of reality behind. Their talk was of Iphigenia and the ancient gods, and Catherine felt that she was both Alexander and Cleopatra. Kaus keys to seduction. The real world can be unforgiving. Events occur, over which we have little control. Other people ignore our feelings in their quests to get what they need. Time runs out before we accomplish what we had wanted. If we ever stopped to look at the present and future in a completely objective way, we would despair. Fortunately, we developed the habit of dreaming early on. In this other, mental world that we inhabit, the future is full of rosy possibilities. Perhaps tomorrow we will sell that brilliant idea, or meet the person who will change our lives. Our culture stimulates these fantasies with constant images and stories of marvelous occurrences and happy romances. The problem is, these images and fantasies exist only in our minds, or on screen. They really aren't enough. We crave the real thing, not this endless daydreaming and titillation. Your task as a seducer is to bring some flesh and blood into someone's fantasy life, by embodying a fantasy figure, or creating a scenario resembling that person's dreams. No one can resist the pull of a secret desire that has come to life before their eyes. You must first choose targets who have some repression, or dream unrealized, always the most likely victims of a seduction. Slowly and gradually, you will build up the illusion that they are getting to see and feel and live those dreams of theirs. Once they have this sensation, they will lose contact with reality, and begin to see your fantasy as more real than anything else. And once they 304, the art of seduction, lose touch with reality, they are, to quote Stendhal on Lord Byron's female victims, like roasted larks that fall into your mouth. Most people have a misconception about illusion. As any magician knows, it need not be built out of anything grand or theatrical. The grand and theatrical can in fact be destructive, calling too much attention to you and your schemes. Instead, create the appearance of normality. Once your targets feel secure, nothing is out of the ordinary, you have room to deceive them. Pu did not spin the lie about his gender immediately, he took his time, made Boriscout come to him. Once Boriscout had fallen for it, Pu continued to wear men's clothes. In animating a fantasy, the great mistake is imagining it must be larger than life. That would border on camp, which is entertaining but rarely seductive. Instead, what you aim for is what Freud called the uncanny, something strange and familiar at the same time, like a déjà vu, or a childhood memory, anything slightly irrational and dreamlike. The uncanny, the mix of the real and the unreal, has immense power over our imaginations. The fantasies you bring to life for your targets should not be bizarre or exceptional. They should be rooted in reality, with a hint of the strange, the theatrical, the occult. In Talk of Destiny, for example, you vaguely remind people of something in their childhood, or a character in a film or book. Even before Boriscout heard Pu's story, he had the uncanny feeling of something remarkable and fantastical in this normal-looking man. The secret to creating an uncanny effect is to keep it subtle and suggestive. Emma Hart came from a prosaic background, her father a country blacksmith in 18th century England. Emma was beautiful, but had no other talents to her credit. Yet she rose to become one of the greatest seductresses in history, seducing first Sir William Hamilton, the English ambassador to the court of Naples, and then as Lady Hamilton, Sir William's wife, Vice Admiral Lord Nelson. What was strangest when you met her was an uncanny sense that she was a figure from the past, a woman out of Greek myth or ancient history. Sir William was a collector of Greek and Roman antiquities. To seduce him, Emma cleverly made herself resemble a Greek statue and mythical figures in paintings of the time. It was not just the way she wore her hair or dressed, but her poses, the way she carried herself. It was as if one of the paintings he collected had come to life. Soon Sir William began to host parties in his home in Naples at which Emma would wear costumes and pose, recreating images from mythology and history. Dozens of men fell in love with her, for she embodied an image from their childhood, an image of beauty and perfection. The key to this fantasy creation was some shared cultural association, mythology, historical seductresses like Cleopatra. Every culture has a pool of such figures from the distant and not so distant past. You hint at a similarity, in spirit and in appearance, but you are flesh and blood. What could be more thrilling than the sense of being in the presence of some fantasy figure going back to your earliest memories? One night Pauline Bonaparte, the sister of Napoleon, held a gala affair, confused desire and reality, the perfect illusion, 305 in her house. Afterward, a handsome German officer approached her in the garden and asked for her help in passing along a request to the emperor. Pauline said she would do her best and then, with a rather mysterious look in her eye, asked him to come back to the same spot the next night. The officer returned, and was greeted by a young woman, who led him to some rooms near the garden, and then to a magnificent salon, complete with an extravagant bath. Moments later, another young woman entered through a side door, dressed in the sheerest garments. It was Pauline. Bells were rung, ropes were pulled, and maids appeared, preparing the bath, giving the officer a dressing gown, then disappearing. The officer later described the evening as something out of a fairy tale, and he had the feeling that Pauline was deliberately acting the part of some mythical seductress. Pauline was beautiful and powerful enough to get almost any man she wanted, and she wasn't interested simply in luring a man into bed. She wanted to envelop him in romantic adventure, seduce his mind. Part of the adventure was the feeling that she was playing a role, and was inviting her target along into this shared fantasy. Role-playing is immensely pleasurable. Its appeal goes back to childhood, where we first learn the thrill of trying on different parts, imitating adults or figures out of fiction. As we get older and society fixes a role on us, a part of us yearns for the playful approach we once had, the masks we were able to wear. We still want to play that game, to act a different role in life. Indulge your targets in this wish by first making it clear that you are playing a role, then inviting them to join you in a shared fantasy. The more you set things up like a play, or a piece of fiction, the better. Notice how Pauline began the seduction, with a mysterious request that the officer reappear the next night. Then a second woman led him into a magical series of rooms. Pauline herself delayed her entrance, and when she appeared, she did not mention his business with Napoleon, or anything remotely banal. She had an ethereal air about her. He was being invited to enter a fairy tale. The evening was real, but had an uncanny resemblance to an erotic dream. Casanova took role-playing still further. He traveled with an enormous wardrobe and a trunk full of props, many of them gifts for his targets, fans, jewels, other accoutrements. And some of the things he said and did were borrowed from novels he had read and stories he had heard. He enveloped women in a romantic atmosphere that was heightened yet quite real to their senses. Like Casanova, you must see the world as a kind of theater. Inject a certain lightness into the roles you are playing. Try to create a sense of drama and illusion. Confuse people with the slight unreality of words and gestures inspired by fiction. In daily life, be the consummate actor. Our culture reveres actors because of their freedom to play roles. It is something that all of us envy. For years, the Cardinal de Rohan had been afraid that he had somehow offended his queen, Marie Antoinette. She would not so much as look at him. Then, in 1784, the Comtesse de la Motte Valois suggested to him that 306 The Art of Seduction. The queen was prepared not only to change this situation, but actually to befriend him. The queen, said La Motte Valois, would indicate this in her next formal reception. She would nod to him in a particular way. During the reception, Rohan indeed noticed a slight change in the queen's behavior toward him, and a barely perceptible glance at him. He was overjoyed. Now the countess suggested they exchange letters, and Rohan spent days writing and rewriting his first letter to the queen. To his delight, he received one back. Next, the queen requested a private interview with him in the gardens of Versailles. Rohan was beside himself with happiness and anxiety. At nightfall he met the queen in the gardens, fell to the ground, and kissed the hem of her dress. "You may hope that the past will be forgotten," she said. At this moment they heard voices approaching, and the queen, frightened that someone would see them together, quickly fled with her servants. But Rohan soon received a request from her, again through the countess. She desperately wanted to acquire the most beautiful diamond necklace ever created. She needed a go-between to purchase it for her, since the king thought it too expensive. She had chosen Rohan for the task. The cardinal was only too willing. In performing this task he would prove his loyalty, and the queen would be indebted to him forever. Rohan acquired the necklace. The countess was to deliver it to the queen. Now Rohan waited for the queen both to thank him and slowly to pay him back. Yet this never happened. The Countess was in fact a grand swindler. The Queen had never nodded to him, he had only imagined it. The letters he had received from her were forgeries, and not even very good ones. The woman he had met in the park had been a prostitute paid to dress and act the part. The necklace was of course real, but once Rohan had paid for it, and handed it over to the Countess, it disappeared. It was broken into parts, which were hawked all over Europe for enormous amounts. And when Rohan finally complained to the Queen, news of the extravagant purchase spread rapidly. The public believed Rohan's story, that the Queen had indeed bought the necklace, and was pretending otherwise. This fiction was the first step in the ruin of her reputation. Everyone has lost something in life, has felt the pangs of disappointment. The idea that we can get something back, that a mistake can be righted, is immensely seductive. Under the impression that the Queen was prepared to forgive some mistake he had made, Rohan hallucinated all kinds of things, nods that did not exist, letters that were the flimsiest of forgeries, a prostitute who became Marie Antoinette. The mind is infinitely vulnerable to suggestion, and even more so when strong desires are involved. And nothing is stronger than the desire to change the past, right or wrong, satisfy a disappointment. Find these desires in your victims, and creating a believable fantasy will be simple for you. Few have the power to see through an illusion they desperately want to believe in. Confuse desire and reality, the perfect illusion, 307 symbol, Shangri-La. Everyone has a vision in their mind of a perfect place where people are kind and noble, where their dreams can be realized and their wishes fulfilled, where life is full of adventure and romance. Lead the target on a journey there, give them a glimpse of Shangri-La through the mists on the mountain, and they will fall in love. Reversal. There is no reversal to this chapter. No seduction can proceed without creating illusion, the sense of a world that is real but separate from reality. Isolate the victim. An isolated person is weak. By slowly isolating your victims, you make them more vulnerable to your influence. Their isolation may be psychological. By filling their field of vision through the pleasurable attention you pay them, you crowd out everything else in their mind. They see and think only of you. The isolation may also be physical. You take them away from their normal milieu, friends, family, home. Give them the sense of being marginalized, in limbo. They are leaving one world behind and entering another. Once isolated like this, they have no outside support, and in their confusion they are easily led astray. Lure the seduced into your lair, where nothing is familiar. Isolation, the exotic effect. In the early 5th century B.C., Fu Chai, the Chinese king of Wu, defeated his great enemy, Ku Qian, the king of Yu, in a series of battles. Ku Qian was captured and forced to serve as a groom in Fu Chai's stables. He was finally allowed to return home, but every year he had to pay a large tribute of money and gifts to Fu Chai. Over the years, this tribute added up, so that the kingdom of Wu prospered and Fu Chai grew wealthy. One year Ku Qian sent a delegation to Fu Chai. They wanted to in the state of Wu great know if he would accept a gift of 2 beautiful maidens as part of the trib. Preparations had been made for the reception of Ute. Fu Chai was curious, and accepted the offer. The women arrived to view the 2 beauties. The king days later, amid much anticipation, and the king received them in audience palace. The 2 approached the throne. Their hair was magnificently coiffed, surrounded by his ministers and all his court. As they fared, in what was called the cloud cluster style, ornamented with pearl, approached him the jade ornaments and kingfisher feathers. As they walked, jade pendants attached to from their girdles made the most delicate sound. The air was full of some girdles, made a musical sound, and the air was delightful perfume. The king was extremely pleased. The beauty of one of fragrant, with the scent of the girls far surpassed that of the other. Her name was she. She looked their gowns. Pearl him in the eye without a hint of shyness. In fact, she was confident, and ornaments and kingfisher feathers adorned their hair. Coquettish, something he was not used to seeing in such a young girl. Fu Chai, the king of Fu Chai, called for festivities to commemorate the occasion. The hall's Wu looked into the lovely of the palace filled with revelers, inflamed with wine. She danced be eyes of she for the king. She sang, and her voice was beautiful. Reclining on a couch, 495 to 472 B.C., and forgot his people, and his of white jade, she looked like a goddess. The king could not leave her side. State. Now she did not. The next day he followed her everywhere. To his astonishment, she was turn away and blush as she witty, sharp, and knowledgeable, and could quote the classics better than he had done 3 years previously beside the little could. When he had to leave her to deal with royal affairs, his mind was full brook. She was complete of her image. Soon he brought her with him to his councils, asking her at mistress of the art of vice on important matters. She told him to listen less to his ministers, his seduction, and she knew how to encourage. The king was wiser than they were, his judgment superior. To look again. Fu Chai she's power grew daily. Yet she was not easy to please. If the king hardly noticed the second failed to grant some wish of hers, tears would fill her eyes, his heart would girl, whose quiet charms did not attract him. He melt, and he would yield. One day she begged him to build her a palace, had eyes only for he outside the capital. Of course, he obliged her. And when he visited the she, and before the palace, he was astounded at its magnificence, even though he had paid audience was over those at the bills. She had filled it with the most extravagant furnishings. The court realized that the girl would be a force to be. Grounds contained an artificial lake with marble bridges crossing over it. Fu reckoned with and that Shi Chai spent more and more time here, sitting by a pool, and watching. He would be able to influence 312 The Art of Seduction. The king either for good she comb her hair, using the pool as a mirror. He would watch her play or ill. Amidst theing with her birds, in their jeweled cages, or simply walking through the revelers in the halls of Wu Palace, for she moved like a willow in the breeze. The months went by, she wove her net of fascination about the stayed in the palace. He missed councils, ignored his family and friends, any heart of the susceptible neglected his public functions. He lost track of time. When a delegation came monarch, inflamed to talk to him of urgent matters, he was too distracted to listen. If anything by wine, she now begins to sing the songs of Wu Tu, but she took up his time. He worried unbearably that she would be pleased. The fatuous king, angry. And in the dance of Zhu finally word reached him of a growing crisis. The fortune he had spent she subtly blends, all rhythmic movements, to her on the palace had bankrupted the treasury, and the people were disconsensuous ends. But tempted. He returned to the capital, but it was too late. An army from the she could do more than kingdom of Yu had invaded Wu, and had reached the capital. All was sing and dance to amuse lost. Fu Chai had no time to rejoin his beloved she. Instead of letting the king, she had wit, and her grasp of politics himself be captured by the king of Yu, the man who had once served and astonished him. When his stables, he committed suicide. There was anything she little did he know that Ku Chien had plotted this invasion for years, wanted she could shed tears, which so moved her lovers, and that she's elaborate seduction, was the main part of his plan. Heart that he could refuse her nothing. For she was, as Fan Li had said, the one and only, the interpretation. Ku Chien wanted to make sure that his invasion of Wu incomparable she would not fail. His enemy was not Fu Chai's armies, or his wealth and whose magnetic personality resources, but his mind. If he could be deeply distracted, his mind-filled attracted everyone, many with something other than affairs of state, he would fall like ripe fruit. Even against their own will. Embroidered Ku Chien found the most beautiful maiden in his realm. For 3 silk curtains encrusted with years he had her trained in all of the arts, not just singing, dancing, and coral and gems, scented calligraphy, but how to dress, how to talk, how to play the coquette. Anit furniture and screens inlaid with jade and mother of worked, she did not allow Fu Chai a moment's rest. Everything about Pearl were among the her was exotic and unfamiliar. The more attention he paid to her hair, her luxuries which surrounded moods, her glances, the way she moved, the less he thought about Diplo the favorite. On one of the hills near the palace Macy and War, he was driven to distraction. There was a celebrated pool, all of us today, our kings protecting the tiny realm of our own lives, of clear water which has weighed down by all kinds of responsibilities, surrounded by ministers, and been known ever since as the pool of the king of advisors. A wall forms around us, we are immune to the influence of other woo. Here, to amuse her people, because we are so preoccupied. Like she, then, you must lure lover, she would your targets away, gently, slowly, from the affairs that fill their mind. And make her toilet, using the what will best lure them from their castles is the whiff of the exotic. Offer pool as a mirror while the infatuated king combed something unfamiliar that will fascinate them and hold their attention. Be her hair. Different in your manners and appearance, and slowly envelop them in this, Eloise Talcott Hibbert, different world of yours. Keep your targets off balance with coquettish embroidered gauze, changes of mood. Do not worry that the disruption you represent is Mac portraits, or famous Chinese ladies ing them emotional. That is a sign of their growing weakness. Most people are ambivalent. On the one hand they feel comforted by their habits and duties, on the other they are bored, and ripe for anything that seems exotic, that seems to come from somewhere else. They may struggle or have doubts, but exotic pleasures are irresistible. The more you can get them isolate the victim, 313 into your world, the weaker they become. As with the King of Wu, by the in Cairo alley bumped into time they realize what has happened, it is too late. The singer, Juliet Greco again. He asked her to dance. You have too bad a reputation, she replied. Isolation, though only you effect, we're going to sit very much apart. What are you doing tomorrow? He in 1948, the 29-year-old actress Rita Hayworth, known as insisted. Tomorrow Hollywood's love goddess, was at a low point in her life. Her marriage take a plane to Beirut. To Orson Welles was breaking up, her mother had died, and her career when she boarded the plane, Ali was already seemed stalled. That summer she headed for Europe. Wells was in Italy on it, grinning at her the time, and in the back of her mind she was dreaming of a reconciliation. Surprise. Dressed in Rita stopped first at the French Riviera. Invitations poured in, particular tight black leather slacks and a black sweater lali from wealthy men, for at the time she was considered the most beauty-in Greco, was stretched full woman in the world. Aristotle Onassis and the Shah of Iran telephoned languorously in her almost daily, begging for a date. She turned them all down. A few days armchair of her Paris house after her arrival, though, she received an invitation from Elsa Maxwell, the unobserved. They say I am a dangerous woman. Society hostess, who was giving a little party in Cannes. Rita balked but well, Ali was a dangerous Maxwell insisted, telling her to buy a new dress, show up a little late, and man. He was charming and make a grand entrance. A very special way. There is a kind of man, who is very Rita played along, and arrived at the party wearing a white Grecian clever with women. He gown, her red hair falling over her bare shoulders. She was greeted by a takes you out to her action, she had grown used to. All conversation stopped as both men, and restaurant, and if the most beautiful woman comes in, women turned in their chairs. The men gazing in amazement, the women he doesn't look at her. He jealous. A man hurried to her side and escorted her to her table. It was makes you feel you are a 37-year-old Prince Ali Khan, the son of the Aga Khan III, who queen. Of course, I understood it. I didn't. T was the worldwide leader of the Islamic Ismaili sect, and one of the richest believe it. I would laugh men in the world. Rita had been warned about Ali Khan, a notorious rake. And point out that to her dismay, They were seated next to each other, and he never left her beautiful woman. But that side. He asked her a million questions, about Hollywood, her interests, on Isme. Most women are made very happy by and on. She began to relax a little and open up. There were other beautiful that kind of attention. It's women there, princesses, actresses, but Ali Khan ignored them all, acting as pure vanity. She thinks, if Rita were the only woman there. He led her onto the dance floor. And I'll be the one and the others will leave. Though he was an expert dancer, she felt uncomfortable. He held her a lit dash. With Ali, how till too close. Still, when he offered to drive her back to her hotel, she the woman felt was most agreed. They sped along the Grande Corniche. It was a beautiful night. For important. He was a great charmer, a great one evening she had managed to forget her many problems, and she was seducer. He made you feel grateful, but she was still in love with Wells, and an affair with a rake like Fine, and that everything Ali Khan was not what she needed. Was easy. No problems. Nothing to worry about. Ali Khan had to fly off on business for a few days. He begged her to or regret. It was always, stay at the Riviera until he got back. While he was away, he telephoned, what can I do for you? Constantly. Every morning a giant bouquet of flowers arrived. On the telly, what do you need? Phone. He seemed particularly annoyed that the Shah of Iran was trying airplane tickets, cars, boats. You felt you were on hard to see her, and he made her promise to break the date to which she, a pink cloud, had finally agreed. During this time, a gypsy fortune teller visited the hotel. Leonard Slater and Rita agreed to have her fortune read. You are about to embark on the ALY, a biography 314, The Art of Seduction, and didst thou not kill greatest romance of your life, the gypsy told her. He is somebody you owe this king, Henry VI. Ready no. You must relent and give in to him totally. Only if you do RICHARD, I grant ye. That will you find happiness at long last. Not knowing who this man Cardan, and thou unfit for any place but hell. B. Rita, who had a weakness for the occult, decided to extend her stay. Richard, yes, one place. Ali Khan came back. He told her that his chateau overlooking the Mediter, else, if you will hear me, Ranian, was the perfect place to escape from the press, and forget her true name it. Anne, some dungeon. Richard, bulls, and that he would behave himself. She relented. Life in the chateau, your bedchamber, Anne, was like a fairy tale. Wherever she turned, his Indian helpers were there to ill rest betide the chamber, attend to her every wish. At night he would take her into his enormous where thou liest ballroom, where they would dance all by themselves. Could this be the Richard? So will it, madam, till I lie with you. Man, the fortune teller meant. But gentle Lady Ali Khan invited his friends over to meet her. Among this strange Anne is not the company. She felt alone again, and depressed. She decided to leave the causer of the timeless deaths of these chateaux. Just then, as if he had read her thoughts, Ali Khan whisked her off Plantagenets, Henry, and to Spain, the country that fascinated her most. The press caught on to the Edward, as blameful as affair, and began to hound them in Spain. Rita had had a daughter with the executioner. Anne, thou wast the cause, and Wells, was this any way for a mother to act? Ali Khan's reputation did most accursed effect. Not help, but he stood by her, shielding her from the press as best he could. Richard, your beauty now, she was more alone than ever, and more dependent on him. Was the cause of that effect, your beauty, that near the end of the trip, Ali Khan proposed to Rita. She turned him, did haunt me in my sleep down. She did not think he was the kind of man you married. He followed to undertake the death of her to Hollywood, where her former friends were less friendly than be all the world, so I might for Thank God she had Ali Khan to help her. A year later, she finally lived 1 hour in your sweet bosom. Succumbed, abandoning her career, moving to Ali Khan's chateau, and William Shakespeare, marrying him. The Tragedy of King Richard III interpretation. Ali Khan, like a lot of men, fell in love with Rita Hayworth the moment he saw the film Gilda, in 1948. He made up his mind, my child, my sister, dreamed that he would seduce her somehow. The moment he heard she was coming / how sweet all things to the Riviera, he got his friend Elsa Maxwell to lure her to the party, and would seem / were we and seat her next to him. He knew about the breakup of her marriage, and that kind land to live together, / and their love, how vulnerable she was. His strategy was to block out everything else in slow and long, / their love, her world, problems, other men, suspicion of him and his motives, etc., and die among / those. His campaign began with the display of an intense interest in her life. Scenes that image you, that sumptuous weather. / constant phone calls, flowers, gifts, all to keep him in her mind. He set up drowned sons that the fortune teller to plant the seed. When she began to fall for him, he in glimmer their / through introduced her to his friends, knowing she would feel alienated among them, cloud disheveled air / move me with such a and therefore dependent on him. Her dependence was heightened by the mystery as appears / trip to Spain, where she was on unfamiliar territory, besieged by reporters, within those other skies / and forced to cling to him for help. He slowly came to dominate her of your treacherous eyes / thoughts. Everywhere she turned, there he was. Finally she succumbed, out when I behold them shining through their tears of weakness and the boost to her vanity that his attention represented. Un there is nothing his spell, she forgot about his horrid reputation, relinquishing the suspi else, but grace and measure, signs that were the only thing protecting her from him. Richness, quietness and pleasure. C. It was not Ali Khan's wealth or looks that made him a great seducer. Isolate the victim, 315, he was not in fact very handsome, and his wealth was more than offset by sheltered from the swells / his bad reputation. His success was strategic, he isolated his victims, work there in the still canals / those drowsy ships that ing so slowly and subtly that they did not notice it. The intensity of his dream of sailing forth / at Tention made a woman feel that in his eyes, at that moment, she was theirs to satisfy / your least only woman in the world. This isolation was experienced as pleasure, the desire, they ply / hither through all the waters of woman did not notice her growing dependence, how the way he filled up the earth. The sun at her mind with his attentions slowly isolated her from her friends, and her close of day / clothes the milieu. Her natural suspicions of the man were drowned out by his intoxi fields of hay, / then the cating effect on her ego. Ali Khan almost always capped off his seductions canals, at last the town entire / in hyacinth, and by taking the woman to some enchanted place on the globe. A place that gold / slowly the land is he knew well, but where the woman felt lost. Rolled / sleepward under a do not give your targets the time or space to worry about, suspect, or sea of gentle fire. There is nothing else but resist you. Flood them with the kind of attention that crowds out all other grace and measure, / thoughts, concerns and problems. Remember, people secretly yearn to be richness, quietness, and led astray by someone who knows where they are going. It can be a pleasure. Sure to let go, and even to feel isolated and weak, if the seduction is done, Charles Baudelaire, slowly and gracefully. Invitation to the voyage, the flowers of evil. Translated by Richard put them in a spot where they have no place to go and then they will turn to you for help, like a child crying out for its mother when the lights are turned out. In seduction, as in warfare, the isolated target is weak and vulnerable. In Samuel Richardson's Clarissa, written in 1748, the rake Lovelace, is 316, The Art of Seduction, attempting to seduce the novel's beautiful heroine. Clarissa is young, virtuous, and very much protected by her family. But Lovelace is a conniving seducer. First he courts Clarissa's sister, Arabella. A match between them seems likely. Then he suddenly switches attention to Clarissa, playing on sibling rivalry to make Arabella furious. Their brother, James, is angered by Lovelace's change in sentiments. He fights with Lovelace and is wounded. The whole family is in an uproar, united against Lovelace, who, however, manages to smuggle letters to Clarissa, and to visit her when she is at the house of a friend. The family finds out, and accuses her of disloyalty. Clarissa is innocent. She has not encouraged Lovelace's letters or visits. But now her parents are determined to marry her off, to a rich older man. Alone in the world, about to be married to a man she finds repulsive, she turns to Lovelace as the only one who can save her from this mess. Eventually he rescues her by getting her to London, where she can escape this dreaded marriage, but where she is also hopelessly isolated. In these circumstances her feelings toward him soften. All of this has been masterfully orchestrated by Lovelace himself, the turmoil within the family, Clarissa's eventual alienation from them, the whole scenario. Your worst enemies in a seduction are often your target's family and friends. They are outside your circle and immune to your charms. They may provide a voice of reason to the seduced. You must work silently and subtly to alienate the target from them. Insinuate that they are jealous of your target's good fortune in finding you, or that they are parental figures who have lost a taste for adventure. The latter argument is extremely effective with young people, whose identities are in flux and who are more than ready to rebel against any authority figure, particularly their parents. You represent excitement and life, the friends and parents represent habit and boredom. In Shakespeare's The Tragedy of King Richard III, Richard, when still the Duke of Gloucester, has murdered King Henry VI and his son, Prince Edward. Shortly thereafter he accosts Lady Anne, Prince Edward's widow, who knows what he has done to the two men closest to her, and who hates him as much as a woman can hate. Yet Richard attempts to seduce her. His method is simple. He tells her that what he did because of his love for her. He wanted there to be no one in her life but him. His feelings were so strong he was driven to murder. Of course Lady Anne not only resists this line of reasoning, she abhors him. But he persists. Anne is at a moment of extreme vulnerability, alone in the world, with no one to support her, at the height of grief. Incredibly, his words begin to have an effect. Murder is not a seductive tactic, but the seducer does enact a kind of killing, a psychological one. Our past attachments are a barrier to the present. Even people we have left behind can continue to have a hold on us. As a seducer you will be held up to the past, compared to previous suitors, perhaps found inferior. Do not let it get to that point. Crowd out the past with your attentions in the present. If necessary, find ways to disparage their previous lovers, subtly or not so subtly, depending on the situation. Even go so far as to open old wounds, making them feel old pain, and seeing by isolate the victim. 317 Trust how much better the present is. The more you can isolate them from their past, the deeper they will sink with you into the present. The principle of isolation can be taken literally by whisking the target off to an exotic locale. This was Ali Khan's method. A secluded island worked best, and indeed islands, cut off from the rest of the world, have always been associated with the pursuit of sensual pleasures. The Roman Emperor Tiberius descended into debauchery once he made his home on the island of Capri. The danger of travel is that your targets are intimately exposed to you. It is hard to maintain an air of mystery. But if you take them to a place alluring enough to distract them, you will prevent them from focusing on anything banal in your character. Cleopatra lured Julius Caesar into taking a voyage down the Nile. Moving deeper into Egypt, he was further isolated from Rome, and Cleopatra was all the more seductive. The early 20th century lesbian seductress Natalie Barney had an on-again off-again affair with the poet Renée Vivien. To regain her affections, she took Renée on a trip to the island of Lesbos, a place Natalie had visited many times. In doing so, she not only isolated Renée, but disarmed and distracted her with the associations of the place, the home of the legendary lesbian poet Sappho. Vivien even began to imagine that Natalie was Sappho herself. Do not take the target just anywhere, pick the place that will have the most effective associations. The seductive power of isolation goes beyond the sexual realm. When new adherents joined Mahatma Gandhi's circle of devoted followers, they were encouraged to cut off their ties with the past, with their family and friends. This kind of renunciation has been a requirement of many religious sects over the centuries. People who isolate themselves in this way are much more vulnerable to influence and persuasion. A charismatic politician feeds off and even encourages people's feelings of alienation. John F. Kennedy did this to great effect when he subtly disparaged the Eisenhower years. The comfort of the 1950s, he implied, compromised American ideals. He invited Americans to join him in a new life, on a new frontier, full of danger and excitement. It was an extremely seductive law, particularly for the young, who were Kennedy's most enthusiastic supporters. Finally, at some point in the seduction, there must be a hint of danger in the mix. Your targets should feel that they are gaining a great adventure in following you, but are also losing something, a part of their past, their cherished comfort. Actively encourage these ambivalent feelings. An element of fear is the proper spice. Although too much fear is debilitating, in small doses it makes us feel alive. Like diving out of an airplane, it is exciting, a thrill, at the same time that it is a little frightening. And the only person there to break the fall, or catch them, is you. 318 The Art of Seduction symbol, the Pied Piper. A jolly fellow in his red and yellow cloak, he lures the children from their homes with the delightful sounds of his flute. Enchanted, they do not notice how far they are walking, how they are leaving their families behind. They do not even notice the cave he eventually leads them into, and which closes upon them forever. Reversal. The risks of this strategy are simple. Isolate someone too quickly, and you will induce a sense of panic that may end up in the target's taking flight. The isolation you bring must be gradual, and disguised as pleasure, the pleasure of knowing you, leaving the world behind. In any case, some people are too fragile to be cut off from their base of support. The great modern courtesan Pamela Harriman had a solution to this problem. She isolated her victims from their families, their former or present wives, and in place of those old connections, she quickly set up new comforts for her lovers. She overwhelmed them with attention, attending to their every need. In the case of Avril Harriman, the billionaire who eventually married her, she literally established a new home for him, one that had no associations with the past and was full of the pleasures of the present. It is unwise to keep the seduced dangling in midair for too long, with nothing familiar or comforting in sight. Instead, replace the familiar things you have cut them off from with a new home, a new series of comforts. Phase 3 The Precipice. Deepening the effect through extreme measures. The goal in this phase is to make everything deeper, the effect you have on their mind, feelings of love and attachment, tension within your victims. With your hooks deep into them, you can then push them back and forth, between hope and despair, until they weaken and snap. Showing how far you are willing to go for your victims, doing some noble or chivalrous deed. 16. Prove yourself, will create a powerful jolt, spark an intensely positive reaction. Everyone has scars, repressed desires, and unfinished business from childhood. Bring these desires and wounds to the surface. Make your victims feel they are getting what they never got as a child, and you will penetrate deep into their psyche. Stir uncontrollable emotions. 17. Effect a regression. Now you can take your victims past their limits, getting them to act out their dark sides, adding a sense of danger to your seduction. 18. Stir up the transgressive and taboo. You need to deepen the spell, and nothing will more confuse and enchant your victims than giving your seduction a spiritual veneer. It is not lust that motivates you, but destiny, divine thoughts and everything elevated. 19. Use spiritual lures. The erotic lurks beneath the spiritual. Now your victims have been properly set up. By deliberately hurting them, instilling fears and anxieties, you will lead them to the edge of the precipice from which it will be easy to push and make them fall. 20. Mix pleasure with pain. They feel great tension and are yearning for relief. Prove yourself. Most people want to be seduced. If they resist your efforts, it is probably because you have not gone far enough to allay their doubts about your motives, the depth of your feelings, and so on. One well-timed AC tie-on that shows how far you are willing to go to win them over will dispel their doubts. Do not worry about looking foolish or making a mistake. Any kind of deed that is self-sacrificing and for your target's sake will so overwhelm their emo tie-ins, they won't notice anything else. Never appear discouraged by people's resistance or complain. Instead, meet the challenge by doing something extreme or chivalrous. Conversely, spur others to prove themselves by making yourself hard to reach, unattainable, worth fighting over. Seductive evidence. Anyone can talk big, say lofty things about their feelings, insist on how much they care for us, and also for all oppressed peoples in the far reaches of the planet. But if they never behave in a way that will back up their words, we begin to doubt their sincerity. Perhaps we are dealing with a charlatan, or a hypocrite, or a coward. Flattery and fine words can only go so far. A time will eventually arrive when you will have to show your victim some evidence to match your words with deeds. Love is a species of warfare. Slack troopers, go. This kind of evidence has two functions. First, it allays any lingering elsewhere. It takes more doubts about you. Second, an action that reveals some positive quality in them. Cowards to guard you is immensely seductive in and of itself. Brave or selfless deeds create these standards. Night duty in winter, long route, powerful and positive emotional reaction. Don't worry, your deeds do not marches, every hardship, have to be so brave and selfless that you lose everything in the process. The all forms of suffering, these appearance alone of nobility will often suffice. In fact, in a world where await the recruit who expects a soft option. People overanalyze and talk too much. Any kind of action has a bracing, say you'll often be out in ductive effect. Cloudbursts and bivouac. It is normal in the course of a seduction to encounter resistance. The on the bare ground. More obstacles you overcome, of course, the greater the pleasure that awaits is lasting love your ambition. Then put away you, but many a seduction fails, because the seducer does not correctly read all pride. The simple, the resistances of the target. More often than not, you give up too easily. Straightforward way. In May 1st, understand a primary law of seduction. Resistance is a sign that the be denied you, doors bolted, shut in your face, other person's emotions are engaged in the process. The only person you so be ready to slip down, cannot seduce is somebody distant and cold. Resistance is emotional, and from the roof through can be transformed into its opposite, much as, in jiu-jitsu, the physical resist light well, or sneak in by an upper floor window. Taunts of an opponent can be used to make him fall. If people resist you, she'll be glad to no cause they don't trust you, an apparently selfless deed, showing how far you risking your neck, are willing to go to prove yourself, is a powerful remedy. If they resist and for her sake, that will offer any mistress sure cause they are virtuous, or because they are loyal to someone else, all the proof of your love. Better, virtue and repressed desire are easily overcome by action. As the Theartoflove great seductress Natalie Barney once wrote, most virtue, is a demand for translated by Peter Greene greater seduction. There are two ways to prove yourself. First, the spontaneous action. A situation arises in which the target needs help, a problem needs solving, or, the man says, simply, he or she needs a favor. You cannot foresee these situations, but you fruit picked from one's own must be ready for them, for they can spring up at any time. Impress the tar, orchard ought to taste sweeter than one obtained get by going further than really necessary, sacrificing more money, more from a stranger's tree, and time, more effort than they had expected. Your target will often use these what has been attained by 324, the art of seduction greater effort, is cherished moments, or even manufacture them, as a kind of test. Will you retreat? Or more dearly than what is will you rise to the occasion? You cannot hesitate, or flinch, even for a mo gained with little trouble. As the proverb says, meant, or all is lost. If necessary, make the deed seem to have cost you more. Prizes great cannot be than it has, never with words, but indirectly, exhausted looks, reports one unless some heavy spread through a third party, whatever it takes. Labors done. The second way to prove yourself is the brave deed that you plan, and woman says, if no great prizes can be won unless execute in advance, on your own and at the right moment, preferably some heavy labors done, some way into the seduction, when any doubts the victim still has about you must suffer, that you are more dangerous than early on. Choose a dramatic, difficult action, exhaustion of many toils to be able to attain the favors that reveals the painful time and effort involved. Danger can be extremely you seek, since what you seductive. Cleverly lead your victim into a crisis, a moment of danger, or ask for is a greater prize, indirectly put them in an uncomfortable position, and you can play the rest. The man says, I give you all the thanks that I cure, the gallant knight. The powerful feelings and emotions this elicits can express, for so sagely easily be redirected into love. Promising me your love, when I have performed great toils. God forbid that I or any other could win some examples the love of so worthy a woman without first one. In France in the 1640s, Marion de Lorme was the courtesan men lusted, attaining it by many labors. After the most renowned for her beauty, she had been the mistress of Cardinal Richelieu, among other notable political and military figures. To win Andreascapellanus on love, translated by her bed, was a sign of achievement. P.G. Walsh for weeks the rake Count Grammont had wooed de Lorme, and finally she had given him an appointment for a particular evening. The Count prepared himself for a delightful encounter, but on the day of the appoint one day, St. Pruel meant he received a letter from her in which she expressed, in polite and pleaded more than usual tender terms, her terrible regrets. She had the most awful headache, and that Madame de la Maison Forte would grant him that would have to stay in bed that evening. Their appointment would have to ultimate favors a woman be postponed. The Count felt certain he was being pushed to the side for could offer, and he went someone else, for de Lorme was as capricious as she was beautiful. Beyond just words in his Grammont did not hesitate. At nightfall he rode to the Marais, where pleading, Madam, saying he had gone way too far, de Lorme lived, and scouted the area. In a square near her home, he ordered him to never ever tread a man approaching on foot. Recognizing the Duc de Brissac, he appear before her again. Dietly knew that this man was to supplant him in the courtesan's bed. He left her room. Only an hour later, the lady was Brissac seemed unhappy to see the Count, and so Grammont approached, taking her customary walk him hurriedly, and said, Brissac, my friend, you must do me a service of a long one of those beautiful the greatest importance. I have an appointment, for the first time, with the canals at Bagnolet, when St. Pruel leapt out from girl who lives near this place, and as this visit is only to concert measures, I behind a hedge, totally shall make, but a very short stay. Be so kind as to lend me your cloak, and naked, and standing before walk my horse a little, until I return, but above all, do not go far from this his mistress in this state, he place. Without waiting for an answer, Gramorn took the Duke's cloak, cried out, "For the last time, madam," and handed him the bridle of his horse. Looking back, he saw that Brissac goodbye. Thereupon, he was watching him, so he pretended to enter a house, slipped out threw himself into the back, circled around, and reached de Elome's house without being canal, head first. The lady, terrified by such a sight, seen. "Prove yourself." 325 Gramorn knocked at the door, and a servant, mistaking him for the began to cry and to run in. Duke, let him in. He headed straight for the lady's chamber, where he found the direction of her house, her lying on a couch, in a sheer gown. He threw off Brissac's cloak, and she whereupon arriving, she fainted. As soon as she gasped in fright. "What is the matter, my fair one?" he asked. "You could speak," she ordered. "Headache, to all appearance, is gone." She seemed put out, exclaimed she that someone go and see still had the headache, and insisted that he leave. It was up to her, she said, what had happened to St. Pruel, who in truth to make or break appointments. "Madam," Gramorn said calmly, "I know had not stayed very long in what perplexes you. You are afraid lest Brissac should meet me here, but the canal, and having you may make yourself easy on that account." He then opened the window, quickly put his clothes back on, hurried to Paris where and revealed Brissac out in the square, dutifully walking back and forth. He hid himself for several with a horse, like a common stable boy. He looked ridiculous, de Elorme days. Meanwhile, the burst out laughing, threw her arms around the Count, and exclaimed, "My rumour spread that he had died. Madame de la dear Chevalier, I can hold out no longer, you are too amiable, and too Maisonfort was deeply eccentric not to be pardoned." He told her the whole story, and she promised, moved by the extreme, that the Duke could exercise horses all night, but she would not let him in. Measures he had adopted. They made an appointment for the following evening. Outside, the Count to prove his sentiments. This act of his appeared to return the cloak, apologized for taking so long, and thanked the Duke. Her to be a sign of an Brissac was most gracious, even holding Gramorn's horse for him to extraordinary love, and mount, and waving goodbye as he rode off. Having perhaps noticed some charms in his naked presence that she had not seen fully clothed, she interpretation. Count Gramorn knew that most would-be seducers deeply regretted her cruelty, and publicly stated her up too easily, mistaking capriciousness, or apparent coolness, as a sign of a feeling of loss. Word of this genuine lack of interest. In fact, it can mean many things. Perhaps the poet reached St. Pruel, and son is testing you, wondering if you are really serious. Prickly behavior, is he immediately resurrected himself, and did not lose exactly this kind of test. If you give up at the first sign of difficulty, you time in taking advantage of obviously do not want them that much. Or it could be that they themselves such a favorable feeling in are uncertain about you, or are trying to choose between you and someone his mistress. Else. In any event, it is absurd to give up. One incontrovertible demonstra, count busir abutin, Tyon of how far you are willing to go will overwhelm all doubts. It will also histoires amoureusses des Gauls defeat your rivals, since most people are timid, worried about making fools of themselves, and so rarely risk anything. When dealing with difficult or resistant targets, it is usually best to him to become a lady's provice, the way Gramorn did. If your action seems sudden and a Sir Vassal, the troubadour prize, it will make them more emotional, loosen them up. A little was expected to pass roundabout accumulation of information, a little spying, is always a through 4 stages, i.e., good idea. Most important is the spirit in which you enact your proof. If aspirant, supplicant, postulant, and lover, you are light-hearted and playful, if you make the target laugh, proving when he had attained the yourself and amusing them at the same time, it won't matter if you mess last stage of amorous up, or if they see you have employed a little trickery. They will give in to initiation. He made a vow of fidelity, and this homage the pleasant mood you have created. Notice that the Count never whined, was sealed by a kiss in, or grew angry or defensive. All he had to do was pull back the curtain, and this idealistic form of reveal the Duke walking his horse, melting de Elorme's resistance with courtly love reserved for the aristocratic elite of chivalry, laughter. In one well-executed act, he showed what he would do for the phenomenon of love. Knight of her favors was considered to be a state 326, the Art of Seduction of Grace, while the two Pauline Bonaparte, the sister of Napoleon, had so many affairs with initiation that followed, fervent men over the years that doctors were afraid for her health. She could in the final sealing of the knot stay with one man for more than a few weeks. Novelty was her only pact, or equivalent of the knightly accolade, pleasure. After Napoleon married her off to Prince Camillo Borghese, in were linked with the rest of 1803, her affairs only multiplied. And so, when she met the dashing Major a nobleman's training and Jules de Canouville, in 1810, everyone assumed the affair would last no valorous exploits. The hallmarks of a true love are longer than the others. Of course the Major was a decorated soldier, well and of a perfect knight, educated, an accomplished dancer, and one of the most handsome men in were almost identical. The army. But Pauline, 30 years old at the time, had had affairs with lover, was bound to serve dozens of men who could have matched that resume, and obey his lady as a knight served his lord. In a few days after the affair began, the imperial dentist arrived. Both cases the pledge was of Pauline. A toothache had been causing her sleepless nights, and the dentist, a sacred nature, saw he would have to pull out the bad tooth right then and there. No, Nina-Epton, painkillers were used at the time, and as the man began to take out his very love and the French OU's instruments, Pauline grew terrified. Despite the pain of the tooth, she changed her mind and refused to have it pulled. Major Canouville was lounging on a couch in a silken robe, taking all in one of the goodly towns of the Kingdom of France. This inn, he tried to encourage her to have it done. A moment or two of there dwelt a nobleman of pain, and it's over forever. A child could go through with it and not good birth, who attended to her sound. I'd like to see you do it, she said. Canouville got up, went the schools that he might over to the dentist, chose a tooth in the back of his own mouth, and or learn how virtue and honor are to be acquired among dirt that it be pulled. A perfectly good tooth was extracted, and Canoe virtuous men. But Ville barely batted an eyelash. After this, not only did Pauline let the dentist, although he was so do his job, her opinion of Canouville changed. No man had ever done any accomplished that at the age of 17 or 18 thing like this for her before. Years he was, as it were, the affair had been going to last but a few weeks, now it stretched on. Both precept and example. Napoleon was not pleased. Pauline was a married woman, short affairs to others, love failed not to add his lesson to the rest, were allowed, but a deep attachment was embarrassing. He sent Canouville and, that he might be there to Spain, to deliver a message to a general there. The mission would take better hearkened to and weeks, and in the meantime Pauline would find someone else. Received, concealed himself in the face and the eyes of Canouville, though, was not your average lover. Riding day and night, the fairest lady in the without stopping to eat or sleep, he arrived in Salamanca within a few days. Whole country round, who there he found that he could proceed no farther, since communications had come to the city and had been cut off, and so, without waiting for further orders, he rode back order to advance a suit at law. But before love to Paris, without an escort, through enemy territory. He could meet with sought to vanquish the Pauline only briefly. Napoleon sent him right back to Spain. It was months, gentlemen, by means of this before he was finally allowed to return, but when he did, Pauline, a lady's beauty, he had first won her heart by letting Ately resumed her affair with him, an unheard of act of loyalty on her see the perfections of part. This time Napoleon sent Canouville to Germany and finally to Russ this young lord, for in Gutsia, where he died bravely in battle in 1812. He was the only lover Pauline looks, grace, sense and excellence of speech he was ever waited for, and the only one she ever mourned. Surpassed by none. You, who know what speedy way is made by the fire of interpretation. In seduction, the time often comes when the target has be love when once it fastens on the heart and fancy, will gun to fall for you, but suddenly pulls back. Your motives have begun to prove yourself, 327 seem dubious. Perhaps all you are after is sexual favors, or power, or readily imagine that money. Most people are insecure, and doubts like these can ruin the seduc between two subjects, so perfect, as these it knew tive illusion. In the case of Pauline Bonaparte, she was quite accustomed to little pause until it had using men for pleasure, and she knew perfectly well that she was being used them at its will, and had in turn. She was totally cynical. But people often use cynicism to cover up, so filled them with its clear insecurity. Pauline's secret anxiety was that none of her lovers had ever liked, that thought, wish, and speech were all aflame really loved her, that all of them to a man had really just wanted sex or with it. Youth, begetting political favors from her. When Canuville showed, through concrete AC fear in the young lord, led Tyons, the sacrifices he would make for her, his tooth, his career, his life, him to urge his suit with all the gentleness he transformed a deeply selfish woman into a devoted lover. Not that her imaginable, but she, being response was completely unselfish, his deeds were a boost to her vanity. If conquered by love, had know she could inspire these actions from him, she must be worth it. But if he need of force to win her. Nevertheless, shame, which was going to appeal to the noble seed of her nature, she had to rise to that tarries with ladies as long level as well, and prove herself by remaining loyal to him. As it can, for some time making your deed as dashing and chivalrous as possible will elevate the restrained her from declaring her mind. But at seduction to a new level, stir up deep emotions, and conceal any ulterior last the heart's fortress, motives you may have. The sacrifices you are making must be visible, talk, which is honor's abode, wasing about them, or explaining what they have cost you, will seem like brag, shattered in such sort that jing. Lose sleep, fall ill, lose valuable time, put your career on the line. The poor lady consented to that which she had never spent more money than you can afford. You can exaggerate all this for been minded to refuse. In fact, but don't get caught boasting about it or feeling sorry for yourself, order, however, to make cause yourself pain and let them see it. Since almost everyone else in trial of her lover's patience, constancy, and love, she the world seems to have an angle, your noble and selfless deed will be granted him what he irresistible sought on a very hard condition, assuring him that if he fulfilled it she would love him perfectly. Throughout the 1890s and into the early 20th century, Gabrielle forever, whereas, if D'Annunzio was considered one of Italy's premier novelists, and play failed in it, he would certainly never win hers rights. Yet many Italians could not stand the man. His writing was florid, long as he lived. And in person he seemed full of himself, overdramatic. Riding horses' naked condition was this, she on the beach, pretending to be a Renaissance man, and more of the kind. Would be willing to talk. His novels were often about war, and about the glory of facing and defeat with him, both being in bed together, clad in their death, an entertaining subject for someone who had never actually linen only, but he was to done so. And so, at the start of World War I, no one was surprised that Nathaniel from her D'Annunzio led the call for Italy to side with the Allies and enter the fray. Then words and kisses. He, thinking there was no everywhere you turned, there he was, giving a speech in favor of war, joy to be compared to that a campaign that succeeded in 1915, when Italy finally declared war on which she promised him, Germany and Austria. D'Annunzio's role so far had been completely pre-agreed to the proposal, and that evening the promise dictable. But what did surprise the Italian public was what this 52 was kept, in such wise your old man did next, he joined the army. He had never served in that, despite all the caresses military, boats made him seasick, but he could not be dissuaded. Eventually she bestowed on him, and the authorities gave him a post in a cavalry division, hoping to keep him the temptations that beset him. He would not break out of combat. His oath. And albeit his Italy had little experience in war, and its military was somewhat torment seemed to him no chaotic. The generals somehow lost track of D'Annunzio, who, in any less than that of Purgatory, 328, The Art of Seduction, yet was his love so great case, had decided to leave his cavalry division and form units of his own. And his hope so strong, he was an artist, after all, and could not be subjected to army discipline. Sure as he felt of the calling himself commandante, he overcame his habitual seasickness, and the ceaseless continuance of the love he had thus painfully wrecked a series of daring raids, leading groups of motorboats in the middle one, that he preserved his of the night into Austrian harbors and firing torpedoes at anchored ships. Patience and rose from he also learned how to fly, and began to lead dangerous sorties. In August beside her without having of 1915, he flew over the city of Trieste, then in enemy hands, and dropped done anything contrary to her expressed wish. The Italian flags and thousands of pamphlets containing a message of hope, writ lady was, I think, more 10 in his inimitable style, the end of your martyrdom is at hand. The astonished than pleased by dawn of your joy is imminent. From the heights of heaven, on the wings of such virtue, and giving no heed to the honor, patience, Italy, I throw you this pledge, this message from my heart. He flew at alty and faithfulness her lover-tudes unheard of at the time, and through thick enemy fire. The Austrians had shown in the keeping put a price on his head. Of his oath, she forthwith suspected that his love was on a mission. In 1916, D'Annunzio fell against his machine gun, for not so great, as she had mainly injuring one eye and seriously damaging the other. Told his fly thought, or else that he hadding days were over, he convalesced in his home in Venice. At the time, they found her less pleasing than he had expected. Most beautiful and fashionable woman in Italy was generally considered to she therefore resolved, be the Countess Morosini, former mistress of the German Kaiser. Her before keeping her promise, palace was on the Grand Canal, opposite the home of D'Annunzio. Now to make a further trial of she found herself besieged by letters and poems from the writer-soldier, the love he bore her, and to this end she begged him to mixing details of his flying exploits with declarations of his love. In the talk to a girl in her service, middle of air raids on Venice, he would cross the canal, barely able to see who was younger than out of one eye, to deliver his latest poem. D'Annunzio was much beneath herself and very beautiful, bidding him make love Morosini's station, a mere writer, but his willingness to brave anything on speeches to her, so that her behalf won her over. The fact that his reckless behavior could get him those who saw him come so killed any day only hastened the seduction. Often to the house might think that it was for the D'Annunzio ignored the doctor's advice and returned to flying, leading sake of this damsel, and not even more daring raids than before. By the end of the war, he was Italy's of herself the young most decorated hero. Now, wherever in the nation he appeared, the public laud, feeling sure that his own love was returned in filled the piazzas to hear his speeches. After the war, he led a march on equal measure, was wholly Fiume, on the Adriatic coast. In the negotiations to settle the war, Italians obedient to her commands, believed they should have been awarded this city, but the Allies had not and for love of her agreed. D'Annunzio's forces took over the city and the poet became compelled himself to make love to the girl, and she, leader, ruling Fiume for more than a year as an autonomous republic. By finding him so handsome then, everyone had forgotten about his less than glorious past as a decadent and well-spoken, believed writer. Now he could do no wrong. His lies more than other truth, and loved him as much as though she herself were greatly loved by him. Interpretation. The appeal of seduction is that of being separated from the mistress, finding that matters were thus well normal routines, experiencing the thrill of the unknown. Death is the ulti advanced, albeit the young mate unknown. In periods of chaos, confusion, and death, The plague's lord did not cease to claim that swept Europe in the Middle Ages, the terror of the French Revolution her promise, granted him Tyon, the air raids on London during World War II. People often let go of permission to come and see her at 1 hour after their usual caution, and do things they never would otherwise. They exp midnight, saying that after re-ents a kind of delirium. There is something immensely seductive about prove yourself, 329 danger, about heading into the unknown. Show that you have a reckless having so fully tested the streak and a daring nature, that you lack the usual fear of death, and you are love and obedience, he had shown towards her. It was instantly fascinating to the bulk of humanity. But just that he should be what you are proving in this instance is not how you feel toward and rewarded for his long other person, but something about yourself. You are willing to go out on a patience of the lover's joy limb. You are not just another talker and braggart. It is a recipe for instant on hearing this you need have no doubt, and he charisma. Any political figure, Churchill, de Gaulle, Kennedy, who has failed not to arrive at the proven himself on the battlefield has an unmatchable appeal. Many had appointed time. But the thought of D'Annunzio as a foppish womanizer, his experience in the war lady, still wishing to try the strength of his love, had gave him a heroic sheen, a Napoleonic aura. In fact he had always been and said to her beautiful effective seducer, but now he was even more devilishly appealing. You do, damsel. I am well aware not necessarily have to risk death, but putting yourself in its vicinity, will of the love a certain nobleman bears to you, give you a seductive charge. It is often best to do this some way into thee, and I think you are no less seduction, making it come as a pleasant surprise. You are willing to enter in love with him, and I feel the unknown. No one is more seductive than the person, who has had a so much pity for you both, brush with death. People will be drawn to you. Perhaps they are hoping that I have resolved to afford you time and place that some of your adventurous spirit will rub off on them, that you may converse together at your ease. The damsel was so enchanted that she could fall. According to one version of the Arthurian legend, the great knight Sir Not conceal her longings. Lancelot once caught a glimpse of Queen Guinevere, King Arthur's wife, but answered that she and that glimpse was enough. He fell madly in love. And so when word would not fail to be present, in obedience, reached him that Queen Guinevere had been kidnapped by an evil knight. Therefore, to her mistresses Lancelot did not hesitate. He forgot his other chivalrous tasks, and hurried counsel and command, she in pursuit. His horse collapsed from the chase, so he continued on foot. Fee undressed herself and lay down on a handsome bed. Nowly it seemed that he was close, but he was exhausted, and could go no in a room the door of farther. A horse-driven cart passed by. The cart was filled with loathsome, which the lady left half-looking men shackled together. In those days it was the tradition to place open, whilst within she set criminals, murderers, traitors, cowards, thieves, in such a cart, which alight so that the maiden's beauty might be clearly then passed through every street in town, so that people could see it. Once seen, then she herself you had ridden in the cart, you lost all feudal rights for the rest of your life. Pretended to go away, but the cart was such a dreadful symbol that seeing an empty one made you hid herself near to the bed so carefully that she could shiver, and give the sign of the cross. Even so, Sir Lancelot accosted the not be seen. Her poor cart's driver, a dwarf, in the name of God, tell me if you've seen my lady lover, thinking to find her the queen pass by this way. If you want to get into this cart I'm driving, according to her promise, failed not to enter the room said the dwarf, by tomorrow you'll know what has become of the queen, as softly as he could, at the then he drove the cart onward. Lancelot hesitated for but 2 of the appointed hour, and after horse's steps, then ran after it and climbed in. He had shut the door and put off his garments, and wherever the cart went, townspeople heckled it. They were most curie fur shoes. He got into the OUs about the night among the passengers. What was his crime? How will bed, where he looked to he be put to death, flayed, drowned, burned upon a fire of thorns. Fee find what he desired. But nowly the dwarf let him get out, without a word as to the whereabouts of. No sooner did he put out his arms to embrace her, the queen. To make matters worse, no one now would go near or talk to whom he believed to be his Lancelot, for he had been in the cart. He kept on chasing the queen, and all mistress, then the poor girl, along the way he was cursed at, spat upon, challenged by other knights. He, believing him entirely her 330, the Art of Seduction own, had her arms round, had disgraced knighthood by riding in the cart. But no one could stop him, his neck, speaking to him, or slow him down, and finally he discovered that the queen's kidnapper was the while in such loving the wicked Meleagant. He caught up with Meleagant, and the two fought a words, and with so beautiful a countenance, duel. Still weak from the chase, Lancelot seemed to be near defeat, but that there is not a hermit, when word reached him that the queen was watching the battle, he recoughed so wholly, but he would have aired his strength, and was on the verge of killing Meleagant when a truce forgotten his beads for love of her. But when there was called, Guinevere was handed over to him. Gentlemen recognized her. Lancelot could hardly contain his joy at the thought of finally being in with both eye and ear, and his lady's presence. But to his shock, she seemed angry, and would not look. Found he was not with her at her rescuer. She told Meleagant's father, "Sire, in truth he has wasted his for whose sake he had so greatly suffered, the love efforts. I shall always deny that I feel any gratitude toward him." Lancelot, that had made him get so, was mortified, but he did not complain. Much later, after undergoing inu quickly into the bed, made Mirabell further trials, she finally relented and they became lovers. One day him rise from it still more quickly. And in anger he asked her, when she had been abducted by Meleagant, had she heard the equally with mistress and story of the cart, and how he had disgraced knighthood. Was that why she, damsel, he said, neither had treated him so coldly that day? The queen replied, by delaying for your folly nor the malice of her, who put you there. Can 2 steps you showed your unwillingness to climb into it. That, to tell the make me other than I am. Truth, is why I didn't wish to see you or speak with you. But do you try to be an honest woman, for you shall never lose that good name through me. So interpretation. The opportunity to do your selfless deed often comes upon saying he rushed out of the you suddenly. You have to show your worth in an instant, right there on room in the greatest wrath the spot. It could be a rescue situation, a gift you could make or a favor you imaginable, and it was long before he returned to see his could do, a sudden request to drop everything and come to their aid. What mistress? However love, matters most is not whether you act rashly, make a mistake, and do some which is never without thing foolish, but that you seem to act on their behalf without thought for hope, assured him that the greater and more manifest yourself, or the consequences. His constancy was proved to at moments like these, hesitation, even for a few seconds, can ruin all. Be by all these trials, that the hard work of your seduction, revealing you as self-absorbed, unchival longer, and more delightful would be his bliss. The rouse and cowardly. This, at any rate, is the moral of Crétine de Troyes' lady, who had seen an 12th century version of the story of Lancelot. Remember, not only heard all that passed, was what you do matters, but how you do it. If you are naturally self-absorbed, so delighted and amazed at, learn to disguise it. React as spontaneously as possible, exaggerating the beholding the depth and constancy of his love, that fecked by seeming flustered, overexcited, even foolish, love has driven you to. She was impatient to sec that point. If you have to jump into the cart for Guinevere's sake, make sure him again in order to ask. She sees that you do it without the slightest hesitation. H is forgiven, S for the sorrow that she had caused him to endure. Anne as soon as she could meet 5. In Rome sometime around 1531, word spread of a sensational young with him. She failed not to address him in such woman named Tullia di Aragona. By the standards of the period, Tullia was excellent and pleasant, not a classic beauty. She was tall and thin, at a time when the plump and words, that he not only voluptuous woman was considered the ideal. And she lacked the cloying, forgot all his troubles, but giggling manner of most young girls who wanted masculine attention. No, even deemed them very fortunate, seeing that her quality was nobler. Her Latin was perfect. She could discuss the latest issue was to the glory of his literature. She played the lute and sang. In other words, she was a novelty, constancy and the perfect, and since that was all most men were looking for, they began to visit her in Prove Yourself, 331 great numbers. She had a lover, a diplomat, and the thought that one man assurance of his love, that had won her physical favors drove them all mad. Her male visitors began to fruit of which he enjoyed from that time as fully as compete for her attention, writing poems in her honor, vying to become he could desire. Her favorite. None of them succeeded, but they kept on trying. Queen and Margaret of. Of course there were some who were offended by her, stating publicly Navarre, the Heptameron, that she was no more than a high-class whore. They repeated the rumor quoted in the Vice, perhaps true, that she had made older men dance while she played the anthology, edited by Richard Davenport Hines lute, and if their dancing pleased her, they could hold her in their arms. To Tullia's faithful followers, all of noble birth, this was slander. They wrote a document that was distributed far and wide. Our honored mistress, the a soldier lays siege to well-born and honorable Lady Tullia de Aragona, doth surpass all ladies of cities, a lover to girls the past, present, or future by her dazzling qualities. Anyone who re-houses, the one assaults fuses to conform to this statement is hereby charged to enter the lists with city gates, the other front doors. Love, like war, is a one of the undersigned knights, who will convince him in the customary toss-up. The defeated can recover, while some Tullia left Rome in 1535, going first to Venice, where the poet Tasso might think invincible collapse, so if you've got became her lover, and eventually to Ferrara, which was then perhaps the love written off as an easy most civilized court in Italy. And what a sensation she caused there. Her option you'd better think voice, her singing, even her poems were praised far and wide. She opened a twice. Love calls for guts and initiative. Great literary academy devoted to ideas of free thinking. She called herself a muse Achilles sulks for Briseis, and as in Rome, a group of young men collected around her. They would quick, Trojans, smash follow her around the city, carving her name in trees, writing sonnets in her through the Argive wall. Hector went into battle honor, and singing them to anyone who would listen. From Andromache one young nobleman was driven to distraction, by this cult of adorer embraces helmeted by his Tyon. It seemed that everyone loved Tullia, but no one received her love in wife. Agamemnon return. Determined to steal her away and marry her, this young man himself, the Supremo, was struck into raptures tricked her into allowing him to visit her at night. He proclaimed his Undi the site of Cassandra's devotion, showered her with jewels and presents, and asked for her tumbled hair, even Mars' hand. She refused. He pulled out a knife, she still refused, and so he stabbed was caught on the job, felt the blacksmith's meshes, himself. He lived, but now Tullia's reputation was even greater than before heaven's best scandal in not even money could buy her favors, or so it seemed. As the years went years. Then take my own by and her beauty faded, some poet, or intellectual would always come to case. I was idle, born to leisure en déshabiller, her defense and protect her. Few of them ever pondered the reality, that mind softened by lazy Tullia was indeed a courtesan, one of the most popular, and well paid in the scribbling in the shade. Profession. But love for a pretty girl soon drove the sluggard to action, made him join up. And just look at me interpretation. All of us have defects of some sort. Some of these we are now, eating fit, dead born with, and cannot help. Tullia had many such defects. Physically she keen on night exercises if you want a cure, for was not the Renaissance ideal. Also, her mother had been a courtesan, and slackness, fall in love. She was illegitimate. Yet the men who fell under her spell did not care. Ovid, the Amores, they were too distracted by her image, the image of an elevated woman, translated by Peter Greene, a woman you would have to fight over to win. Her pose came straight out of the Middle Ages, the days of knights and troubadours. Then, a woman, most often married, was able to control the power dynamic between the sexes, by withholding her favors until the knight somehow proved his worth. 332, the art of seduction, and the sincerity of his sentiments. He could be sent on a quest, or made to live among lepers, or compete in a possibly fatal joust for her honor. And this he had to do without complaint. Although the days of the troubadour are long gone, the pattern remains. A man actually loves to be able to prove himself, to be challenged, to compete, to undergo tests and trials and emerge victorious. He has a masochistic streak. A part of him loves pain. And strangely enough, the more a woman asks for, the worthier she seems. A woman who is easy to get cannot be worth much. Make people compete for your attention, make them prove themselves in some way, and you will find them rising to the challenge. The heat of seduction is raised by such challenges. Show me that you really love me. When one person, of either sex, rises to the occasion, often the other person is now expected to do the same, and the seduction heightens. By making people prove themselves, too, you raise your value and cover up your defects. Your targets are too busy trying to prove themselves to notice your blemishes and faults. Symbol, the tournament. On the field, with its bright pennants and caparisoned horses, the lady looks on as knights fight for her hand. She has heard them declare love on bended knee, their endless songs and pretty promises. They are all good at such things. But then the trumpet sounds and the combat begins. In the tournament there can be no faking or hesitation. The knight she chooses must have blood on his face, and a few broken limbs. Reversal when trying to prove that you are worthy of your target. Remember that every target sees things differently. A show of physical prowess will not impress someone who does not value physical prowess. It will just show that you are after attention, flaunting yourself. Seducers must adapt their way of proving themselves to the doubts and weaknesses of the seduced. For some, fine words are better proofs than daredevil deeds, particularly if they are written down. With these people, show your sentiments in a letter, a different kind of physical proof, and one with more poetic appeal than some showy bit of action. Know your target well, and aim your seductive evidence at the source of their doubts or resistance. Effect a regression. People who have experienced a certain kind of pleasure in the past will try to repeat or relive it. The deepest rooted and most pleasurable memories are usually those from earliest childhood, and are often unconsciously associated with a parental figure. Bring Your Tar gets back to that point by placing yourself in the Oedipal triangle and positioning them as the needy child. Unaware of the cause of their emotional response, they will fall in love with you. Alternatively, you too can regress, letting them play the role of the protecting, nursing parent. In either case you are offering the ultimate fantasy, the chance to have an intimate relationship with mommy or daddy, son or daughter. The erotic regression. As adults we tend to overvalue our childhood. In their dependency and powerlessness, children genuinely suffer, yet when we get older we conveniently forget about that and sentimentalize the supposed paradise we have left behind. We forget the pain and remember only the pleasure. Why? Because the responsibilities of adult life are a burden so oppressive at times that we secretly yearn for the dependency of childhood, for that padash in Japan, much in the son who looked after our every need, assumed our cares and worries. This traditional way of child daydream of ours has a strong erotic component, for the child's feeling of rearing seems to foster passive dependence. The being dependent on the parent is charged with sexual undertones. Give child is rarely left alone, people a sensation similar to that protected, dependent feeling of childhood day or night, for it usually, and they will project all kinds of fantasies onto you, including feelings of sleeps with the mother, love or sexual attraction, that they will attribute to something else. When it goes out, the child is not pushed ahead in a won't admit it, but we long to regress, to shed our adult exterior and vent pram, to face the world, the childish emotions that linger beneath the surface. Alone, but is tightly bound early in his career, Sigmund Freud confronted a strange problem, many to the mother's back in a snug cocoon. When the of his female patients were falling in love with him, he thought he knew mother bows, the child does what was happening, encouraged by Freud, the patient would delve into too. So the social graces are her childhood, which of course was the source of her illness or neurosis. Acquired automatically, while feeling the mother's, she would talk about her relationship with her father, her earliest experience heartbeat. Thus emotional ensigns of tenderness and love, and also of neglect and abandonment. The security tends to depend process, would stir up powerful emotions and memories. In a way, she almost entirely on the physical presence of the would be transported back into her childhood. Intensifying this effect was mother. Children. The fact that Freud himself said little and made himself a little cold and learn that a show of tant, although he seemed to be caring, in other words, quite like the tradi passive dependence, is the best way to get favors as tional father figure. Meanwhile the patient was lying on a couch, in a well as affection. There is a helpless or passive position, so that the situation duplicated the roles of verb for this in Japanese, ent and child. Eventually she would begin to direct some of the confused Ameru, translated in the emotions she was dealing with toward Freud himself. Unaware of what was dictionary as to presume upon another's love, to happening, she would relate to him as to her father. She would regress and play the baby. According fall in love. Freud called this phenomenon transference, and it would be to the psychiatrist come an active part of his therapy. By getting patients to transfer some of Tokyo, this is the main key to understanding their repressed feelings onto the therapist. He would bring their problems, Japanese personality, it into the open, where they could be dealt with on a conscious level. Goes on in adult life too. The transference effect was so potent, though, that Freud was often juniors do it to seniors in companies, or any other able to move his patients past their infatuation. In fact, transference is a group, women do it to powerful way of creating an emotional attachment, the goal of any seduct men do it to their 336, the Art of Seduction mothers, and sometimes tie on. The method has infinite applications outside psychoanalysis. To prac wives. Atice it in real life, you need to play the therapist, encouraging people to talk magazine called YOUNG about their childhood. Most of us are only too happy to oblige, and our LADY featured an article, January 1982, on how memories are so vivid and emotional that a part of us regresses, just in talk to make ourselves sing about our early years. Also, in the course of talking, little secrets slip beautiful. How, in other out, we reveal all kinds of valuable information about our weaknesses and words, to attract men. An American or European our mental makeup, information you must attend to and remember. Do magazine would then go not take your target's words at face value, they will often sugarcoat, or over on to tell the reader how to dramatize events in childhood. But pay attention to their tone of voice, to be sexually desirable, know any nervous tics as they talk, and particularly to anything they do not want doubt suggesting various puffs, creams, and sprays. To talk about anything they deny or that makes them emotional. Many state not so with YOUNG lady. Ments actually mean their opposite. Should they say they hated their father, the most attractive for instance, you can be sure that they are hiding a lot of disappointment. Women, it informs us, are women full of that they actually loved their father only too much, and perhaps never quite maternal love. Women got what they wanted from him. Listen closely for recurring themes, and without maternal love are stories. Most important, learn to analyze emotional responses and see what the types men never want to marry. One has to lies behind them. Look at men through the while they talk, maintain the therapist's pose, attentive but quiet, eyes of a mother. Making occasional, non-judgmental comments. Be caring yet distant. Ian Baruma, behind the somewhat blank, in fact, and they will begin to transfer emotions and pro-mask on sexual demons, project fantasies onto you. With the information you have gathered about their sacred mothers, transvestites, GANGSTERS, childhood, and the trusting bond you have forged, you can now begin to drifters and other affect the regression. Perhaps you have uncovered a powerful attachment to Japanese cultural heroes, a parent, a sibling, a teacher, or any early infatuation, a person who casts a shadow over their present lives. Knowing what it was about this person that affected them so powerfully, you can now take over that role. Or perhaps I have stressed the fact that you have learned of an immense gap in their childhood. A neglectful FA, the beloved person is other, for instance. You act like that parent now, but you replace the original substitute for the ideal ego. Neglect with the attention and affection that the real parent never supplied. Two people who love each other are interchanging. Everyone has unfinished business from childhood, disappointments, lacks. Their ego ideals. That they painful memories. Finish what is unfinished. Discover what your target love each other means they never got, and you have the ingredients for a deep-rooted seduction. Love the ideal of themselves in the other one. There the key is not just to talk about memories, that is weak. What you would be no love on earth want is to get people to act out in their present old issues from their past. If this phantom were not without their being aware of what is happening. The regressions you can there. We fall in love, because we cannot attain effect fall into four main types. The image that is our better self, and the best of ourself. From this concept it is obvious that love itself is the infantile regression. The first bond, the bond between a mother only possible on a certain and her infant, is the most powerful one. Unlike other animals, human BA cultural level, or after a bias have a long period of helplessness, during which they are dependent on certain phase in their mother, creating an attachment that influences the rest of their lives. Development of the personality has been the key to effecting this regression, is to reproduce the sense of uncondi reached. The creation of unconditional love a mother has for her child. Never judge your targets, let them ego ideal itself marks do whatever they want, including behaving badly, at the same time human progress. When people are entirely satisfied round them with loving attention, smother them with comfort. A part of effector regression, 331 them will regress to those earliest years, when their mother took care of with their actual selves, everything and rarely left them alone. This works on almost everyone, for love is impossible. The transfer of the ego ideal to unconditional love is the rarest and most treasured form. You do not even a person is the most have to tailor your behavior to anything specific in their childhood, most of characteristic trait of love. Us have experienced this kind of attention. Meanwhile, create atmospheres, Theodore Reik, of love that reinforce the feeling you are generating, warm environments, playful and lust activities, bright, happy colors. I gave Ilfide the eyes the Oedipal regression. After the bond between mother and child of one girl in the village, the fresh complexion of comes the Oedipal triangle of mother, father, and child. This triangle forms another. The portraits of during the period of the child's earliest erotic fantasies. A boy wants his great ladies of the time of mother to himself, a girl does the same with her father, but they never Francis I, Henry IV, and Louis XIV, hanging in our quite have it that way, for a parent will always have competing connections drawing room, lent me to a spouse, or to other adults. Unconditional love has gone, now, in evita other features, and I even bly, the parent must sometimes deny what the child desires. Transport your borrowed beauties from the victims back to this period. Play a parental role, be loving, but also some pictures of the Madonna in the churches. This magic times scold and instill some discipline. Children actually love a little creature followed me discipline. It makes them feel that the adult cares about them. An adult invisibly everywhere. Children too will be thrilled if you mix your tenderness with a little tough, conversed with her as if with a real person, she-ness and punishment. Changed her appearance. Unlike infantile regression, Oedipal regression must be tailored to you according to the degree of target. It depends on the information you have gathered. Without knowing my madness, Aphrodite without a veil, Diana enough, you might treat a person like a child, scolding them now and then, shrouded in azure, and only to discover that you are stirring up ugly memories. They had 2 rows, Talia in a laughing much discipline as child. Or you might stir up memories of a parent they mask, heave with the goblet of youth. She became a loathed, and they will transfer those feelings to you. Do not go ahead fairy, giving me dominion with the regression, until you have learned everything you can about their over nature. The childhood, what they had too much of, what they lacked, and so on. If delusion lasted too whole, the target was strongly attached to a parent, but that attachment was par years, in the course of which my soul attained the entirely negative, the Oedipal regression strategy can still be quite effective. We highest peak of exaltation. Always feel ambivalent toward a parent, even as we love them, we resent, Chateaubriand, memoirs having had to depend on them. Don't worry about stirring up these from beyond the grave, bivalences, which don't keep us from being tied to our parents. Remember quoted in Friedrich Seeberg, Chateaubriand, translated to include an erotic component in your parental behavior. Now your by Violet M. MacDonald gets are not only getting their mother or father all to themselves, they are getting something more, something previously forbidden, but now allowed. The ego ideal regression. As children, we often form an ideal figure out of our dreams and ambitions. First, that ideal figure is the person we want to be. We imagine ourselves as brave adventurers, romantic figures. Then, in our adolescence, we turn our attention to others, often projecting our ideals onto them. The first boy or girl we fall in love with may seem to have the ideal qualities we wanted for ourselves, or else may make us feel that we can play that ideal role in relation to them. Most of us carry these 338, the Art of Seduction ideals around with us, buried just below the surface. We are secretly disappointed in how much we have had to compromise, how far below the ideal we have fallen as we have gotten older. Make your targets feel they are living out this youthful ideal, and coming closer to being the person they wanted to be, and you will effect a different kind of regression, creating a feeling reminiscent of adolescence. The relationship between you and the seduced is in this instance more equal than in the previous kinds of regressions, more like the affection between siblings. In fact, the ideal is often modeled on a brother or sister. To create this effect, strive to reproduce the intense, innocent mood of a youthful infatuation. The reverse parental regression. Here you are the one to regress. You deliberately play the role of the cute, adorable, yet also sexually charged child. Older people always find younger people incredibly seductive. In the presence of youth, they feel a little of their own youth return, but they are in fact older, and mixed into the invigoration they feel in young people's company, is the pleasure of playing the mother or father to them. If a child has erotic feelings toward a parent, feelings that are quickly repressed, the parent must deal with the same problem in reverse. Assume the role of the child in relation to your targets, however, and they get to act out some of those repressed erotic sentiments. The strategy may seem to call for a difference in age, but this is actually not critical. Marilyn Monroe's exaggerated little girl qualities worked just fine on men her age. Emphasizing a weakness or vulnerability on your part will give the target a chance to play the protector. Some examples: 1. The parents of Victor Hugo separated shortly after the novelist was born, in 1802. Hugo's mother, Sophie, had been carrying on an affair with her husband's superior officer, a general. She took the 3 Hugo boys away from their father, and went off to Paris to raise them on her own. Near the end of 1832, production began on one of Hugo's plays, and he was to supervise the casting. A 26-year-old actress named Juliette Drouet auditioned for one of the smaller roles. Normally quite adroit with the ladies, Hugo found himself stuttering in Juliette's presence. She was quite simply the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and this and her composed manner intimidated him. Naturally, Juliette won the part. He found himself thinking about her all the time. She always seemed to be surrounded by a group of adoring men. Clearly she was not interested in him, or so he thought. One evening, though, after a performance of the play, he followed her home, to find that she was neither angry nor surprised. Indeed, she invited him up to her apartment. He spent the night, and soon he was spending almost every night there. Hugo was happy again. To his delight, Juliette quit her career in the theatre, dropped her former friends, and learned to cook. She had loved fancy clothes and social affairs. Now she became Hugo's secretary, rarely leaving the apartment in which he had established her and seeming to live only for his visits. After a while, however, Hugo returned to his old ways and started to have little affairs on the side. She did not complain, as long as she remained the one woman he kept returning to. And Hugo had in fact grown quite dependent on her. In 1843, Hugo's beloved daughter died in an accident, and he sank into a depression. The only way he knew to get over his grief was to have an affair with someone new. And so, shortly thereafter, he fell in love with a young married aristocrat named Léonie d'Ornat. He began to see Juliette less and less. A few years later, Léonie, feeling certain she was the preferred one, gave him an ultimatum: stop seeing Juliette altogether, or it was over. Hugo refused. Instead, he decided to stage a contest. He would continue to see both women, and in a few months his heart would tell him which one he preferred. Léonie was furious, but she had no choice. Her affair with Hugo had already ruined her marriage and her standing in society. She was dependent on him. Anyway, how could she lose? She was in the prime of life, whereas Juliette had grey hair by now. So she pretended to go along with this contest, but as time went on, she grew increasingly resentful about it, and complained. Juliette, on the other hand, behaved as if nothing had changed. Whenever he visited, she treated him as she always had, dropping everything to comfort and mother him. The contest lasted several years. In 1851, Hugo was in trouble with Louis Napoleon, the cousin of Napoleon Bonaparte, and now the President of France. Hugo had attacked his dictatorial tendencies in the press, bitterly and perhaps recklessly, for Louis Napoleon was a vengeful man. Fearing for 340, The Art of Seduction, the writer's life, Juliette managed to hide him in a friend's house and arranged for a false passport, a disguise, and safe passage to Brussels. Everything went according to plan. Juliette joined him a few days later, carrying his most valuable possessions. Clearly her heroic actions had won the contest for her. And yet, after the novelty of Hugo's new life wore off, his affairs resumed. Finally, fearing for his health, and worried that she could no longer compete with yet another 20-year-old coquette, Juliette made a calm, but stern demand: no more women, or she was leaving him. Taken completely by surprise, yet certain that she meant every word, Hugo broke down and sobbed. An old man by now, he got down on his knees and swore, on the Bible and then on a copy of his famous novel Les Miserables, that he would stray no more. Until Juliette's death, in 1883, her spell over him was complete. Interpretation. Hugo's love life was determined by his relationship with his mother. He never felt she had loved him enough. Almost all the women he had affairs with bore a physical resemblance to her. Somehow he would make up for her lack of love for him by sheer volume. When Juliette met him, she could not have known all this, but she must have sensed two things. He was extremely disappointed in his wife, and he had never really grown up. His emotional outbursts and his need for attention made him more a little boy than a man. She would gain ascendancy over him for the rest of his life by supplying the one thing he had never had: complete, unconditional mother love. Juliet never judged Hugo, or criticized him for his naughty ways. She lavished him with attention. Visiting her was like returning to the womb. In her presence, in fact, he was more a little boy than ever. How could he refuse her a favor, or ever leave her? And when she finally threatened to leave him, he was reduced to the state of a wailing infant crying for his mother. In the end, she had total power over him. Unconditional love is rare and hard to find, yet it is what we all crave, since we either experienced it once or wish we had. You do not have to go as far as Juliet Drouet. The mere hint of devoted attention, of accepting your lovers for who they are, of meeting their needs, will place them in an infantile position. A sense of dependency may frighten them a little, and they may feel an undercurrent of ambivalence, a need to assert themselves periodically, as Hugo did through his affairs. But their ties to you will be strong and they will keep coming back for more, bound by the illusion that they are recapturing the mother love they had seemingly lost forever, or never had. 2. Around the turn of the 20th century, Professor Mutt, a schoolmaster at a college for young men in a small German town, began to affect a regression 341 develop a keen hatred of his students. Mutt was in his late 50s, and had worked at the same school for many years. He taught Greek and Latin, and was a distinguished classical scholar. He had always felt a need to impose discipline, but now it was getting ugly. The students were simply not interested in Homer anymore. They listened to bad music, and only liked modern literature. Although they were rebellious, Mutt considered them soft and undisciplined. He wanted to teach them a lesson and make their lives miserable. His usual way of dealing with their bouts of rowdiness was sheer bullying, and most often it worked. One day a student Mutt loathed, a haughty, well-dressed young man named Lohman, stood up in class and said, "I can't go on working in this room, Professor. There is such a smell of mud." Mud was the boy's nickname for Professor Mutt. The professor seized Lohman by the arm, twisted it hard, then banished him from the room. He later noticed that Lohman had left his exercise book behind, and thumbing through it he saw a paragraph about an actress named Rosa Froelich. A plot hatched in Mutt's mind. He would catch Lohman cavorting with this actress, no doubt a woman of ill repute, and would get the boy kicked out of school. First he had to find out where she performed. He searched high and low, finally finding her name up outside a club called the Blue Angel. He went in. It was a smoke-filled place, full of the working-class types he looked down on. Rosa was on stage. She was singing a song. The way she looked everyone in the audience in the eye was rather brazen, but for some reason Mutt found this disarming. He relaxed a little, had some wine. After her performance he made his way to her dressing room, determined to grill her about Lohman. Once there he felt strangely uncomfortable, but he gathered up his courage, accused her of leading schoolboys astray, and threatened to get the police to close the place down. Rosa, however, was not intimidated. She turned all of Mutt's sentences around. Perhaps he was the one leading boys astray. Her tone was cajoling and teasing. Yes, Lohman had bought her flowers and champagne, so what? No one had ever talked to Mutt this way before. His authoritative tone usually made people give way. He should have felt offended. She was low class and a woman, and he was a schoolmaster, but she was talking to him as if they were equals. Instead, however, he neither got angry nor left. Something compelled him to stay. Now she was silent. She picked up a stocking and started to darn it, ignoring him. His eyes followed her every move, particularly the way she rubbed her bare knee. Finally he brought up Lohman again, and the police. "You've no idea what this life's like," she said. "Everyone who comes here thinks he's the only pebble on the beach. If you don't give them what they want they threaten you with the police." "I certainly regret having hurt a lady's feelings," he replied sheepishly. As she got up from her chair, their knees rubbed, and he felt a shiver up his spine. Now she was nice to him again, and poured him some more wine. She invited him to come back, then left abruptly to perform another number. 342, The Art of Seduction. The next day he kept thinking about her words, her looks. Thinking about her while he was teaching gave him a kind of naughty thrill. That night he went back to the club, still determined to catch Lohman in the act, and once again found himself in Rosa's dressing room, drinking wine and becoming strangely passive. She asked him to help her get dressed. That seemed quite an honor and he obliged her. Helping her with her corset and her makeup, he forgot about Lohman. He felt he was being initiated into some new world. She pinched his cheeks and stroked his chin, and occasionally let him glimpse her bare leg, as she rolled up a stocking. Now Professor Mutt showed up night after night, helping her dress, watching her perform, all with a strange kind of pride. He was there so often that Lohman and his friends no longer showed up. He had taken their place. He was the one to bring her flowers, pay for her champagne, the one to serve her. Yes, an old man like himself had bested the youthful Lohman, who thought himself so suave. He liked it when she stroked his chin, complimented him for doing things right, but he felt even more excited when she rebuked him, throwing a powder puff in his face, or pushing him off a chair. It meant she liked him. And so, gradually, he began to pay for all her caprices. It cost him a pretty penny, but kept her away from other men. Eventually he proposed to her. They married, and scandal ensued. He lost his job, and soon all his money. Finally he landed in prison. To the very end, however, he could never get angry with Rosa. Instead he felt guilty. He had never done enough for her. Interpretation. Professor Mutt and Rosa Froelich are characters in the novel The Blue Angel, written by Heinrich Mann, in 1905, and later made into a film starring Marlene Dietrich. Rosa's seduction of Mutt follows the classic Oedipal regression pattern. First, the woman treats the man the way a mother would treat a little boy. She scolds him, but the scolding is not threatening, it is tender, and has a teasing edge. Like a mother, she knows she is dealing with someone weak, who cannot help his naughty behavior. She mixes plenty of praise and approval in with her taunts. Once the man begins to regress, she adds physical excitement, some bodily contact to excite him, subtle sexual overtones. As a reward for his regression, the man may get the thrill of finally sleeping with his mother. But there is always an element of competition, which the mother figure must heighten. The man gets to possess her all on his own, something he could not do with father in the way, but he first has to win her away from others. The key to this kind of regression is to see and treat your targets as children. Nothing about them intimidates you, no matter how much authority or social standing they have. Your manner makes it clear that you feel you are the stronger party. To accomplish this, it may be helpful to imagine or visualize them as the children they once were. Suddenly, powerful people do not seem so powerful and threatening when you regress them in your imagination. Keep in mind that certain types are more vulnerable to an effector regression. 343 Oedipal regression. Look for those who, like Professor Mutt, seem outwardly the most adult, straight-laced, serious, a little full of themselves. They are struggling to repress their regressive tendencies, overcompensating for their weaknesses. Often those who seem the most in command of themselves are the ripest for regression. In fact, they are secretly longing for it, because their power, position, and responsibilities are more a burden than a pleasure. 3. Born in 1768, the French writer François-René de Chateaubriand grew up in a medieval castle in Brittany. The castle was cold and gloomy, as if inhabited by the ghosts of its past. The family lived there in semi-seclusion. Chateaubriand spent much of his time with his sister Lucille, and his attachment to her was strong enough that rumors of incest made the rounds. But when he was around 15, a new woman named Sylphide entered his life, a woman he created in his imagination, a composite of all the heroines, goddesses, and courtesans he had read about in books. He was constantly seeing her features in his mind, and hearing her voice. Soon she was taking walks with him, carrying on conversations. He imagined her innocent and exalted, yet they would sometimes do things that were not so innocent. He carried on this relationship for 2 whole years, until finally he left for Paris, and replaced Sylphide with women of flesh and blood. The French public, weary after the terrors of the 1790s, greeted Chateaubriand's first books enthusiastically, sensing a new spirit in them. His novels were full of windswept castles, brooding heroes, and passionate heroines. Romanticism was in the air. Chateaubriand himself resembled the characters in his novels, and despite his rather unattractive appearance, women went wild over him. With him, they could escape their boring marriages, and live out the kind of turbulent romance he wrote about. Chateaubriand's nickname was the Enchanter, and although he was married, and an ardent Catholic, the number of his affairs increased with the years. But he had a restless nature. He traveled to the Middle East, to the United States, all over Europe. He could not find what he was looking for anywhere, and not the right woman either. After the novelty of an affair wore off, he would leave. By 1807 he had had so many affairs, and still felt so unsatisfied, that he decided to retire to his country estate, called Valley Auxiliary Loops. He filled the place with trees from all over the world, transforming the grounds into something out of one of his novels. There he began to write the memoirs that he envisioned would be his masterpiece. By 1817, however, Chateaubriand's life had fallen apart. Money problems had forced him to sell Valley Auxiliary Loops. Almost 50, he suddenly felt old, his inspiration dried up. That year he visited the writer Madame de Staël, who had been ill and was now close to death. He spent several days at her bedside, along with her closest friend, Juliette Récamier. Madame Récamier's affairs were infamous. She was married to a much older man, but they had not lived together for some time. She had broken the hearts of the most illustrious men in Europe, including Prince Metternich, the Duke of 344, the Art of Seduction Wellington, and the writer Benjamin Constant. It had also been rumored that despite all her flirtations, she was still a virgin. She was now almost 40, but she was the type of woman who seems youthful at any age. Drawn together by their grief over de Staël's death, she and Chateaubriand became friends. She listened so attentively to him, adopting his moods and echoing his sentiments, that he felt that he had at last met a woman who understood him. There was also something rather ethereal about Madame Récamier. Her walk, her voice, her eyes, more than one man had compared her to some unearthly angel. Chateaubriand soon burned with the desire to possess her physically. The year after their friendship began, she had a surprise for him. She had convinced a friend to purchase Valley Auxiliary Loops. The friend was away for a few weeks, and she invited Chateaubriand to spend some time with her at his former estate. He happily accepted. He showed her around, explaining what each little patch of ground had meant to him, the memories the place conjured up. He felt youthful feelings welling up inside him, feelings he had forgotten about. He delved further into the past, describing events in his childhood. At moments, walking with Madame Récamier and looking into those kind eyes, he felt a shiver of recognition, but he could not quite identify it. All he knew was that he had to go back to the memoirs that he had laid aside. "I intend to employ the little time that is left to me in describing my youth," he said, "so long as its essence remains palpable to me." It seemed that Madame Récamier returned Chateaubriand's love, but as usual she struggled to keep it a spiritual affair. The Enchanter, however, deserved his nickname. His poetry, his air of melancholy, and his persistence finally won the day, and she succumbed, perhaps for the first time in her life. Now, as lovers, they were inseparable. But as always with Chateaubriand, over time one woman was not enough. The restless spirit returned. He began to have affairs again. Soon he and Recamier stopped seeing each other. In 1832, Chateaubriand was traveling through Switzerland. Once again his life had taken a downward turn, only this time he truly was old, in body and spirit. In the Alps, strange thoughts of his youth began to assail him, memories of the castle in Brittany. Word reached him that Madame Recamier was in the area. He had not seen her in years, and he hurried to the inn where she was staying. She was as kind to him as ever. During the day they took walks together, and at night they stayed up late, talking. One day, Chateaubriand told Recamier he had finally decided to finish his memoirs. And he had a confession to make. He told her the story of Sylphide, his imaginary lover when he was growing up. He had once hoped to meet a Sylphide in real life, but the women he had known had paled in comparison. Over the years he had forgotten about his imaginary lover, but now he was an old man, and he not only thought of her again, he could see her face and hear her voice. And with those memories he realized that he had in fact met Sylphide in real life. It was Madame Re effect a regression, 345 Camia. The face and voice were close. More important, there was the calm spirit, the innocent, virginal quality. Reading to her the prayer to Sylphide he had just written, he told her he wanted to be young again, and seeing her had brought his youth back to him. Reconciled with Madame Recamier, he began to work again on the memoirs, which were eventually published under the title Memoirs from Beyond the Grave. Most critics agreed that the book was his masterpiece. The memoirs were dedicated to Madame Recamier, to whom he remained devoted until his death, in 1848. Interpretation. All of us carry, within us an image of an ideal type of person whom we yearn to meet and love. Most often the type is a composite made up of bits and pieces of different people from our youth, and even of characters in books and movies. People who influenced us inordinately, a teacher for instance, may also figure. The traits have nothing to do with superficial interests. Rather, they are unconscious, hard to verbalize. We searched hardest for this ideal type in our adolescence, when we were more idealistic. Often our first loves have more of these traits than our subsequent affairs. For Chateaubriand, living with his family in their secluded castle, his first love was his sister Lucille, whom he adored and idealized. But since love with her was impossible, he created a figure out of his imagination, who had all her positive attributes, nobility of spirit, innocence, courage. Madame Recamier could not have known about Chateaubriand's ideal type, but she did know something about him, well before she ever met him. She had read all of his books, and his characters were highly autobiographical. She knew of his obsession with his lost youth, and everyone knew of his endless and unsatisfying affairs with women, his hyperstless spirit. Madame Recamier knew how to mirror people, entering their spirit, and one of her first acts was to take Chateaubriand to Valley Auxiliary Loops, where he felt he had left part of his youth. Alive with memories, he regressed further into his childhood, to the days in the castle. She actively encouraged this. Most important, she embodied a spirit that came naturally to her, but that matched his youthful ideal, innocent, noble, kind. The fact that so many men fell in love with her suggests that many men had the same ideals. Madame Recamier was Lucille Sylphide. It took him years to realize it, but when he did, her spell over him was complete. It is nearly impossible to embody someone's ideal completely. But if you come close enough, if you evoke some of that ideal spirit, you can lead that person into a deep seduction. To effect this regression, you must play the role of the therapist. Get your targets to open up about their past, particularly their former loves and most particularly their first love. Pay attention to any expressions of disappointment, how this or that person did not give them what they wanted. Take them to places that evoke their youth. In this regression, you are creating not so much a relationship of depend, 346, the art of seduction, density, and immaturity, but rather the adolescent spirit of a first love. There is a touch of innocence to the relationship. So much of adult life involves compromise, conniving, and a certain toughness. Create the ideal atmosphere by keeping such things out, drawing the other person into a kind of mutual weakness, conjuring a second virginity. There should be a dreamlike quality to the affair, as if the target were reliving that first love, but could not quite believe it. Let all of this unfold slowly, each encounter revealing more ideal qualities. The sense of reliving a past pleasure is simply impossible to resist. 4. Sometime in the summer of 1614, several members of England's upper nobility, including the Archbishop of Canterbury, met to decide what to do about the Earl of Somerset, the favourite of King James I, who was 48 at the time. After 8 years as the favourite, the young Earl had accumulated such power and wealth, and so many titles, that nothing was left for anyone else. But how to get rid of this powerful man? For the time being, the conspirators had no answer. A few weeks later, the king was inspecting the royal stables when he caught sight of a young man who was new to the court, the 22-year-old George Villiers, a member of the lower nobility. The courtiers who accompanied the king that day watched the king's eyes following Villiers, and saw with what interest he asked about this young man. Indeed, everyone had to agree that he was a most handsome youth, with the face of an angel and a charmingly childish manner. When news of the king's interest in Villiers reached the conspirators, they instantly knew they had found what they had been looking for, a young man who could seduce the king and supplant the dreaded favorite. Left to nature, though, the seduction would never happen. They had to help it along. So, without telling Villiers of their plan, they befriended him. King James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots. His childhood had been a nightmare. His father, his mother's favorite, and his own regents had all been murdered. His mother had first been exiled, later executed. When James was young, to escape suspicion he played the part of a fool. He hated the sight of a sword and could not stand the slightest sign of argument. When his cousin Queen Elizabeth I died in 1603, leaving no heir, he became King of England. James surrounded himself with bright, happy young men, and seemed to prefer the company of boys. In 1612, his son, Prince Henry, died. The king was inconsolable. He needed distraction and good cheer, and his favourite, the Earl of Somerset, was no longer so young and attractive. The timing for a seduction was perfect. And so the conspirators went to work on Villiers, under the guise of trying to help him advance within the court. They supplied him with a magnificent wardrobe, jewels, a glittering carriage, the kind of things the king noticed. They worked on his riding, effect a regression, 347 fencing, tennis, dancing, his skills with birds and dogs. He was instructed in the art of conversation, how to flatter, tell a joke, sigh at the right moment. Fortunately, Villiers was easy to work with. He had a naturally buoyant manner, and nothing seemed to bother him. That same year the conspirators managed to get him appointed the royal cupbearer. Every night he poured out the king's wine, so that the king could see him up close. After a few weeks, the king was in love. The boy seemed to crave attention and tenderness, exactly what he yearned to offer. How wonderful it would be to mold and educate him. And what a perfect figure he had. The conspirators convinced Villiers to break off his engagement to a young lady. The king was single-minded in his affections, and could not stand competition. Soon James wanted to be around Villiers all the time, for he had the qualities the king admired, innocence and a light-hearted spirit. The king appointed Villiers gentleman of the bedchamber, making it possible for them to be alone together. What particularly charmed James was that Villiers never asked for anything, which made it all the more delightful to spoil him. By 1616, Villiers had completely supplanted the former favourite. He was now the Earl of Buckingham, and a member of the King's Privy Council. To the conspirators' dismay, however, he quickly accumulated even more privileges than the Earl of Somerset had done. The king would call him sweetheart in public, fix his doublets, comb his hair. James zealously protected his favourite, anxious to preserve the young man's innocence. He tended to the youth's every whim, in effect became his slave. In fact, the king seemed to regress. Whenever Steenie, his nickname for Viers, entered the room, he started to act like a child. The two were inseparable until the king's death, in 1625. Interpretation. We are most definitely stamped forever by our parents, in ways we can never fully understand. But the parents are equally influenced and seduced by the child. They may play the role of the protector, but in the process they absorb the child's spirit and energy, relive a part of their own childhood. And just as the child struggles against sexual feelings toward the parent must repress comparable erotic feelings that lie just beneath the tenderness they feel. The best and most insidious way to seduce people is often to position yourself as the child. Imagining themselves stronger, more in control, they will be lured into your web. They will feel they have nothing to fear. Emphasize your immaturity, your weakness, and you let them indulge in fantasies of protecting and parenting you, a strong desire as people get older. What they do not realize is that you are getting under their skin, insinuating yourself. It is the child who is controlling the adult. Your innocence makes them want to protect you, but it is also sexually charged. Innocence is highly seductive. Some people even long to play the corrupter of innocence. Stir up their latent sexual feelings, and 348, The Art of Seduction, you can lead them astray with the hope of fulfilling a strong yet repressed fantasy, sleeping with the child figure. In your presence, too, they will begin to regress as well, infected by your childish, playful spirit. Most of this came naturally to Viers, but you will probably have to use some calculation. Fortunately, all of us have strong childish tendencies within us that are easy to access and exaggerate. Make your gestures seem spontaneous and unplanned. Any sexual element of your behavior should seem innocent, unconscious. Like Viers, don't push for favors. Parents prefer to spoil children who don't ask for things, but invite them in their manner. Seeming non-judgmental and uncritical of those around you will make everything you do seem more natural and naive. Have a happy, cheerful demeanor, but with a playful edge. Emphasize any weaknesses you might have, things you cannot control. Remember, most of us remember our early years fondly, but often, paradoxically, the people with the strongest attachment to those times are the ones who had the most difficult childhoods. Actually, circumstances kept them from getting to be children, so they never really grew up, and they long for the paradise they never got to experience. James I falls into this category. These types are ripe targets for a reverse regression. Symbol, the bed. Lying alone in bed, the child feels unprotected, afraid, and needy. In a nearby room, there is the parent's bed. It is large and forbidding, sight of things you are not supposed to know about. Give the seduced both feelings, helplessness and transgression, as you lay them into bed and put them to sleep. Reversal. To reverse the strategies of regression, the parties to a seduction would have to remain adults during the process. This is not only rare, it is not very pleasurable. Seduction means realizing certain fantasies. Being a mature and responsible adult is not a fantasy, it is a duty. Furthermore, a person who remains an adult in relation to you is harder to seduce. In all kinds of seduction, political, media, personal, the target must regress. The only danger is that the child, wearying of dependence, turns against the parent and rebels. You must be prepared for this, and unlike a parent, never take it personally. Stir up the transgressive and taboo. There are always social limits on what one can do. Some of these, the most elemental taboos, go back centuries, others are more superficial, simply defining polite and acceptable behavior. Making your targets feel that you are leading them past either kind of limit is immensely seductive. People yearn to explore their dark side. Not everything in romantic love is supposed to be tender and soft. Hint that you have a cruel, even sadistic streak. You do not respect age differences, marriage vows, family ties. Once the desire to transgress draws your targets to you, it will be hard for them to stop. Take them further than they imagined. The shared feeling of guilt and complicity will create a powerful bond. The Lost Self. In March of 1812, the 24-year-old George Gordon Byron published the first cantos of his poem Childe Harold. The poem was filled with familiar Gothic imagery, a dilapidated abbey, debauchery, travels to the mysterious East, but what made it different was that the hero of the poem was also its villain. Harold was a man who led a life of vice, disdaining society's conventions yet somehow going unpunished. Also, the poem was not set in some faraway land, but in present-day England. Childe Harold. It is a matter of a certain kind of feeling, that have created an instant stir, becoming the talk of London. The first printing being overwhelmed. They're quickly sold out. Within days a rumor made the rounds. The poem, about our many who have a great debauched young nobleman, was in fact autobiographical. Fear of being overwhelmed by someone, for example, now the cream of society clamored to meet Lord Byron, and many of someone who makes them left their calling cards at his London residence. Soon he was showing laugh against their will, or up at their homes. Strangely enough, he exceeded their expectations. He tickles them to death, or, worse, tells them things was devilishly handsome, with curling hair and the face of an angel. His that they sense to be black attire set off his pale complexion. He did not talk much, which made accurate, but which they do an impression of itself, and when he did, his voice was low and hypnotic, not quite understand, and his tone a little disdainful. He had a limp, he was born with a clubfoot, things that go beyond their prejudices, and received so when an orchestra struck up a waltz, the dance craze of 1812, he would wisdom, in other words, stand to the side, a faraway look in his eye. The ladies went wild over by, they do not want to be Ron. Upon meeting him, Lady Rosebery felt her heart beating, so violently seduced, since seduction means confronting people, a mix of fear and excitement, that she had to walk away. Women fought to with their limits be seated next to him, to win his attention, to be seduced by him. Was it that are supposed to be set true, that he was guilty of a secret sin, like the hero of his poem? Unstable, but that the seducer suddenly causes to Lady Caroline Lamb, wife of William Lamb, son of Lord and Lady Waver. Seduction is the Melbourne, was a glittering young woman on the social scene, but deep desire of being inside she was unhappy. As a young girl she had dreamt of adventure, row overwhelmed, taken beyond. Manse, travel. Now she was expected to play the role of the polite young wife, and it did not suit her. Lady Caroline was one of the first to read Daniel Sibbony, Lamou our inconscient Childe Harold, and something more than its novelty stirred her. When she saw Lord Byron at a dinner party, surrounded by women, she looked at his face, then walked away. That night she wrote of him in her journal, "Mad, just lately I saw a tight, bad, and dangerous to know." She added, "That beautiful pale face is my reined stallion / get the bit fate," in his teeth and bolt / like the next day, to Lady Caroline's surprise, Lord Byron called on her. Lightning, yet the minute he felt the reins slacken, / evidently he had seen her walking away from him, and her shyness had drop loose on his flying intrigued him. He disliked the aggressive women, who were constantly at his manner, / he stopped dead. 352. The Art of Seduction. We eternally chafe at heels. As it seemed he disdained everything, including his success. Soon he restrictions, covert / was visiting Lady Caroline daily. He lingered in her boudoir, played with whatever's forbidden. Her children helped her choose her dress for the day. She pressed him to look how a sick man, who's told / no immersion talk of his life. He described his brutal father, the untimely deaths that hangs round the bath, seemed to be a family curse, the crumbling abbey he had inherited, his ad house. / Desire / ventures in Turkey and Greece. His life was indeed as gothic as that of Mounts for Watts kept out Childe Harold. Of Reach. A Thief's Attracted by burglar proof, within days the two became lovers. Now, though, the tables turned, premises. How often will Lady Caroline pursued Byron with unladylike aggression? She dressed as a love thrive on a rival's page, and sneaked into his carriage, wrote him extravagantly emotional letter-approval. It's not your wife's beauty, but your own tears, flaunted the affair. At last, a chance to play the grand romantic role of passion, for her that gets her girlhood fantasies. Byron began to turn against her. He already loved to us. She must have shock. Now he confessed to her the nature of the secret sin he had alluded something. Just to have hooked you. A girl locked to in Childe Harold, his homosexual affairs during his travels. He made up by her husband's not cruel remarks, grew indifferent. But this only seemed to push her further. Chaste but pursued, her she sent him the customary lock of hair, but from her pubis, she followed fear's a bigger draw than her figure. Illicit passion, him in the street, made public scenes, finally her family sent her abroad to like it or not, is avoid further scandal. After Byron made it clear the affair was over, she'd a sweeter. It only turns me send it into a madness, that would last several years. On when the girl says, I'm frightened. In 1813, an old friend of Byron's, James Webster, invited the poet to stay at his country estate. Webster had a young and beautiful wife, Lady Ovid Theamores. Translated by Peter Greene Francis, and he knew Byron's reputation as a seducer, but his wife was quiet and chaste. Surely she would resist the temptation of a man such as Byron. To Webster's relief, Byron barely spoke to Francis, who seemed equally uninterested in him. Yet several days into Byron's stay, she contrived it is often not possible for women later on to undo to be alone with him in the billiards room, where she asked him a question. The connection thus formed, how could a woman who liked a man inform him of it when he did not in their minds between perceive it? Byron scribbled a racy reply on a piece of paper, which made sensual activities, and her blush, as she read it. Soon thereafter he invited the couple to stay with something forbidden, and they turn out to be him at his infamous abbey. There, the prim and proper Lady Frances saw psychically impotent, i.e. him drink wine from a human skull. They stayed up late in one of the frigid, when at last such abbey's secret chambers, reading poetry and kissing. With Byron, it seemed, activities do become permissible. This is the Lady Frances, was only too eager to explore adultery. Source of the desire. In so that same year, Lord Byron's half-sister Augusta arrived in London, to many women to keep even get away from her husband, who was having money troubles. Byron had legitimate relations secret for a time, and of the not seen Augusta for some time. The two were physically similar, the appearance of the capacity same face, the same mannerisms. She was Lord Byron as a woman. And his for normal sensation in behavior toward her was more than brotherly. He took her to the theatre, others as soon as to dances, received her at home, treating her with an intimate spirit. That condition of prohibition is restored by a secret Augusta soon returned. Indeed, the kind and tender attention that Byron intrigue, untrue to the showered on her, soon became physical. Husband, they can keep. Augusta was a devoted wife with 3 children, yet she yielded to her second order of faith with the lover. In my opinion, half-brother's advances. How could she help herself? He stirred up the necessary condition of passion in her, a stronger passion than she felt for any other man, including forbiddenness in the erotic her husband. For Byron, his relationship with Augusta was the ultimate, and life of women holds the same place as the man's crowning sin of his career. And soon he was writing to his friends, openly stir up the transgressive, and taboo 353 confessing it. Indeed, he delighted in their shocked responses, and his long need to lower his sexual narrative poem, The Bride of Abydos, takes brother-sister incest as its theme. Object. Women rumors began to spread of Byron's relations with Augusta, who was now belonging to the higher levels of civilization, not pregnant with his child. Polite society shunned him, but women were usually transgressed the more drawn to him than before, and his books were more popular than prohibition against sexual activities during the period of waiting, and thus they Annabella Milbank, Lady Caroline Lamb's cousin, had met Byron in acquire this close association those first months of 1812 when he was the toast of London. Annabella between the forbidden and was sober and down to earth, and her interests were science and religion. The sexual. The injurious results of but there was something about Byron that attracted her. And the feeling deprivation of sexual seemed to be returned. Not only did the two become friends, to her bewildered enjoyment at the beginning Dermot, he showed another kind of interest in her, even at one point manifest themselves in lack of full satisfaction when proposing marriage. This was in the midst of the scandal over Byron, and sexual desire is later given Caroline Lamb, and Annabella did not take the proposal seriously. Over the free rein in marriage. But, next few months, she followed his career from a distance, and heard on the other hand, troubling rumors of incest. Yet in 1813, she wrote her aunt, "I consider his unrestrained sexual liberty from the beginning leads to acquaintance, as so desirable, that I would incur the risk of being called a no better result. It is easy flirt for the sake of enjoying it." Reading his new poems, she wrote that is to show that the value the description of love almost makes me in love. She was developing an mind sets on erotic needs instantly sinks, as soon as session with Byron, of which word soon reached him. They renewed their satisfaction, becomes readily friendship, and in 1814 he proposed again, this time she accepted. Byron obtainable. Some obstacle was a fallen angel, and she would be the one to reform him. Is necessary to swell the tide of the libido, it did not turn out that way. Byron had hoped that married life would height, and at all periods of calm him down, but after the ceremony he realized it was a mistake. History, wherever natural told Annabella, "Now you will find that you have married a devil." Within barriers in the way of satisfaction, have not a few years the marriage fell apart. Sufficed, mankind has in 1816, Byron left England, never to return. He traveled through Italy, erected conventional ones, and for a while, everyone knew his story, the affairs, the incest, the cruelty, to order to be able to enjoy love. This is true both of his lovers. But wherever he went, Italian women, particularly married no individuals and of nations. Blue Omen, pursued him, making it clear in their own way how prepared in times, during which they were to be the next Byronic victim. In truth, the women had become obstacles to sexual the aggressors. As Byron told the poet Shelley, "No one has been more car satisfaction existed, such as, maybe, during the rid off than poor dear me. I've been ravished more often than any one decline of the civilizations since the Trojan War. Of antiquity, love became worthless, life became empty, and strong reaction formations were necessary interpretation." Women of Byron's time were longing to play a different, before the indispensable role than society allowed them. They were supposed to be the decent, emotional value of love could be recovered. Moralizing force in culture, only men had outlets for their darker impulses. Underlying the social restrictions on women, perhaps, was a fear of the Sigmund Freud, contributions to the more immoral and unbridled part of the female psyche. Psychology of love, feeling repressed and restless, women of the time devoured Gothic November, sexuality, and the Elves and romances, stories in which women were adventurous, and had the psychology of love, translated by Joan Rivier's same capacity for good and evil as men. Books like these helped to trigger a revolt, with women like Lady Caroline playing out a little of the fantasy life they had had in their girlhood, where it had to some extent been permit. 354, The Art of Seduction. This is how Monsieur Ted Byron arrived on the scene at the right time. He became the lightning Maudaire analyzed men's rod for women's unexpressed desires, with him they could go beyond the attitude toward prostitutes, limits society had imposed. For some the law was adultery, for others it was neither the love of a passionate, but well-romantic rebellion, or a chance to become irrational and uncivilized. The brought-up mistress, nor desire to reform him merely covered up the truth, the desire to be over his marriage to a woman whelmed by him. In all cases it was the law of the forbidden, which in this whom he respects, can replace the prostitute, for the case was more than merely a superficial temptation. Once you became inhuman animal in those involved with Lord Byron, he took you further than you had imagined, or perverse moments when he wanted, since he recognized no limits. Women did not just fall in love with covets the pleasure of debasing himself without him, they let him turn their lives upside down, even ruin them. They pre-affecting his social prestige, forayed that fate to the safe confines of marriage. Nothing can replace this in some ways. The situation of women in the early 19th century, bizarre and powerful, has become generalized in the early 21st. The outlets for male bad pleasure of being able to say everything, do behavior, war, dirty politics, the institution of mistresses and courtesans, everything, profane, and have faded away. Today, not just women, but men are supposed to be EMI parody without any fear of mentally civilized and reasonable. And many have a hard time living up to retribution, remorse, or responsibility. It is of this. As children we are able to vent the darker side of our characters, a side complete revolt against that all of us have. But under pressure from society, at first in the form organized society, his of our parents, we slowly repress the naughty, rebellious, perverse streaks organized, educated self, and especially his in our characters. To get along, we learn to repress our dark sides, which religion, Monsieur, become a kind of lost self, a part of our psyche buried beneath our polite mot clair. Here's the call of appearance. The devil in this dark. As adults, we secretly want to recapture that lost self, the more advent passion poetized by Baudelaire. The turous, less respectful, childhood part of us. We are drawn to those who prostitute represents the live out their lost selves as adults, even if it involves some evil or destruct unconscious, which enables tie-on. Like Byron, you can become the lightning rod for such desires. You us to put aside our responsibilities. Must learn, however, to keep this potential under control, and to use it, strategically. As the aura of the forbidden around you is drawing targets into love and the French your web, do not overplay your dangerousness, or they will be frightened away. Once you feel them falling under your spell, you have freer reign. If they begin to imitate you, as Lady Caroline imitated Byron, then take it further, mix in some cruelty, involve them in sin, crime, taboo activity, hearts, and I go traveling along the paths that have whatever it takes. Unleash the lost self within them, the more they act it always brought them joy, out, the deeper your hold over them. Going halfway will break the spell, and if anyone attempts to uncreate self-consciousness, take it as far as you can. Spoil their game, he only makes them the more passionate about it. God-baseness attracts everybody. Knows. So it was with Johann Wolfgang Goethe, Tristan and Isolde. As soon as they were forbidden their desires, and prevented from enjoying one another, keys to seduction by spies and guards, they began to suffer intensely. Desire now seriously tormented them by its magic. Many times where society and culture are based on limits, this kind of behavior is acceptable, that is not. The limits are fluid and change with time, but there are always limits. The alternative is anarchy, the lawlessness of nature, which we than before, their need for one another was more dread. But we are strange animals. The moment any kind of limit is stir up the transgressive and taboo 355 posed, physically or psychologically, we are instantly curious. A part of us painful and urgent than it wants to go beyond that limit, to explore what is forbidden. Had ever been. Women do lots of things if, as children, we are told not to go past a certain point in the woods, just because they are that is precisely where we want to go. But we grow older, and become forbidden, which they light and deferential, more and more boundaries encumber our lives. Do not would certainly not do, if they were not confuse politeness with happiness, however. It covers up frustration, UN forbidden. Our Lord wanted compromise. How can we explore the shadow side of our person? God gave Eve the freedom ability, without incurring punishment, or ostracism. It seeps out in our to do what she would with dreams. We sometimes wake up with a sense of guilt at the murder, incest, all the fruits, flowers, and plants there were in adultery, and mayhem that goes on in our dreams, until we realize no one paradise, except for only needs to know about it but ourselves. But give a person the sense that with one, which he forbade you, they will have a chance to explore the outer reaches of acceptable, her to touch on pain of death. She look the light behavior, that with you they can vent some of their closeted person fruit and broke God's ability, and you create the ingredients for a deep and powerful seduction. Commandment. But it you will have to go beyond the point of merely teasing them with an is my firm belief now that Eve would never have done elusive fantasy. The shock and seductive power will come from the reality this, if she had not been of what you are offering them. Like Byron, at a certain point you can even forbidden to press it further than they may want to go. If they have followed you merely, Gottfried von Strasberg, out of curiosity, they may feel some fear and hesitation, but once they are Tristan und Isolde, quoted hooked, they will find you hard to resist, for it is hard to return to a limit. Ian Andrea Hopkins, The Book of Courtly Love. Once you have transgressed and gone past it, the human cries out for more, and does not know when to stop. You will determine for them when it is time to stop. One of Monsieur Leopold. The moment people feel that something is prohibited, a part of them Stern's friends rented or will want it. That is what makes a married man or woman such a delicious bachelor's pied-à-terre target. The more someone is prohibited, the greater the desire. Georgeville, where he received his wife as a mistress, served her liars. The Earl of Buckingham was the favourite first of King James I, then of Withport and Pettisforth James's son, King Charles I. Nothing was ever denied him. In 1625, on a and experienced all the visit to France, he met the beautiful Queen Anne and fell hopelessly in tingling excitement of adultery. He told Stern love. What could be more impossible, more out of reach, than the Queen of that? It was a delightful arrival power. He could have had almost any other woman, but the prohib sensation to cuckold it nature of the Queen completely inflamed him, until he embarrassed himself and his country by trying to kiss her in public. Ninaepton, since what is forbidden is desired, somehow you must make yourself love, and the French seem forbidden. The most blatant way to do this is to engage in behavior that gives you a dark and forbidden aura. Theoretically, you are someone to avoid, in fact you are too seductive to resist. That was the allure of the actor Errol Flynn, who, like Byron, often found himself the pursued rather than the pursuer. Flynn was devilishly handsome, but he also had something else, a definite criminal streak. In his wild youth he engaged in all kinds of shady activities. In the 1950s he was charged with rape, a permanent stain on his reputation even though he was acquitted, but his popularity among women only increased. Play up your dark side and you will have a similar effect. For your targets to be involved with you means going beyond their limits, doing something naughty and unacceptable to society, to their peers. For many that is reason to bite the bait. 356, The Art of Seduction, in Junichiro Tanazaki's 1928 novel Quicksand, Sonoko Kokiuchi, the wife of a respectable lawyer, is bored and decides to take art classes to while away the time. There, she finds herself fascinated with a fellow female student, the beautiful Mitsuko, who befriends her, then seduces her. Kokiuchi is forced to tell endless lies to her husband about her involvement with Mitsuko and their frequent trysts. Mitsuko slowly involves her in all kinds of nefarious activities, including a love triangle with a bizarre young man. Each time Kokiuchi is made to explore some forbidden pleasure, Mitsuko challenges her to go further and further. Kokiuchi hesitates, feels remorse, She knows she is in the clutches of a devilish young seductress, who has played on her boredom to lead her astray. But in the end, she cannot help following Mitsuko's lead. Each transgressive act makes her want more. Once your targets are drawn by the law of the forbidden, dare them to match you in transgressive behavior. Any kind of challenge is seductive. Take it slowly, heightening the challenge only after they show signs of yielding to you. Once they are under your spell, they may not even notice how far out on a limb you have taken them. The great 18th century rake Duc de Richelieu had a predilection for young girls, and he would often heighten the seduction by enveloping them in transgressive behavior, to which the young are particularly susceptible. For instance, he would find a way into the young girl's house and lure her into her bed. The parents would be just down the hall, adding the proper spice. Sometimes he would act as if they were about to be discovered, the momentary fright sharpening the overall thrill. In all cases, he would try to turn the young girl against her parents, ridiculing their religious zeal or prudery or pious behavior. The Duke's strategy was to attack the values that his targets held dearest, precisely the values that represent a limit. In a young person, family ties, religious ties, and the like are useful to the seducer. Young people barely need a reason to rebel against them. The strategy, though, can be applied to a person of any age. For every deeply held value there is a shadow side, a doubt, a desire to explore what those values forbid. In Renaissance Italy, a prostitute would dress as a lady and go to church. Nothing was more exciting to a man than to exchange glances with a woman whom he knew to be a whore, as he was surrounded by his wife, family, peers, and church officials. Every religion or value system creates a dark side, the shadow realm of everything it prohibits. Tease your targets, get them to flirt with whatever transgresses their family values, which are often emotional yet superficial, since they are imposed from the outside. One of the most seductive men of the 20th century, Rudolph Valentino, was known as the sex menace. His appeal for women was twofold. He could be tender and attentive, but he also hinted of cruelty. At any moment he could become dangerously bold, perhaps even a little violent. The studios played up this double image as much as possible. When it was reported that he had been abusive to his wife, for example, they stir up the transgressive, and Taboo 357 ploited the story. A mix of the masculine and the feminine, the violent and the tender, will always seem transgressive and appealing. Love is supposed to be tender and delicate, but in fact it can release violent and destructive emotions, and the possible violence of love, the way it breaks down our normal reasonableness, is just what attracts us. Approach romance's violent side by mixing a cruel streak into your tender attentions, particularly in the latter stages of the seduction, when the target is in your clutches. The courtesan Lola Montez was known to turn to violence, using a whip now and then, and Lou Andrea Salome could be exceptionally cruel to her men, playing coquettish games, turning alternately icy and demanding. Her cruelty only kept her targets coming back for more. A masochistic involvement can represent a great transgressive release. The more illicit your seduction feels, the more powerful its effect. Give your targets the feeling that they are committing a kind of crime, a deed whose guilt they share with you. Create public moments in which the two of you know something that those around you do not. It could be phrases and looks that only you recognize, a secret. Byron's seductive appeal to Lady Frances was connected to the nearness of her husband, in his company, for example. She had a love letter of Byron's hidden in her bosom. Johannes, the protagonist of Soren Kierkegaard's The Seducer's Diary, sent a message to his target, the young Cordelia, in the middle of a dinner party they were both attending. She could not reveal to the other guests that it was from him, for then she would have to do some explaining. He might also say something in public that would have a special meaning for her, since it referred to something in one of his letters. All of this added spice to the affair by giving it a feeling of a shared secret, even a guilty crime. It is critical to play on tensions like these in public, creating a sense of complicity and collusion against the world. In the Tristan and Isolde legend, the famous lovers reach the heights of bliss and exhilaration exactly because of the taboos they break. Isolde is engaged to King Mark. She will soon be a married woman. Tristan is a loyal subject and warrior in the service of King Mark, who is his father's age. The whole affair has a feeling of stealing away the bride from the father. Epitomizing the concept of love in the Western world, the legend has had immense influence over the ages, and a crucial part of it is the idea that without obstacles, without a feeling of transgression, love is weak and flavorless. People may be straining to remove restrictions on private behavior, to make everything freer, in the world today, but that only makes seduction more difficult and less exciting. Do what you can to reintroduce a feeling of transgression and crime, even if it is only psychological, or illusory. There must be obstacles to overcome, social norms to flout, laws to break, before the seduction can be consummated. It might seem that a permissive society imposes few limits, find some. There will always be limits, sacred cows, behavioral standards, endless ammunition for stirring up the transgressive and taboo. 358 The Art of Seduction symbol, the forest. The children are told not to go into the forest that lies just beyond the safe confines of their home. There is no law there, only wilderness, wild animals, and criminals. But the chance to explore, the alluring darkness, and the fact that it is prohibited are impossible to resist. And once inside, they want to go farther and farther. The reversal of stirring up taboos would be to stay within the limits of acceptable behavior. That would make for a very tepid seduction. Which is not to say that only evil or wild behavior is seductive. Goodness, kindness, and an aura of spirituality can be tremendously attractive, since they are rare qualities. But notice that the game is the same. A person who is kind or good or spiritual within the limits that society prescribes has a weak appeal. It is those who go to the extreme, the Gandhis, the Krishnamurtis, who seduce us. They do not merely expound a spiritual lifestyle, they do away with all personal material comfort to live out their ascetic ideals. They too go beyond the limits, transgressing acceptable behavior, because societies would find it hard to function if everyone went to such lengths. In seduction, there is absolutely no power in respecting boundaries and limits. Use spiritual lures. Everyone has doubts and insecurities about their body, their self-worth, their sexuality. If your seduction appeals exclusively to the physical, you will stir up these doubts and make your targets self-conscious. Instead, lure them out of their insecurities by making them focus on something sublime and spiritual, a religious experience, a lofty work of art, the occult. Play up your divine qualities, affect an air of discontent with worldly things, speak of the stars, destiny, the hidden threads that unite you and the object of the seduction. Lost in a spiritual mist, the target will feel light and uninhibited. Deepen the effect of your seduction by making its sexual culmination seem like the spiritual union of two souls. Object of worship. Liane de Pougy was the reigning courtesan of 1890s Paris. Slender and androgynous, she was a novelty, and the wealthiest men in Europe vied to possess her. By late in the decade, however, she had grown tired of it all. What a sterile life, she wrote a friend. Always the same routine, the boys, the races, fittings, and to end an insipid day, dinner. What wearied the courtesan most was the constant attention of her male admirers, who sought to monopolize her physical charms. Always to be able to freely love the one whom one spring day, in 1899, Liane was riding in an open carriage through one loves. To spend my life the boys de Boulogne. As usual, men tipped their hats at her as she passed at your feet like our last buy. But one of these admirers caught her by surprise, a young woman with days together. To protect long blonde hair, who gave her an intense, worshipful stare. Liane smiled at you against imaginary satyrs, so that I can be the woman, who smiled and bowed in return. Only one to throw you on. A few days later Liane began to receive cards and flowers from this bed of moss. 23-year-old American named Natalie Barney, who identified we'll find each other again in Lesbos, and when dusk herself as the blonde admirer in the Bois de Boulogne, and asked for Ren Falls, will go deep in the Desvos. Leon invited Natalie to visit, but to amuse herself she decided to woods to lose the paths play a little joke. A friend would take her place, lounging on her bed in the leading to this century. I want to imagine us in this dark boudoir, while Leon would hide behind a screen. Natalie arrived at enchanted island of the appointed hour. She wore the costume of a Florentine page, and carried immortals. I picture it as a bouquet of flowers. Kneeling before the bed, she began to praise the being so beautiful. Come, I'll describe for you those courtesan, comparing her to a Fra Angelico painting. All too soon, she delicate female couples, and heard someone laugh, and standing up she realized the joke that had been far from the cities and the played on her. She blushed and made for the door. When Leon hurried in, we'll forget everything out from behind the screen, Natalie chastised her. The courtesan had but the ethics of beauty. Face of an angel, but apparently not the spirit. Contrite, Leon whispered, Natalie Barney, letter to Leon de Puggy, quoted Ian, come back tomorrow morning. I'll be alone. Jean Shallon, portrait of the young American, showed up the next day, wearing the same outfit. Seductress, the world of, she was witty and spirited. Leon relaxed in her presence, and invited her to Natalie Barney, translated. B.Y. Carol Barco stay for the courtesan's morning ritual, the elaborate makeup, clothes, and jewelry she put on before heading out into the world. Watching reverently, Natalie remarked that she worshipped beauty, and that Leon was the most terrible Natalie, who used beautiful woman she had ever seen. Playing the part of the page, she fell to ravage the land of love. Load Leon to the carriage, opened the door for her with a bow, and AC formidable Natalie, feared accompanied her on her habitual ride through the Bois de Boulogne. Once by husbands since no one could resist her inside the park, Natalie knelt on the floor, out of sight of the passing seductiveness. And one gentleman who tipped their hats to Leon. She recited poems she had writ, could see how women 361-362, the Art of Seduction, would abandon their 10 in Leon's honor, and she told the courtesan, she considered it a mission husbands, homes, children, to rescue her from the seamy career into which she had fallen. To follow this Circe of that evening Natalie took her to the theatre to see Sarah Bernhardt Lesbos. Circe's method was to concoct magic play Hamlet. During the intermission, she told Leon that she identified potions. Natalie preferred with Hamlet, his hunger for the sublime, his hatred of tyranny, which, writing poems, she always for her, was the tyranny of men over women. Over the next few days Leon knew how to blend the physical and the spiritual. Received a steady flow of flowers from Natalie, and telegrams with little Poe, Jean Chalon, portrait of M's in her honor. Slowly the worshipful words and looks became more a seductress, the world of physical, with the occasional touch, then a caress, even a kiss Natalie Barney, translated that felt different from any in Leon's experience. One morning, with B.Y. Carol Barco Natalie in attendance, Leon prepared to take a bath. As she slipped out of her nightgown, Natalie suddenly flung herself at her friend's feet, kissing her ankles. The courtesan freed herself and hurried into the bath, only for there once lived in the Natalie to throw off her clothes and join her. Within a few days, all Paris town of Gafsa, in Barbary, a very rich man, who had knew that Leon de Puggy had a new lover, Natalie Barney. Numerous children, among Leon made no effort to disguise her new affair, publishing a novel, them a lovely and graceful idyll saphique, detailing every aspect of Natalie's seduction. She had never young daughter called Alabec. She was not had an affair with a woman before, and she described her involvement with herself a Christian, but Natalie as something like a mystical experience. Even at the end of her there were many long life, she remembered the affair as by far her most intense. Christians in the town, Renée Vivian was a young Englishwoman who had come to Paris to and one day, having on occasion heard them extol write poetry, and flee the marriage that her father was trying to arrange for the Christian faith and her. Renée was obsessed with death. She also felt there was something service of God. She asked wrong with her, experiencing moments of intense self-loathing. In 1900, one of them for his opinion on the best and easiest way Renée met Natalie at the theater. Something about the Americans' kind for a person to serve eyes melted Renée's normal reserve, and she began sending poems to N.A. God, as they put it. He Taylor, who responded with poems of her own. They soon became friends. Answered her by saying that the ones who served Renée confessed that she had had an intense friendship with another god best were those who woman, but that it remained platonic. The thought of physical involve put the greatest distance meant repulsed her. Natalie told her about the ancient Greek poet Sappho, between themselves and who celebrated love between women as the only love that is innocent and earthly goods, as happened in the case of people who pure. One night Renée, inspired by their discussions, invited Natalie to her had gone to live in the apartment, which she had transformed into a kind of chapel. The room remoter parts of the was filled with candles and with white lilies, the flowers she associated with Sahara. She said no more about it to anyone, Natalie. That night the two women became lovers. They soon moved in but next morning, being together, but when Renée realized that Natalie could not be faithful to her, very simple-natured her love turned into hatred. She broke off the relationship, moved out, and creature of 14 or thereabouts, Alebec set out vowed to never see her again. All alone, in secret, and over the next few months Natalie sent her letters and poems, and made her way toward the showed up at her new home, all to no avail. Renée would have nothing to desert, prompted by nothing more logical than a do with her. One evening at the opera, though, Natalie sat down beside strong adolescent impulse. Haran gave her a poem she had written in her honor. She expressed her a few days later, regrets for the past, and also a simple request. The two women should go unexhausted from fatigue and a pilgrimage to the Greek island of Lesbos, Sappho's home. Only their hunger, she arrived in the heart of the wilderness, could they purify themselves and their relationship. Renée could not resist. Use spiritual lures 36.3 on the island, they retraced the poetess's steps, imagining they were trans, where, catching sight of a ported back into the pagan, innocent days of ancient Greece. For Renée, small hut in the distance, she stumbled toward it. Natalie had become Sappho herself. When they finally returned to Paris, and in the doorway Renée wrote her, "My blonde siren, I don't want you to become like those found a holy man, who dwell on earth. I want you to stay yourself, for this is the way you was astonished to see her in those parts, and asked her cast your spell over me." Their affair lasted until Renée's death, in 1909. What she was doing there? She told him that she had been inspired by God, an interpretation. Léon de Puggy and Renée Vivian both suffered a similar that she was trying, not only to serve him, but also oppression. They were self-absorbed, hyper-aware of themselves. The source to find someone who could have this habit in Léon was men's constant attention to her body. She could teach her how she should never escape their looks, which plagued her with a feeling of heavy go about it. On observing how young and Renée, meanwhile, thought too much about her own problems, exceedingly pretty she was, her repression of her lesbianism, her mortality. She felt consumed with the good man, was afraid to self-hatred. Take her under his wing lest the devil should catch Natalie Barney, on the other hand, was buoyant, light-hearted, absorbed him unawares. So he in the world around her. Her seductions, and by the end of her life they praised her for her good numbered well into the hundreds, all had a similar quality. She took the intentions, and having given her a quantity of victim outside herself, directing her attention toward beauty, poetry, the in-herb roots, wild apples, and nonsense of sapphic love. She invited her women to participate in a kind of dates to eat, and some cult in which they would worship these sublimities. To heighten the cult water to drink, he said to like feeling, She involved them in little rituals. They would call each other by her. My daughter, not very far from here there is a new names. Send each other poems in daily telegrams, wear costumes. Holy man who is much make pilgrimages to holy sites. Two things would inevitably happen. The more capable than I of women would start to direct some of the worshipful feelings they were teaching you what you want to know. Go along to experiencing toward Natalie, who seemed as lofty and beautiful as the things him. And he sent her she held up to be adored, and pleasantly diverted into this spiritualized upon her way. When she realm, they would also lose any heaviness they had felt about their bodies, came to this second man, she was told precisely that their selves, their identities, their repression of their sexuality, would melt same thing, and so she away. By the time Natalie kissed or caressed them, it would feel like some went on until she arrived thing innocent, pure, as if they had returned to the Garden of Eden before at the cell of a young the fall. Hermit, a very devout and kindly fellow called religion, is the great balm of existence, because it takes us outside our rustico, to whom she puts selves, connects us to something larger. As we contemplate the object of the same inquiry as she worship, God, nature, our burdens are lifted away. It is wonderful to feel had addressed to the others. Being anxious to prove to raised up from the earth, to experience that kind of lightness. No matter himself that he possessed a how progressive the times, many of us feel uncomfortable with our bodies, will of iron, he did not, our animal drives. A seducer who focuses too much attention on the like the others, send her away, or direct her physical will stir up self-consciousness, and a residue of disgust. So focus elsewhere, but kept her attention on something else. Invite the other person to worship some, with him in his cell, in a thing beautiful in the world. It could be nature, a work of art, even God corner of which, when night descended, he, or gods, paganism never goes out of fashion, people are dying to be prepared a makeshift bed live in something. Add some rituals. If you can make yourself seem to out of palm leaves, upon resemble the thing you are worshipping, you are natural, aesthetic, noble, which he invited her to lie and sublime, your targets will transfer their worship to you. Religion and down and rest. Once he 364, the art of seduction, had taken this step, very spirituality are full of sexual undertones that can be brought to the surface little time elapsed before once you have made your targets lose their self-awareness. From spiritual temptation, went to war ecstasy to sexual ecstasy, is but one small step. Against his willpower, and after the first few assaults, finding himself come back to take me, quickly, and lead me far away. Pu outmaneuvered on all rifle me with a great fire of divine love, none of the animal fronts, he laid down his kind. You are all soul when you want to be, when you feel arms and surrendered. Casting aside pious it, take me far away from my body. Thoughts, prayers and, Leander Puggy penitential exercises, he began to concentrate his mental faculties upon the youth and beauty of the keys to seduction girl, and to devise suitable ways and means for approaching her in such a fashion that she should not. Our religion is the most seductive system that mankind has created. Death is our greatest fear, and religion offers us the illusion that we are think it lewd of him to mortal, that something about us will live on. The idea that we are an infiny make the sort of proposal he had in mind. Bitesimal part of a vast and indifferent universe is terrifying. Religion putting certain questions to humanizes this universe, makes us feel important and loved. We are not Aniha. He soon discovered that mouths governed by uncontrollable drives, animals that die for no apparent, she had never been reason, but creatures made in the image of a supreme being. We too can be intimate with the opposite sex, and was every hit as sublime, rational, and good. Anything that feeds a desire, or a wished-for Illinois innocent as she seemed, illusion is seductive, and nothing can match religion in this arena. And he therefore thought of pleasure, is the bait that you use to lure a person into your web. But know a possible way to persuade her, with the pretext of matter how clever a seducer you are, in the back of your target's mind they serving God, to grant his are aware of the endgame, the physical conclusion toward which you are desires. He began by heading. You may think your target is unrepressed and hungry for pleasure, delivering a long speech, in which he showed her how, but almost all of us are plagued by an underlying unease with our animal powerful and enemy the nature. Unless you deal with this unease, your seduction, even when suck devil was to the Lord God, successful in the short term, will be superficial and temporary. Instead, like and followed this up by Natalie Barney, try to capture your target's soul, to build the foundation of impressing upon her that of all the ways of serving a deep and lasting seduction. Lure the victim deep into your web with God, the one that he most spirituality, making physical pleasure seem sublime and transcendent. Spirey appreciated consisted in duality, will disguise your manipulations, suggesting that your relationship is putting the devil back in hell, to which the timeless, and creating a space for ecstasy in the victim's mind. Remember, Almighty had consigned that seduction is a mental process, and nothing is more mentally intoxicate him in the first place. Than religion, spirituality, and the occult. The girl asked him how this was done, and Rustico in Gustave Flaubert's novel Madame Bovary, Rodolphe Boulanger visits replied, "You will soon the country Dr. Bovary and finds himself interested in the doctors find out. But just do beautiful wife, Emma." Boulanger was brutal and shrewd. He was some whatever you see me doing for the present. And so thing of a connoisseur, there had been many women in his life. He senses saying, he began to divest that Emma is bored. A few weeks later he manages to run into her at a himself of the Few Clothes County Fair, where he gets her alone. He affects an air of sadness, and he was wearing, leaving gloom, menace the time I've passed a cemetery in the moonlight, and asked himself completely naked. The girl followed his myself, if I wouldn't be better off lying there with the rest. He men example, and he sanctifies his bad reputation, he deserves it, he says, but is it his fault? Do you his knees as though he really not know that there exist souls that are ceaselessly in torment? Sev you spiritual Leos 365 eral times he takes Emma's hand, but she politely withdraws it. He talks of we're about to pray, getting love, the magnetic force that draws two people together. Perhaps it has her to kneel directly opposite. In this posture, roots in some earlier existence, some previous incarnation of their souls. The girl's beauty was take us, for example. Why should we have met? How did it happen? It displayed to Rustico in all can only be that something in our particular inclinations made us come its glory, and his longings blazed more fiercely than closer and closer across the distance that separated us, the way two rivers ever, bringing about the flow together. He takes her hand again, and this time she lets him hold it. Resurrectio en of the flesh. After the fair, he avoids her for a few weeks, then suddenly shows up. Alebec stared at this in amazement and said, claiming that he tried to stay away, but that fate, destiny, has pulled him. Rustico, what is that I see back? He takes Emma riding. When he finally makes his move, in the sticking out in front of woods, she seems frightened and rejects his advances. You must have some you, which I do not mistake an idea, he protests. I have you in my heart like a Madonna on a possess. Oh, my daughter, said Rustico, pedestal. I beseech you, be my friend, my sister, my angel. Under this is the devil I was spell of his words, she lets him hold her and lead her deeper into the telling you about. Do you woods, where she succumbs? See what he's doing. He's hurting me so much that Rodolphe's strategy is threefold. First he talks of sadness, melancholy, can hardly endure it. Discontent, talk that makes him seem nobler than other people, as if life's, oh, praise be to God, common material pursuits could not satisfy him. Next he talks of destiny, said the girl, I can see that I am better off than the magnetic attraction of two souls. This makes his interest in Emma seem you are, for I have no such not so much a momentary impulse as something timeless, linked to the devil to contend with. Movement of the stars. Finally he talks of angels, the elevated and the sub. You're right there, said Lime. By placing everything on the spiritual plane, he distracts Emma from Rustico. But you have something else instead, that the physical makes her feel giddy and packs a seduction that could have I haven't. Oh, said taken months into a matter of a few encounters. Alibek. And what's the references Rodolphe uses might seem cliched by today's standards, that you have hell, said Rustico. But the strategy itself will never grow old. Simply adapt it to the occult fads. Honestly believe that God of the day. Affect a spiritual air by displaying a discontent with the banali, has sent you here for the ties of life. It is not money or sex or success that moves you, your drives are salvation of my soul, because if this devil never so base. No, something much deeper motivates you. Whatever this is, continues to plague the life. Keep it vague, letting the target imagine your hidden depths. The stars, as out of me, and if you are trology, fate, are always appealing. Create the sense that destiny has brought prepared to take sufficient pity upon me to let me put you and your target together. That will make your seduction feel more him back into hell, you natural. In a world where too much is controlled and manufactured, there will be giving me sense that fate, necessity, or some higher power is guiding your relationship. Marvelous relief, as well as is doubly seductive. If you want to weave religious motifs into your seduc, rendering incalculable service and pleasure to tie on, it is always best to choose some distant, exotic religion with a slightly god, which is what you pagan air. It is easy to move from pagan spirituality to pagan earthiness. Say you came here for in-timing counts. Once you have stirred your target souls, move quickly to the first place. Oh, father, replied the girl in the physical, making sexuality seem merely an extension of the spiritual. 6. All innocence, if I really bratines you are experiencing. In other words, employ the spiritual strategy. Do have hell, let's do as close to the time for your bold move as possible. You suggest just as soon as you are ready. God the spiritual is not exclusively the religious or the occult. It is anything, bless you, my daughter, that will add a sublime, timeless quality to your seduction. In the modern, said Rustico. Let's go. And world, culture and art have in some ways taken the place of religion. They're put him back, and then perhaps he'll leave me. Are 2 ways to use art in your seduction. First, create it yourself, in the time alone. At which point gets honor. Natalie Barney wrote poems, and barraged her targets with 366, The Art of Seduction. He conveyed the girl to won them. Half of Picasso's appeal to many women was the hope that he would have their beds, where he immortalized them in his paintings. For as longer, vita brevis, art is long, life instructed her in the art of is short, as they used to say in Rome. Even if your love is a passing fancy, incarcerating that accursed fiend. Never having put by capturing it in a work of art, you give it a seductive illusion of eternity. A single devil into hell. The second way to use art is to make it ennoble the affair, giving your before the girl found the seduction an elevated edge. Natalie Barney took her targets to the theater, to first experience a little the opera, to museums, to places full of history and atmosphere. In such painful, and she said to Rustico, this devil places your souls can vibrate to the same spiritual wavelength. Of course must certainly be a bad lot. You should avoid works of art that are earthy or vulgar, calling attention to father, and a true enemy your intentions. The play, movie, or book can be contemporary, even a lit of God, for as well as plaguing mankind, he even till raw, as long as it contains a noble message, and is tied to some just cause. Hurts hell when his even a political movement can be spiritually uplifting. Remember to tailor driven back inside it. Your spiritual lures to the target. If the target is earthy and cynical, pagan daughter, said Rustico, it will not always be like ism, or art will be more productive than the occult, or religious piety. That, and in order to the Russian mystic Rasputin, was revered for his saintliness, and his ensure that it wouldn't, healing powers. Women in particular were fascinated with Rasputin, and before moving from the bed would visit him in his St. Petersburg apartment for spiritual guidance. They put him back half a dozen times. Curbing his would talk to them of the simple goodness of the Russian peasantry, God's arrogance to such good forgiveness, and other lofty matters. But after a few minutes of this, he effect that he was positively would inject a comment, or two that were of a much different nature, glad to keep still for the rest of the day. During the something about the woman's beauty, her lips that were so inviting, the next few days, however, the sires she could inspire in a man. He would talk of different kinds of devil's pride, frequently love of God, love between friends, love between a man and a reared its head again, and the girl, ever ready to obey woman, but mix them all up as if they were one. Then as he returned to the call to duty and bring discussing spiritual matters, he would suddenly take the woman's hand, or him under control, whisper into her ear. All this would have an intoxicating effect. Women happened to develop a taste would find themselves dragged into a kind of maelstrom, both spiritually for the sport, and began saying to Rustico, "I can uplifted and sexually excited." Hundreds of women succumbed during certainly see what these spiritual visits, for he would also tell them that they could not repent worthy men in Gafsa until they had sinned, and who better to sin with than Rasputin. Meant when they said that serving God was so. Rasputin understood the intimate connection between the sexual and agreeable. I don't honestly the spiritual. Spirituality, the love of God, is a sublimated version of sexual recall ever having done love. The language of the religious mystics of the Middle Ages is full of anything that gave me so much pleasure, and erotic images. The contemplation of God and of the sublime can offer a satisfaction, as I get from kind of mental orgasm. There is no more seductive brew than the combi putting the devil back in nation of the spiritual and the sexual, the high and the low. When you talk hell, to my way of thinking, anyone who of spiritual matters, then, let your looks and physical presence hint of sex who devotes his energies to ality at the same time. Make the harmony of the universe and union with anything, but the service of God seem to confuse with physical harmony, and the union between two God is a complete people. If you can make the endgame of your seduction appear as a spiry blockhead. And so, young ladies, if you stand dual experience, you will heighten the physical pleasure and create a seduc in need of God's grace. See Tyon with a deep and lasting effect. Use spiritual lures. 367 symbol, the stars in the sky. Objects of worship for center, that you learn to put the devil back in hell, for it is turis, and symbols of the sublime and divine. In contemplat, greatly to his liking and pleasurable to the partising them, we are momentarily distracted from everything concerned, and a great deal of good can arise and flow mundane and mortal. We feel lightness. Lift your tar in the process. Gets minds up to the stars and they will not. Giovanni Boccaccio, the Decameron, translated notice what is happening here BYG, H. MCWILLIAM on earth. Reversal letting your targets feel that your affection is neither temporary nor superficial will often make them fall deeper under your spell. In some, though, it can arouse an anxiety, the fear of commitment, of a claustrophobic relationship with no exits. Never let your spiritual lures seem to be leading in that direction, then. To focus attention on the distant future may implicitly constrict their freedom. You should be seducing them, not offering to marry them. What you want is to make them lose themselves in the moment, experiencing the timeless depth of your feelings in the present tense. Religious ecstasy is about intensity, not temporal extensity. Giovanni Casanova used many spiritual lures in his seductions, the occult, anything that would inspire lofty sentiments. For the time that he was involved with a woman, she would feel that he would do anything for her, that he was not just using her only to abandon her. But she also knew that when it became convenient to end the affair, he would cry, give her a magnificent gift, then quietly leave. This was just what many young women wanted, a temporary diversion from marriage or an oppressive family. Sometimes pleasure is best when we know it is fleeting. Mix pleasure with pain. The greatest mistake in seduction is being too nice. At first, perhaps, your kindness is charming, but it soon grows monotonous. You are trying too hard to please and seem insecure. Instead of overwhelming your targets with niceness, try inflicting some pain. Lure them in with focused attention, then change direction, appearing suddenly uninterested. Make them feel guilty and insecure. Even instigate a breakup, subjecting them to an emptiness and pain that will give you room to maneuver. Now a rapprochement, an apology, a return to your earlier kindness, will turn them weak at the knees. The lower the lows you create, the greater the highs. To heighten the erotic charge, create the excitement of fear. The emotional roller coaster. One hot summer afternoon in 1894, Don Mateo Diaz, a 38-year-old resident of Seville, decided to visit a local tobacco factory. Because of his connections, Don Mateo was allowed to tour the place, but his interest was not in the business side. Don Mateo liked young girls, and hundreds of them worked in the factory. Just as he had expected, that day many of them were in a state of near undress. Because of the heat, it was quite a spectacle. He enjoyed the sights for a while, but the noise and the more one pleases generally, the less one temperature soon got to him. As he was heading for the door, though, a pleases profoundly. Worker of no more than 16 called out to him, "Caballero, if you will, Stendhal, love, give me a penny, I will sing you a little song." Translated by Gilbert, and the girl's name was Conchita Perez, and she looked young and Suzanne Sales scent, in fact beautiful, with a sparkle in her eye that suggested a taste for adventure. The perfect prey. He listened to her song, which seemed vaguely suggestive, tossed her a coin that was equal to a month's salary, tipped his "you should mix" in the odd hat, then left. It was never good to come on too strong too early. As he rebuffed with your cheerful fun, shut him out of the walked along the street, he plotted how he would lure her into an affair. House, let him wait there suddenly he felt a hand on his arm, and he turned to see her walking along cursing that locked front side him. It was too hot to work. Would he be a gentleman and escort her door, let him plead and threaten all his mind to home? Of course. Do you have a lover? He asked her. No, she said, I am sweetness cloys the palate, mosita pure, a virgin. Bitter juice is a freshener. Conchita lived with her mother in a run-down part of town. Don Mar, often a small skiff is sunk by favoring winds. Its TEO exchanged pleasantries, slipped the mother some money. He knew from their husband's access to experience how important it was to keep the mother happy, then left. He them, at will, that considered waiting a few days, but he was impatient, and returned the fall deprives so many wives of love. Let her put in a lowing mourning. The mother was out. He and Conchita resumed their door, with a hard-faced playful banter from the day before, and to his surprise she suddenly sat in porter to tell him keep his lap, put her arms around him, and kissed him. His strategy flying out, and he'll soon be the window. He took hold of her and returned the kiss. She immediately touched with desire through frustration. Put jumped up, her eyes flashing with anger. You are trifling with me, she said, down your blunt foils, fight using me for a quick thrill. Don Mateo denied having any such intentions, with sharpened weapons and apologized for going too far. When he left, he felt confused. She had, I don't doubt that my own shafts will be turned started it all. Why should he feel guilty? And yet he did. Young girls can be against me. When are so unpredictable. It is best to break them in slowly. New captured lover is over the next few days. Don Mateo was the perfect gentleman. He stumbling into the toils, then let him believe he visited every day, showered mother and daughter with gifts, made no alone has rights to your advances, at least not at first. The damned girl had become so familiar bed, but later, make him 372, The Art of Seduction conscious of rivals, of with him that she would dress in front of him, or greet him in her night shared delights. Neglect /gown. These glimpses of her body drove him crazy, and he would sum these devices, his odder times try to steal a kiss or caress, only to have her push him away, and scold will wane. A racehorse runs most strongly / when the him. Weeks went by, clearly he had shown that his was not a passing fancy. Fields ahead, to be paced / tired of the endless courtship, he took Conchita's mother aside one day and passed. So the dying and proposed that he set the girl up in a house of her own. He would treat embers of passion, can be fanned to / fresh flame, by her like a queen, she would have everything she wanted. So, of course, some outrage, I can only would her mother. Surely his proposal would satisfy the two women, but love, / myself, I confess it. The next day, a note came from Conchita, expressing not gratitude, but when wronged. But don't let the cause of / pain be crimination, he was trying to buy her love. You shall never see me again, too obvious, let a lover, she concluded. He hurried to the house only to discover that the women suspect / more than he had moved out that very morning, without leaving word where they were knows. Invent a slave who going. Watches your every / movement, make clear. Don Mateo felt terrible. Yes, he had acted like a bore. Next time, he what a jealous martinet / would wait months, or years if need be, before being so bold. Soon, how that man of yours is, ever, another thought assailed him, he would never see Conchita again. Such things will excite him. Pleasure / too safely. Only then did he realize how much he loved her. Enjoyed lacks zest. The winter passed, the worst of Mateo's life. One spring day, he was wont to be free / as ties. Walking down the street, when he heard someone calling his name. He acted scared. Though the door's quite safe, let him in. Looked up. Conchita was standing in an open window, beaming with X by / the window. Look excitement. She bent down toward him and he kissed her hand, beside him nervous. Have a smart / self with joy. Why had she disappeared so suddenly? It was all going to made rush in, scream quickly, she said. She had been afraid of his intentions, and of her own we're caught, while you bundle the quaking / youth feelings. But seeing him again, she was certain that she loved him. Yes, she out of sight. But be sure / was ready to be his mistress. She would prove it, she would come to him. To offset his fright with being apart had changed them both, he thought. Some moments of carefree pleasure, / or he'll think. A few nights later, as promised, she appeared at his house. They kissed a night with you isn't and began to undress. He wanted to savor every minute, to take it slowly, worth the risk. But he felt like a caged bull finally set free. He followed her into bed, his OVID, the art of love, hands all over her. He started to take off her underwear, but it was laced up. Translated by Peter Greene in some complicated way. Eventually he had to sit up and take a look. She was wearing some elaborate canvas contraption, of a kind he had never seen. No matter how hard he tugged and pulled, it would not come off. Certainly, I said. He felt like hitting Conchita, he was so distraught, but instead he started to have often told you that pain holds a peculiar cry. She explained. She wanted to do everything with him, yet to remain an attraction for me and that Mazita. This was her protection. Exasperated, he sent her home. Nothing kindles my passion. Over the next few weeks, Don Mateo began to reassess his opinion of quite so much as tyranny, cruelty, and above all Conchita. He saw her flirting with other men, and dancing a suggestive FLA unfaithfulness in a menco in a bar. She was not a Mazita, he decided. She was playing him for beautiful woman, money. And yet he could not leave her. Another man would take his Leopold von Sache replace, an unbearable thought. She would invite him to spend the night in Masoch, Venus in Furs. TranslatedbyJeanMCNEI bed, as long as he promised not to force himself on her, and then, as if to torture him beyond reason, she would get into bed naked, supposedly, because of the heat. All this he put up with on the grounds that no other man had such privileges. But one night, pushed to the limits of frustration, he exploded with anger, and issued an ultimatum: either give me what I mix pleasure with pain 373 want, or you will never see me again. Suddenly Conchita started to cry. He odorant, dumb Metruant had never seen her cry, and it moved him. She too was tired of all this. She'll let them hate me so long as they fear me, as if only said, her voice trembling, if it was not too late. She was ready to accept the fear and hate belong proposal she had once turned down. Set her up in a house, and he would together, whereas fear, and see what a devoted mistress she would be. Love have nothing to do with each other, as if it. Don Mateo wasted no time. He bought her a villa, gave her plenty of were not fear that makes money to decorate it. After 8 days the house was ready. She would love interesting. With what save him there at midnight? What joys awaited him? Kind of love do we embrace nature? Is there not a Don Mateo, showed up at the appointed hour? The barred door to the secretive anxiety and horror courtyard was closed. He rang the bell. She came to the other side of the innet, because its beautiful door. Kiss my hands, she said through the bars. Now kiss the hem of my harmony works its way out skirt, and the tip of my foot in its slipper. He did as she requested. That is of lawlessness and wild confusion, its security out good, she said. Now you may go. His shocked expression just made her of perfidy. But precisely laugh. She ridiculed him, then made a confession: she was repulsed by him. This anxiety captivates the now that she had a villa in her name, she was free of him at last. She called most. So also with love, if it is to he interesting. Out, and a young man appeared from the shadows of the courtyard. As Don behind it ought to brood Mateo watched, too stunned to move, they began to make love on the deep, anxious night floor, right before his eyes. From which springs the flower of love. The next morning Conchita appeared at Don Mateo's house, supposedly to see if he had committed suicide. To her surprise, he hadn't. In fact, Soren Kierkegaard, The Seducer's Diary, he slapped her so hard she fell to the ground. Conchita, he said, you translated by Howard V, have made me suffer beyond all human strength. You have invented moral Hong and Edna H. Hong tortures to try them on the only man who loved you passionately. I now declare that I am going to possess you by force. Conchita screamed she would never be his, but he hit her again and again. Finally, moved by her the lovely marble creature tears, he stopped. Now she looked up at him lovingly. Forget the past, she coughed and rearranged the said, forget all that I have done. Now that he hit her, now that she could see sable around her shoulders. His pain, she felt certain he truly loved her. She was still a Mosita. The affair. Thank you for the lesson in classics, I replied, with the young man the night before had been only for show, ending as, but I cannot deny that in soon as he had left, and she still belonged to him. You are not going to your peaceful and sunny take me by force. I await you in my arms. Finally she was sincere. To his world, just as in our misty climate man and woman's supreme delight, he discovered that she was indeed still a virgin. Our natural enemies. Love may unite them briefly to form one mind, one heart, one will, but all too soon interpretation. Don Mateo and Conchita Perez are characters. In the 1896 They Are Torn Asunder. An novella Woman and Puppet, by Pierre Louis. Based on a true story, the This You Know Better Than Miss Charpian episode in Casanova's memoirs, the novella has served as either one of them must bend the other to his will, the basis for 2 films. Joseph von Sternberg's Devil is a Woman, with Mar or else he must let himself Lena Dietrich, and Louis Buñuel's That Obscure Object of Desire. In Louise's Be Trampled Underfoot story, Conchita takes a proud and aggressive older man, and in the space of under the woman's foot, few months turns him into an abject slave. Her method is simple. She stymu of course, said Lady Venus impertinently. And lates as many emotions as possible, including heavy doses of pain. She that you know better than cites his lust, then makes him feel base for taking advantage of her. She gets of course, that is him to play the protector, then makes him feel guilty for trying to buy her. Why I have no illusions. In other words, her sudden disappearance anguishes him, he has lost her. So that when now my slave without she reappears, never by accident, he feels intense joy, which, however, she illusions, and I shall 374, The Art of Seduction trample you mercilessly. Quickly turns back into tears. Jealousy and humiliation, then proceed the 5 Madam. You do not now moment, when she gives him her virginity. Even after this, according to Know Me Yet. I admit that the story, she finds ways to continue to torment him. Each low I am cruel, since the word gives you so much inspires, guilt, despair, jealousy, emptiness, creates the space for a more delight, but am I not intense high? He becomes an addict, hooked on the alternation of charge entitled to be so. It is man and withdrawal. Who desires, woman who is your seduction, should never follow a simple course upward toward desired. This is woman's only advantage, but it is a pleasure and harmony. The climax will come too soon, and the pleasure decisive one. By making will be weak. What makes us intensely appreciate something is previous man, so vulnerable to suffering. A brush with death makes us fall in love with life, a long journey passion, nature has placed him at woman's mercy, and makes a return home that much more pleasurable. Your task is to create she who has not the sense moments of sadness, despair, and anguish, to create the tension that allows to treat him like a humble for a great release. Do not worry about making people angry. Anger is a subject, a slave, a plaything, and finally to sure sign that you have your hooks in them. Nor should you be afraid that betray him with a laugh. If you make yourself difficult, people will flee. We only abandon those well. She is a woman of who bore us. The ride on which you take your victims can be tortuous, but little wisdom. My never dull. At all costs, keep your targets emotional and on edge. Create, dear, your principles. I protested. Are enough highs and lows and you will wear away the last vestiges of their founded on the experience willpower. Of 1,000 years, she replied mischievously, running her white fingers through the dark fur. The harshness and kindness more submissive woman is, the more readily man recovers his self-possession, and becomes domineering. In 1972, Henry Kissinger, then President Richard Nixon's assistant for national security affairs, received a request for an interview from the FA, but the more cruel and muse Italian journalist Oriana Fallaci. Kissinger rarely gave interviews, he faithless she is, the more she ill-treats him, the had no control over the final product, and he was a man who needed to be more wantonly she toys in control. But he had read Fallaci's interview with a North Vietnamese with him and the harsher general, and it had been instructive. She was extremely well informed on she is, the more she the Vietnam War. Perhaps he could gather some information of his own, quickens his desire and secures his love and pick her brain. He decided to ask for a pre-interview, a preliminary meeting. Admiration. It has always he would grill her on different subjects. If she passed the test, he would been so, from the time of grant her an interview proper. They met, and he was impressed. She was Helen and Delilah all the way to Catherine the extremely intelligent and tough. It would be an enjoyable challenge to Great and Lola Montez. Outwit her and prove that he was tougher. He agreed to a short interviewer, Leopold von Sach a few days later. Masoch, Venussinfurs, to Kissinger's annoyance, Falasi began the interview by asking him. Translated by Jean McNeil whether he was disappointed by the slow pace of the peace negotiations with North Vietnam. He would not discuss the negotiations, he had made that clear in the pre-interview. Yet she continued the same line of question in essence, the domaining. He grew a little angry. That's enough, he said. I don't want to of eroticism, is the domain of talk any more about Vietnam. Although she didn't immediately abandon violence, of violation. The whole business of Don the subject, her questions became gentler. What were his personal feel eroticism, is to strike to the ings toward the leaders of South and North Vietnam. Still, he ducked, inmost core of the living, I'm not the kind of person to be swayed by emotion. Emotions serve being, so that the heart stands still. The no purpose. She moved to grander philosophical issues, war, peace. She mixed pleasure with pain. 375 praised him for his role in the rapprochement with China. Without real whole business of ising it, Kissinger began to open up. He talked of the pain he felt in dealing eroticism, is to destroy the self-contained character of with Vietnam, the pleasures of wielding power. Then suddenly the harsher the participators as they are questions returned, was he simply Nixon's lackey, as many suspected? Up in their normal lives. And down she went, alternately baiting and flattering him. His goal had we ought never to forget been to pump her for information, while revealing nothing about himself. That in spite of the bliss-love promises its first effect by the end, though, she had given him nothing, while he had revealed as one of turmoil and range of embarrassing opinions, his view of women as playthings, for in distress. Passion-fulfilled stance, and his belief that he was popular with the public, because people itself provokes such violent agitation, that they saw him as a kind of lonesome cowboy, the hero who cleans things up by happiness involved, before himself. When the interview was published, Nixon, Kissinger's boss, was being a happiness to be livid about it. Enjoyed, is so great as to be more like its opposite. In 1973, the Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, granted Falasi and suffering. The interview. He knew how to handle the press, be non-committal, speak in likelihood of suffering is all generalities, seem firm, yet polite. This approach had worked 1,000 the greater since suffering times before. Falasi began the interview on a personal level, asking how it alone reveals the total significance of the beloved felt to be a king, to be the target of assassination attempts, and why the object. Shah always seemed so sad. He talked of the burdens of his position, the George's betrayal, pain and loneliness he felt. It seemed a release of sorts to talk about his pro-erotism, death and fashional problems. As he talked, Falasi said little, her silence goading him sensuality, translated by Mary Dalwood on. Then she suddenly changed the subject. He was having difficulties with his second wife. Surely that must hurt him. This was a sore spot, and Pahlavi got angry. He tried to change the subject, but she kept returning to it. Why waste time talking about wives and women, he said. He then went always a little doubt to set so far as to criticize women in general. Their lack of creativity, their crew at rest, that's what keeps one craving in passionate LT. Falasi kept at him, he had dictatorial tendencies and his country love. Because the keenest lacked basic freedoms. Falasi's own books were on his government's black misgivings are always list. Hearing this, the Shah seemed somewhat taken aback. Perhaps he was there, its pleasures never become tedious. Saint dealing with a subversive writer. But then she softened her tone again. Simon, the only historian, asked him about his many achievements. The pattern repeated, the mot France has ever possessed, meant he relaxed. She blindsided him with a sharp question, when he grew says. After many passing fancies the Duchesse de Bitter, she lightened the mood. Like Kissinger, he found himself opening Berry had fallen deeply in up despite himself and mentioning things he would later regret, such as his love with Ryom, a junior intention to raise the price of oil. Slowly he fell under her spell, even began member of the DAD to flirt with her. Even if you're on the blacklist of my authorities, he said family, the son of one of Madame de Byron's sisters. At the end of the interview, I'll put you on the white list of my heart. He had neither looks nor brains. He was fat, short, chubby-cheeked, pale, and had such a crop of pimples. Interpretation. Most of Fallacy's interviews were with powerful leaders, that he seemed one large men and women with an overwhelming need to control the situation, to abscess. He had beautiful avoid revealing anything embarrassing. This put her and her subjects in con teeth, but not the least idea that he was going to inspire flirt, since getting them to open up, grow emotional, give up control. A passion which quickly got was exactly what she wanted. The classic seductive approach of charm and out of control. A passion flattery would get her nowhere with these people. They would see right, which lasted a lifetime, notwithstanding a number through it. Instead, Fallacy preyed on their emotions, alternating harshness of subsidiary flirtations and unkindness. She would ask a cruel question that touched on the deepest affairs. He would 376, The Art of Seduction excite, but not requite the insecurities of the subject, who would get emotional and defensive, deep desire of the princess, he down, though, something else would stir inside them, the desire to prove delighted in making her to Fallacy that they did not deserve her implicit criticisms. Unconsciously jealous, or pretending to be jealous himself. They wanted to please her, to make her like them. When she then shifted often drive her to tears. Tone, indirectly praising them, they felt they were winning her over and gradually he forced her were encouraged to open up. Without realizing it, they would give freer into the position of doing nothing without his leave, rein to their emotions. Even trifles of no in social situations we all wear masks, and keep our defenses up. It is importance. Sometimes, embarrassing, after all, to reveal one's true feelings. As a seducer you must, when she was ready to go, find a way to lower these resistances. The charmer's approach of flattery to the opera, he insisted that she stay at home, and an attention can be effective here, particularly with the insecure, but it can sometimes he made her go take months of work, and can also backfire. To get a quicker result, and to their against her will. He break down more inaccessible people. It is often better to alternate harsh obliged her to grant favors to ladies she did not like or ness and kindness. By being harsh you create inattentions, your targets of whom she was jealous. May be upset with you, but they are also asking themselves questions. What she was not even free to have they done to earn your dislike. When you then are kind, they feel dress as she chose. He would amuse himself by relieved, but also concerned that at any moment they might somehow making her change her please you again. Make use of this pattern to keep them in suspense, coiffure, or her dress at the dreading your harshness, and keen to keep you kind. Your kindness and last minute, he did this so harshness should be subtle, indirect digs and compliments are best. Play the often and so publicly that she became accustomed to psychoanalyst. Make cutting comments concerning their unconscious take his orders in the tithes, you are only being truthful, then sit back and listen. Your silence will evening for what she would goad them into embarrassing admissions. Leaven your judgments with do and where the following day. Then the next day he casual praise and they will strive to please you, like dogs. Would alter everything, and the princess would cry all love is a costly flower, but one must have the desire to the more. In the end she took to sending him pluck it from the edge of a precipice. Messages by trusted Stendhal footman, for from the first he had taken up residence in Luxembourg, messages which continued keys to seduction throughout her toilette, to know what ribbons she would wear, what gown and other ornaments. Almost everyone is more or less polite. We learn early on not to tell people what we really think of them, we smile at their jokes, act inter almost invariably he made ist in their stories and problems. It is the only way to live with them. Her wear something she did eventually this becomes a habit, we are nice, even when it isn't really not wish to. When she occasionally dared to do essery. We try to please other people, to not step on their toes, to avoid anything, however small, agreements and conflict. Without his leave, he niceness in seduction, however, though it may at first draw someone to treated her like a servant, and she was in tears for you, it is soothing and comforting, soon loses all effect. Being too nice can several days before literally push the target away from you. Erotic feeling depends on the pre-assembled company heation of tension. Without tension, without anxiety and suspense, there would give her such be no feeling of release, of true pleasure and joy. It is your task to create brusque replies that everyone lowered their eyes, that tension in the target, to stimulate feelings of anxiety, to lead them to and the Duchess would and fro, so that the culmination of the seduction has real weight and intent blush, though her passion sighty. So rid yourself of your nasty habit of avoiding conflict, which is in any mixed pleasure with pain. 377 case unnatural. You are most often nice, not out of your own inner good, for him was in no way ness, but out of fear of displeasing, out of insecurity. Go beyond that fear curtailed. For the princess, Rion was and you suddenly have options, the freedom to create pain, then magically sovereign remedy against dissolve it. Your seductive powers will increase tenfold. Boredom. People will be less upset by your hurtful actions than you might imagine. Stendhal, love, in the world today, we often feel starved for experience. We crave translated by Gilbert an emotion, even if it is negative. The pain you cause your targets, then, is Suzanne Sale bracing, it makes them feel more alive. They have something to complain about, they get to play the victim. As a result, once you have turned the pain into pleasure, they will readily forgive you. Stir up their jealousy, make them feel insecure, and the validation you later give their ego by preferring them over their rivals is doubly delightful. Remember, you have more to fear by boring your targets than by shaking them up. Wounding people binds them to you more deeply than kindness. Create tension so you can release it. If you need inspiration, find the part of the target that most irritates you and use it as a springboard for some therapeutic conflict. The more real your cruelty, the more effective it is. In 1818, the French writer Stendhal, then living in Milan, met the Countess Matilda Viscontini. For him, it was love at first sight. She was a proud, somewhat difficult woman, and she intimidated Stendhal, who was terribly afraid of displeasing her with a stupid comment or undignified act. Finally, unable to take it any longer, he one day took her hand and confessed his love. Horrified, the Countess told him to leave and never come back. Stendhal flooded Viscontini with letters, begging her to forgive him. At last, she relented. She would see him again, but under one condition: he could visit only once every 2 weeks, for no more than an hour, and only in the presence of company. Stendhal agreed. He had no choice. He now lived for those short fortnightly visits, which became occasions of intense anxiety and fear, since he was never quite sure whether she would change her mind and banish him forever. This went on for over 2 years, during which the Countess never showed him the slightest sign of favor. Stendhal never found out why she had insisted on this arrangement. Perhaps she wanted to toy with him or keep him at a distance. All he knew was that his love for her only grew stronger, became unbearably intense, until finally he had to leave Milan. To get over this sad affair, Stendhal wrote his famous book on love, in which he described the effect of fear on desire. First, if you fear the loved one, you can never get too close or familiar with him or her. The beloved then retains an element of mystery, which only intensifies your love. Second, there is something bracing about fear. It makes you vibrate with sensation, heightens your awareness, is intensely erotic. According to Stendhal, the closer the loved one brings you to the edge of the precipice, to the feeling that they could abandon you, the dizzier and more lost you will become. Falling in love means literally falling, losing control, a mix of fear and excitement. Apply this wisdom in reverse. Never let your targets get too comfortable. 378 The Art of Seduction with you. They need to feel fear and anxiety. Show them some coldness, a flash of anger they did not expect. Be irrational if necessary. There is always the trump card, a breakup. Let them feel they have lost you forever, make them fear that they have lost the power to charm you. Let these feelings sit with them for a while, then pull them back from the precipice. The reconciliation will be intense. In 33b, c. Mark Antony heard a rumor that Cleopatra, his lover of several years, had decided to seduce his rival, Octavius, and that she was planning to poison Antony. Cleopatra had poisoned people before, in fact she was an expert in the art. Antony grew paranoid, and finally one day confronted her. Cleopatra did not protest her innocence. Yes, that was true, it was quite within her power to poison Antony at any moment. There were no precautions he could take. Only the love she felt for him could protect him. To demonstrate, she took some flowers and dropped them into his wine. Antony hesitated, then raised the cup to his lips. Cleopatra grabbed his arm and stopped him. She had a prisoner brought in to drink the wine, and the prisoner promptly dropped dead. Falling at Cleopatra's feet, Antony professed that he loved her now more than ever. He did not speak out of cowardice. There was no man braver than he, and if Cleopatra could have poisoned him, he for his part, could have left her and gone back to Rome. No, what pushed him over the edge was the feeling that she had control over his emotions, over life and death. He was her slave. Her demonstration of her power over him was not only effective but erotic. Like Antony, many of us have masochistic yearnings without realizing it. It takes someone to inflict some pain on us for these deeply repressed desires to come to the surface. You must learn to recognize the types of hidden masochists out there, for each one enjoys a particular kind of pain. For instance, there are people who feel that they deserve nothing good in life, and who, unable to deal with success, sabotage themselves constantly. Be nice to them, admit that you admire them, and they are uncomfortable, since they feel that they cannot possibly match up to the ideal figure you have clearly imagined them to be. Such self-saboteurs do better with a little punishment. Scold them, make them aware of their inadequacies. They feel they deserve such criticism, and when it comes it is with a sense of relief. It is also easy to make them feel guilty, a feeling that deep down they enjoy. Other people experience the responsibilities and duties of modern life as such a heavy burden, they long to give it all up. These people are often looking for someone or something to worship, a cause, a religion, a guru. Make them worship you. And then there are those who want to play the martyr. Recognize them by the joy they take in complaining, in feeling righteous and wronged, then give them a reason to complain. Remember, appearances deceive. Often the strongest looking people, the Kissingers and Don Mateos, may secretly want to be punished. In any event, follow up pain with pleasure and you will create a state of dependency that will last for a long time. Mix pleasure with pain. 379 symbol, the precipice. At the edge of a cliff, people often feel lightheaded, both fearful and dizzy. For a moment they can imagine themselves falling headlong. At the same time, a part of them is tempted. Lead your targets as close to the edge as possible, then pull them back. No thrill without fear. Reversal people, who have recently experienced a lot of pain, or a loss will flee if you try to inflict more on them. They have enough in their lives already. Far better to surround these types with pleasure, that will put them under your spell. The technique of inflicting pain works best on those who have it easy, who have power and few problems. People with comfortable lives may also feel a gnawing sense of guilt, as if they had gotten away with something. They may not consciously know it, but secretly they long for some punishment, a good mental thrashing, something that will bring them back down to earth. Also, remember to not use the pleasure through pain tactic too early on. Some of the greatest seducers in history, Byron, Jiang Qing, Madame Mao, Picasso, had a sadistic streak, an ability to inflict mental torture. If their victims had known in advance what they were getting themselves into, they would have run for the hills. In truth, most of these seducers lured their targets into their webs by appearing to be paragons of sweetness and affection. Even Byron seemed like an angel when he first met a woman, so that she tended to doubt his devilish reputation, a seductive doubt, for it allowed her to think of herself as the only one who really understood him. His cruelty would come out later on, but by then it would be too late. The victim's emotions were engaged, and his harshness would only intensify her feelings. In the beginning, then, wear the mask of a lamb, making pleasure and attentiveness your bait. First get under their skin, then lead them on a wild ride. Phase 4. Moving in for the kill. First you worked on their mind, the mental seduction. Then you confused and stirred them up, the emotional seduction. Now the time has come for hand-to-hand combat, the physical seduction. At this point, your victims are weak and ripe with desire, by show dash. In a little coldness or an interest, you will spark panic. They will come after you with impatience and erotic energy. 21. Give them space to fall, the pursuer is pursued. To bring them to a boil, you need to put their minds to sleep and heat up their senses. It is best to lure them into lust by sending certain loaded signals that will get under their skin and spread sexual desire like a poison. 22. Use physical lures. The moment to strike and move in for the kill is when your victim is brimming with desire, but not consciously expecting the climax to come. 23. Master the art of the bold move. Once the seduction is over, there is the danger that disenchantment will set in and ruin all your hard work. 24. Beware the after effects. If you are after a relationship, then you must constantly reseduce the victim, creating tension and releasing it. If your victim is to be sacrificed, then it must be done swiftly and cleanly, leaving you free, physically and psychologically, to move on to the next victim. Then the game begins all over. Give them space to fall. The pursuer is pursued. If your targets become too used to you as the aggressor, they will give less of their own energy, and the tension will slacken. You need to wake them up, turn the tables. Once they are under your spell, take a step back and they will start to come after you. Begin with a touch of aloofness, an unexpected non-appearance, a hint that you are growing bored. Stir the pot by seeming interested in someone else. Make none of this explicit. Let them only sense it and their imagination will do the rest, creating the doubt you desire. Soon they will want to possess you physically, and restraint will go out the window. The goal is to have them fall into your arms of their own will. Create the illusion that the seducer is being seduced. Seductive gravity. In the early 1840s, the center of attention in the French art world was a young woman named Apollonie Sabatier. She was so much the natural beauty that sculptors and painters vied to immortalize her in their works, and she was also charming, easy to talk to, and seductively self-sufficient. Men were drawn to her. Her Paris apartment became a gathering spot for writers and artists, and soon Madame Sabatier, as she came to be known, omissions, denials, although she was not married, was hosting one of the most important lit deflections, deceptions, diversions, and humility, airy salons in France. Writers such as Gustave Flaubert, the elder Alexin, all aimed at provoking this Dre Dumas, and Théophile Gautier were among her regular guests. Second state, the secret of. Near the end of 1852, when she was 30, Madame Sabatier received true seduction. Vulgar seduction might proceed by an anonymous letter. The writer confessed that he loved her deeply. Were persistence, but true seduc read that she would find his sentiments ridiculous. He would not reveal his tie-on proceeds by absence. Name, yet he had to let her know that he adored her. Sabatier was used to. It is like fencing, one such attentions, one man after another had fallen in love with her, but needs a field for the faint. Throughout this period, this letter was different. In this man she seemed to have inspired a the seducer, Johannes, far religious order. The letter, written in a disguised handwriting, contained a from seeking to close in on poem dedicated to her, titled To One Who Is Too Gay, it began by praise her, seeks to maintain his distance by various ploys, in her beauty, yet ended with the lines he does not speak directly to her but only to her aunt, and so, one night, I'd like to sneak, and then about trivial or stupid subjects, he neutral. When darkness tolls the hour of pleasure, is everything by irony a craven thief, toward the treasure and feigned pedanticism, which is your person, plump and sleek. He fails to respond to any feminine or erotic move, and most vertiginous delight meant, and even finds her into those lips, so freshly striking sitcom suitor to disenchant and daily lovelier to my liking, and deceive her, to the infuse the venom of my spite. Point where she herself takes the initiative and breaks off her engagement, mixed in with her admirer's adoration, clearly, was a strange kind of lust, thus completing the seduction, and creating with a touch of cruelty to it. The poem both intrigued and disturbed ideal situation for her total her, and she had no idea who had written it. Abandon. A few weeks later another letter arrived. As before, the writer Jean Baudrillard enveloped Sabatier in cult-like worship, mixing the physical and the spiritual. Seduction, translated by, and as before, there was a poem, all in one, in which he wrote. Bryan Singer 385-386. The Art of Seduction, the rumor spread no single beauty is the best, everywhere. It was even since she is all one flower divine told to the queen o mystic metamorphosis. Guinevere, who was seated at dinner. She my senses into one sense flow, nearly killed herself when her voice makes perfume, when she speaks. She heard the perfidious her breath, is music faint and low. Rumor of Lancelot's death. She thought it was true and was so greatly clearly the author was haunted by Sabatier's presence, and thought of her perturbed that she was constantly, but now she began to be haunted by him, thinking of him scarcely able to speak. Night and day, and wondering who he was. His subsequent letters only she arose at once from the table, and was able to give deepened the spell. It was flattering to hear that he was enchanted by more vent to her grief without than her beauty, yet also flattering to know that he was not immune to her being noticed or overheard. Physical charms. She was so crazed with the thought of killing herself one day an idea occurred to Madame Sabatier, as to who the writer that she repeatedly grabbed might be, a young poet, who had frequented her salon for several years, at her throat. Yet first she Charles Baudelaire. He seemed shy, in fact had hardly spoken to her, but confessed in conscience, repented and asked gods. She had read some of his poetry, and although the poems in the letters were pardon, she accused herself more polished, the style was similar. At her apartment Baudelaire would all of having sinned against ways sit politely in a corner, but now that she thought of it, he would smile the one she knew had always been hers, and who at her strangely, nervously. It was the look of a young man in love. Now would still be, were he when he visited she watched him carefully, and the more she watched, the alive. She counted all surer she was that he was the writer, but she never confirmed her intuition, of the unkindnesses, because she did not want to confront him. He might be shy, but he was a recalled each individual unkindness. She noted man, and at some point he would have to come to her. And she felt certain every one, and repeated that he would. Then, suddenly the letters stopped coming, and Madame often, oh misery. What Sabatier could not understand why, since the last one had been even more was I thinking, when my lover came before me and I adoring than all of the others before. Did not deign to welcome several years went by, in which she often thought of her anonymous hymn, nor even care to admirers' letters, but they were never renewed. In 1857, however, Baud listen. Was I not a fool to refuse to speak, or even Leclerc published a book of poetry, The Flowers of Evil, and Madame Sabatier at him? A fool? No, so recognized several of the verses, they were the ones he had written for Help Me God, I was cruel her. Now they were out in the open for everyone to see. A little while later and deceitful. 7 believe the poet sent her a gift, a specially bound copy of the book, and a letter, that it was I alone who struck him that mortal this time signed with his name. Yes, he wrote, he was the anonymous blow. When he came writer, would she forgive him for being so mysterious in the past? Happily before me expecting furthermore, his feelings for her were as strong as ever. You didn't think me to receive him joyfully, and I shunned him, and for a moment that I could have forgotten you. You to me are more, would never even look at than a cherished image conjured up in dream. You're my superstition. Him, was this not a mortal, my constant companion, my secret? Farewell, dear madam. I kiss your blow. At that moment, when I refused to speak, I hands with profound devotion. Believe I severed both his. This letter had a stronger effect on Madame Sabatier than the other's heart and his life. Those had. Perhaps it was his childlike sincerity, and the fact that he had finally 2 blows killed him, I think, and not any he had written to her directly. Perhaps it was that he loved her but asked nothing. Killers. Ah God! Will I of her, unlike all the other men she knew who at some point had always be forgiven this murder, this turned out to want something. Whatever it was, she had an uncontrollable sin. Never. All the rivers desire to see him. The next day she invited him to her apartment, alone. Give them space to fall. The pursuer is pursued. 387 Baudelaire appeared at the appointed hour. He sat nervously in his seat, and the seas will dry up gazing at her with his large eyes, saying little, and what he did say was 4 verse. Oh, misery! How it would have brought me mal and polite. He seemed aloof. After he left a kind of panic seized comfort, and healing if I Madame Sabatier, and the next day she wrote him a first letter of her own, had held him in my arms. Today I'm more calm, and I can feel more clearly the impression of our once before he died. How? Yes, quite naked next to Tuesday evening together. I can tell you, without the danger of your think him, in order to enjoy him I'm exaggerating, that I'm the happiest woman on the face of the earth, fully. When that I've never felt more truly that I love you, and that I've never seen you they came within 6 or look more beautiful, more adorable, my divine friend. 7 leagues of the castle where King Bademagu was. Madame Sabatier had never before written such a letter. She had always staying, news that was been the one who was pursued. Now she had lost her usual self-possession. Pleasing came to him about, and it only got worse. Baudelaire did not answer right away. When she saw Lancelot, news that he was glad to hear. Lancelot him next, he was colder than before. She had the feeling there was alive and was one else, that his old mistress, Jean Duval, had suddenly reappeared in his returning, hale and hearty life and was pulling him away from her. One night she turned aggressive. He behaved most properly in going to inform the embracing him, trying to kiss him, but he did not respond, and quickly Queen. Good sir, she found an excuse to leave. Why was he suddenly inaccessible? She began to told him, I believe it, flood him with letters, begging him to come to her. Unable to sleep, she since you have told me. But were he dead, I assure would wait all night for him to show up. She had never experienced such you that I could never desperation. Somehow she had to seduce him, possess him, have him all again be happy. To herself. She tried everything, letters, coquetry, all kinds of promises. Now Lancelot had until he finally wrote, that he was no longer in love with her, and that was his every wish. The Queen willingly sought his that company and affection, as he held her in his arms and she held him in hers. Her love play seemed so gentle interpretation. Baudelaire was an intellectual seducer. He wanted to over and good to him, both her well Madame Sabatier with words, dominate her thoughts, make her fall kisses and caresses, that in love with him. Physically, he knew, he could not compete with her truth. The two of them felt a joy and wonder of which many other admirers. He was shy, awkward, not particularly handsome. So has never been heard, or he resorted to his one strength, poetry. Haunting her with anonymous let known. But I shall let it tears gave him a perverse thrill. He had to know she would realize, event to remain a secret forever, ally, that he was her correspondent. No one else wrote like him, but he, since it should not be written of, the most wanted her to figure this out on her own. He stopped writing to her be delightful and choicest cause he had become interested in someone else, but he knew she would be pleasure, is that which is thinking of him, wondering, perhaps waiting for him. And when he pub hinted at, but never told, lished his book, he decided to write to her again, this time directly, stirring, Chrétien de Troyes, up the old venom he had injected in her. When they were alone, he could Arthurian romances, translatedbywilliamw. See, she was waiting for him to do something, to take hold of her, but he Kibler was not that kind of seducer. Besides, it gave him pleasure to hold himself back, to sense his power over a woman whom so many desired. By the time she turned physical and aggressive, the seduction was over for him. He was sometimes so made her fall in love, that was enough. Intellectual, that I felt the devastating effect of Baudelaire's push and pull on Madame, myself annihilated, as a Sabatier teaches us a great lesson in seduction. First, it is always best to keep woman, at other times he was so wild and at some distance from your targets. You do not have to go as far as remain passionate, so desiring, anonymous, but you do not want to be seen too often, or to be seen as that. I almost trembled. 388, The Art of Seduction before him. At times I was intrusive. If you are always in their face, always the aggressor, they will be like a stranger to him, come used to being passive, and the tension in your seduction will flag. Use times he surrendered letters to make them think about you all the time, to feed their imaginer completely. Then when I threw my arms around Tyon, cultivate mystery, stop them from figuring you out. Baudelaire's let him, everything changed, hers were delightfully ambiguous, mixing the physical and the spiritual, and I embraced a cloud. Teasing Sabatier with their multiplicity of possible interpretations. Cordelia describing then, at the point when they are ripe with desire and interest, when Johannes, in Soren Kierkegaard, he seduces, perhaps they are expecting you to make a move, as Madame Sabatier X Diary, translated by Howard Pected that day in her apartment, take a step back. You are unexpectedly Hong and Edna Hong distant, friendly, but no more than that, certainly not sexual. Let this sink in for a day or two. Your withdrawal will trigger anxiety. The only way to relieve this anxiety is to pursue and possess you. Step back now, and it is true that we could not make your targets fall into your arms like ripe fruit, blind to the force of love, if there were not some gravity that is drawing them to you. The more they participate, the more memory in us, to their willpower is engaged, the deeper the erotic effect. You have child greatest extent an unconscious memory, that linked them to use their own seductive powers on you, and when we were once loved. But spawned, the tables will turn and they will pursue you with desperate energy. Neither could we love if this feeling of being loved had a retreat and thereby teach her to be victorious, as she not at some time suffered doubt, if we had always sues me. I continually fall back, and in this backward been sure of it. In other movement I teach her to know through me all the powers of words. Love would not be erotic love, its turbulent thoughts, its passion, what longing possible without having is, and hope, an impatient expectancy. Being loved and then having missed the certainty of, Soren Kierkegaard being loved. The need to be loved is not elementary. This need is certainly acquired by keys to seduction experience in later childhood. It would be better to say, by many experiences, or by since humans are naturally obstinate and willful creatures, and prone to suspicions of people's motives. It is only natural, in the course of any repetition of similar ones. Induction, that in some ways your target will resist you. Seductions, then, are believed that these experiences are of a rarely easy, or without setbacks. But once your victims overcome some of negative kind, the child their doubts, and begin to fall under your spell, they will reach a point becomes aware that he is where they start to let go. They may sense that you are leading them along, not loved, or that is, but they are enjoying it. No one likes things to be complicated, and Diffie Mother's love is not unconditional. The baby cult, and your target will expect the conclusion to come quickly. That is, learns that his mother can. The point, however, where you must train yourself to hold back. Be dissatisfied with him, the pleasurable climax they are so greedily awaiting. Succumb to the natural that she can withdraw her affection, if he does not tendency to bring the seduction to a rapid end, and you will have missed and behave as she wishes, that opportunity to ratchet up the tension, to make the affair more heated. After she can be angry or cross. You don't want a passive little victim to toy with. You want the seduced believe that this experience arouses feelings of anxiety, to engage their will in all its force, to become active participants in the infant. Seduction. You want them to pursue you, hopelessly ensnaring themselves in possibility of losing your web in the process. The only way to accomplish this is to take a stepmother's love certainly back and make them anxious. Strikes the child with a force which can no more be. You have strategically retreated before, see chapter 12. But this is give them space to fall. The pursuer is pursued. 389 Ferrant. The target is falling for you now, and your retreat will lead to coped with and icky thoughts. You are losing interest. It is somehow my fault, perhaps it is earthquake. The something I have done. Rather than think you are rejecting them on your child who experiences his mother's dissatisfaction and own, your targets will want to make this interpretation, since if the cause of apparent withdrawal of the problem is something they have done, they have the power to win you. Affection reacts to this back by changing their behavior. If you are simply rejecting them, on the menace at first with fear, he tries to regain what seems other hand, they have no control. People always want to preserve hope. Lost by expressing hostility, now they will come to you, turn aggressive, thinking that will do the trick. And aggressiveness. They will raise the erotic temperature. Understand, a person's willpower is the change of its character, comes about only after directly linked to their libido, their erotic desire. When your victims are failure, when the child passively waiting for you, their erotic level is low. When they turn pursuer, realizes that the effort is a getting involved in the process, brimming with tension and anxiety, the failure. And now something very strange, temperature is raised. So raise it as high as you can. Takes place, something when you withdraw, make it subtle, you are instilling unease. Your which is foreign to our coldness or distance should dawn on your targets when they are alone, in conscious thinking, but the form of a poisonous doubt creeping into their mind. Their paranoia, which is very near to the infantile way, instead of will become self-generating. Your subtle step back will make them want to grasping the object directly possess you, so they will willingly advance into your arms without being and taking possession of it pushed. This is different from the strategy in chapter 20, in which you are in an aggressive way. The child identifies with the inflicting deep wounds, creating a pattern of pain and pleasure. They're the object as it was before. The goal is to make your victims weak and dependent. Here it is to make them. Child does the same, that active and aggressive. Which strategy you prefer to use, the two cannot be. The mother did to him in that happy time, which has combined, depends on what you want and the proclivities of your victim. Past. The process is very in Soren Kierkegaard's The Seducer's Diary. Johannes aims to seduce the illuminating, because it young and beautiful Cordelia. He begins by being rather intellectual, with shapes the pattern of love in general. The little boy her, and slowly intriguing her. Then he sends her letters that are romantic, thus demonstrates in his and seductive. Now her fascination blossoms into love. Although in person own behavior what he remains a little distant, she senses in him great depths, and is certain that wants his mother to do to he loves her. Then one day, while they're talking, Cordelia has estranged him, how she should behave to him. He sensation, something about him is different. He seems more interested in announces this wish by ideas than in her. Over the next few days, this doubt gets stronger, the let displaying his tenderness ters are a little less romantic, something is missing. Feeling anxious, she and affection toward his mother, who gave these slowly turns aggressive, becomes the pursuer instead of the pursued. The before to him. It is in seduction is now much more exciting, at least for Johannes. Attempt to overcome the Johannes's step back is subtle. He merely gives Cordelia the impression despair and sense of loss in taking over the role of that his interest is a little less romantic than the day before. He returns to mother. The boy tries to being the intellectual. This stirs the worrisome thought that her natural demonstrate what he charms and beauty no longer have as much effect on him. She must try wishes by doing it himself. Look, I would like you to harder, provoke him sexually, prove to herself that she has some power over act thus toward me to be him. She is now brimming with erotic desire, brought to that point by Joe thus tender and loving to Johannes's subtle withdrawal of affection. Me? Of course this attitude is not the result of each gender, has its own seductive lures, which come naturally to them. Consideration, or reasoned when you seem interested in someone, but do not respond sexually. It is planning, but an emotional disturbing, and presents a challenge. They will find a way to seduce you. To process by identification, produce this effect, first reveal an interest in your targets, through letters or natural exchange of roles with the unconscious, aim subtle insinuation. But when you are in their presence, assume a kind of 390 the art of seduction, of seducing the mother into sexless neutrality. Be friendly, even warm, but no more. You are pushing fulfilling his wish. Heed them into arming themselves with the seductive charms that are natural to demonstrates, by his own their sex, exactly what you want. Actions how he wants to be loved. It is a primitive in the latter stages of the seduction. Let your targets feel that you are be presentation, through coming interested in another person. This is another form of taking a step reversal, an example of back. When Napoleon Bonaparte first met the young widow Josephine de how to do the thing which he wishes done by her. In Buenos in 1795, he was excited by her exotic beauty, and the looks she this presentation lives the gave him. He began to attend her weekly soirees, and to his delight, she memory of the attentions, would ignore the other men and remain at his side, listening to him so at tendernesses, and endearments once received tentatively. He found himself falling in love with Josephine, and had every from the mother or reason to believe she felt the same. Loving persons. Then, at one soiree, she was friendly and attentive, as usual, except, theodoric, that she was equally friendly to another man there, a former aristocrat, like of love and lust Josephine, the kind of man that Napoleon could never compete with when it came to manners and wit. Doubts and jealousies began to stir within. As a military man, he knew the value of going on the offensive, and after a few weeks of a swift and aggressive campaign, he had her all to himself, eventually marrying her. Of course Josephine, a clever seductress, had set it all up. She did not say she was interested in another man, but his mere presence at her house, a look here and there, subtle gestures, made it seem that way. There is no more powerful way to hint that you are losing your desire. Make your interest in another too obvious, though, and it could backfire. This is not the situation in which you want to seem cruel. Doubt and anxiety are the effects you are after. Make your possible interest in another barely perceptible to the naked eye. Once someone has fallen for you, any physical absence will create unease. You are literally creating space. The Russian seductress Lou Andriy had an intense presence. When a man was with her, he felt her eyes boring into him, and often became entranced with her coquettish ways and spirit. But then, almost invariably, something would come up. She would have to leave town for a while, or would be too busy to see him. It was during her absences that men fell hopelessly in love with her, and vowed to be more aggressive next time they were with her. Your absences at this latter point of the seduction should seem at least somewhat justified. You are insinuating not a blatant brush-off, but a slight doubt. Perhaps you could have found some reason to stay, perhaps you are losing interest, perhaps there is someone else. In your absence, their appreciation of you will grow. They will forget your faults, forgive your sins. The moment you return, they will chase after you as you desire. It will be as if you had come back from the dead. According to the psychologist Theodore Reik, we learn to love only through rejection. As infants, we are showered with love by our mother, we know nothing else. But when we get a little older, we begin to sense that her love is not unconditional. If we do not behave, if we do not please her, she can withdraw it. The idea that she will withdraw her affection fills us with anxiety, and at first, with anger, we will show her, we will give them space to fall. The pursuer is pursued 391 a tantrum. But that never works, and we slowly realize that the only way to keep her from rejecting us again is to imitate her, to be as loving, kind, and affectionate as she is. This will bond her to us in the deepest way. The pattern is ingrained in us for the rest of our lives. By experiencing a rejection, or a coldness, we learn to court and pursue, to love. Recreate this primal pattern in your seduction. First, shower your targets with affection. They will not be sure where this is coming from, but it is a delightful feeling, and they will never want to lose it. When it does go away, in your strategic step back, they will have moments of anxiety and anger, perhaps throwing a tantrum, and then the same childlike reaction. The only way to win you back, to have you for sure, will be to reverse the pattern, to imitate you, to be the affectionate, giving one. It is the terror of rejection that turns the tables. This pattern will often repeat itself naturally in an affair or relationship. One person goes cold, the other pursues, then goes cold in turn, making the first person the pursuer, and on and on. As a seducer, do not leave this to chance. Make it happen. You are teaching the other person to become a seducer, just as the mother in her own way taught the child to return her love by turning her back. For your own sake, learn to relish this reversal of roles. Do not merely play at being the pursued, but enjoy it, give into it. The pleasure of being pursued by your victim can often surpass the thrill of the hunt. Symbol, the pomegranate. Carefully cultivated and tended, the pomegranate begins to ripen. Do not gather it too early or force it off the stem, it will be hard and bitter. Let the fruit grow heavy and full of juice, then stand back, it will fall on its own. That is when its pulp is most delicious. 392. The Art of Seduction Reversal. There are moments when creating space and absence will blow up in your face. An absence at a critical moment in the seduction can make the target lose interest in you. It also leaves too much to chance. While you are away, they could find another person who will distract their thoughts from you. Cleopatra easily seduced Mark Antony, but after their first encounters, he returned to Rome. Cleopatra was mysterious and alluring, but if she let too much time pass, he would forget her charms. So she let go of her usual coquetry, and came after him when he was on one of his military campaigns. She knew that once he saw her, he would fall under her spell again and pursue her. Use absence only when you are sure of the target's affection, and never let it go on too long. It is most effective later in the seduction. Also, never create too much space. Don't write too rarely. Don't act too cold. Don't show too much interest in someone else. That is the strategy of mixing pleasure with pain, detailed in Chapter 20, and will create a dependent victim, or will even make him or her give up completely. Some people, too, are inveterately passive. They are waiting for you to make the bold move, and if you don't, they will think you are weak. The pleasure to be had from such a victim is less than the pleasure you will get from someone more active. But if you are involved with such a type, do what you need to if you are to have your way, then end the affair and move on. Use physical lures. Targets with active minds are dangerous. If they see through your manipulations, they may suddenly develop doubts. Put their minds gently to rest and waken their dormant senses by combining a non-defensive attitude with a charged sexual presence. While you're cool, nonchalant air is calming their minds and lowering their inhibitions, your glances, voice, and bearing, oozing sex and desire, are getting under their skin, agitating their senses and raising their temperature. Never force the physical, instead infect your targets with heat, lure them into lust. Lead them into the moment, an intensified present in which morality, judgment, and concern for the future all melt away, and the body succumbs to pleasure. Raising the temperature. In 1889, the top New York theatrical manager Ernest Juggins visited France on one of his many scouting trips. Juggins was known for his honesty, a rare commodity in the shady entertainment world, and for his ability to find unusual acts. He had to spend the night in Marseilles, and while wandering along the quay of the old harbor, he heard excited catcalls issuing from a working-class cabaret, and decided to go in. At 21, the year was 1907, an year-old Spanish dancer named Caroline Otero was performing, and the La Belle Otero, by then, minute Juggins laid eyes on her he was a changed man. Her appearance had been an international figure for over a dozen startling, 5'10", fiery dark eyes, black waist-length hair, her body years. The story was told corseted into a perfect hourglass figure. But it was the way she danced that by Maurice Chevalier made his heart pound, her whole body alive, writhing like an animal, and I was a young star about to make my first heat, as she performed a fandango. Her dancing was hardly professional, but appearance at the Follies. She enjoyed herself so much, and was so unrestrained that none of that Matt Otero had been the turd. Juggins also could not help but notice the men in the cabaret watched headliner there for several weeks, and although eyeing her, their mouths agape. Knew who she was. I had after the show, Juggins went backstage to introduce himself. Otero's never seen her before. On eyes came alive, as he spoke of his job, and of New York. He felt a heat, a stage or off. I was scurrying along, head bent, twitching, in his body as she looked him up and down. Her voice was deep, thinking of something and raspy, the tongue constantly in play as she rolled her Rs, closing the other, when I looked up. Door. Otero ignored the knocks and pleas of the admirers dying to speak to. There was La Belle in her. She said that her way of dancing was natural. Her mother was a gypsy, company of another woman, walking in my soon. She asked Juggins to be her escort that evening, and as he helped her direction. Otero was then with her coat. She leaned back toward him slightly, as if she had lost her nearly 40, and I was not balance. As they walked around the city, her arm in his, she would occur, yet out of my teens, but, he was so beautiful. Signally whisper in his ear. Juggins felt his usual reserve melt away. He held. She was tall, dark, her tighter. He was a family man, had never considered cheating on his head, with a magnificent wife, but without thinking, he brought Otero back to his hotel room. She body, like the bodies of the began to take off some of her clothes, coat, gloves, hat, a perfectly normal women of those days, not like the lightweight ones of mal thing to do, but the way she did it made him lose all restraint. The Nor today. Chevalier smiled. Mally timid. Juggins went on the attack. Of course I like modern. The next morning Juggins signed Otero to a lucrative contract. A great woman, too, but there was something of a fatal charm risk, considering that she was an amateur at best. He brought her to Paris about Otero. We three and assigned a top theatrical coach to her. Hurrying back to New York, he stood there for a moment, or fed the newspapers with reports of this mysterious Spanish beauty poised to two, not saying a word, I staring at La Belle, not so conquer the city. Soon rival papers were claiming she was an Andalusian young, as she once was an countess, an escaped harem girl, the widow of a sheikh, on and on. He may be not so beautiful, but 395, 396, The Art of Seduction still quite a woman. Made frequent trips to Paris to be with her, forgetting about his family. Love, she looked right at me, issuing money and gifts on her. Then turned to the lady. She Otero's New York debut, in October of 1890, was an astounding suck. Was with some friend, I guess, and spoke to her in Cess. Otero dances with abandon, read an article in the New York Times. English, which she thought, her lithe and supple body looks like that of a serpent writhing in quick. I didn't understand. Graceful curves. In a few short weeks, she became the toast of New York. However, I did. Who's the very society, performing at private parties late into the night. The tycoon will handsome young man, Liam Vanderbilt courted her with expensive jewels and evenings on his Otero asked. The other yacht. Other millionaires vied for her attention. Meanwhile Juggins was one answered, his dipping into the company till to pay for presents for her, he would do Chevalier. He has such beautiful eyes, anything to keep her, a task in which he was facing heavy competition. Abel said, looking straight. Few months later, after his embezzling became public, he was a ruined man. At me, right up and down. He eventually committed suicide. Then she almost floored me with her frankness. Otero went back to France, to Paris, and over the next few years rose to I wonder if he'd like to become the most infamous courtesan of the Belle Epoque. Word spread go to bed with me. I think quickly, a night with La Belle Otero, as she was now known, was more I'll ask him. Only she didn't say it so delicately. Effective than all the aphrodisiacs in the world. She had a temper, and she was much cruder and mundane, but that was to be expected. Prince Albert of Monaco, a man more to the point. It who had been plagued by doubts of his virility, felt like an insatiable tiger, was at this moment, I had after a night with Otero. She became his mistress. Other royalty followed, to make up my mind rather quickly. La Belle Prince Albert of Wales, later King Edward VII, the Shah of Persia, Grand moved toward me. Instead Duke Nicholas of Russia. Less wealthy men emptied their bank accounts. Of introducing myself, and Juggins was only the first of many whom Otero drove to suicide. Succumbing to the consequences, I pretended during World War I, a 29-year-old American soldier named didn't understand what Frederick, stationed in France, won $37,000 in a 4-day crap game. On she'd said, uttered some his next leave he went to Nice and checked himself into the finest hotel. Pleasantry in French and moved away to my dressing on his first night in the hotel restaurant. He recognized Otero sitting alone room. I could see La at a table. He had seen her perform in Paris 10 years before, and had be Belle smile in an odd come obsessed with her. She was now close to 50, but was more alluring fashion as I passed her, than ever. He greased some palms and was able to sit at her table. He could like a sleek tigress watching its dinner go away. For a hardly talk, the way her eyes bored into him, a simple readjustment in her fleeting second I thought chair, her body brushing up against him as she got up, the way she managed she might turn around and to walk in front of him and display herself. Later, strolling along a boulevard follow me. What would Chevalier have done had Vard, they passed a jewelry store. He went inside, and moments later found she pursued him. Himself plopping down $31,000 for a diamond necklace. For 3 nights lower lip dropped into that La Belle Otero was his. Never in his life had he felt so masculine, and him half pout, which is the Frenchman's exclusive petuous. Years later, he still believed it was well worth the price he had possession. Then he paid. Grinned. I'd have slowed down and let her catch up. Interpretation. Although La Belle Otero was beautiful, hundreds of Arthurh, Louis, La Belle Otero women were more so, or were more charming and talented. But Otero was constantly on fire. Men could read it in her eyes, the way her body moved, a dozen other signs. The heat that radiated out from her came from her own inner desires. She was insatiably sexual. But she was also a practiced and calculating courtesan, and knew how to put her sexuality to effect. Use physical lures, 397 On stage, she made every man in the audience come alive, abandoning her you're anxiously expecting self in dance. In person she was cooler, or slightly so. A man likes to feel me to escort you to parties. Here to solicit my that a woman is inflamed not, because she has an insatiable appetite, but be advice. Arrive late, when cause of him. So Otero personalized her sexuality, using glances, a brushing the lamps are lit, maker of skin, a more languorous tone of voice, a saucy comment, to suggest that graceful entrance, delay enhances charm, delays of the man was heating her up. In her memoirs she revealed that Prince Albert Great bored. Plain you was a most inept lover. Yet he believed, along with many other men, that may be, but at night you with her he was Hercules himself. Her sexuality actually originated from look fine to the tipsy her, but she created the illusion that the man was the aggressor. Soft lights and shadows will mask your faults. The key to luring the target into the final act of your seduction is not take your food with dainty to make it obvious, not to announce that you are ready to pounce or be fingers. Good table manners pounced upon. Everything should be geared, not to the conscious mind, matter don't besmear your whole face with a but to the senses. You want your target to read cues not from your words or greasy paw. Don't cat actions, but from your body. You must make your body glow with desire, first at home and nibble for the target. Your desire should be read in your eyes, in a trembling in, but equally, don't indulge your appetite to the full, your voice, in your reaction when your bodies draw near. Leave something in hand. You cannot train your body to act this way, but by choosing a victim. If Paris saw Helen stuffing, see chapter 1, who has this effect on you, it will all flow naturally. During herself to the eyeballs he'd detest her, he'd feel the seduction, you will have had to hold yourself back. To intrigue and her abduction had been a frustrate the victim. You will have frustrated yourself in the process, and stupid mistake. Each will already be champing at the bit. Once you sense that the target has woman should know fallen for you and cannot turn back, let those frustrated desires cause herself, pick methods to suit her body, one fashion. Through your blood and warm you up. You do not need to touch your tar won't do for all. Let the gets, or become physical. As La Belle Otero understood, sexual desire is girl with a pretty face like contagious. They will catch your heat and glow in return. Let them make supine, let the lady who boasts a good back be the first move. It will cover your tracks. The second and third moves are viewed from behind. Yours. Milan Ion bore Atalanta's legs on his shoulders. Nice legs, should always be spell sex with capital letters when you talk about Otero. Used this way the petite, she exuded it. Should ride a horse, Andra Marsh, Hector's, Maurice Chevalier the band bride, was too tall for these games. No jockey she, if you re-lowering inhibitions built like a fashion model, with a willowy figure, then kneel on the bed. One day in 1931, in a village in New Guinea, a young girl named To Your Neck a little arched, Purcell heard some happy news. Her father, all a man, who had left the girl who has perfect legs some months before to work on a tobacco plantation, had returned for a and bosom should lie sideways on, and make her visit. To Purcell ran to greet him. Accompanying her father was a white lover stand. Don't blush man, an unusual sight in these parts. He was a 22-year-old AUS, to unbind your hair like Tralian from Tasmania, and he was the owner of the plantation. His name some ecstatic meanad and tumble long tresses was Errol Flynn. About your uncurved Flynn smiled warmly at To Purcell, seeming particularly interested in throat. Her bare breasts. As was the custom in New Guinea then, she wore only a Ovid, The Art of Love, grass skirt. He said in pidgin English how beautiful she was, and kept retranslated by Peter Greene repeating her name, which he pronounced remarkably well. He did not say 398 The Art of Seduction, How Do You Attract a Much Else, mind you, he did not speak her language. So she said goodbye man, the Paris and walked away with her father. But later that day she discovered, to her correspondent of the dismay, that Mr. Flynn had taken a liking to her and had purchased her Stockholm AFTONBLADET asked La Belle on July 3, from her father for 2 pigs, some English coins, and some seashell money. 1910, make yourself the family was poor and the father liked the price. Tupersali had as feminine as possible, boyfriend in the village whom she did not want to leave, but she did not dress, so that the most interesting portions of your dare disobey her father, and she left with Mr. Flynn for the tobacco planter anatomy are emphasized, tie on. On the other hand, she had no intention of being friendly with this and subtly allow the man, from whom she expected the worst kind of treatment. Gentlemen to know you are in the first few days. Tupersali missed her village terribly, and felt no willing to yield at the proper time. The vows and out of sorts. But Mr. Flynn was polite, and talked in a soothing way to hold a man Otero voice. She began to relax, and since he kept his distance, she decided it was revealed a little later to a safe to approach him. His white skin was tasty to the mosquitoes, so she be staff writer from the Johannesburg Morning gan to wash him every night, with scented bush herbs to keep them away. Journal is to keep acting soon. She had a thought, Mr. Flynn was lonely, and wanted a companion. As though every time you that was why he had bought her. At night he usually read, instead, she be meet him you are overcome with fresh enthusiasm, and, gan to entertain him by singing and dancing. Sometimes he tried to calm with barely restrained communicate in words and gestures, struggling in pidgin. She had no idea what eagerness, you await his he was trying to say, but he made her laugh. And one day she did under impetuosity, stand something, the word swim. He was inviting her to go swimming, Arthurh, Lewis, with him in the Laloki River. She was happy to go along, but the river was La Belle Otero full of crocodiles, so she brought along her spear just in case. At the sight of the river, Mr. Flynn seemed to come alive, he tore off his clothes and dove in. She followed and swam after him. He put his arms, I missed the mental around her and kissed her. They drifted downstream, and she clung to him. Stimulation when I was younger, he answered. She had forgotten about the crocodiles. She had also forgotten about her FA, but from the time I began there, her boyfriend, her village, and everything else there was to forget. To have women, shall we around a bend of the river, he picked her up and carried her to a secluded say, on the Assembly Line grove near the river's edge. It all happened rather suddenly, which was fine basis. I discovered that the only thing you want, with Tupersali. From then on this was a daily ritual, the river, the all should have is the grove, until the time came when the tobacco plantation was no longer absolutely physical. Simply doing so well, and Mr. Flynn left New Guinea. The physical. No mind at all. A woman's mind will one day some 10 years later, a young girl named Blanca Rosa Welter get in the way. Really, went to a party at the Ritz Hotel in Mexico City. As she wandered through for me. I am the bar, looking for her friends, a tall older man blocked her path and said speaking of myself. I don't speak for male humankind. In a charming accent, you must be Blanca Rosa. He did not have to and I am speaking for what I've traduced himself, he was the famous Hollywood actor Errol Flynn. His discovered or what I need, face was plastered on posters everywhere, and he was friends of the parties the body, the face, the physical motion, the voice, hosts, the Davises, and had heard them praise the beauty of Blanca Rosa, the femaleness, the female who was turning 18 the following day. He led her to a table in the presence. Totally that, corner. His manner was graceful and confident, and listening to him talk, nothing else. That's the she forgot about her friends. He spoke of her beauty, repeated her name, best. There's no possessiveness in that, said he could make her a star. Before she knew what was happening, I watched him closely. Invited her to join him in Acapulco, where he was vacationing. Though I'm serious, he said. Davises, their mutual friends, could come along as chaperones. That's my view and feeling. Just the elementary be wonderful, she said, but her mother would never agree. Don't worry, use physical Leo's 399 about that, Flynn replied, and the following day he showed up at their physical female nothing house with a beautiful gift for Blanca, a ring with her birthstone. Melting more than that. When you get hold of that, hang on under his charming smile, Blanca's mother agreed to his plan. Later that to it, for a short while, Blanca found herself on a plane to Acapulco. It was all like a dream. Earl Conrad, the Davises, under orders from Blanca's mother, tried not to let her Errol Flynn, a memoir out of their sight. So Flynn put her on a raft and they drifted out into the ocean, far from the shore. His flattering words filled her ears, and she let him hold her hand and kiss her cheek. That night they danced together, a sweet disorder in the and when the evening was over he escorted her to her room and serenaded Kindles in clothes her with a song as they finally parted. It was the end of a perfect day. In the wantonness a lawn about the shoulders thrown middle of the night, she woke up to hear him calling her name, from her into a fine distraction hotel room balcony. How had he gotten there? His room was a floor and erring lace, which here above, he must have somehow jumped or swung down, a dangerous and there enthralls the neuver. She approached, not at all afraid, but curious. He pulled her gently crimson stomach a cuff neglectful, and thereby into his arms and kissed her. Her body convulsed, overwhelmed with new ribbons to flow sensations, totally at sea, she began to cry, out of happiness, she said. Confusedly a winning Flynn comforted her with a kiss and returned to his room above, in the deserving note, in the tempestuous petticoat same inexplicable way he had arrived. Now Blanca was hopelessly in love, a careless shoestring, in with him and would do anything he asked of her. A few weeks later, in whose tie I see a wild fact, she followed him to Hollywood, where she went on to become a suck civility do more bewitch me, than when art is too successful actress, known as Linda Christian. Precise in every part. In 1942, an 18-year-old girl named Nora Eddington had a Robert Herrick, delightful job selling cigarettes at the Los Angeles County Courthouse. The iron disorder, quoted in place, was a madhouse at the time, teeming with tabloid journalists. 2 Peter Washington, ed. Erotic poems. Young girls had charged Errol Flynn with rape. Nora of course noticed Flynn, a tall, dashing man who occasionally bought cigarettes from her, but her thoughts were with her boyfriend, a young Marine. A few weeks later Flynn was acquitted, the trial ended, and the place settled down. A man Shisatni, the son of Pharaoh Uzamares, Sorveri had met during the trial called her up one day. He was Flynn's right-hand beautiful woman on the man, and on Flynn's behalf, he wanted to invite her up to the Actors House Plainstones of the Temple on Mulholland Drive. Nora had no interest in Flynn, and in fact she was he called his page, and said, "Go and tell her that little afraid of him, but a girlfriend, who was dying to meet him talked her Pharaoh's son, shall give in to going and bringing her along." What did she have to lose? Nora agreed her 10 pieces of gold to go. On the day, Flynn's friend showed up and drove them to a splendid spend an hour with me. I am a pure one, I am house on top of a hill. When they arrived, Flynn was standing shirtless by not a low person, answers his swimming pool. He came to greet her and her girlfriend, moving so the lady Thuboot. If you gracefully, like a lithe cat, and his manner so relaxed, she felt her jitters wished to have your pleasure melt away. He gave them a tour of the house, which was full of artifacts of with me, you will come to my house at Bubastis. His various sea voyages. He talked so delightfully of his love of adventure, everything will be ready, that she wished she had had adventures of her own. He was the perfect there. Satni went to gentlemen, and even let her talk about her boyfriend, without the slightest Bubastis by boat. By my life, said Thubut, come sign of jealousy. Upstairs with me. On the Nora had a visit from her boyfriend the next day. Somehow he didn't up a floor. Sanded with seem so interesting anymore. They had a fight and broke up on the spot. Dust of lapis lazuli and turquoise, Satni saw that night. Flynn took her out on the town, to the famous Mocambo, several beds covered with nightclub. He was drinking and joking, and she fell into the spirit, and hap royal linen and many gold 400 the Art of Seduction bowls on a table. Please Piley let him touch her hand. Then suddenly she panicked. I'm a Catholic, take your meal, said a virgin, she blurted out, and someday I'm going to walk down the Thubut. That is not church, I'll wearing a veil. And if you think you're going to sleep with what I have come to do, answered Satni, while you're mistaken. Totally calm and unruffled, Flynn said she had noth slaves put aromatic wooding to fear. He simply liked being with her. She relaxed, and politely asked on the fire and scattered him to put his hand back. Over the next few weeks, she saw him almost sent about. Do that for which we have come here, every day. She became his secretary. Soon she was spending weekend nights, Satni repeated. First you as his house guest. He took her on skiing and boating trips. He remained will make out a deed for the perfect gentleman, but when he looked at her or touched her hand, she my maintenance, Thubut felt overwhelmed by an exhilarating sensation, a tingling on her skin that replied, and you will establish a dowry for me if she compared to stepping into a cold needle shower on a red-hot day. Soon all the things and goods, she was going to church less often, drifting away from the life she had which belonged to you, in known. Although outwardly nothing had changed between them, inwardly writing. Satni acquiesced, saying, bring me the all semblance of resistance to him had melted away. One night, after a party, scribe of the school. She succumbed. She and Flynn eventually engaged in a stormy marriage, when he had done what that lasted 7 years. Flynn operated on the body. His cool, nonchalant children. Satni consented manner infected women, lowering their resistance. This happened almost again, let any crime be the minute they met him, like a drug. He was at ease around women, grace done to them which you're full and confident. They fell into this spirit, drifting along on a current he heart desires. Go into that room, said Thubut, created, leaving the world and its heaviness behind. It was only you and while the little corpse is him. Then, perhaps that same day, perhaps a few weeks later, there were thrown out to the come a touch of his hand, a certain look, that would make them feel a tin stray dogs and cats. Satni at last lay on a bed of ivory gling, a vibration, a dangerously physical excitement. They would betray an ebony, that his love that moment in their eyes, a blush, a nervous laugh, and he would swoop in might be rewarded and for the kill. No one moved faster than Errol Flynn. Thubut lay down at his side. Then, the text the greatest obstacle to the physical part of the seduction, is the target's modestly say, magic and education, the degree to which he or she has been civilized and socialized. The god Amen did much. Such education conspires to constrain the body, dull the senses, fill the charms of the divine women must have mind with doubts and worries. Flynn had the ability to return a woman to being irresistible, if even a more natural state, in which desire, pleasure, and sex had nothing negative, the wisest men were attached to them. He lured women into adventure not with arguments, but used physical lures 401 with an open, unrestrained attitude that infected their minds. Understand, ready to do anything and it all starts from you. When the time comes to make the seduction physical, their desire to abandon themselves, even for a few train yourself to let go of your own inhibitions, your doubts, your linger moments, to their training feelings of guilt and anxiety. Your confidence and ease will have more embraces. Power to intoxicate the victim than all the alcohol you could apply. Exhibit G.R. Tabuis, the private lightness of spirit. Nothing bothers you, nothing daunts you, you take life of Tutankhamun, nothing personally. You are inviting your targets to shed the burdens of TRANSLATEDBYMR.DOBIE civilization, to follow your lead and drift. Do not talk of work, duty, marriage, the past or future. Plenty of other people will do that. Instead, offer the rare thrill of losing oneself in the moment, where the senses come dive CLIE. What is the and the mind is left behind. Moment, and how do you define it? Because I must say in all good honesty that when he kissed me, it evoked a response I do not understand you. Known or imagined before, a giddying of all my senses. It the Duke, a certain was instinctive joy, against which no warning, reasoning disposition of the senses, as unexpected as it is monitor within me availed. It was new and irresistible and involuntary, which are finally overpowering. Seduction, the word implies being woman can conceal, but led, and so gently, so tenderly. Which, should it be perceived or sensed by a Christian someone who might profit from it, puts her in the greatest danger of being a keys to seduction little more willing than she thought she ever should or could be. Now more than ever, our minds are in a state of constant distraction, crabby on fils, hazard barraged with endless information, pulled in every direction. Many AU coin DUFEU, quoted in MICHEL Fahar, ed. The of us recognize the problem, articles are written, studies are completed, but libertine reader they simply become more information to digest. It is almost impossible to turn off an overactive mind. The attempt simply triggers more thoughts, an inescapable hall of mirrors. Perhaps we turn to alcohol, to drugs, to physical activity, anything to help us slow the mind, be more present in when, on an autumn evening, with closed eyes, the moment. Our discontent presents the crafty seducer with infinite I breathe the warm dark opportunity. The waters around you are teeming with people seeking some fragrance of your breast, kind of release from mental overstimulation. The law of unencumbered before me blissful shores unfold, caressed by physical pleasure will make them take your bait, but as you prowl the dazzling fires from blue turs, understand, the only way to relax a distracted mind is to make it focus unchanging skies. And on one thing. A hypnotist asks the patient to focus on a watch swinging there, upon that calm and back and forth. Once the patient focuses, the mind relaxes, the senses drowsing isle, grow luscious fruits amid awaken, the body becomes prone to all kinds of novel sensations, and sug fantastic trees their gestions. As a seducer, you are a hypnotist, and what you are making the men are lithe. The women target focus on is you. Of those sees amaze one with their gaze that knows throughout the seductive process, you have been filling the target's no guile. Your perfume mind. Letters, mementos, shared experiences keep you constantly present, wafts me thither like even when you are not there. Now, as you shift to the physical part of wind I see a harbor thronged with masts and the seduction, you must see your targets more often. Your attention must sails still weary from the become more intense. Errol Flynn was a master at this game. When he tumult of the gales, and 402, the Art of Seduction, with the sailor's song that honeyed in on a victim, he dropped everything else. The woman was made drifts to me are mingled to feel that everything came second to her, his career, his friends, every odus of the tamarind, thing. Then he would take her on a little trip, preferably with water, all my soul is scent and melody. Around. Slowly the rest of the world would fade into the background, and, Charles Baudelaire, Flynn would take center stage. The more your targets think of you, the less exotic perfume, they are distracted by thoughts of work and duty. When the mind focuses the flowers of evil on one thing, it relaxes, and when the mind relaxes, all the little paranoid. Translated by Alan Condor thoughts that we are prone to. Do you really like me? Am I intelligent or beautiful enough? What does the future hold? Vanish from the surface. Remember, it all starts with you. Be undistracted, present in the moment, and the target will follow suit. The intense gaze of the hypnotist creates a similar reaction in the patient. Once the target's overactive mind starts to slow down, their senses will come to life, and your physical lures will have double their power. Now a heated glance will give them flush. You will have a tendency to employ physical lures that work primarily on the eyes, the sense we most rely on in our culture. Physical appearances are critical, but you are after a general agitation of the senses. La Belle Otero made sure men noticed her breasts, her figure, her perfume, her walk. No part was allowed to predominate. The senses are interconnected. An appeal to smell will trigger touch, an appeal to touch will trigger vision. Casual or accidental contact, better brushing of the skin than something more forceful right now, will create a jolt and activate the eyes. Subtly modulate the voice, make it slower and deeper. Living senses will crowd out rational thought. In the 18th century libertine novel The Wayward Head and Heart, by Crébillon Fils, Madame de Lursay is trying to seduce a younger man, Mailcore. Her weapons are several. One night at a party she is hosting, she wears a revealing gown, her hair is slightly tousled, she throws him heated glances, her voice trembles a bit. When they are alone, she innocently gets him to sit close to her, and talks more slowly. At one point she starts to cry. Mailcore has many reasons to resist her. He has fallen in love with a girl his own age, and he has heard rumors about Madame de Lursay that should make him distrust her. But the clothes, the looks, the perfume, the voice, the closeness of her body, the tears, it all begins to overwhelm him. An indescribable agitation stirred my senses. Mailcore succumbs. The French libertines of the 18th century called this the moment. The seducer leads the victim to a point where he or she reveals involuntary signs of physical excitation that can be read in various symptoms. Once those signs are detected, the seducer must work quickly, applying pressure on the target to get lost in the moment, the past, the future, all moral scruples vanishing in air. Once your victims lose themselves in the moment, it is all over. Their mind, their conscience, no longer holds them back. The body gives in to pleasure. Madame de Lursay lures Mailcore into the moment by creating a generalized disorder of the senses, rendering him incapable of thinking straight. In leading your victims into the moment, remember a few things. First, use physical lures. 403 A disordered look. Madame de Lursay's tousled hair, her ruffled dress, has more effect on the senses than a neat appearance. It suggests the bedroom. Second, be alert to the signs of physical excitation. Blushing, trembling of the voice, tears, unusually forceful laughter, relaxing movements of the body, any kind of involuntary mirroring, their gestures imitating yours, a revealing slip of the tongue. These are signs that the victim is slipping into the moment and pressure is to be applied. In 1934, a Chinese football player named Li met a young actress named Lan Ping in Shanghai. He began to see her often at his matches, cheering him on. They would meet at public affairs, and he would notice her glancing at him with her strange, yearning eyes, then looking away. One evening he found her seated next to him at a reception. Her leg brushed up against his. They chatted, and she asked him to see a movie with her at a nearby cinema. Once they were there, her head found its way onto his shoulder. She whispered into his ear something about the film. Later they strolled the streets, and she put her arm around his waist. She brought him to a restaurant where they drank some wine. Li took her to his hotel room, and there he found himself overwhelmed by caresses and sweet words. She gave him no room to retreat, no time to cool down. 3 years later Lan Ping, soon to be renamed Jiang Qing, played a similar game on Mao Zedong. She was to become Mao's wife, the infamous Madame Mao, leader of the Gang of Four. Seduction, like warfare, is often a game of distance and closeness. At first you track your enemy from a distance. Your main weapons are your eyes, and a mysterious manner. Byron had his famous underlook, Madame Mao her yearning eyes. The key is to make the look short and to the point, then look away, like a rapier glancing the flesh. Make your eyes reveal desire, and keep the rest of the face still. A smile will spoil the effect. Once the victim is heated up, you quickly bridge the distance, turning to hand-to-hand combat in which you give the enemy no room to withdraw, no time to think or to consider the position in which you have placed him or her. To take the element of fear out of this, use flattery, make the target feel more masculine or feminine, praise their charms. It is their fault that you have become so physical and aggressive. There is no greater physical law than to make the target feel alluring. Remember, the girdle of Aphrodite, which gave her untold seductive powers, included that of sweet flattery. Shared physical activity is always an excellent law. The Russian mystic Rasputin would begin his seductions with a spiritual law, the promise of a shared religious experience. But then his eyes would bore into his target at a party, and inevitably he would lead her in a dance, which would become more and more suggestive as he moved closer to her. Hundreds of women succumbed to this technique. For Flynn it was swimming or sailing. In such physical activity, the mind turns off and the body operates according to its own laws. The target's body will follow your lead, will mirror your moves, as far as you want it to go. In the moment, all moral considerations fade away, and the body 404 The Art of Seduction turns to a state of innocence. You can partly create that feeling through a devil-may-care attitude. You do not worry about the world, or what people think of you, you do not judge your target in any way. Part of Flynn's appeal was his total acceptance of a woman. He was not interested in a particular body type, a woman's race, her level of education, her political beliefs. He was in love with her feminine presence. He was luring her into an adventure, free of society's strictures and moral judgments. With him she could act out a fantasy, which, for many, was the chance to be aggressive or transgressive, to experience danger. So empty yourself of your tendency to moralize and judge. You have lured your targets into a momentary world of pleasure, soft and accommodating, all rules and taboos thrown out the window. Symbol, the raft. Floating out to sea, drifting with the current. Soon the shore line disappears from sight, and the two of you are alone. The water invites you to forget all cares and worries, to submerge yourself. Without anchor or direction, cut off from the past, you give in to the drifting sensation and slowly lose all restraint. Reversal: some people panic when they sense they are falling into the moment. Often, using spiritual lures will help disguise the increasingly physical nature of the seduction. That is how the lesbian seductress Natalie Barney operated. In her heyday, at the turn of the 20th century, lesbian sex was immensely transgressive, and women new to it often felt a sense of shame or dirtiness. Barney led them into the physical, but so enveloped it in poetry and mysticism that they relaxed and felt purified by the experience. Today, few people feel repulsed by their sexual nature, but many are uncomfortable with their bodies. A purely physical approach will frighten and disturb them. Instead, make it seem a spiritual, mystical union, and they will take less notice of your physical manipulations. Master the art of the bold move. A moment has arrived. Your victim clearly desires you, but is not ready to admit it openly, let alone act on it. This is the time to throw aside chivalry, kindness, and coquetry, and to overwhelm with a bold move. Don't give the victim time to consider the consequences, create conflict, stir up tension, so that the bold move comes as a great release. Showing hesitation or awkwardness means you are thinking of yourself, as opposed to being overwhelmed by the victim's charms. Never hold back or meet the target halfway. Under the belief that you are being correct and considerate, you must be seductive now, not political. One person must go on the offensive, and it is you. The perfect climax through a campaign of deception, the misleading appearance of a transformation into goodness. The rake Valmorn laid siege to the virtuous young President de Tourvel until the day came when, disturbed by his confession of love for her, she insisted he leave the chateau where both of them were staying as guests. He complied. From Paris, however, he flooded her with letters, describing his love for her in the most intense terms. She begged him to stop, and once again he complied. Then, several it afforded, moreover, another advantage, that of weeks later, he paid a surprise visit to the chateau. In his company Tourvel observing at my leisure her was flushed and jumpy, and kept her eyes averted, all signs of his effect on charming face, more her. Again she asked him to leave. What have you to fear? He replied, I have beautiful than ever, as it proffered the powerful always done what you have asked. I have never forced myself on you. He enticement of tears. My kept his distance and she slowly relaxed. She no longer left the room when blood was on fire, and he entered, and she could look at him directly. When he offered to was so little in control of myself that I was tempted pony her on a walk. She did not refuse. They were friends, she said. She to make the most of the even put her arm in his as they strolled, a friendly gesture. Occasion. How weak we one rainy day, they could not take their usual walk. He met her in the must-be, how strong the dominion of circumstance, hallway as she was entering her room, for the first time, she invited him in. If even I, without as she seemed relaxed, and Valmorn sat near her on a sofa. He talked of his thought for my plans, could love for her. She gave the faintest protest. He took her hand. She left it risk losing all the charm of there and leaned against his arm. Her voice trembled. She looked at him, a prolonged struggle, all the fascination of a laboriously, and he felt his heart flutter. It was a tender, loving look. She started to administer defeat, by speak, well. Yes, then suddenly collapsed into his arms, crying. It concluding a premature was a moment of weakness, yet Valmorn held himself back. Her crying be victory, if distracted by the most puerile of desires, I came convulsive. She begged him to help her, to leave the room before could be willing that the something terrible happened. He did so. The following morning he awoke conqueror of Madame de to some surprising news. In the middle of the night, claiming she was filled Tourvel should take nothing for the fruit of his ill. Tourvel had suddenly left the chateau, and returned home. Labors but the tasteless Valmorn did not follow her to Paris. Instead he began staying up late, distinction of having added and using no powder to hide the peaked looks that soon ensued. He went one more name to the roll. Let her surrender, but to the chapel every day, and dragged himself despondently around the let her fight. Let her be too chateau. He knew that his hostess would be writing to the president, who weak to prevail, but strong would hear of his sad state. Next he wrote to a church father in Paris, and enough to resist. Letter asked him to pass along a message to Tourvel. He was ready to change his savor the knowledge of her weakness at her leisure, but life for good. He wanted one last meeting, to say goodbye and to return the let her be unwilling to letters she had written him over the last few months. The father arranged to admit defeat. Leave the 407-408 The Art of Seduction humble poacher, to kill the meeting, and so, one late afternoon in Paris, Valmorn found himself once stag, where he has surprised again alone with Tourvel, in a room in her house. It in its hiding place. The true hunter will the president was clearly on edge. She could not look him in the eye. Bring it to bay. They exchanged pleasantries. But then Valmorn turned harsh. She had, Vicomte de Valmont, treated him cruelly, had apparently been determined to make him unhappy. In Chodelot de Laclos, well, this was the end. They were separating for good. Since that was how dangerous liaisons, she wanted it. Tourvel argued back, She was a married woman, she had no translated P.3. Stone, in Michel Fahar, ed. choice. Valmorn softened his tone and apologized. He was unused to having the libertine reader such strong feelings, he said, and could not control himself. Still, he would never trouble her again. Then he laid on a table the letters he had come to return. Don't you know that Torval came closer? The sight of her letters, and the memory of all the however willing, however eager we are to give turmoil they represented, affected her powerfully. She had thought his to ourselves, we must decision to renounce his libertine way of life was voluntary, she said, with a nevertheless having touch of bitterness in her voice, as if she resented being abandoned. No, it excuse. Anne, is there any more convenient than and was not voluntary, he replied, it was because she had spurned him. Then appearance of yielding to he suddenly stepped closer, and took her in his arms. She did not resist. Force. As for me, I shall, adorable woman, he cried. You have no idea of the love you inspire. Admit that one thing that most flatters me is a lively you will never know how I have worshipped you, how much dearer my and well-executed attack, feelings have been to me than life. May your days be blessed with all when everything happens of the happiness of which you have deprived me. Then he let her go and in quick, but orderly turn to leave. Succession, which never puts us in the painfully Torval suddenly snapped. You shall listen to me. I insist, she said, embarrassing position of and grabbed his arm. He turned around and they embraced. This time he having to cover up some waited no longer, picking her up, carrying her to an ottoman, overwhelmed blunder of which, on the contrary, we ought to being her with kisses and sweet words of the happiness he now felt. Before taking advantage, which this sudden flood of caresses, all her resistance gave way. From this Mo keeps up an appearance of meant on I am yours, she said, and you will hear neither refusals nor retaking by storm even that which we are quite grets from my lips. Torval was true to her word, and Valmont's suspicions prepared to surrender, and were to prove correct. The pleasures he won from her were far greater than adroitly flatters our two with any other woman he had seduced. Favorite passions, the pride of defense and the pleasure of defeat. Marquise de Mature Iron Interpretation. Valmorn, a character in Chodelos de Laclose's 18th Chodelos de Laclose, century novel Dangerous Liaisons, can sense several things about the Dangerous liaisons, dent at first glance. She is timid and nervous. Her husband almost translated BYP, W.K. Stone in Michel Fahar, ed. certainly treats her with respect, probably too much of it. Beneath her in the libertine reader tourist in God, religion, and virtue is a passionate woman, vulnerable to the law of a romance and to the flattering attention of an ardent suitor. No one, not even her husband, has given her this feeling, because they have all what sensible man will been so daunted by her prudish exterior. Not intersperse his coaxing / with kisses. Even if she Valmorn begins his seduction, then, by being indirect. He knows doesn't kiss back, / still Torval is secretly fascinated with his bad reputation. By acting as if he is force on regardless. She contemplating a change in his life, he can make her want to reform him, a may struggle, cry desire that is unconsciously a desire to love him. Once she has opened up naughty / yet she wants to be overcome. Just ever so slightly to his influence, he strikes at her vanity. She has never felt master the art of the bold move 409 desired as a woman, and on some level cannot help but enjoy his love for take care / not to bruise her. Of course she struggles and resists, but that is only a sign that her tender lips with such hard snatched kisses / tie-ins are engaged. Indifference is the single most effective deterrent to don't give her a chance to seduction. By taking his time, by making no bold moves even when he has protest / you're too rough. The opportunity for them, He instills in her a false sense of security and those who grab their kisses, but not what proves himself by being patient. On what he pretends is his last visit to her, follows, deserve to lose however, he can sense she is ready, weak, confused, more afraid of losing all they've gained. How the addictive feeling of being desired than of suffering the consequences of of the adultery. He deliberately makes her emotional, dramatically displays her ultimate goal after all your kissing. That was /ters, creates some tension by playing a game of push and pull, and when gaucheness, not modesty, she takes his arm, he knows it is the time to strike. Now he moves quickly, I'm afraid, allowing her no time for doubts or second thoughts. But his move seems to, the art of love, arise out of love, not lust. After so much resistance and tension, what a translated by Peter Greene pleasure to finally surrender. The climax now comes as a great release. Never underestimate the role of vanity in love and seduction. If you seem impatient, champing at the bit for sex, you signal that it is all about I have tested all manner of pleasures, and known every libido, and that it has little to do with the target's own charms. That is variety of joy, and I have why you must defer the climax. A lengthier courtship will feed the targets found that neither intimacy vanity, and will make the effect of your bold move all the more powerful with princes, nor wealth and enduring. Wait too long, though, showing desire, but then proving acquired, nor finding after lacking, nor returning after too timid to make your move, and you will stir up a different kind of long absence, nor security. You found me desirable, but you are not acting on your desires. After fear and repose and a maybe you're not so interested. Doubts like these affront your target's safe refuge. None of these things so powerfully affects vanity. If you're not interested, maybe I'm not so interesting, and are fatal the soul as union with thee in the latter stages of seduction. Awkwardness and misunderstandings will beloved, especially if it spring up everywhere. Once you read in your target's gestures that they are come after long denial and continual banishment. For ready and open, a look in the eye, mirroring behavior, a strange nervous, then the flame of passion-ness in your presence, you must go on the offensive, make them feel that wax is exceeding hot, and their charms have unhinged you and pushed you into the bold move. They the furnace of yearning will then have the ultimate pleasure, physical surrender, and a psychological blazes up, and the fire of eager hope rages, ever more boost to their vanity. Fiercely. IBNHAZM, the ring of the more timidity a lover shows with us the more it con the dove. A treatise on The cerns our pride to go at him on. The more respect he has for art and practice of Arab our resistance, the more respect we demand of him. We LOVETRANSLATEDBYA, Arbery would willingly say to you men, in pity's name, do not suppose us to be so very virtuous, you are forcing us to have too much of it. I knew once two great, NINONDEL enclosed lords, brothers, both of them highly bred and highly accomplished keys to seduction gentlemen, which did love two ladies, but the one of these was of much higher think of seduction, as a world you enter, a world that is separate in quality and more account than the other in all distinct from the real world. The rules are different here, what works respects. Now being entered in daily life, can have the opposite effect in seduction. The real world fee both into the chamber of 410 The Art of Seduction, this great lady, who for the tours a democratizing, leveling impulse, in which everything has to seem at time being was keeping her least something like equal. An overt imbalance of power, an overt desire for bed, each did withdraw power, will stir envy and resentment. We learn to be kind and polite, at least apart for to entertain his mistress. The one did on the surface. Even those who have power generally try to act humble and converse with the high-born modest. They do not want to offend. In seduction, on the other hand, you dame with every possible can throw all of that out, revel in your dark side, inflict a little pain, in respect and humble saluter tie on and kissing of hands, some ways be more yourself. Your naturalness in this respect will prove, sir, with words of honor and ductive in itself. The problem is that after years of living in the real world, stately compliment, without we lose the ability to be ourselves. We become timid, humble, overpolite. Making ever an attempt to your task is to regain some of your childhood qualities, to root out all this come near and try to force the place. The other brother, false humility. And the most important quality to recapture is boldness. Without any ceremony of no one is born timid. Timidity is a protection we develop. If we never words or fine phrases did stick our necks out, if we never try, we will never have to suffer the cons take his fair one to a recessed window, and quences of failure or success. If we are kind and unobtrusive, no one will incontinently making free be offended, in fact we will seem saintly and likable. In truth, timid Pio with her, for he was very are often self-absorbed, obsessed with the way people see them, and not strong, he did soon show her 'twas not his way to at all saintly. And humility may have its social uses, but it is deadly in Seduct lover Ellis Bagnall with Tyon. You need to be able to play the humble saint at times. It is a mask you eyes and tricks of face and wear. But in seduction, take it off. Boldness is bracing, erotic, and AB words, but in the genuine fashion and proper mode absolutely necessary to bring the seduction to its conclusion. Done right, it every true lover should tells your targets that they have made you lose your normal restraint and desire. Presently having gives them license to do so as well. People are yearning to have a chance to finish his task, he doth play out the repressed sides of their personality. At the final stage of us quit the chamber, but as he goes, saith to his brother, Duction, boldness eliminates any awkwardness or doubts. In a dance, too loud enough for his lady to people cannot lead. One takes over, sweeping the other along. Seduction is here the words, do not egalitarian, it is not a harmonic convergence. Holding back at the end as I have done, brother mine, else you do naught it out of fear of offending, or thinking it correct to share the power, is a all. Be you as brave and recipe for disaster. This is an arena not for politics but for pleasure. It can be hardy as you will else by the man or woman, but a bold move is required. If you are so conware, yet if you show not your hardihood here and cerned about the other person, console yourself with the thought that now, you are disgraced, for the pleasure of the one who surrenders is often greater than that of the here is no place of seer aggressor. Money and respect, but one as a young man, the actor Errol Flynn was uncontrollably bold. This way you do see your lady before you, which doth, but often got him into trouble. He became too aggressive around desirable wait your attack. So with women. Then, while traveling through the Far East, he became interested this he did leave his brother, in the Asian practice of tantric sex, in which the male must train himself which yet for that while did refrain him, and put it off to not to ejaculate, preserving his potency and heightening both partners another time. But for this pleasure in the process. Flynn later applied this principle to his seductions as the lady did by no means well, teaching himself to restrain his natural boldness, and delay the end of esteem him more highly, whether it was she did put the seduction as long as possible. So, while boldness can work wonders, you it down to an overchilliness controllable boldness is not seductive but frightening, you need to be able in love, or a lack of courage, to turn it on and off at will, know when to use it. As in tantrism, you can or a defect of bodily vigor. Create more pleasure by delaying the inevitable. Seigneur de Brantôme, in the 1720s, the Duc de Richelieu developed an infatuation with the lives of fair and gallant ladies, translated by certain duchess. The woman was exceptionally beautiful and was desired. Alençon by one and all, but she was far too virtuous to take a lover, although she mastered the art of the bold move 411 could be quite coquettish. Richelieu bided his time. He befriended her. A man should proceed to charming her with the wit that had made him the favorite of the ladies. Enjoy any woman when she gives him in one night. A group of such women, including the Duchess, decided to play opportunity, and makes her a practical joke on him, in which he was to be forced naked out of his own love manifest to him room at the Palace of Versailles. The joke worked to perfection, the ladies by the following signs. She all got to see him in his native glory, and had a good chuckle watching him calls out to a man without first being addressed by run away. There were many places Richelieu could have hidden, the place she shows herself to he chose was the Duchess's bedroom. Minutes later he watched her enter him in secret places, she an undress, and once the candles were extinguished, he crept into bed speaks to him tremblingly and inarticulately, her face with her. She protested, tried to scream. He covered her mouth with kisses, blooms with delight, and she eventually and happily relented. Richelieu had decided to make her fingers, or toes perspire, bold move then for several reasons. First, the Duchess had come to like him, and sometimes she remains with both hands placed on and even to harbor a secret desire for him. She would never act upon it or his body as if she had been admitted, but he was certain it existed. Second, she had seen him naked, and surprised by something, or could not help but be impressed. Third, she would feel a touch of pity for as if overcome with fatigue. After a woman has his predicament, and for the joke played on him. Richelieu, a consummate manifested her love to him seducer, would find no more perfect moment. By outward signs, and by the bold move should come as a pleasant surprise, but not too much of the motions of her body, the man should make every a surprise. Learn to read the signs that the target is falling for you. His or possible attempt to conquer her manner toward you will have changed, it will be more pliant, with her. There should be no more words and gestures mirroring yours, yet there will still be a touch of indecision, or hesitancy, if nervousness and uncertainty. Inwardly they have given in to you, but then opening is found the man should make the most do not expect a bold move. This is the time to strike. If you wait too long of it. The woman, indeed, to the point where they consciously desire and expect you to make a move, becomes disgusted with it loses the piquancy of coming as a surprise. You want a degree of tension man, if he is timid about his chances and throws an ambivalence, so that the move represents a great release. There rend them away. Boldness is the will relieve tension like a long-awaited summer storm. Don't plan your rule, for everything is to be bold move in advance, it cannot seem calculated. Wait for the opportune gained, and nothing lost. Moment, as Richelieu did. Be attentive to favorable circumstances. This, the Hindu art of love, will give you room to improvise and go with the moment, which will collected and edited by Edward Windsor heighten the impression you want to create of being suddenly overwhelmed by desire. If you ever sense that the victim is expecting the bold move, take a step back, lull them into a false sense of security, then strike. Sometime in the 15th century, the writer Bandello relates, a young Venetian widow had a sudden lust for a handsome nobleman. She had her father invite him to their palace to discuss business, but during the meeting the father had to leave, and she offered to give the young man a tour of the place. His curiosity was piqued by her bedroom, which she described as the most splendid room in the palace, but which she also passed by without letting him enter. He begged to be shown the room, and she granted his wish. He was spellbound, the velvets, the rare objets, the suggestive paintings, the delicate white candles. A beguiling scent filled the room. The widow put out all of the candles but one, then led the man to the bed, which had been heated with a warming pan. He quickly succumbed to her caresses. Follow the widow's example. Your bold move should have a theatrical quality to it. That will make it memorable, and make your aggressiveness seem pleasant. 412 The Art of Seduction part of the drama. The theatricality can come from the setting, an exotic or sensual location. It can also come from your actions. The widow piqued her victim's curiosity by creating the suspense about her bedroom. An element of fear, someone might find you, say, will heighten the tension. Remember, you are creating a moment that must stand out from the sameness of daily life. Keeping your targets emotional will both weaken them and heighten the drama of the moment. And the best way to keep them at an emotional pitch is by infecting them with emotions of your own. When Valmont wanted the presidents to become calm, angry, or tender, he showed that emotion first, and she mirrored it. People are very susceptible to the moods of those around them. This is particularly acute at the latter stages of a seduction, when resistance is low and the target has fallen under your spell. At the point of the bold move, learn to infect your target with whatever emotional mood you require, as opposed to suggesting the mood with words. You want access to the target's unconscious, which is best obtained by infecting them with emotions, bypassing their conscious ability to resist. It may seem expected for the male to make the bold move, but history is full of successfully bold females. There are two main forms of feminine boldness. In the first, more traditional form, the coquettish woman stirs male desire, is completely in control, then at the last minute, after bringing her victim to a boil, steps back and lets him make the bold move. She sets it up, then signals with her eyes, her gestures, that she is ready for him. Courtesans have used this method throughout history. It is how Cleopatra worked on Antony, how Josephine seduced Napoleon, how La Belle Otero amassed a fortune during the Belle Epoque. It lets the man maintain his masculine illusions, although the woman is really the aggressor. The second form of feminine boldness does not bother with such illusions. The woman simply takes charge, initiates the first kiss, pounces on her victim. This is how Marguerite de Valois, Lou Andrea Salome, and Madame Mao operated, and many men find it not emasculating at all, but very exciting. It all depends on the insecurities and proclivities of the victim. This kind of feminine boldness has its allure, because it is more rare than the first kind, but then all boldness is somewhat rare. A bold move will always stand out compared to the usual treatment afforded by the tepid husband, the timid lover, the hesitant suitor. That is how you want it. If everyone were bold, boldness would quickly lose its allure. Master the art of the bold move. 413 symbol, the summer storm. The hot days follow one another, with no end in sight. The earth is parched and dry. Then there comes a stillness in the air, thick and oppressive, the calm before the storm. Suddenly gusts of wind arrive, and flashes of lightning, exciting and frightening. Allowing no time to react or run for shelter, the rain comes, and brings with it a sense of release. At last. Reversal. If two people come together by mutual consent, that is not a seduction. There is no reversal. Beware the after effects. Danger follows in the aftermath of a successful seduction. After emotions have reached a pitch, they often swing in the opposite direction, toward lassitude, distrust, disappointment. Beware of the long, drawn-out goodbye. Insecure, the victim will cling and claw, and both sides will suffer. If you are to part, make the sacrifice swift and sudden. If necessary, deliberately break the spell you have created. If you are to stay in a relationship, beware a flagging of energy, a creeping familiarity that will spoil the fantasy. If the game is to go on, a second seduction is required. Never let the other person take you for granted. Use absence, create pain and conflict, to keep the seduced on tenterhooks. Disenchantment. Seduction is a kind of spell, an enchantment. When you seduce, you are not quite your normal self, your presence is heightened, you are playing more than one role, you are strategically concealing your tics and insecurities. You have deliberately created mystery and suspense to make the victim experience a real-life drama. Under your spell, the seduced gets to feel, in a word, woe to the transported away from the world of work and responsibility. Woman of too monotonous. You will keep this going for as long as you want or can, heightening the temperament. Her monotony satiates and tension, stirring the emotions, until the time finally comes to complete the disgusts. She is always the seduction. After that, disenchantment almost inevitably sets in. The release of same statue with her attention is followed by a letdown, of excitement, of energy, that can even man is always right, She is so good, so gentle, that she materializes as a kind of disgust directed at you by your victim, even though takes away from people the what is happening is really a natural emotional course. It is as if a drug were privilege of quarreling with wearing off, allowing the target to see you as you are, and being disap her, and this is often such a great pleasure. Put in her pointed by the flaws that are inevitably there. On your side, you too have placed a vivacious woman, probably tended to idealize your target somewhat, and once your desire is capricious, decided, to a satisfied, you may see them as weak. After all, they have given in to you, certain limit, however, and you too may feel disappointed. Even in the best of circumstances, things assume a different aspect. The lover will find dealing now with the reality rather than the fantasy, and the flames will in the same person slowly die down, unless you start up a second seduction. Pleasure of variety. Temper. You may think that if the victim is to be sacrificed, none of this is the salt, the quality which prevents it front tears. But sometimes your effort to break off the relationship will inadvertently becoming stale. Gently revive the spell for the other person, causing him or her to cling to restlessness, jealousy, tenaciously. No, in either direction, sacrifice, or the integration of the quarrels, making friends again, spitefulness, all are two of you into a couple, you must take disenchantment into account. The food of love. Enchant, there is an art to the post-seduction as well. In variety. To master the following tactics to avoid undesired after effects. Constant apiece is productive of a deadly ennui. Uniformity kills love, for as soon as the spirit of fight against inertia. The sense that you are trying less hard is often method mingles in an affair of the heart, the passion enough to disenchant your victims. Reflecting back on what you did disappears, languor superving the seduction, they will see you as manipulative, you wanted something thens, weariness begins to then, and so you worked at it, but now you are taking them for granted. Where, and disgust ends the after the first seduction is over, then, show that it isn't really over, that chapter. You want to keep proving yourself, focusing your attention on them, luring, ninondelencenclos, life, letters and Epicurean them. That is often enough to keep them enchanted. Fight the tendency to philosophy of ninonde, let things settle into comfort and routine. Stir the pot, even if that means a enclose for 17418, the art of seduction, age cannot wither her, nor return to inflicting pain and pulling back. Never rely on your physical custom stale / her infinite charms, even beauty loses its appeal with repeated exposure. Only strategy variety, other women cloy / an effort will fight off inertia. The appetites they feed, but she makes hungry / where most she satisfies. William Shakespeare, maintain mystery. Familiarity is the death of seduction. If the target Antony and Cleopatra knows everything about you, the relationship gains a level of comfort, but loses the elements of fantasy and anxiety. Without anxiety and a touch of fear, the erotic tension is dissolved. Remember, reality is not seductive. Cry hurrah, and hurrah keep some dark corners in your character, flout expectations, use absences again, for a splendid to fragment the clinging, possessive pull that allows familiarity to creep in. Triumph, / the quarry, I maintain some mystery, or be taken for granted. You will have only yourself sought has fallen into my toils. / why hurry, to blame for what follows. Young man. Your ship's still in mid-passage, / and the harbor I seek is far maintain lightness. Seduction is a game, not a matter of life and death. Away / through my verses, it's true, you may have there will be a tendency in the post-phase to take things more seriously acquired a mistress, / but impersonally, and to whine about behavior that does not please you. Fight that's not enough. If this as much as possible, for it will create exactly the effect you do not want. Art / caught her, my art must keep her. To guard you cannot control the other person by nagging and complaining. It will conquests as tricky as make them defensive, exacerbating the problem. You will have more con making it. There was luck troll if you maintain the proper spirit. Your playfulness, the little ruses you in the chase, but this task will call for skill. If ever I employ to please and delight them, your indulgence of their faults, will needed support from make your victims compliant and easy to handle. Never try to change your Venus and Sun and victims, instead, induce them to follow your lead. Erato, the muse erotic by name, it's now, for my too ambitious project to relate some techniques that avoid the slow burnout. Often, one person becomes disenchanted, but might restrain that fickle lacks the courage to make the break. Instead, he or she withdraws inside. As young globetrotter, love. To be loved and absence. This psychological step back may inadvertently reignite the you must show yourself other person's desire, and a frustrating cycle begins of pursuit and retreat. Lovable, something everything unravels, slowly. Once you feel disenchanted and know it is good looks alone can never achieve. You may be over, end it quickly, without apology. That would only insult the other handsome as Homer's son. A quick separation is often easier to get over. It is as if you had a Nereus, or young Hylas, problem being faithful, as opposed to your feeling that the seduced was no snatched by those bad longer being desirable. Once you are truly disenchanted, there is no going naiads, but all the same, to avoid a surprise back. So don't hang on out of false pity. It is more compassionate to make a desertion and keep your clean break. If that seems inappropriate, or too ugly, then deliberately disengirl. It's best you have gifts, chant the victim with anti-seductive behavior. Of mind in addition to physical charms. Beauty's fragile, the passing years diminish its substance, eat examples of sacrifice, and integration it away. Violets and bell-mouthed lilies do not bloom forever, hard won. In the 1770s, the handsome Chevalier de Belleroche began an affair. Thorns are all that's left of with an older woman, the Marquise de Maturel. He saw a lot of her, but the blown rose. So with you, my handsome youth. Soon she began to pick quarrels with him. Entranced by her unpredictable beware the after-effects, 419 moods, he worked hard to please her, showering her with attention, and soon wrinkles will furrow tenderness. Eventually the quarreling stopped, and as the days went by, your body, soon, too soon, your hair turned grey. Then Belleroche felt confident that Maturel loved him, until one day, when he built an enduring mind, came to visit, and found that she was not at home. Her footman greeted that to your beauty him at the door, and said he would take the Chevalier to a secret house of it alone will last till the flames consume you. Maturel's outside Paris. There the Marquise was waiting for him, in a keep your wits sharp, nude mood of coquettishness. She acted as if this were their first tryst. Explore the liberal arts, the Chevalier had never seen her so ardent. He left at daybreak more in win mastery over Greek love than ever, but a few days later they quarreled again. The Marquise as well as Latin. Ulysses was eloquent, not seemed cold after that, and he saw her flirt with another man at a party. Handsome, yet he felt horribly jealous, but as before, his solution was to become more sea goddesses' hearts attentive and loving. This, he thought, was the way to appease a difficult with aching passion. Nothing works on a woman. Mood like tactful tolerance. Now Maturel had to spend a few weeks at her country home to harshness provoke still some business there. She invited de Belleroche to join her for an hatred, makes nasty rose. We detest the hawk and tended stay, and he happily agreed, remembering the new life and earlier stay the wolf, those natural there had brought to their affair. Once again she surprised him. Her effect hunters, always preying Tyon and desire to please him were rejuvenated. This time, though, he did on timid flocks, but the gentle swallow goes safe not have to leave the next morning. Days went by, and she refused to enter from man's snares, we tine any guests. The world would not intrude on them. And this time their fashion little turreted was no coldness, or quarrelling, only good cheer and love. Yet now de belle houses for doves. Keep Roche began to grow a little tired of the Marquise. He thought of Paris and clear of all quarrels, sharp-tongued recriminations, the balls he was missing. A week later, he cut short his stay on some business love-sensitive, needs to pretext, and hurried back to the city. Somehow the Marquise did not seem be fed with gentle words. So charming anymore. Leave nagging to wives and husbands, let them, if they want, think it a natural law, a permanent interpretation. The Marquise de Maturil, a character in Chodelot's de la state of feud. Wives thrive on wrangling, that's their closes novel dangerous liaisons, is a practiced seductress, who never lets her dowry. A mistress should affairs drag on too long. De Belleroche is young and handsome, but that is always here what she or. As her interest in him wanes, she decides to bring him to the secret wants to be told. House to try to inject some novelty into the affair. This works for a while, use tender blandishments, language that caresses but it isn't enough. The Chevalier must be gotten rid of. She tries coldness, the ear, make her glad anger, hoping to start a fight, even a show of interest in another man. All you came. This only intensifies his attachment. She can't just leave him, he might be ovid, theartoflove, come vengeful, or try even harder to win her back. The solution, she translated by Peter Greene irately breaks the spell by overwhelming him with attention. Abandoning the pattern of alternating warmth with coldness, she acts hopelessly in love. Alone with her day after day, with no space to fantasize, he no longer sees in Paris the band played to her as enchanting and breaks off the affair. This was her goal all along. Concert at the Palais if a break with the victim is too messy or difficult, or you lack the chalot. They played the first half, and then their nerve, then do the next best thing. Deliberately break the spell that ties him was an hour interval, or her to you. Aloofness or anger will only stir the other person's insecurity, intermission, we call it, producing a clinging horror. Instead, try suffocating them with love and during which there was a fabulous buffet on a great tentillon, be clinging and possessive yourself, moon over the lovers every AC long table laden with Tyon and character trait. Create the sense that this monotonous affection will delicious foods and cognac, 420 The Art of Seduction champagne, wine and that go on forever. No more mystery, no more coquetry, no more retreats, just rarity in Paris. Scotch. Endless love. Few can endure such a threat. A few weeks of it and they will the people, aristocrats and be gone. Servants, some on their hands and knees, were busily searching for something on the floor. 2. King Charles II of England was a devoted libertine. He kept a stable of duchess, who was one of lovers. There was always a favorite mistress from the aristocracy, and Count the hostesses, had lost one of her larger diamonds. Less important women. He craved variety. One evening in 1668, the Duchess finally got the king spent an evening at the theatre, where he conceived a sudden debauch seeing people looking sire for a young actress called Nell Gwynn. She was pretty and innocent all over the floor for the ring. She looked around looking, only 18 at the time, with a girlish glow in her cheeks, but haughtily, then took Duke the lines she recited on stage was so impudent and saucy. Deeply excited, by the arm, saying, it the king decided he had to have her. After the performance he took her doesn't mean anything. I can always get diamonds, out for a night of drinking and merriment, then led her to his royal bed. But how often can I get a Nell was the daughter of a fishmonger, and had begun by selling all man like Duke Anges in the theatre. She rose to the status of actress by sleeping with Rit Ellington, Shears and other theatre men. She had no shame about this. When a footman disappeared with Duke, the band started the of hers got into a fight with someone who said he worked for a whore. She second half by themselves, broke it up by saying, I am a whore. Find something better to fight, and eventually Duke about. Nell's humor and sass amused the king greatly, but she was low smilingly reappeared to finish the concert. Born, and an actress, and he could hardly make her a favorite. After several, D.O. and George, S.W.E.E.T.M.A.N., nights with pretty, witty Nell, he returned to his principal mistress, the real Duke Ellington Louise Keroual, a well-born Frenchwoman. Keroual was a clever seductress. She played hard to get, and made it clear she would not give the king her virginity, until he had promised her a title. It was the kind of chase Charles enjoyed, and he made her the I do know, however, that men become bigger-hearted Duchess of Portsmouth. But soon her greed and difficultness began to wear, and better lovers once they on his nerves. To divert himself, he turned back to Nell. Whenever he vis get the suspicion that they're at her, he was royally entertained with food, drink, and her great good mistresses care less about them. When a man humor the king was bored or melancholy, she took him drinking or believes himself to be the gambling, or out to the country, where she taught him to fish. She always one and only lover in a had a pleasant surprise up her sleeve. What he loved most of all was her woman's life, he'll whistle and go his way. Outwit, the way she mocked the pretentious Keroual. The Duchess had the to know. I have followed habit of going into mourning whenever a nobleman of another country this profession for the last died, as if he were relation. Nell, too, would show up at the palace on 20 years. If you want these occasions dressed in black, and would sorrowfully say that she was me too. I will tell you what happened to me a few years mourning for the Cham of Tartary, or the Boog of Oronooko grand ago. At that time, I had a relatives of her own. To her face, she called the Duchess Squintabella and steady lover, a certain the weeping willow, because of her simpering manners and melancholic demophantos, a usurer living near Poikile. He had heirs. Soon the king was spending more time with Nell than with the never given me more than Duchess. By the time Keroual fell out of favor, Nell had in essence be 5 drachmas, and he come the king's favorite, which she remained until his death, in 1685. Pretended to be my man. But his love was only superficial, crisis. He never sighed, he never shed interpretation. Nell Gwynn was ambitious. She wanted power and fame, tears for me, and he never spent the night waiting at. But in the 17th century the only way a woman could get those beware the after effects, 421 things was through a man, and who better than the king? But to get in my door. One day he came involved with Charles was a dangerous game. A man like him, easily bored to see me, knocked at my door, but I did not open it. Anne in need of variety, would use her for a fling, then find someone else. You see, I had the painter. Nell's strategy for the problem was simple. She let the king have his calides, in my room, other girls, and never complained. Every time he saw her, though, she calides had given me 10 made sure he was entertained and diverted. She filled his senses with plea drachmas. Demophanto swore and beat his fists on shore, acting as if his position had nothing to do with her love for him. Vari, the door and left cursing Etty in women could wear on the nerves, tiring a busy king. They all made me. Several days passed so many demands. If one woman could provide the same variety, and Nell, without my sending for him, calides was still in as an actress, knew how to play different roles, she had a big advantage. My house. Thereupon Nell never asked for money, so Charles plied her with wealth. She never demophantos, who was asked to be the favorite, how could she? She was a commoner, but he already quite excited, went wild. He broke open my vat her to the position. Door wept, pulled me many of your targets will be like kings and queens, particularly those about, threatened to kill who are easily bored. Once the seduction is over they will not only have me, tore my tunic, and did everything, in fact, that a trouble idealizing you, they may also turn to another man, or woman whose jealous man would do, and unfamiliarity seems exciting and poetic. Needing other people to divert finally presented me with them, they often satisfy this need through variety. Do not play into the 6,000 drachmas. In hands of these bored royals by complaining, becoming self-pitying, or de consideration of this sum, I was his for a period of mundane privileges. That would only further their natural disenchantment 8 months. His wife once the seduction is over. Instead, make them see that you are not the perv used to say that I had son they thought you were. Make it a delightful game to play new roles, to bewitch him with some powder. That bewitching surprised them, to be an endless source of entertainment. It is almost impose powder, to be sure, was Sibyl to resist a person who provides pleasure with no strings attached. Jealousy. That is why, when they are with you, keep the spirit light and playful. Play up the parts crisis. I advise you to act likewise with corgi as. Of your character they find delightful, but never let them feel they know you too well. In the end you will control the dynamic, and a haughty king, Lucian, dialogues of the courtesans, translated by, or queen will become your abject slave. A.L.H. 3. When the great jazz composer Duke Ellington came to town, he and his wife is someone on band were always a big attraction, but especially so for the ladies of the area. Whom one gazes all ones they came to hear his music, of course, but once there they were mesmer live, yet it is just as well if is by the Duke himself. On stage, Ellington was relaxed and elegant, she be not beautiful, so spake Jeantar of the Gion. And seemed to be having such a good time. His face was very handsome, as may be the flippant, and his bedroom eyes were infamous. He slept very little, and his eyes had saying of a go-between, but permanent pouches under them. After the performance, some woman it is not to be dismissed too lightly. Besides, it is would inevitably invite him to her table, another would sneak into his with beautiful women as dressing room, yet another would approach him on his way out. Duke with beautiful views, if one made a point of being accessible, and when he kissed a woman's hand, his is forever looking at them, eyes and hers would meet for a moment. Sometimes she would signal and one soon tires of their charm. This I can judge interest in him, and his glance in return would say he was more than ready. From my own experience. Sometimes his eyes were the first to speak. Few women could resist that. One year I went to look, even the most happily married Matsushima, and though at first I was moved by with the night's music still ringing in her ears, the woman would show beauty of the place and up at Ellington's hotel room. He would be dressed in a stylish suit, he clapped my hands with 422, the Art of Seduction admiration, saying to loved good clothes, and the room would be full of flowers. There would myself, oh, if only I be a piano in the corner. He would play some music. His playing, and his could bring some poet here elegant, nonchalant manner, would come across to the woman as pure that to show him this great wonder. Wyatt, after I had a pleasant continuation of the performance she had just witnessed. Been gazing at the scene, and when it was over, and Ellington had to leave town, he would give her from morning until night, a thoughtful gift. He would make it seem that the only thing taking him the myriad islands began to away from her was his touring. A few weeks later, the woman might hear a smell unpleasantly of seaweed, the waves that knew Ellington's song on the radio, with lyrics suggesting that she had in beat on Matsuyama Point spied it. If ever he passed through the area again, she would find a way to become obstreperous, before be there, and Ellington would often renew the affair, if only for a night. I knew it. I had let all the cherry blossoms at some time in the 1940s. 2 young women from Alabama came to Shiogamascata, in the Chicago, to attend a debutante ball. Ellington and his band were the enter morning I overslept untinement. He was the women's favorite musician, and after the show, they missed the dawn snow on Mount Kinka, nor was I asked him for an autograph. He was so charming and engaging that one of much impressed by the girls found herself asking what hotel he was staying at. He told them, Evening Moon at Nagain, with a big grin. The girls switched hotels, and later that day they called up, or Oshima, and in the end Ellington, and invited him to their room for a drink. He accepted. I picked up a few white and black pebbles on the wall, beautiful negligées that they had just bought. When Ellington alcove and became engrossed rived, he acted completely naturally, as if the warm greeting they gave him in a game of six musisha were completely usual. The three of them ended up in the bedroom, when with some children. One of the young women had an idea. Her mother adored Ellington. She, Ihara Saikaku, the life of an amorous woman, had to call her now and put Ellington on the phone. Not at all put out by. Translated by Ivan Morris. The suggestion, Ellington played along. For several minutes he talked to the mother on the telephone, lavishing her with compliments on the charming daughter she had raised, and telling her not to worry, he was taking good men despise women who care of the girl. The daughter got back on the phone and said, We're fine, love, too much, and because we're with Mr. Ellington, and he's such a perfect gentleman. As unwisely. Soon as she hung up, the three of them resumed the naughtiness they had. Lucian, dialogue started. To the two girls, it later seemed an innocent, but unforgettable night of the courtesans, Translatedbylh, of pleasure. Sometimes several of these far-flung mistresses would show up at the same concert. Ellington would go up and kiss each of them 4 times. I shall endeavor briefly to habit of his designed for just this dilemma. And each of the ladies would outline to you how a love assume she was the one with whom the kisses really mattered. When gained can be deepened. They say it can be increased in particular by making it an infrequent interpretation. Duke Ellington had 2 passions, music and women. The undifficult business for 2 were interrelated. His endless affairs were a constant inspiration for his lovers to set eyes on each music. He also treated them as if they were theatre, a work of art in the mother, for the greater the difficulty of offering themselves. When it came time to separate, he always managed it with a theatre receiving shared touch. A clever remark and a gift would make it seem that for him the consolations, the greater affair was hardly over. Song lyrics referring to their night together would become the desire for and feeling of love. Love also keep up the aesthetic atmosphere long after he had left town. No wonder grows if one of the lovers' women kept coming back for more. This was not a sexual affair, a tawdry shows anger to the other, one-nighter, but a heightened moment in the woman's life. And his care for a lover is at once sorely afraid that a partner's free attitude made it impossible to feel guilty, thoughts of one's mother, or beware the after-effects. 423 husband would not spoil the illusion. Ellington was never defensive or wroth when roused, may apologetic about his appetite for women. It was his nature, and never the harden indefinitely. Love fault of the woman that he was unfaithful. And if he could not help his again experiences increase when genuine jealousy sires, how could she hold him responsible? It was impossible to hold or preoccupies one of the grudge against such a man, or complain about his behavior. Lovers, for jealousy is called. Ellington was an aesthetic rake, a type whose obsession with women the nurturer of love. In fact, even if the lover can only be satisfied by endless variety. A normal man's tomcatting will oppressed not by genuine eventually land him in hot water, but the aesthetic rake rarely stirs up ugly jealousy, but by base emotions. After he seduces a woman, there is neither an integration nor a suspicion, love always increases because of it, and sacrifice. He keeps them hanging and hoping. The spell is not broken, that becomes more powerful by next day, because the aesthetic rake makes the separation a pleasant, even its own strength. Elegant experience. The spell Ellington cast on a woman never went away. Andreas Capellanus. The lesson is simple. Keep the moments after the seduction and the love, translated separation in the same key as before, heightened, aesthetic, and pleasant. If BYP.G. whilst you do not act guilty for your feckless behavior, it is hard for the other person to feel angry or resentful. Seduction is a light-hearted game, in which you invest all of your energy in the moment. The separation should be you've seen the fire that light-hearted and stylish as well. It is work, travel, some dreaded responses smolders /down to nothing, grows a crown of ability that calls you away. Create a memorable experience and then move pale ash / over its hidden on, and your victim will most likely remember the delightful seduction, embers, yet a sprinkling of not the separation. You will have made no enemies, and will have a lifelong sulfur / will suffice to rekindle the flame. / so harem of lovers to whom you can always return when you feel so inclined. With the heart. It grows torpid from lack of worry, / needs a sharp stimulus to fall. In 1899, 20-year-old Baroness Frieda von Richthofen married an illicit love. / get her anxious about you, reheat Englishman named Ernest Weekly, a professor at the University of Not Her Tepid Passions, / Teltingham, and soon settled into the role of the professor's wife. Weekly her your guilty secrets, treated her well, but she grew bored with their quiet life and his tepid love watch her blanch. / thrice fortunate that man, lucky making. On trips home to Germany she had a few love affairs, but this past calculation, / who can wasn't what she wanted either, and so she returned to being faithful and make some poor injured caring for their 3 children. Girl / torture herself over him, lose voice, go pale. One day in 1912, a former student of Weekly's, David Herbert pass out when / the Lawrence, paid a visit to the couple's house. A struggling writer, Lawrence unwelcome news reaches wanted the professor's professional advice. He was not home yet so Frieda her. May I / be the entertained him. She had never met such an intense young man. He talked one whose hair she tears out in her fury, the one of his impoverished youth, his inability to understand women. And he lees whose / soft cheeks, she rips tend attentively to her own complaints. He even scolded her for the bad with her nails, / whom she had made him, somehow, even though she was a baroness, this ex sees, eyes glaring, through a rain of tears, without sighted her. Whom, / try as she will, Lawrence returned for later visits, but now to see Frieda, not Weekly. She cannot live. / how long one day he confessed to her that he had fallen deeply in love with her. She, you may ask, should you leave her lamenting her admitted to similar feelings, and proposed they find a trysting spot. Instead wrong. A little / while Lawrence had a proposal of his own, leave your husband tomorrow, leave only, lest rage gather him for me. What about the children? Frieda asked. If the children are strength / through procrastination. By then more important than our love, Lawrence replied, then stay with them. But you should have her if you don't run away with me within a few days. You will never see me sobbing / all over your 424, The Art of Seduction chest, your arms tight again. To Frieda the choice was horrific. She did not care at all about her around her neck. / you husband, but the children were what she lived for. Even so, a few days later, want peace. Give her she succumbed to Lawrence's proposal. How could she resist a man who kisses, make love to the girl while she's crying, / was willing to ask for so much, to take such a gamble. If she refused that's the only way to would always wonder, for such a man only passes once through your life. Melt her angry mood. The couple left England and headed for Germany. Frieda would men, OVID, the ARTOFLOVE, tie on sometimes how much she missed her children, but Lawrence had no Translated by Peter Greene. Patience with her. You are free to go back to them at any moment, he would say, but if you stay, don't look back. He took her on an arduous mountaineering trip in the Alps. A baroness, she had never experienced such hardship, but Lawrence was firm. If two people are in love, why should comfort matter? In 1914, Frida and Lawrence were married, but over the following years the same pattern repeated. He would scold her for her laziness, the nostalgia for her children, her abysmal housekeeping. He would take her on trips around the world, on very little money, never letting her settle down, although it was her fondest wish. They fought and fought. Once in New Mexico, in front of friends, he yelled at her, "Take that dirty cigarette out of your mouth. And stop sticking out that fat belly of yours. You'd better stop that talk, or I'll tell about your things," she yelled back. She had learned to give him a taste of his own medicine. They both went outside. Their friends watched, worried it might turn violent. They disappeared from sight only to reappear moments later, arm in arm, laughing and mooning over one another. That was the most disconcerting thing about the Lawrences. Married for years, they often behaved like infatuated newlyweds. Interpretation. When Lawrence first met Frida, he could sense right away what her weakness was. She felt trapped, in a stultifying relationship and a pampered life. Her husband, like so many husbands, was kind, but never paid enough attention to her. She craved drama and adventure, but was too lazy to get it on her own. Drama and adventure were just what Lawrence would provide. Instead of feeling trapped, she had the freedom to leave him at any moment. Instead of ignoring her, he criticized her constantly. At least he was paying attention, never taking her for granted. Instead of comfort and boredom, he gave her adventure and romance. The fights he picked with ritualistic frequency also ensured non-stop drama, and the space for a powerful reconciliation. He inspired a touch of fear in her, which kept her off balance, never quite sure of him. As a result, the relationship never grew stale. It kept renewing itself. If it is integration you are after, seduction must never stop. Otherwise boredom will creep in. And the best way to keep the process going is often to inject intermittent drama. This can be painful, opening old wounds, stirring up jealousy, withdrawing a little. Do not confuse this behavior with nagging or carping criticism. This pain is strategic, designed to break up rigid patterns. On the other hand, it can also be pleasant. Think about Beware the After Effects, 425 proving yourself all over again, paying attention to nice little details, creating new temptations. In fact, you should mix the two aspects, for too much pain or pleasure will not prove seductive. You are not repeating the first seduction, for the target has already surrendered. You are simply supplying little jolts, little wake-up calls that show two things. You have not stopped trying, and they cannot take you for granted. The little jolt will stir up the old poison, stoke the embers, bring you temporarily back to the beginning, when your involvement had a most pleasant freshness and tension. Remember, comfort and security are the death of seduction. A shared journey with a little bit of hardship will do more to create a deep bond than will expensive gifts and luxuries. The young are right to not care about comfort in matters of love, and when you return to that sentiment, a youthful spark will reignite. 5. In 1652, the famous French courtesan Ninon de l'Enclos met and fell in love with the Marquis de Villerceau. Ninon was a libertine. Philosophy and pleasure were more important to her than love. But the Marquis inspired new sensations. He was so bold, so impetuous, that for once in her life she let herself lose a little control. The Marquis was possessive, a trait she normally abhorred. But in him it seemed natural, almost charming. He simply could not help himself. And so Ninon accepted his conditions. There were to be no other men in her life. For her part, she told him that she would accept no money or gifts from him. This was to be about love, nothing else. She rented a house opposite his in Paris, and they saw each other daily. One afternoon the Marquis suddenly burst in and accused her of having another lover. His suspicions were unfounded, his accusations absurd, and she told him so. This did not satisfy him, and he stormed out. The next day Ninon received news that he had fallen quite ill. She was deeply concerned. As a desperate recourse, a sign of her love and submission, she decided to cut off her beautiful long hair, for which she was famous, and send it to him. The gesture worked, the Marquis recovered, and they resumed their affair still more passionately. Friends and former lovers complained of her sudden transformation into the devoted woman, but she did not care, she was happy. Now Ninon suggested that they go away together. The Marquis, a married man, could not take her to his chateau, but a friend offered his own in the country as a refuge for the lovers. Weeks became months, and their little stay turned into a prolonged honeymoon. Slowly, though, Ninon had the feeling that something was wrong. The Marquis was acting more like a husband. Although he was as passionate as before, he seemed so confident, as if he had certain rights and privileges that no other man could expect. The possessiveness that once had charmed her began to seem oppressive. Nor did he stimulate her mind. She could get other men, and equally handsome ones, to satisfy her physically without all that jealousy. 426, The Art of Seduction. Once this realization set in, Ninon wasted no time. She told the Marquis that she was returning to Paris, and that it was over for good. He begged and pleaded his case with much emotion. How could she be so heartless? Although moved, Ninon was firm. Explanations would only make it worse. She returned to Paris and resumed the life of a courtesan. Her abrupt departure apparently shook up the Marquis, but apparently not too badly, for a few months later word reached her that he had fallen in love with another woman. Interpretation. A woman often spends months pondering the subtle changes in her lover's behavior. She might complain or grow angry, she might even blame herself. Under the weight of her complaints, the man may change for a while, but an ugly dynamic and endless misunderstandings will ensue. What is the point of all of this? Once you are disenchanted, it is really too late. Ninon could have tried to figure out what had disenchanted her, the good looks that now bored her, the lack of mental stimulation, the feeling of being taken for granted. But why waste time figuring it out? The spell was broken, so she moved on. She did not bother to explain, to worry about de Villesour's feelings, to make it all soft and easy for him. She simply left. The person who seems so considerate of the other, who tries to mend things or make excuses, is really just timid. Being kind in such matters can be rather cruel. The Marquis was able to blame everything on his mistress's heartless, fickle nature. His vanity and pride intact, he could easily move on to another affair and put her behind him. Not only does the long, lingering death of a relationship cause your partner needless pain, it will have long-term consequences for you as well, making you more skittish in the future, and weighing you down with guilt. Never feel guilty, even if you were both the seducer and the one who now feels disenchanted. It is not your fault. Nothing can last forever. You have created pleasure for your victims, stirring them out of their rut. If you make a clean, quick break, in the long run they will appreciate it. The more you apologize, the more you insult their pride, stirring up negative feelings that will reverberate for years. Spare them the disingenuous explanations that only complicate matters. The victim should be sacrificed, not tortured. 6. After 15 years under the rule of Napoleon Bonaparte, the French were exhausted. Too many wars, too much drama. When Napoleon was defeated in 1814, and was imprisoned on the island of Elba, the French were more than ready for peace and quiet. The Bourbons, the royal family deposed by the Revolution of 1789, returned to power. The king was Louis XVIII, he was fat, boring, and pompous, but at least there would be peace. Then, in February of 1815, news reached France of Napoleon's dramatic escape from Elba, with 7 small ships and 1,000 men. He beware the after effects. 427 could head for America, start all over, but instead he was just crazy enough to land at Cannes. What was he thinking? 1,000 men against all the armies of France. He set off toward Grenoble with his ragtag army. One at least had to admire his courage, his insatiable love of glory and of France. Then, too, the French peasantry was spellbound at the sight of their former emperor. This man, after all, had redistributed a great deal of land to them, which the new king was trying to take back. They swooned at the sight of his famous eagle standards, revivals of symbols from the Revolution. They left their fields and joined his march. Outside Grenoble, the first of the troops that the king sent to stop Napoleon caught up with him. Napoleon dismounted and walked on foot toward them. "Soldiers of the 5th Army Corps," he cried out. "Don't you know me? If there is one among you who wishes to kill his emperor, let him come forward and do so. Here I am." He threw open his grey cloak, inviting them to take aim. There was a moment of silence and then, from all sides, cries rang out of "Vive l'Empereur!" In one stroke, Napoleon's army had doubled in size. The march continued. More soldiers, remembering the glory he had given them, changed sides. The city of Lyons fell without a battle. Generals with larger armies were dispatched to stop him, but the sight of Napoleon at the head of his troops was an overwhelmingly emotional experience for them, and they switched allegiance. King Louis fled France, abdicating in the process. On March 20, Napoleon re-entered Paris and returned to the palace he had left only 13 months before, all without having had to fire a single shot. The peasantry and the soldiers had embraced Napoleon, but Parisians were less enthusiastic, particularly those who had served in his government. They feared the storms he would bring. Napoleon ruled the country for 100 days, until the Allies and his enemies from within defeated him. This time he was shipped off to the remote island of St. Helena, where he was to die. Interpretation: Napoleon always thought of France, and his army, as a target to be wooed and seduced. As General de Segur wrote of Napoleon, in moments of sublime power, he no longer commands like a man, but seduces like a woman. In the case of his escape from Elba, he planned a bold, surprising gesture that would titillate a bored nation. He began his return to France among the people who would be most receptive to him, the peasantry who had revered him. He revived the symbols, the revolutionary colors, the eagle standards, that would stir up the old sentiments. He placed himself at the head of his army, daring his former soldiers to fire on him. The march on Paris that brought him back to power was pure theater, calculated for emotional effect every step of the way. What a contrast this former amour presented to the dolt of a king who now ruled them. Napoleon's second seduction of France was not a classical seduction, following the usual steps, but a re-seduction. It was built on old emotions. 428, The Art of Seduction, and revived an old love. Once you have seduced a person, or a nation, there is almost always a lull, a slight letdown, which sometimes leads to a separation. It is surprisingly easy, though, to re-seduce the same target. The old feelings never go away, they lie dormant, and in a flash you can take your target by surprise. It is a rare pleasure to be able to relive the past, and one's youth, to feel the old emotions. Like Napoleon, add a dramatic flair to your re-seduction, revive the old images, the symbols, the expressions that will stir memory. Like the French, your targets will tend to forget the ugliness of the separation, and will remember only the good things. You should make the second seduction bold and quick, giving your targets no time to reflect or wonder. Like Napoleon, play on the contrast to their current lover, making his or her behavior seem timid and stodgy by comparison. Not everyone will be receptive to a re-seduction, and some moments will be inappropriate. When Napoleon came back from Elba, the Parisians were too sophisticated for him, and could see right through him. Unlike the peasants of the south, they already knew him well, and his re-entry came too soon, they were too worn out by him. If you want to reseduce someone, choose one who does not know you so well, whose memories of you are cleaner, who is less suspicious by nature, and who is dissatisfied with present circumstances. Also, you might want to let some time pass. Time will restore your luster and make your faults fade away. Never see a separation or sacrifice as final. With a little drama and planning, a victim can be retaken in no time. Symbol, embers, the remains of the fire on the morning after. Left to themselves, the embers will slowly die out. Do not leave the fire to chance and to the elements. To put it out, douse it, suffocate it, give it nothing to feed on. To bring it back to life, fan it, stoke it, until it blazes anew. Only your constant attention and vigilance will keep it burning. Beware the after effects. 429 Reversal. To keep a person enchanted, you will have to reseduce them constantly. But you can allow a little familiarity to creep in. The target wants to feel that he or she is getting to know you. Too much mystery will create doubt. It will also be tiring for you, who will have to sustain it. The point is not to remain completely unfamiliar but rather, on occasion, to jolt victims out of their complacency, surprising them as you surprised them in the past. Do this right, and they will have the delightful feeling that they are constantly getting to know more about you, but never too much. Appendix: A seductive environment, a seductive time in seduction. Your victims must slowly come to feel an inner change. Under your influence, they lower their defenses, feeling free to act differently, to be a different person. Certain places, environments, and experiences will greatly aid you in your quest to change and transform the seduced. Spaces with a theatrical, heightened quality, opulence, glittering surfaces, a playful spirit, create a buoyant, childlike feeling that make it hard for the victim to think straight. The creation of an altered sense of time has a similar effect, memorable, dizzying moments that stand out, a mood of festival and play. You must make your victims feel that being with you gives them a different experience from being in the real world. Festival time and place. Centuries ago, life in most cultures was filled with work and routine. But at certain moments in the year, this life was interrupted by festival. During these festivals, Saturnalias of ancient Rome, the Maypole festivals of Europe, the great potlatches of the Chinook Indians, work in the fields or marketplace stopped. The entire tribe, or town gathered in a sacred space set apart for the festival. Temporarily relieved of duty and responsibility, people were granted license to run amok. They would wear masks or costumes, which gave them other identities, sometimes those of powerful figures reenacting the great myths of their culture. The festival was a tremendous release from the burdens of daily life. It altered people's sense of time, bringing moments in which they stepped outside of themselves. Time seemed to stand still. Something like this experience can still be found in the world's great surviving carnivals. The festival represented a break in a person's daily life, a radically different experience from routine. On a more intimate level, that is how you must envision your seductions. As the process advances, your targets experience a radical difference from daily life, a freedom from work or responsibility. Plunged into pleasure and play, they can act differently, can become someone else, as if they were wearing a mask. The time you spend with them is devoted to them and nothing else. Instead of the usual rotation of work and rest, you are giving them grand, dramatic moments that stand out. You bring them to places unlike the places they see in daily life, heightened, theatrical places. Physical environment strongly affects people's moods. A place dedicated to pleasure and play insinuates thoughts of pleasure and play. When your victims return to their duties and to the real world, they feel the contrast strongly, and they will start to crave that other place into which you have drawn them. What you are essentially creating is festival time and place, moments when the real world stops and fantasy takes over. Our culture no longer supplies such experiences, and people yearn for them. That is why almost everyone is waiting to be seduced, and why they will fall into your arms if you play this right. The following are key components to reproducing festival time and place. Create theatrical effects. Theatre creates a sense of a separate, magical world. The actors make up the fake but alluring sets, the slightly unreal 433-434 Appendix A. Seductive environment, a seductive time costumes. These heightened visuals, along with the story of the play, create illusion. To produce this effect in real life, you must fashion your clothes, makeup, and attitude to have a playful, artificial edge, a feeling that you have dressed for the pleasure of your audience. This is the goddess-like effect of a Marlene Dietrich, or the fascinating effect of a dandy like Beau Brummel. Your encounters with your targets should also have a sense of drama, achieved through the settings you choose and through your actions. The target should not know what will happen next. Create suspense through twists and turns that lead to the happy ending you are performing. Whenever your targets meet you, they are returned to this vague feeling of being in a play. You both have the thrill of wearing masks, of playing a different role from the one your life has allotted you. Use the visual language of pleasure. Certain kinds of visual stimuli signal that you are not in the real world. You want to avoid images that have depth, which might provoke thought or guilt. Instead, you should work in environments that are all surface, full of glittering objects, mirrors, pools of water, a constant play of light. The sensory overload of these spaces creates an intoxicating, buoyant feeling. The more artificial, the better. Show your targets a playful world, full of the sights and sounds that excite the baby or child within them. Luxury, the sense that money has been spent, or even wasted, adds to the feeling that the real world of duty and morality has been banished. Call it the brothel effect. Keep it crowded or close. People crowding together raise the psychological temperature to hothouse levels. Festivals and carnivals depend on the contagious feeling a crowd creates. Bring your target to such environments sometimes, to lower their normal defensiveness. Similarly, any kind of situation that brings people together in a small space for a long period of time is extremely conducive to seduction. For years, Sigmund Freud had a small, tight-knit stable of disciples who attended his private lectures, and who engaged in an astonishing number of love affairs. Either lead the seduced into a crowded, festival-like environment, or go trolling for targets in a closed world. Manufacture mystical effects. Spiritual or mystical effects distract people's minds from reality, making them feel elevated and euphoric. From here it is but a small step to physical pleasure. Use whatever props are at hand, astrology books, angelic imagery, mystical-sounding music from some far-off culture. The great 18th-century Austrian charlatan Franz Mesmer filled his salons with harp music, the perfume of exotic incense, and a female voice singing in a distant room. On the walls he put stained glass and Appendix A. Seductive environment, a seductive time, 435 mirrors. His dupes would feel relaxed, uplifted, and as they sat in the room where he used magnets for their healing powers, they would feel a kind of spiritual tingling pass from body to body. Anything vaguely mystical helps block out the real world, and it is easy to move from the spiritual to the sexual. Distort their sense of time, speed and youth. Festival time has a kind of speed and frenzy that make people feel more alive. Seduction should make the heart beat faster, so that the seduced loses track of time passing. Take them to places of constant activity and movement. Embark with them on some kind of journey together, distracting their minds with new sights. Youth may fade and disappear, but seduction brings the feeling of being young, no matter the age of those involved. And youth is mostly energy. The pace of the seduction must pick up at a certain moment, creating a whirling effect in the mind. It is no wonder that Casanova did much of his seducing at balls, or that the waltz was the preferred tool of many a 19th-century rake. Create moments. Everyday life is a drudgery in which the same actions endlessly repeat. The festival, on the other hand, we remember as a moment when everything was transformed, when a little bit of eternity and myth entered our lives. Your seduction must have such peaks, moments when something dramatic happens and time is experienced differently. You must give your targets such moments, whether by staging the seduction in a place, a carnival, a theater, where they naturally occur, or by creating them yourself, with dramatic actions that stir up strong emotions. Those moments should be pure leisure and pleasure, no thoughts of work or morality can intrude. Madame de Pompadour, the mistress of King Louis XV, had to reseduce her easily bored lover every few months. Intensely creative, she devised parties, balls, games, a little theatre at Versailles. The seduced revels in affairs like this, sensing the effort you have expended to divert and enchant them. Scenes from Seductive Time and Place 1. Around the year 1710, a young man, whose father was a prosperous wine dealer in Osaka, Japan, found himself daydreaming more and more. He worked night and day for his father, and the burden of family life and all of its duties was oppressive. Like every young man, he had heard of the pleasure districts of the city, the quarters where the normally strict laws of the shogunate could be violated. It was here that you would find the Ukiyo, the floating world of transient pleasures, a place where actors and court 436 Appendix A. Seductive environment, a seductive time sans ruled. This was what the young man was daydreaming about. Biding his time, he managed to find an evening when he could slip out unnoticed. He headed straight for the pleasure quarters. This was a cluster of buildings, restaurants, exclusive clubs, tea houses, that stood out from the rest of the city by their magnificence and color. The moment the young man stepped into it, he knew he was in a different world. Actors wandered the streets in elaborately dyed kimonos. They had such manners and attitudes, as if they were still on stage. The streets bustled with energy, the pace was fast. Bright lanterns stood out against the night, as did the colorful posters for the nearby Kabuki theater. The women had a completely different air about them. They stared at him brazenly, acting with the freedom of a man. He caught sight of an onagata, one of the men who played female roles in the theater, a man more beautiful than most women he had seen and whom the passers-by treated like royalty. The young man saw other young men like himself entering a tea house, so he followed them in. Here the highest class of courtesans, the great tires, plied their trade. A few minutes after the young man sat down, he heard a noise and bustle, and down the stairs came a few of the tires, followed by musicians and jesters. The women's eyebrows were shaved, replaced by a thick black painted line. Their hair was swept up in a perfect fold, and he had never seen such beautiful kimonos. The tires seemed to float across the floor, using different kinds of steps, suggestive, creeping, cautious, etc., depending on whom they were approaching and what they wanted to communicate to him. They ignored the young man. He had no idea how to invite them over, but he noticed that some of the older men had a way of bantering with them that was a language all its own. The wine began to flow, music was played, and finally some lower-level courtesans came in. By then the young man's tongue was loosened. These courtesans were much friendlier, and the young man began to lose all track of time. Later he managed to stagger home, and only the next morning did he realize how much money he had spent. If father ever found out. Yet a few weeks later he was back. Like hundreds of such sons in Japan whose stories filled the literature of the period, he was on the path toward squandering his father's wealth on the floating world. Seduction is another world into which you initiate your victims. Like the Ukiyo, it depends on a strict separation from the day-to-day world. When your victims are in your presence, the outside world, with its morality, its codes, its responsibilities, is banished. Anything is allowed, particularly anything normally repressed. The conversation is lighter and more suggestive. Clothes and places have a touch of theatricality. The license exists to act differently, to be someone else, without any heaviness or judging. It is a kind of concentrated psychological, floating world that you create for the others, and it becomes addictive. When they leave you and return to their routines, they are doubly aware of what they are missing. The moment. Appendix A. Seductive environment, a seductive time. 437. They crave the atmosphere you have created. The seduction is complete. As in the floating world, money is to be wasted. Generosity and luxury go hand in hand with a seductive environment. 2. It began in the early 1960s. People would come to Andy Warhol's New York studio, soak up the atmosphere, and stay a while. Then in 1963, the artist moved into a new Manhattan space, and a member of his entourage covered some of the walls and pillars in tin foil and spray-painted a brick wall and other things silver. A red quilted couch in the center, some 5-foot-high plastic candy bars, a turntable that glittered with tiny mirrors, and helium-filled silver pillows that floated in the air completed the set. Now the L-shaped space became known as the factory, and a scene began to develop. More and more people started showing up. Why not just leave the door open, Andy reasoned, and come what may. During the day, while Andy would work on his paintings and films, people would gather, actors, hustlers, drug dealers, other artists. And the elevator would keep groaning all night, as the beautiful people began to make the place their home. Here might be Montgomery Clift, nursing a drink by himself. Over there, a beautiful young socialite chatting with a drag queen and a museum curator. Any environment that offers a chance to play a different role, to be an actor, is immensely seductive. It can be an environment that you create, like the factory. Or a place where you take your target. In such environments you simply cannot be defensive. The playful atmosphere, the sense that anything is allowed, except seriousness, dispels any kind of reactiveness. Being in such a place becomes a drug. To recreate the effect, remember Warhol's metaphor of the children's TV 438 Appendix A. Seductive environment, a seductive time show. Keep everything light and playful, full of distractions, noise, color, and a bit of chaos. No weight, responsibilities, or judgments. A place to lose yourself in. 3. In 1746, a 17-year-old girl named Christina had come to the city of Venice, Italy, with her uncle, a priest, in search of a husband. Christina was from a small village, but had a substantial dowry to offer. The Venetian men who were willing to marry her, however, did not please her. So after 2 weeks of futile searching, she and her uncle prepared to return to their village. They were seated in their gondola, about to leave the city, when Christina saw an elegantly dressed young man walking toward them. "There's a handsome fellow," she said to her uncle. "I wish he was in the boat with us." The gentleman could not have heard this, yet he approached, handed the gondolier some money, and sat down beside Christina, much to her delight. He introduced himself as Jack Casanova. When the priest complimented him on his friendly manners, Casanova replied, "Perhaps I should not have been so friendly, my reverend father, if I had not been attracted by the beauty of your niece." Christina told him why they had come to Venice and why they were leaving. Casanova laughed and chided her. A man cannot decide to marry a girl after seeing her for a few days. He must know more about her character. It would take at least 6 months. He himself was looking for a wife, and he explained to her why he had been as disappointed by the girls he had met as she had been disappointed by the men. Casanova seemed to have no destination. He simply accompanied them, entertaining Christina the whole way with witty conversation. When the gondola arrived at the edge of Venice, Casanova hired a carriage to the nearby city of Treviso and invited them to join him. From there they could catch a chaise to their village. The uncle accepted, and on the way to their carriage, Casanova offered his arm to Christina. What would his mistress say if she saw them, she asked. I have no mistress, he answered, and I shall never have one again, for I shall never find such a pretty girl as you, no, not in Venice. His words went to her head, filling it with all kinds of strange thoughts, and she began to talk and act in a manner that was new to her, becoming almost brazen. What a pity she could not stay in Venice for the 6 months he needed to get to know a girl, she told Casanova. Without hesitation he offered to pay her expenses in Venice for that period while he courted her. On the carriage ride she turned this offer over in her mind, and once in Treviso she got her uncle alone and begged him to return to the village by himself, then come back for her in a few days. She was in love with Casanova. She wanted to know him better. He was a perfect gentleman, who could be trusted. The uncle agreed to do as she wished. The following day Casanova never left her side. There was not the slightest hint of disagreement in his nature. They spent the day wandering around the city, shopping and talking. He took her to a play in the evening. Appendix A. Seductive Environment, A Seductive Time, 439, and to the casino after that, supplying her with a domino and a mask. He gave her money to gamble and she won. By the time the uncle returned to Treviso, she had all but forgotten about her marriage plans. All she could think of was the 6 months she would spend with Casanova. But she returned to her village with her uncle and waited for Casanova to visit her. He showed up a few weeks later, bringing with him a handsome young man named Charles. Alone with Christina, Casanova explained the situation. Charles was the most eligible bachelor in Venice, a man who would make a much better husband than he would. Christina admitted to Casanova that she too had had her doubts. He was too exciting, had made her think of other things besides marriage, things she was ashamed of. Perhaps it was for the better. She thanked him for taking such pains to find her a husband. Over the next few days Charles courted her, and they were married several weeks later. The fantasy and allure of Casanova, however, remained in her mind forever. Casanova could not marry. It was against everything in his nature. But it was also against his nature to force himself on a young girl. Better to leave her with the perfect fantasy image than to ruin her life. Besides, he enjoyed the courting and flirting more than anything else. Casanova supplied a young woman with the ultimate fantasy. While he was in her orbit he devoted every moment to her. He never mentioned work, allowing no boring, mundane details to interrupt the fantasy. And he added great theater. He wore the most spectacular outfits, full of sparkling jewels. He led her to the most wonderful entertainments, carnivals, masked balls, the casinos, journeys with no destination. He was the great master at creating seductive time and environment. Casanova is the model to aspire to. While in your presence your targets must sense a change. Time has a different rhythm, they barely notice its passing. They have the feeling that everything is stopping for them, just as all normal activity comes to a halt at a festival. The idle pleasures you provide them are contagious. One leads to another and to another, until it is too late to turn back. Appendix B. Soft Seduction. How to sell anything to the masses. The less you seem to be selling something, including yourself, the better. By being too obvious in your pitch, you will raise suspicion. You will also bore your audience, an unforgivable sin. Instead, make your approach soft, seductive, and insidious. Soft, be indirect. Create news and events for the media to pick up, spreading your name in a way that seems spontaneous, not hard or calculated. Seductive, keep it entertaining. Your name and image are bathed in positive associations. You are selling pleasure and prom eyes. Insidious, aim at the unconscious, using images that linger in the mind, placing your message in the visuals. Frame what you are selling as part of a new trend, and it will become one. It is almost impossible to resist the soft seduction. The soft sell seduction is the ultimate form of power. Those who give into it do so willingly and happily. There is rarely any resentment on their part. They forgive you any kind of manipulation, because you have brought them pleasure, a rare commodity in the world. With such power at your fingertips, though, why stop at the conquest of a man or woman? A crowd, an electorate, a nation can be brought under your sway simply by applying on a mass level the tactics that work so well on an individual. The only difference is the goal, not sex but influence, a vote, people's attention, and the degree of tension. When you are after sex, you deliberately create anxiety, a touch of pain, twists and turns. Seduction on the mass level is more diffuse and soft. Creating a constant titillation, you fascinate the masses with what you are offering. They pay attention to you because it is pleasant to do so. Let us say your goal is to sell yourself as a personality, a trendsetter, a candidate for office. There are two ways to go: the hard sell, the direct approach, and the soft sell, the indirect approach. In the hard sell, you state your case strongly and directly, explaining why your talents, your ideas, your political message are superior to anyone else's. You tout your achievements, quote statistics, bring in expert opinions, even go so far as to induce a bit of fear if the audience ignores your message. The approach is a tad aggressive and might have unwanted consequences. Some people will be offended, resisting your message, even if what you say is true. Others will feel you are manipulating them, who can trust experts and statistics, and why are you trying so hard? You will also grate on people's nerves, becoming unpleasant to listen to. In a world in which you cannot succeed without selling to large numbers, the direct approach won't take you far. The soft sell, on the other hand, has the potential to draw in millions because it is entertaining, gentle on the ears, and can be repeated without irritating people. The technique was invented by the great charlatans of 17th century Europe. To peddle their elixirs and alchemic concoctions, they would first put on a show, clowns, music, vaudeville-type routines, that had nothing to do with what they were selling. A crowd would form, and as the audience laughed and relaxed, the charlatan would come on stage and briefly and dramatically discuss the miraculous effects of the elixir. By honing this technique, the charlatans discovered that instead of selling a few dozen bottles of the dubious medicine, they were suddenly selling scores, or even hundreds. 443-444 Appendix B. Soft Seduction. How to sell anything to the masses in the centuries since. Publicists, advertisers, political strategists, and others have taken this method to new heights, but the rudiments of the soft sell remain the same. First, bring pleasure by creating a positive atmosphere around your name or message. Induce a warm, relaxed feeling. Never seem to be selling something that will look manipulative and suspicious. Instead, let entertainment value and good feelings take center stage, sneaking the sale through the side door. And in that sale, you do not seem to be selling yourself, or a particular idea or candidate, you are selling a lifestyle, a good mood, a sense of adventure, a feeling of hipness, or a neatly packaged rebellion. Here are some of the key components of the soft sell. Appear as news, never as publicity. First impressions are critical. If your audience first sees you in the context of an advertisement or publicity item, you instantly join the mass of other advertisements screaming for attention, and everyone knows that advertisements are artful manipulations, a kind of deception. So, for your first appearance in the public eye, manufacture an event, some kind of attention-getting situation that the media will inadvertently pick up as if it were news. People pay more attention to what is broadcast as news, it seems more real. You suddenly stand out from everything else, if only for a moment, but that moment has more credibility than hours of advertising time. The key is to orchestrate the details thoroughly, creating a story with dramatic impact and movement, tension and resolution. The media will cover it for days. Conceal your real purpose, to sell yourself at any cost. Stir basic emotions. Never promote your message through a rational, direct argument. That will take effort on your audience's part, and will not gain its attention. Aim for the heart, not the head. Design your words and images to stir basic emotions, lust, patriotism, family values. It is easier to gain and hold people's attention once you have made them think of their family, their children, their future. They feel stirred, uplifted. Now you have their attention and the space to insinuate your true message. Days later the audience will remember your name, and remembering your name is half the game. Similarly, find ways to surround yourself with emotional magnets, war heroes, children, saints, small animals, whatever it takes. Make your appearance bring these emotionally positive associations to mind, giving you extra presence. Never let these associations be defined or created for you, and never leave them to chance. Make the medium the message. Pay more attention to the form of your message than to the content. Images are more seductive than words, and visuals, soothing colors, appropriate backdrop, the suggestion of speed. Appendix B. Soft seduction. How to sell anything to the masses 445 or movement should actually be your real message. The audience may focus superficially on the content or moral you are preaching, but they are really absorbing the visuals, which get under their skin and stay there longer than any words or preachy pronouncements. Your visuals should have a hypnotic effect. They should make people feel happy or sad, depending on what you want to accomplish. And the more they are distracted by visual cues, the harder it will be for them to think straight or see through your manipulations. Speak the target's language, be chummy. At all costs, avoid appearing superior to your audience. Any hint of smugness, the use of complicated words or ideas, quoting too many statistics, all that is fatal. Instead, make yourself seem equal to your targets and on intimate terms with them. You understand them, you share their spirit, their language. If people are cynical about the manipulations of advertisers and politicians, exploit their cynicism for your own purposes. Portray yourself as one of the folk, warts and all. Show that you share your audience's skepticism by revealing the tricks of the trade. Make your publicity as down-home and minimal as possible, so that your competitors look sophisticated and snobby in comparison. Your selective honesty and strategic weakness will get people to trust you. You are the audience's friend and intimate. Enter their spirit, and they will relax and listen to you. Start a chain reaction, everyone is doing it. People who seem to be desired by others are immediately more seductive to their targets. Apply this to the soft seduction. You need to act as if you have already excited crowds of people. Your behavior will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Seem to be in the vanguard of a trend or lifestyle, and the public will lap you up for fear of being left behind. Spread your image with a logo, slogans, posters, so that it appears everywhere. Announce your message as a trend and it will become one. The goal is to create a kind of viral effect in which more and more people become infected with the desire to have whatever you are offering. This is the easiest and most seductive way to sell. Tell people who they are. It is always unwise to engage an individual or the public in any kind of argument. They will resist you. Instead of trying to change people's ideas, try to change their identity, their perception of reality, and you will have far more control of them in the long run. Tell them who they are, create an image, an identity that they will want to assume. Make them dissatisfied with their current status. Making them unhappy with themselves gives you room to suggest a new lifestyle, a new identity. Only by listening to you can they find out who they are. At the same time, you want to change their perception of the world outside them. 446 Appendix B. Soft seduction. How to sell anything to the masses by controlling what they look at. Use as many media as possible to create a kind of total environment for their perceptions. Your image should be seen not as an advertisement, but as part of the atmosphere. Some soft seductions. 1. Andrew Jackson was a true American hero. In 1814, in the Battle of New Orleans, he led a ragtag band of American soldiers against a superior English army and won. He also conquered Indians in Florida. Jackson's army loved him for his rough-hewn ways. He fed on acorns when there was nothing else to eat. He slept on a hard bed. He drank hard cider, just like his men. Then, after he lost or was cheated out of the presidential election of 1824, in fact he won the popular vote, but so narrowly that the election was thrown into the House of Representatives, which chose John Quincy Adams. After much deal-making, he retired to his farm in Tennessee, where he lived the simple life, tilling the soil, reading the Bible, staying far from the corruptions of Washington. Where Adams had gone to Harvard, played billiards, drunk soda water, and relished European finery, Jackson, like many Americans of the time, had been raised in a log cabin. He was an uneducated man, a man of the earth. This, at any rate, was what Americans read in their newspapers in the months after the controversial 1824 election. Spurred on by these articles, people in taverns and halls across the country began talking of how the war hero Andrew Jackson had been wronged, how an insidious aristocratic elite was conspiring to take over the country. So when Jackson declared that he would run again against Adams in the presidential election of 1828, but this time as the leader of a new organization, the Democratic Party, the public was thrilled. Jackson was the first major political figure to have a nickname, Old Hickory, and soon Hickory clubs were sprouting up in America's towns and cities. Their meetings resembled spiritual revivals. The hot-button issues of the day were discussed: tariffs, the abolition of slavery, and club members felt certain that Jackson was on their side. It was hard to know for sure, he was a little vague on the issues, but this election was about something larger than issues. It was about restoring democracy and restoring basic American values to the White House. Soon the Hickory clubs were sponsoring events like town barbecues, the planting of hickory trees, dances around a hickory pole. They organized lavish public feasts, always including large quantities of liquor. In the cities there were parades, and these were stirring events. They often took place at night so that urbanites would witness a procession of Jackson's supporters holding torches. Others would carry colorful banners with portraits of Jackson, or caricatures of Adams and slogans ridiculing his decadent ways. And everywhere there was hickory, hickory sticks, hickory brooms, hickory canes, hickory leaves in people's hats. Men on horseback would Appendix B, Soft Seduction, How to Sell Anything to the Masses 447 ride through the crowd, spurring people into huzzas for Jackson. Others would lead the crowd in songs about Old Hickory. The Democrats, for the first time in an election, conducted opinion polls, finding out what the common man thought about the candidates. These polls were published in the papers, and the overwhelming conclusion was that Jackson was ahead. Yes, a new movement was sweeping the country. It all came to a head when Jackson made a personal appearance in New Orleans, as part of a celebration commemorating the battle he had fought so bravely there 14 years earlier. This was unprecedented. No presidential candidate had ever campaigned in person before, and in fact such an appearance would have been considered improper. But Jackson was a new kind of politician, a true man of the people. Besides, he insisted that his purpose for the visit was patriotism, not politics. The spectacle was unforgettable. Jackson entering New Orleans on a steamboat as the fog lifted, cannon fire ringing out from all sides, grand speeches, endless feasts, a kind of mass delirium taking over the city. One man said it was like a dream. The world has never witnessed so glorious, so wonderful a celebration, never have gratitude and patriotism so happily united. This time the will of the people prevailed. Jackson was elected president. And it was not one region that brought him victory. New Englanders, Southerners, Westerners, merchants, farmers, and workers were all infected with the Jackson fever. Interpretation. After the debacle of 1824, Jackson and his supporters were determined to do things differently in 1828. America was becoming more diverse, developing populations of immigrants, Westerners, urban laborers, and so on. To win a mandate, Jackson would have to overcome new regional and class differences. One of the first and most important steps his supporters took was to found newspapers all around the country. While he himself seemed to have retired from public life, these papers promulgated an image of him as the wronged war hero, the victimized man of the people. In truth, Jackson was wealthy, as were all of his major backers. He owned one of the largest plantations in Tennessee, and he owned many slaves. He drank more fine liquor than hard cider, and slept on a soft bed with European linens. And while he might have been uneducated, he was extremely shrewd, with a shrewdness built on years of army combat. The image of the man of the earth disguised all this, and once it was established, it could be contrasted with the aristocratic image of Adams. In this way Jackson's strategists covered up his political inexperience and made the election turn on questions of character and values. Instead of political issues, they raised trivial matters like drinking habits and church attendance. To keep up the enthusiasm, they staged spectacles that seemed to be spontaneous celebrations, but in fact were carefully choreographed. The support for Jackson seemed to be a movement, as evidenced and advanced. 448 Appendix B. Soft Seduction. How to Sell Anything to the Masses by the Opinion Polls. The event in New Orleans, hardly non-political, and Louisiana was a swing state, bathed Jackson in an aura of patriotic, quasi-religious grandeur. Society has fractured into smaller and smaller units. Communities are less cohesive, even individuals feel more inner conflict. To win an election, or to sell anything in large numbers, you have to paper over these differences somehow, you have to unify the masses. The only way to accomplish this is to create an inclusive image, one that attracts and excites people on a basic, almost unconscious level. You are not talking about the truth, or about reality, you are forging a myth. Myths create identification. Build a myth about yourself and the common people will identify with your character, your plight, your aspirations, just as you identify with theirs. This image should include your flaws, highlight the fact that you are not the best orator, the most educated man, the smoothest politician. Seeming human and down-to-earth disguises the manufactured quality of your image. To sell this image you need to have the proper vagueness. It is not that you avoid talk of issues and details, that will make you seem insubstantial, but that all your talk of issues is framed within the softer context of character, values, and vision. You want to lower taxes, say, because it will help families, and you are a family person. You must not only be inspiring but also entertaining. That is a popular, friendly touch. This strategy will infuriate your opponents, who will try to unmask you, reveal the truth behind the myth, but that will only make them seem smug, over-serious, defensive and snobbish. That now becomes part of their image, and it will help sink them. 2. On Easter Sunday, March 31, 1929, New York churchgoers began to pour onto Fifth Avenue after the morning service for the annual Easter parade. The streets were blocked off, and as had been the custom for years, people were wearing their finest outfits, women in particular showing off the latest in spring fashions. But this year the promenaders on Fifth Avenue noticed something else. Two young women were coming down the steps of St. Thomas's Church. At the bottom they reached into their purses, took out cigarettes, Lucky Strikes, and lit up. Then they walked down the avenue with their escorts, laughing and puffing away. A buzz went through the crowd. Women had only recently begun smoking cigarettes, and it was considered improper for a lady to be seen smoking in the street. Only a certain kind of woman would do that. These two, however, were elegant and fashionable. People watched them intently, and were further astounded several minutes later, when they reached the next church along the avenue. Here two more young ladies, equally elegant and well-bred, left the church, approached the two holding cigarettes, and as if suddenly inspired to join them, pulled out Lucky Strikes of their own and asked for a light. Now the four women were marching together down the avenue. They were steadily joined by more, and soon 10 young women were holding Appendix B. Soft Seduction. How to Sell Anything to the Masses, 449 Cigarettes in Public, as if nothing were more natural. Photographers appeared and took pictures of this novel sight. Usually at the Easter parade, people would have been whispering about a new hat style, or the new spring color. This year everyone was talking about the daring young women and their cigarettes. The next day, photographs and articles appeared in the papers about them. A United Press dispatch read, "Just as Miss Federica Freilinghusen, conspicuous in a tailored outfit of dark grey, pushed her way through the jam in front of St. Patrick's, Miss Bertha Hunt and 6 colleagues struck another blow in behalf of the liberty of women. Down Fifth Avenue they strolled, puffing at cigarettes." Miss Hunt issued the following communiqué from the smoke-clouded battlefield. "I hope that we have started something and that these torches of freedom, with no particular brand favored, will smash the discriminatory taboo on cigarettes for women, and that our sex will go on breaking down all discriminations." The story was picked up by newspapers around the country, and soon women in other cities began to light up in the streets. The controversy raged for weeks, some papers decrying this new habit, others coming to the women's defense. A few months later, though, public smoking by women had become a socially acceptable practice. Few people bothered to protest it anymore. Interpretation. In January 1929, several New York debutantes received the same telegram from a Miss Bertha Hunt, in the interests of equality of the sexes. "I and other young women will light another torch of freedom by smoking cigarettes while strolling on Fifth Avenue Easter Sunday." The debutantes who ended up participating met beforehand in the office where Hunt worked as a secretary. They planned what churches to appear at, how to link up with each other, all the details. Hunt handed out packs of Lucky Strikes. Everything worked to perfection on the appointed day. Little did the debutantes know, though, that the whole affair had been masterminded by a man, Miss Hunt's boss, Edward Bernays, a public relations advisor to the American Tobacco Company, makers of Lucky Strike. American Tobacco had been luring women into smoking with all kinds of clever ads, but the consumption was limited by the fact that smoking in the street was considered unladylike. The head of American Tobacco had asked Bernays for his help, and Mr. Bernays had obliged him by applying a technique that was to become his trademark: gain public attention by creating an event that the media would cover as news. Orchestrate every detail, but make them seem spontaneous. As more people heard of this event, it would spark imitative behavior, in this case more women smoking in the streets. Bernays, a nephew of Sigmund Freud and perhaps the greatest public relations genius of the 20th century, understood a fundamental law of any kind of sell. The moment the targets know you are after something, a vote, a sale, they become resistant. But disguise your sales pitch as a News 450 Appendix B, Soft Seduction, How to Sell Anything to the Masses event, and not only will you bypass their resistance, you can also create a social trend that does the selling for you. To make this work, the event you set up must stand out from all the other events that are covered by the media, yet it cannot stand out too far, or it will seem contrived. In the case of the Easter parade, Bernays, through Bertha Hunt, chose women who would seem elegant and proper even with their cigarettes in their hands. Yet in breaking a social taboo, and doing so as a group, such women would create an image so dramatic and startling that the media would be unable to pass it up. An event that is picked up by the news has the imprimatur of reality. It is important to give this manufactured event positive associations, as Bernays did in creating a feeling of rebellion, of women banding together. Associations that are patriotic, say, or subtly sexual, or spiritual, anything pleasant and seductive, take on a life of their own. Who can resist? People essentially persuade themselves to join the crowd without even realizing that a sale has taken place. The feeling of active participation is vital to seduction. No one wants to feel left out of a growing movement. 3. In the presidential campaign of 1984, President Ronald Reagan, running for re-election, told the public, "It's morning again in America." His presidency, he claimed, had restored American pride. The recent, successful Olympics in Los Angeles were symbolic of the country's return to strength and confidence. Who could possibly want to turn the clock back to 1980, which Reagan's predecessor, Jimmy Carter, had termed a time of malaise? Reagan's Democratic challenger, Walter Mondale, thought Americans had had enough of the Reagan soft touch. They were ready for honesty, and that would be Mondale's appeal. Before a nationwide television audience, Mondale declared, "Let's tell the truth. Mr. Reagan will raise taxes, and so will I. He won't tell you. I just did." He repeated this straightforward approach on numerous occasions. By October his poll numbers had plunged to all-time lows. The CBS News reporter Leslie Stahl had been covering the campaign, and as election day neared, she had an uneasy feeling. It wasn't so much that Reagan had focused on emotions and moods rather than hard issues. It was more that the media was giving him a free ride. He and his election team, she felt, were playing the press like a fiddle. They always managed to get him photographed in the perfect setting, looking strong and presidential. They fed the press snappy headlines along with dramatic footage of Reagan in action. They were putting on a great show. Stahl decided to assemble a news piece that would show the public how Reagan used television to cover up the negative effects of his policies. The piece began with a montage of images that his team had orchestrated over the years. Reagan relaxing on his ranch in jeans, standing tall at the Normandy invasion tribute in France, throwing a football with his Secret Service bodyguards, sitting in an inner-city classroom. Over these images Stahl asked, "How does Ronald Reagan use television?" Brilliantly. His Appendix B, Soft Seduction, How to Sell Anything to the Masses, 451 been criticized as the rich man's president, but the TV pictures say it isn't so. At 73, Mr. Reagan could have an age problem. But the TV pictures say it isn't so. Americans want to feel proud of their country again, and of their president. And the TV pictures say you can. The orchestration of television coverage absorbs the White House. Their goal? To emphasize the president's greatest asset, which, his aides say, is his personality. They provide pictures of him looking like a leader. Confident, with his Marlboro Man walk. Over images of Reagan shaking hands with handicapped athletes in wheelchairs, and cutting the ribbon at a new facility for seniors, Stahl continued, they also aim to erase the negatives. Mr. Reagan tried to counter the memory of an unpopular issue with a carefully chosen backdrop that actually contradicts the president's policy. Look at the handicapped Olympics, or the opening ceremony of an old age home. No hint that he tried to cut the budgets for the disabled and for federally subsidized housing for the elderly. On and on went the piece, showing the gap between the feel-good images that played on the screen and the reality of Reagan's actions. President Reagan, Stahl concluded, is accused of running a campaign in which he highlights the images and hides from the issues. But there's no evidence that the charges will hurt him because when people see the president on television, he makes them feel good, about America, about themselves, and about him. Stahl depended on the goodwill of the Reagan people in covering the White House, but her piece was strongly negative, so she braced herself for trouble. Yet a senior White House official telephoned her that evening. "Great piece," he said. "What?" asked a stunned Stahl. "Great piece," he repeated. "Did you listen to what I said?" she asked. "Leslie, when you're showing 4.5 minutes of great pictures of Ronald Reagan, no one listens to what you say. Don't you know that the pictures are overriding your message, because they conflict with your message? The public sees those pictures and they block your message. They didn't even hear what you said. So, in our minds, it was a 4.5 minute free ad for the Ronald Reagan campaign for re-election." Interpretation. Most of the men who worked on communications for Reagan had a background in marketing. They knew the importance of telling a story crisply, sharply, and with good visuals. Each morning they went over what the headline of the day should be, and how they could shape this into a short visual piece, getting the president into a video opportunity. They paid detailed attention to the backdrop behind the president in the Oval Office, to the way the camera framed him when he was with other world leaders, and to having him filmed in motion with his confident walk. The visuals carried the message better than any words could do. As one Reagan official said, "What are you going to believe, the facts or your eyes?" 452 Appendix B. Soft Seduction. How to sell anything to the masses. Free yourself from the need to communicate in the normal direct manner, and you will present yourself with greater opportunities for the soft sell. Make the words you say unobtrusive, vague, alluring. And pay much greater attention to your style, the visuals, the story they tell. Convey a sense of movement and progress by showing yourself in motion. Express confidence not through facts and figures, but through colors and positive imagery, appealing to the infant in everyone. Let the media cover you unguided and you are at their mercy. So turn the dynamic around. The press needs drama and visuals. Provide them. It is fine to discuss issues or truth as long as you package it entertainingly. Remember, images linger in the mind long after words are forgotten. Do not preach to the public, that never works. Learn to express your message through visuals that insinuate positive emotions and happy feelings. 4. In 1919, the movie press agent Harry Reichenbach was asked to do advance publicity for a picture called The Virgin of Stamboul. It was the usual romantic potboiler in an exotic locale, and normally a publicist would mount a campaign with alluring posters and advertisements. But Harry never operated the usual way. He had begun his career as a carnival barker, and the only way to get the public into your tent was to stand out from the other barkers. So Harry dug up 8 scruffy Turks whom he found living in Manhattan, dressed them up in costumes, flowing sea-green trousers, gold crescent turbans, provided by the movie studio, rehearsed them in every line and gesture, and checked them into an expensive hotel. Word quickly spread to the newspapers, with a little help from Harry, that a delegation of Turks had arrived in New York on a secret diplomatic mission. Reporters converged on the hotel. Since his appearance in New York was clearly no longer a secret, the head of the mission, Sheikh Ali bin Mohammed, invited them up to his suite. The newspapermen were impressed by the Turks' colorful outfits, salams, and rituals. The sheikh then explained why he had come to New York. A beautiful young woman named Sari, known as the Virgin of Stamboul, had been betrothed to the sheikh's brother. An American soldier passing through had fallen in love with her, and had managed to steal her from her home and take her to America. Her mother had died from grief. The sheikh had found out she was in New York, and had come to bring her back. Mesmerized by the sheikh's colorful language and by the romantic tale he told, the reporters filled the papers with stories of the Virgin of Stamboul for the next several days. The sheikh was filmed in Central Park, and feted by the cream of New York society. Finally, Sari was found, and the press reported the reunion between the sheikh and the hysterical girl, an actress with an exotic look. Soon after, the Virgin of Stamboul opened in New York. Its story was much like the real events reported in the papers. Was this a coincidence? A quickly made film version of the true story. No. Appendix B. Soft Seduction. How to sell anything to the masses. 453 One seemed to know, but the public was too curious to care, and the Virgin of Stamboul broke box office records. A year later Harry was asked to publicize a film called The Forbidden Woman. It was one of the worst movies he had ever seen. Theater owners had no interest in showing it. Harry went to work. For 18 days straight he ran an ad in all of the major New York newspapers. Watch the SKY on the night of February 21st. If it is green, go the Capitol. If it is red, go the Rivoli. If it is pink, go to the Strand. If it is blue, go to the Rialto. 4 On February 21st the Sky will tell you where the best show in town can be seen. The Capitol, the Rivoli, the the Strand, and the Rialto were the four big first-run movie houses on Broadway. Almost everyone saw the ad and wondered what this fabulous show was. The owner of the Capitol asked Harry if he knew anything about it, and Harry let him in on the secret. It was all a publicity stunt for an unbooked picture. The owner asked to see a screening of The Forbidden Woman. Through most of the film, Harry yacked about the publicity campaign, distracting the man from the dullness on screen. The theater owner decided to show the film for a week, and so, on the evening of February 21st, as a heavy snowstorm blanketed the city, and all eyes turned to the sky, giant rays of light poured out from the tallest buildings. A brilliant show of green. An enormous crowd flocked to the Capitol Theatre. Those who did not get in kept coming back. Somehow, with a packed house and an excited crowd, the film did not seem quite so bad. The following year Harry was asked to publicize a gangster picture called Outside the Law. On highways across the country he set up billboards that read, in giant letters, "If you dance on Sunday, you are outside, THELAW." On other billboards the word "dance" was replaced by "play golf" or "play pool" and so on. On a top corner of the billboards was a shield bearing the initials PD. The public assumed this meant police department. Actually, it stood for Priscilla Dean, the star of the movie, and that the police, backed by religious organizations, were prepared to enforce decades-old blue laws prohibiting sinful activities on a Sunday. Suddenly a controversy was sparked. Theater owners, golfing associations, and dance organizations led a counter-campaign against the blue laws. They put up their own billboards, exclaiming that if you did those things on Sunday, you were not outside the law, and issuing a call for Americans to have some fun in their lives. For weeks the words, "outside the law," were everywhere seen and everywhere on people's lips. In the midst of this the film opened, on a Sunday, in 4 New York theaters simultaneously, something that had never happened before. And it ran for months throughout the country, also on Sundays. It was one of the big hits of the year. Interpretation. Harry Reichenbach, perhaps the greatest press agent in movie history, never forgot the lessons he had learned as a barker. The carnival is full of bright lights, color, noise, and the ebb and flow of the 454 Appendix B. Soft Seduction. How to sell anything to the masses crowd. Such environments have profound effects on people. A clear-headed person could probably tell that the magic shows are fake, the fierce animals trained, the dangerous stunts relatively safe. But people want to be entertained. It is one of their greatest needs. Surrounded by color and excitement, they suspend their disbelief for a while and imagine that the magic and danger are real. They are fascinated by what seems to be both fake and real at the same time. Harry's publicity stunts merely recreated the carnival on a larger scale. He pulled people in with the lure of colorful costumes, a great story, irresistible spectacle. He held their attention with mystery, controversy, whatever it took. Catching a kind of fever, as they would at the carnival, they flocked without thinking to the films he publicized. The lines between fiction and reality, news and entertainment, are even more blurred today than in Harry Reichenbach's time. What opportunities that presents for soft seduction. The media is desperate for events with entertainment value, inherent drama. Feed that need. The public has a weakness for what seems both realistic and slightly fantastical, for real events with a cinematic edge. Play to that weakness. Stage events the way Bernays did, events the media can pick up as news. But here you are not starting a social trend, you are after something more short-term, to win people's attention, to create a momentary stir, to lure them into your tent. Make your events and publicity stunts plausible and somewhat realistic, but make their colors a little brighter than usual, the characters larger than life, the drama higher. Provide an edge of sex and danger. You are creating a confluence of real life and fiction, the essence of any seduction. It is not enough, however, to win people's attention, you need to hold it long enough to hook them. This can always be done by sparking controversy, the way Harry liked to stir up debates about morals. While the media argues about the effect you are having on people's values, it is broadcasting your name everywhere and inadvertently bestowing upon you the edge that will make you so attractive to the public. Selected bibliography: Baudrillard, Jean. Seduction. Trans. Bryan Singer. New York, St. Martin's Press, 1990. Borden, David. Warhol. New York, Harry N. Abrams Incorporated, 1989. Capellanus, Andreas. Andreas Capellanus on Love. Trans P. G. Walsh. London, Gerald Duckworth and Company. Limited, 1982. Casanova, Jacques. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, in 8 volumes. Trans Arthur Machen. Edinburgh, Limited Editions Club, 1940. Shallon, Jean. Portrait of a Seductress, The World of Natalie Barney. Trans Carol Barco. New York, Crown Publishers Incorporated, 1979. Cole, Hubert. First Gentleman of the Bedchamber, The Life of Louis-François Armand, Miracle-Duc de Richelieu. New York, Viking, 1965. De Troyes, Crétin. Arthurian Romances. Trans William W. Kibler. London, Penguin Books, 1991. Fahar, Michel, ed. The Libertine Reader, Eroticism and Enlightenment in 18th-Century France. New York, Zone Books, 1997. Flynn, Errol. My Wicked, Wicked Ways. New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1959. Freud, Sigmund. Psychological Writings and Letters. Ed. Sander L. Gilman. New York, The Continuum Publishing Company, 1995. Sexuality and the Psychology of Love. Ed. Philip Reef. New York, Touchstone, 1963. Fulop Miller, Renee. Rasputin, The Holy Devil. New York, Viking, 1962. George, Don. Sweet Man, The Real Duke Ellington. New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1981. Gleachen Russworm, Alexander von. The World's Law, Fair Women, Their Loves, Their Power, Their Fates. Trans Hannah Waller. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1927. Hahn, Emily. Lorenzo, D. H. Lawrence and the Women Who Loved Him. Philadelphia, J. B. Lippincott Company, 1975. 455-456, Selected Bibliography. Hellman, John. The Kennedy Obsession, The American Myth of JFK. New York, Columbia University Press, 1997. Kaus, Gina. Catherine, The Portrait of an Empress. Trans June Head. New York, Viking, 1935. Kierkegaard, Soren. The Seducer's Diary, in Either or, Part 1. Trans Howard V. Hong and Edna H. Hong. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 1987. Lau, Mary. Sirens, Symbols of Seduction. Trans John Oliphant of Rawsey. Rochester, Vermont, Park Street Press, 1998. Lindholm, Charles. Charisma. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Basil Blackwell, Limited, 1990. Ludwig, Emil. Napoleon. Trans Eden and Cedar Paul. Garden City, New York, Garden City Publishing Company, 1926. Mandel, Oscar, ed. The Theatre of Don Juan, A Collection of Plays and Views, 1630 to 1963. Lincoln, Nebraska, University of Nebraska Press, 1963. Maurois, André. Byron. Trans Hamish Miles. New York, D. Appleton and Company, 1930. Disraeli, A Picture of the Victorian Age. Trans Hamish Miles. New York, D. Appleton and Company, 1928. Monroe, Marilyn. My Story. New York, Stein and Day, 1974. Morin, Edgar. The Stars. Trans Richard Howard. New York, Evergreen Profile Book, 1960. Ortiz, Alicia Dujouvne. Eva Perdue. Trans Sean Fields. New York, St. Martin's Press, 1996. Ovid. The Erotic Poems. Trans Peter Greene. London, Penguin Books, 1982. Metamorphoses. Trans Mary M. Innes. Baltimore, Maryland, Penguin Books, 1955. Peters, H. F. My Sister, My Spouse. A Biography of Lou Andrea Salome. New York, W. W. Norton, 1962. Plato. The Symposium. Trans Walter Hamilton. London, Penguin Books, 1951. Reek, Theodore. Of Love and Lust. On the Psychoanalysis of Romantic and Sexual Emo Tie-ins. New York, Farrar, Straus and Cuddy, 1957. Rose, Phyllis. Jazz Cleopatra. Josephine Baker and Her Time. New York, Vintage Books, 1991. Sackville West, Vita. St. Joan of Arc London, Michael Joseph Limited, 1936. Shikibu, Murawski. The Tale of Genji. Trans Edward G. Seidensticker. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1979. Xu Chung. Yang Kuei-Fei, The Most Famous Beauty of China. Shanghai, China, Commercial Press, Limited, 1923. Smith, Sally Bedell. Reflected Glory, The Life of Pamela Churchill Harriman. New York, Touchstone, 1996. Stendhal. Love. Trans Gilbert and Suzanne Sale. London, Penguin Books, 1957. Terrill, Ross. Madame Mao, The White-Boned Demon. New York, Touchstone, 1984. Trouncer, Margaret. Madame Recamier. London, MacDonald and Company, 1949. Wadler, Joyce. Liaison. New York, Bantam Books, 1993. Weber, Maximum Essays in Sociology. Ed. Hans Gurth and C. Wright Mills. New York, Oxford University Press, 1946. Wertheimer, Oscar von. Cleopatra, A Royal Voluptuary. Trans Huntley Patterson. Philadelphia, J. B. Lippincott Company, 1931. Index Abrantes, Duchess D. 14 Brutes, 134, 137 to 38 Vulgarians, 135, 36 Absences. See Calculated Absences Bumblers, 135, 138 to 40 Windbags, 135, 145 Adams, Cindy, 221 to 23 Complaining by, 135, 293, 378, Antony and Cleopatra, Shakespeare, Adams, John Quincy, 446 to 48 418, 421 267 to 68, 418 Advertisements, XX, 444 Crab as symbol of, 144 Anxiety and discontent, inducement aesthetic rakes, 423 Defensiveness in, 57 of, 203 to 10, 236, 255, 376 to 77, Aga Khan 3, 313 as deliberate disenchantment, 415, 378, 418. Aggressive attention, 257, 418 to 20 Cupid's arrow as symbol of 210 aging babies, 156 to 57 disengagement from 145 deceptive appearances, and 207 Agnelli, Gianni, 273 doormats, 130 for exotic stranger as 208 to 9 Alberoni, Francesco, 205 examples of 136 to 44 lost ideals in 203, 209 to 10 Albert, Prince of Monaco, 396, 397 excessive pride in 142 missing qualities in 207, 208 to 9 Alcibiades, 46 to 47, 48, 74 to 76, greed in 142 to 43 personal criticism in 205 to 7, 208, 191 to 92, 243 to 44 impatience in 134, 137, 38 209, 210, 423, 424 Alexander I, Tsar of Russia, 216 to 17 inattentiveness of 136, 37, 145 by politicians, 209 to 10 Ali Khan, Prince, 313 to 15, 317 insecurity of 131, 133, 138, 142 reversal of 210 American Tobacco Company, judgmentalism in 133, 134 strategic withdrawal in 388 to 89, 448 to 50 moralizers, 134, 143 to 44 390, 391 amores, though Ovid, 253 to 54, 331, neediness in 59, 74, 75, 134, 293 Aphrodite, Venus, 8, 9 to 11 14, 43, 351 to 52 perfectionistic dissatisfaction in 122 to 23, 206 to 7, 256 to 57, 259, Andreas Capellanus, 134 to 35, 324, 140 to 41, 269, 283, 403, 422 to 23 reactors, 135 Apollo, 55 to 58 Andrea Salome, Lou, 45 to 47, 50, 52, self-absorption in 75, 131, 133, ardent rakes, 19 to 21, 76, 154, 197 to 99, 227, 357, 390, 137, 138, 140 arguing, 257, 260, 445, 412 self-awareness lacked by, 131 Aristophanes, 47, 207 anger, 8, 9, 69, 76, 374 self-consciousness of, 135, 138, 40 armed prophets, 118 anger, Kenneth, 50 suffocators, 134 Arthur, King, 329 Anne of Austria, 355 tightwads, 134, 35 Art of Love, though Ovid, XX. Xi, anti-seducers, Xiv, 3 to 4, 49, 65, types of, 133 to 36 Xiv, 81 to 82, 135 to 36, 179, 221, 131 to 45, 155 ulterior motives in, 142 to 43 255, 279 to 80, 323, 371 to 72, 397, aggressive attention of, 257 ungenerosity of, 133, 134 to 35 408 to 9, 418 to 19, 423 to 44 arguing by, 260 uses of, 145 as you like it, Shakespeare, 50,457,458 Index Athene, 9 to 11 breakups, 369, 378 victims chosen by 40, 172 attention, aggressive, 257 see also disenchantment Castiglione, Baldassare, 133 to 34, attention, focused, 33, 273, 417 Brent. Harrison, 297 to 99 197 to 99, 272 of Chalmers, 79, 81 to 82, 86, 87 Bride of Abydos, The Byron, 353 Castro, Fidel, 102 in Mirroring, 226 Brummel, George Beau, 48 to 49, Catherine de Medicis, Queen of Physical Lures and 401 to 252, 192, 434 France, 15 August, Prince of Prussia, 187 to 88 Brutes, Anti-Seductive, 134, 137, 38 Catherine II the Great, Empress of Authentic Animals, Charismatic, 104 to 5 Buckingham, George Vierce, Duke Russia, 90 to 92, 93 of, 66, 235, 346 to 48, 355 contrast provided by, 201 Backall. Lauren, 14 Bulliet, C. J, 47 to 48 Potemkin, and 274, 300 to 303 Baker, Josephine, 50, 61 to 63, 66 Bumblers, Anti-Seductive, 135, 138 to 40 Saltykov, and 37 to 38, 225 to 26 Calculated Surprise by, 248 Buñuel, Louis, 373 Chalon, Jean, 361 to 62 French Mirrored by, 225 Baruma, Ian, 336 Chambers, Jesse, 205 to 6, 208 Banal Conversation, 183 Bussy Rabutin, Count, 324 to 25 Chaplin, Charlie, 58 to 59 Bank, The, 58 Butler, Samuel, 81 Charisma, XX, Zai, 95, 97 to 98, 329 Borby d'Orvilly, Jules Amedy, 49 Byron, George Gordon, Lord, 26, 70. Charismatics, 3, 95 to 118, 317 Barney, Natalie, Xiv, XXV, 154, 317, 153, 304 Adventurousness of, 101 to 2 323 Disarming Weaknesses of, 290, 291 As Armed Prophets, 118 Spiritual Lures of, 361 to 63, 364, Honest Confessions of, 284 Authentic Animals, 104 to 5 365 to 66, 404 Reputation of, 27, 193, 379 Counterreactions to, 116 to 18 Barrymore, John, 109 Taboos Transgressed by, 351 to 54, Dangers to, 116 to 18 Bataille, Georges, 374 to 75 355, 357 Deliverers, 112, 14 Bathsheba, 19, 237 Undertook of, 217, 290, 403. Demonic Performers, 106 to 7 Baudelaire, Charles Pierre, 14, 46, Drama Saints, 110 to 12 170, 314 to 15, 354, 401 to 2 Caesar, Julius, 19, 7 to 8, 12, 13, 208, Erotic Fatigue, and 117 to 18 Strategic Withdrawal by, 385 to 88 283,317 Fervency of, 101 Baudrillard, Jean, 23, 9, 126 to 27, Assassination of, 258 to 61 gurus, 109 to 10 288,385 calculated absences, 288, 390, 392, Lampa's symbol of 11 6 beauties, 156 415, 418 magnetism of 98, 102 beauty ideal 33 to 35 in pain mixed with pleasure, 372, miraculous prophets, 102 to 4. Belle Roche, Maud de, 243 to 44 373 to 74 mysteriousness of 95, 99 Bernois, Edward 449, 50 in poeticizing oneself, 277, 283 to 84 Olympian actors, 114 to 16 Bjer, Powell, 47 calculated effects, 188, 190, 289 piercing gaze of 95, 100 to 101, 102 Blue Angel, the film, 121 to 22 calculated surprises, 34 to 35, 241 to 50, 104 Blue Angel, the man, 340 to 43 420 to 21, 429 prophetic gifts in 99, 104 Boccaccio, Giovanni, 214 to 17, improvisation vs. 248 purposefulness of 98 to 99 233 to 37, 362 to 67 mood changes as 249 saintliness of 99 bold moves, 405 to 13 personal character revealed by saviors, 107 to 9 bracing effect of 410 245 to 46 seductive language of 99 to 100 feminine, 412 in reseduction, 420 to 21 108, 111, 114, 115 to 16 humility versus 409 to 10 reversal of 249 self-awareness of 100 indirect approach proceeding, 407 to 9 roller coaster as symbol of 248 successes of 118 infecting with emotions in 412 sudden encounters in 247 to 48 on television, 114, 115 to 16 opportune moment 410, 1 Caligula, Emperor of Rome, 136 theatricality of 100 as pleasant surprise, 411 Camus, Albert, 83 types of 102 to 16 reversal of 413 Canouville, Jules de, 326 to 27 uninhibitedness of 100, 107 signs of readiness for 408, 409, Capote, Truman, 71 vulnerability of 101 411, 412 Carter, Angela, 281 Charles I, King of England, 355 Summer Storm as symbol of 413 Carter, Jimmy, 202 Charles II, King of England, 201, theatricality of 411 to 12 Casanova, Giovanni. Giacomo, XX, 420 to 21 Vanity, and 408 to 9 Xi, Xiv, 31 to 33, 36, 128, 373 Chalmers, 3, 79 to 93, 153, 210, 376 Bonaparte, Lucian, 187 Anti-seducer encountered by antagonism harmonized by 82 Bonaparte, Napoleon, see Napoleon 142 to 43 Art of 81 to 83 I, Emperor of France calculated surprise of 243 to 46, 247 dangers to 93 Bonaparte, Pauline 14, 200, 297 to 99, direct approach of 184, 218 deceptive appearances, and 85 304 to 5, 326 to 27 indirect approach of 182 derivation of term, 81 Book of Laughter and Forgetting, the mirroring by 224 ease and comfort created by 79 Kundera, 66 mixed signals, and 194 82 86 to 87 Borden, David, 33 to 34 Role-playing of, 305 examples of, 83 to 92 Boriscout, Bernard, 173 to 74 Seductive environment and time-focused attention of, 79, 81 to 82, 297 to 300, 304 created by, 435, 4383986, 87 Brantome, Senyeda, 139 to 41, spiritual lures used by, 367 indulgent attitude of, 79, 85, 418 268 to 69, 290 to 92, 409 to 10 temptation of, 236 to 37 mirror, as symbol of, 92 index, 459 mirroring. By, 82 conquerors, 153, 54 physical image of, 41, 43, 44, 45, pleasure provided by, 82, 85 Conrad, Earl, 398-99 48 to 49, 50 to 51 politicians as, 81, 82, 83 to 85, 87, Constant, Benjamin, 188, 344 politicians as, 51, 88 to 92, 93 contrasts, 201 to 2, 270 to 71, 274, 427, social seduction by, 48 to 50 self-possession in adversity shown 428, 447 visual style of, 48 to 49 by, 83 Cooper, Gary, 125 dandy, the Baudelaire, 46 sexuality, and 81, 87 coquettes, 3, 67 to 68, 156, 172, 237 dangerous liaisons Blackloss, Xiv 25. Subtlety of 81 291, 412 127, 169 to 71, 287 to 89, 407 to 9, timing of 90 to 91, 92, 93 cold, 71 to 73, 77, 78 418 to 20 understanding attitude of, 81 confusion engendered by, 75 dangerousness, 354 as useful to others, 83, 87 dangers to, 78 of dandies, 43, 44 Chateaubriand, François René, the excitement engendered by, 75 of rakes, 17, 24, 25, 26, 27 Comte, 188, 226, 284, 337 hatred engendered by, 78 of sirens, 5, 11, 12 to 13 ego ideal regression of, 343 to 46 hot and cold, 67, 69 to 71, 76, 78, D'Annunzio, Gabrielle. 21 to 24, 192, Chekhov, Michael, 10 192 to 93 291 Chevalier, Maurice, 395 to 96, 397 jealousy incited by, 76 to 77 death risked by, 327 to 29 Chiang Kai-shek, 88 to 90 keys to, 74 to 77 flattery by, 218, 259 Child Harold, Byron, 351, 352 narcissism of, 67, 73, 74, 75, 76, March on Fume led by, 23, 273, China, 19, 15, 76, 88 to 90, 172 to 73, 77,328,174, 224, 267 to 69, 291, politicians as, 77 public spectacles given by, 275 297 to 300, 311 to 13 selective withdrawal by, 67, 70 to 71, Davers, Lily, 123 chivalry, 36 to 37, 38, 329 to 30, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 390 Diornit, Leone, 339 Choisy, Abeda, 47 to 48 Self-sufficiency of, 67, 71, 73, David, King, 19, 237 Crétin de Troyes, 329 to 30, 386-87 74 to 75, 76, 77 Davis, Ossie, 113 Christian, Linda, 398 to 99, 401 Shadow as symbol of, 77 Dean, James, 123, 125, 127, 128 Churchill, Pamela, C. Harriman, space created by, 73 Death, risking of, 327 to 29 Pamela Churchill timing of, 78 D. Cameron, The Boccaccio, 214 to 17, Churchill, Winston, 86, 115, 329 Coriolanus, Shakespeare, 107 233 to 37, 362 to 67 Clarissa, Richardson, 225, 315 to 16 Courtesans, 11 to 12, 33, 38, 60 to 61, 75, Defensiveness, 57, 83, 207, 21 1, 215, Claudine, Gustave, 60 86, 192, 194, 291, 299 to 300, 219, 224, 246, 247, 260, 418, Claudius I, Emperor of Rome, 361 to 64, 396, 412, 436,434,136 to 37 Courtly Love, 36 to 37, 325 to 26, 333 De Gaulle Charles, 99, 100, 101 to 2, Cleopatra, 19, XX, Xi, Xiv, 7 to 9, 13, Cribillon, 33 109, 114 to 16, 117,329 16, 184, 304, 378, 392, 412 Cribillon Fils, 138 to 40, 401 Seductive Oratory of, 114, 115 Anti-Seduction as Defense Against, Criticism, Personal, 205 to 7, 208, 209, 253 to 54,145,210, 423, 424 Delight in Disorder Herrick, 399 Clothing of, 7, 8, 274 Cruelty, 192, 349, 353, 356 to 57, 377, Deliverers, Charismatic, 112 to 14 Descriptions of, 8 379, 385, 390, 426 Demonic Performers, Charismatic, Insecurity fostered by, 208 of Dandies, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47 106 to 7 Isolation created by, 317 of Rakes, 26 Demonic Rakes, 21 to 24 Mixed Signals sent by, 192 in Transgressing Taboos, 349, 352, Denon, Vivant. 213 to 15 Mood Changes of, 7, 8, 9 353, 356 to 57 Destiny, Sense of, 177, 359, 365 Poeticizing of, 283 Crushed Stars, 152 to 53 Details, Attention to, 38, 265 to 76, 425 Sensual Appeals of, 159 Cures for Love, Ovid, 9, 172 Banquet as symbol of, 276 Theatricality of, 7, 8, 9 of Clothing, 265, 268, 269, 270, victims chosen by, 12, 172 dandies, 3, 41 to 52, 75 to 76, 83, 153, 272, 273, 274 voice of, 7, 9, 14 192, 434 gifts in, 265, 268, 269, 274 to 75, Clift, Montgomery, 51, 125, 437 aesthetic qualities in, 48 to 50, 51. 279 clinging behavior, 415, 417, 419 to 20 ambiguity of, 41, 44, 45, 47, 51 mesmerizing effect of, 265, Clinton, Bill, 26, 27, 93 bisexual appeal of, 50 to 51 267 to 69 clothing, XX, 34, 434, 436 confusion engendered by, 47 reversal of, 276 attention to details of, 265, 268, cruelty in, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47 sensuous effective, 265, 269 to 72 269, 270, 272, 273, 274 dangerousness of, 43, 44 slower pace in, 272, 273 to 74 of dandies, 43, 44, 48 to 49, 50, 51 dangers to, 52 of spectacles, 265, 267 to 69, 275 of sirens. 7, 8, 13, 14 to 15, 274 excitement engendered by, 47 devil is a woman, the, 373 con, Norman, 103 feminine, 43 to 45 doer, 37 cold coquette, the Byron, 70 impudence of, 49, 51, 52 Diderot, Dennis, 24 to 25 Colette, 48 keys to, 48 to 51 Dietrich, Marlene, 50, 121 to 23, 127, complaining, 135, 293, 378, 418, masculine, 45 to 48 128, 129, 130, 192, 342, 373, 421 mental transvestitism of, 5434 confessions, honest, 284, 285, nonconformity of, 46, 47, 48 to 49, DiMaggio, Joe, 11, 13 287 to 88, 289 51 Dio Cassius, 7. Con men, 66 Orchid as symbol of, 51 Dionyse, 8 460 Index Diatimer, 206 to 7, 208 Japan's Yukio, Floating World as, on suggestion, 215 Disappointed Dreamers, 150 to 51 435 to 37 on transference, 335 to 36 Disenchantment, 415 to 29 Mystical Effects in, 434 to 35 on the Uncanny, 126, 301 to 2, 304 Clean Quick Breaks in, 415, 418, Theatricality of, 431, 434 to 35, 436, Friedrich, Conrad, 297 to 99, 425 to 26, 439 Frolic, Rosa Ficht, 340 to 43 Clinging Behavior, and 415, 417, Visual Stimuli in, 434 Fu Chai, King, 19, 15, 311 to 13 419 to 20 Warhol's Factory as, 437 to 38 Fujiwara no Korechika, 48, 65, 271 Deliberate, 415, 418 to 20 Envy, 16, 28 Fulop Miller, Renee, 104 to 5 Disillusionment in, 40 Epton, Nina, 326, 354, 355 embers as symbol of 428 eros. 206 to 7, 208 galleys, Duke and Duchess of 22 familiarity in 415, 418, 421 erotic fatigue, 117, 18 game of hearts, the Harriet Wilson's inertia in 417 to 18 Escher, M. C. 128 memoirs, Wilson, 48 to 49 pleasant separations in 421 to 23 Essex, Robert Devereux, Earl of 209 Gandhi, Mohandas K. 193, 358 See also Reseduction Euripides, XX isolation created by 317 Disraeli, Benjamin, 49, 57, 81, Europa, 180 to 81 Garbo, Greta, 1278285, 93, 143 to 44, 210, 236 Exodus, Book of 98 Garden of Eden, 24, 237. Attention to details by 274 to 75 Exotic fetishists, 154 to 55 Gautier, Théophile, 49, 385 Humor in Persuasion by 260 Exotic perfume Baudelaire, Genesis, Book of 232 to 33 Mirroring by 225 401 to 2 Genji, Prince Fichte, 63 to 65, 172, Poeticizing by 284 Eyes of Youth, 43 269 to 71 Victim played by 292 George, Don, 419 to 20 Dissatisfaction, Perfectionistic, 140 to 41 Fallacy, Oriana, 374 to 76 Gerard, François Pascal, 187, 188 Don Juan, Legend of XX, 19 to 20, 23, Falling in Love, 19, Zai, 9, 36, Gilbert. Anne Sullivan, 1892425, 155, 170, 207 to 8, 209, 39, 44, 45, 46, 50, 76, 97, 134, Gilda, 314 260, 400 149, 164, 205, 246, 377 Gillot, Henrik, 45 Don Juan, Byron, 290 Familiarity, 429 Gilet, Francoise, 25 Doormats, Anti-seductive, 134 in Disenchantment, 415, 418, 421 Gerard, Renee, 199, 200 Doubts, 215, 282 to 83, 321, 323, 324, Poeticizing Oneself vs. 124, 174, Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the 355, 3573174 Guinevere, Queen, 329 to 30, 386 to 87 Eisenstein, Sergei, 59 Fraser, Flora, 300 to 301 Gurus, Charismatic, 109 to 10 Either or Kierkegaard, 24, 256 French Revolution, 70, 116 to 17, 174, Gwyn, Nell, 201.